Chapter 548. All masters with foresight in the world gather here. Crack. The sounds of a wine cup being shattered came from the grand hall. The silver-armored man turned livid. The happy scene vanished before his eyes. We are clearly invaders, and we have come here and gave them the ultimatum. Our ancestors have established dominance many years ago already. How come these people? Have these people totally forgotten the lesson from the ancient times? The people on the screen celebrated so cheerfully as if they had won a 5 million crystal lottery. They didn't look desperate at all. Please calm down, my lord. The white-robed man tried to calm him down. These natives don't know our great power. He thought for a long while to organize his words and continued, they are only a group of mortals and, these ants don't know your greatness or the feats of the lords. He stammered and stuttered, making others feel like he couldn't BS anymore. Finally, he choked out the words with a reddened face, when the heaven-hiding palace lands, we will show these ants our ultimate strength. I'm sure that these ants will be so scared that they will beg for mercy. The seductive woman squinted her eyes and said with a charming but cold smile, I saw them and found that these ants are indeed ignorant. In my opinion, we must be patient and shock them when the time comes, letting them know how ignorant they are. The white-robed man nodded respectfully and said, Ms. Jessica is right, as the ants usually say, ants float on the vast ocean. I'm sure that they will have a direct experience of this saying by then. Good. This plan sounds good. Let's do it. The silver-armored man made the decision. That so-called Origins Internet Club is a stupid and ignorant mortal shop. How dare it mess with my plans? When the time comes, Lord Vanguard General, you can show your godly power in front of that shop in person. It's just a tiny shop after all. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter resonated in the grand hall. Why are you guys so happy? Some people, male and female, walked in. Soon, more laughter came from the grand hall. When the time comes, they will witness the great power of our clan. These lowly creatures will know how ignorant they have been. They were very cheerful. With his spirits lifted, the silver-armored man poured himself another cup of wine and sipped it with enjoyment. Meanwhile, in Mr. Fang's Internet Club, the empty Yuanyang City shop gradually became bustling with crowds again. The cultivators of other cities noticed the change as well. They had heard the rumor that the cultivation world would be struck with a catastrophe, and many people had fled from the cities. But now, it seemed that people were swarming into Yuanyang City as if their lives depended on it. The unusual behavior of these cultivators grabbed the attention of the independent cultivators and ordinary warriors who were planning to flee. It was as eye-catching as a flame in the night. Did they know something that we don't? Independent Immortal Pavilion in Yuanyang City. The Independent Immortal Pavilion had been nearly empty lately, but now it was bustling with independent cultivators from all places. The people of big families and factions in other cities all gathered here. Waiter, get me a pound of spirit turtle meat and a pot of 1,000-year-old Wadiao wine. A dark-skinned, ordinary-looking young man who was wearing a green robe walked into the shop. At this moment, all the tables were taken. He cupped his hands at 3 independent cultivators and pointed at the vacant seat at their square table before asking, "Can I sit with you guys?" Seeing the question in their eyes, he immediately introduced himself, "I'm Han Yu from the small Yan country. In the south." Han Yu, an independent cultivator, laughed and said, "Young man, you are named after the famous independent immortal from 2,000 years ago. Do you know how to use the green light godly blade sword technique? With this name, aren't you afraid of being beaten when you're out?" That man said as he shook his head, "Suit yourself." The green-robed young man's face twitched. The independent cultivators talked among themselves. One of them said in a low voice, "Did you know that the cultivators all came to Yuanyang City for a treasure?" "What treasure?" "They would risk their lives for a treasure." "You can't put it that way. It's said that the catastrophe of the spiritual state won't come until 3 months later, but obtaining this treasure only takes about 10 days. People can leave after getting this treasure. Then, do you know what this treasure really is?" "One treasure? How come I heard that there are many treasures?" "Many treasures? I heard that there is only 1+10 reinforcement coupon." "No, I heard that there are black diamond membership, life tokens, and mini pots." The young man named Han Yu listened to their conversation in a daze. "I've traveled around the world for years. How come I've never heard of such a treasure before?" At this moment, a 7-colored auspicious cloud floated to the sky outside Yuanyang City. Celestial light and mist existed above the colorful cloud, and there was also a white-clothed woman. Her snow-white skin, Jade-like bones, wind-like belt, and waterfall-like, fluttering hair made her look like a true immortal. She was accompanied by a green-clothed girl who looked extremely cute with jade-like features and a flower basket in her hand. Master, why are you coming to the mortal world after staying on Seven Saint Mountain for so many years? The center star has dimmed, and I'm afraid that a catastrophe will strike the cultivation world of the spiritual state. The white-clothed woman shook her head and sighed slightly. I've calculated this tribulation in my life, and it's not right for me to escape from it. That isn't the mentality that we cultivators should have. If I'm right with my calculations, the tribulation should happen here. If I can do something to help the situation on the spiritual sat, my 1,000 years of cultivation wouldn't have gone to waste. I'll take you to visit some Grand Masters in this place. While she spoke, she landed from the high sky. Who is she? She looks like a fairy descending into the mortal world from heaven. Taoist friends. The woman greeted the people around them and asked, I saw that you are all hurrying toward the city. I wonder if there are some Grand Masters living in the city. Can you tell us so that my disciple and I can visit them too? Grand Masters. The people looked at each other in bafflement. Yes, there's one. Mr. Fang of Origin's Internet Club is a Grand Master. It's said that his cultivation strength is even greater than that of Ji Yutingyu, the Academy Master of the Heavenly Academy. Chapter 549. Sir, a fairy is looking for you, Mr. Fang's T-Cat virtual item trading net was created during the time of the legend of Mir 2, and it was for people to trade virtual items with it. TL note, T-Cat is actually Tmall in real life. Tmall is a Chinese language website for business-to-consumer online retail, spun off from Taobao, operated in China by the Alibaba Group. After the teleportation array was built, some people began to try to trade real objects. The Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance was one of them. The Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance was the force that had spent the longest time on the development of all kinds of magic spells and products of modern technology. By now, they had developed product including magic installation, items, guns, new communication jades, and crystal cars. However, even though these new spiritual artifacts were top quality, most cultivators were not familiar with this trading method and thus few people bought them. Finished finally. Mr. Fang stretched as he looked at his screen. The opening cinematics of this competition was almost done. In fact, he had done the editing in the framework, and he left the rest to the system. After all, everything that the system produced was top quality, and Fang Qi didn't need to worry about the final result. Ignoring Zhang Xiaoyu's protests, Fang Qi went upstairs to sleep. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, someone knocked, and then Li Exener's voice came from outside. Sir, a fairy named Qing Yun from the Color Cloud Cave of Seven Saint Mountain is here, and she is looking for you. What fairy? Color Cloud Cave? I've never heard of it before. While yawning, Mr. Fang said, I'm busy. I don't want to meet fairies. Then, he laid down on his bed and fell asleep instantly. Boss. Bo. Li Exener was frustrated. She could see the female visitor's celestial presence, which showed that she wasn't an ordinary woman. However, her boss slept during the day and refused to see the visitor with the excuse of being busy. Doesn't he just play games every day? While shaking her head, Li Exener went downstairs. At the entrance of the shop, the fairy-like woman who had snow-white skin and was wearing white clothes was still waiting there with a humble and polite expression on her face. Li Exener had to apologize to her. My boss, is busy and can't see you now. She looked embarrassed. It's okay, the woman said mildly. Everyone said that your boss is a Grand Master. I guess he must be very busy dealing with the upcoming catastrophe of the spiritual state. Li Exener was even more embarrassed since she knew that her boss was just sleeping upstairs. She said, if you two have time, you can get online and have tea here in the shop. Hee hee. 2 more pretty girls came. Before Li Exener could finish, a godly sword hanging on the bamboo stick already spoke. Little girl, if you can't see the shop owner, you can talk to us, it is the same thing. Our sword techniques are only slightly less powerful than the shop owners. Right, we are 2 Grand Masters, too. No, we're Grand Swords. The other sword said, do you see the other swords beside us? When our elder brothers wake up, they might be even more powerful than the Grand Master shop owner who you want to see. Master, these 2 swords can even talk. Amazing. The green-clothed young girl stared at the swords with widened eyes. Li Exener's pretty face darkened. Don't listen to their nonsense. If boss is here, they don't dare to utter a word. He could conquer so many godly swords. The white-clothed woman exclaimed, "He's indeed a grandmaster. From the looks of it, his sword techniques must have reached the peak level. Just slightly more powerful than my immortal hacking sword array. If my big brother comes out, it's hard to say who's stronger. This shop owner is so strong." The green-clothed girl exclaimed in astonishment, "Immortal hacking sword array? Can it really hack down immortals?" "Of course. How come it's dark? Who sneak attacked me? Let me out." Suddenly, 2 black bags were put over the 2 godly swords before the openings were tied. Li Wuya turned back and said to the dumbfounded visitors, "Boss told us to do this if the 2 swords begin babbling. Exener, take them to the computers and show them how to get online." Immediately, Li Exener led the way and showed the dumbfounded visitors to the computers. "Master, how come I feel like something is not right in this shop?" The green-clothed girl whispered. To kill time, they followed Li Exener's instructions and clicked randomly on the desktop. "But that sister told us that the spiritual artifacts in the shop are connected with various regions of several continents. I wonder if it's true." Master. At this moment, the green-clothed girl saw her master clicking on a strange icon which looked like a cat's head. "This is our shop's T-Cat virtual item trading net," Li Exener explained while standing behind them. "Besides virtual items, there are many new spiritual artifacts mimicked from the spiritual artifacts in our shop." Soon, Fairy Qing Yun saw a white spiritual artifact that looking like a jade tablet with the logo of a rotten apple, with 1 bite taken off. "What's this?" Fairy Qing Yun asked curiously. "This is the new communication jade, and it's the newest version, iPhone 6. Such a strange name." The green-clothed girl frowned on the side. "Our boss named it," Li Exener explained. "After all, Fang Qi was a stockholder. This communication jade can transmit not only messages but images. I can also use it to chat with people through, QQ. Fairy Qing Yun clicked on the buy button, and the 800 crystals that she had deposited in her membership card almost ran out. "What's this?" Soon, she saw a spiritual artifact that looked like a fancy car. She watched the video beside the car and understood that it was used to move people around in the city. Go and deposit 5,000 crystals in my card. Having not entered the world for a long time, I'm surprised that they have created such an exquisite tool for transportation." Then, she looked at the next item, which was a pair of black-framed sunglasses. Added to the shopping cart. Pistol, LV storage bag with magic installation. Magic lipstick, city-style aristocratic fur coat. Yawn. While yawning, Mr. Fang finally woke up from his nap and walked downstairs. "Little Exener, who is here to see me? Is she still here?" "Yes, she's sitting on a couch in the lounge area." "Really, Mr. Fang looked over and saw a girl wearing a pair of big sunglasses and playing with her cell phone. She was surrounded by big and small bags, and she had a LV bag on her shoulder. The smartphone in her hand had an eye-catching logo of a rotten apple. A Maserati was parked outside the door. Didn't they say that she is a fairy? Chapter 550. The Fairy Can Sing. Fang Qi's shop was now bustling with crowds, which was a totally different scene from before where the shop was almost empty. The players included disciples from big families and independent cultivators and warriors from different places. While talking about the treasures such as +10 reinforcement coupons and Black Diamond membership, they joined the event called The Return of 8 Million Adventurers in Dungeon Fighter Online. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang was looking at the fairy before him in bafflement. Except for her clothes which showed that she came from this world, everything else shouted that she was a fashionable city girl. Then, Mr. Fang saw a green-clothed girl who was about 15 years old sitting with her. This girl was slurping a bowl of instant noodles and wearing a pair of big sunglasses. Right, she was eating instant noodles while wearing big sunglasses. She looked up, revealing that her lips had become bright red because the soup was too spicy for her. She stared at the ordinary-looking young man who was walking toward her. Mr. Fang scratched his head. After all, the presence of a great beauty was quite daunting. As a professional gamer who was focused on gaming before he traveled through space and time, Mr. Fang wasn't good at talking to beautiful girls. Since he was at a loss for what to do, he turned his eyes to the little girl and said genially, "Little sister, is she your mom?" The people around them suddenly quieted down. "She's my master," the little girl said with her mouth full of noodles. Then, she snorted and said, "At merely the king warrior realm, you can stop thinking of speaking to her." Mr. Fang's face darkened. he was looked down upon by a little girl. How come little girls nowadays are so sharp-tongued? Unwilling to be looked down at, Fang Qi sat down beside her and asked, "Little girl, are you here waiting for someone?" "Right," the green-clothed girl said smugly, "my master and I are waiting for a very powerful senior who is said to have defeated even Ji Yutingyan, the old academy master of the Heavenly Academy. After all, the incident where Mr. Fang crushed Academy Master Ji Yu in StarCraft had spread to every corner." Mr. Fang's face twitched. "He's so powerful." "Yeah," the little girl said in exaggeration, "this senior master is the owner of this shop. It's said that he can defeat demons with one hand, kill the mechanical bull with eyes closed, is ranked Supreme -1 in the dojo, and is invincible at commanding Terran Marines." "But," the green-clothed little girl said, "I don't know what a mechanical bull is. Anyway, I heard that he is super powerful and can fight 10 king warriors like you." Mr. Fang froze, and he thought, when did I become so powerful? "Tell me more. Is this shop owner good at anything else?" he asked immediately. "There are a lot of his feats. I heard many things about this master." Zhu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Well, but they are things hard to remember. Let me think. Can he manage the world with his pen and conquer the world with his powerful strength? Something like that. Does he have jade-like features? And is he more handsome than Panan?" Panan was a prominent Chinese Fu poet in the Western Jin dynasty. He was well known for his good looks from a young age. Panan has become the Chinese byword for handsome men. I don't remember this one. Isn't he an old man? Impossible. Mr. Fang said, "We can put this on the list." "Right," the little girl patted her forehead. "We can put this on the list. Can you remember more? Scummy owner, do you want to play on this map or not?" "Oh, in 1 second, Mr. Fang answered without thinking. "Pooh." The little girl who was eating the instant noodles dropped her fork, and it landed on the ground. The great beauty who had been playing with her smartphone looked immediately toward him. Scummy shop owner. He is trying to fool this little girl mercilessly. People whispered among themselves. Despicable. Sir, where's your dignity? Grandmasters are all unique in their way of doing things. Fairy Qing Yun smiled in embarrassment and tried to smooth things over. Hearing the others' explanations, the little girl finally saw through this scummy shop owner. In her heart, the shop owner had come down from a grandmaster to a scummy shop owner who could only bully old people, Ji Yutingyan, and little girls. The little girl turned her head and ignored Fang Qi, furious that he had tricked her to say so many good things about him. On the side, Fairy Qing Yun told him her intention of the visit. "You mean, you want to do your share in the imminent catastrophe of the spiritual state's cultivation world?" "Yes." Fairy Qing Yun sat up straight and said solemnly, "Although I've stayed in my mountain for a long time, I'm a cultivator of the spiritual state and know that we are intimately interdependent. If the cultivation world vanished from the spiritual state, I and other cultivators in the 7 Saint Mountains would lose our home too." "Oh, Mr. Fang was now having a headache. "But you can't do anything by coming to me." He looked embarrassed. "I'm only the owner of an internet cafe and can only play games. After all, one person can't save the entire cultivation world. It would only work if Mr. Fang could kill all his enemies in one way, that was all that he could do. If there were too many enemies, he couldn't manage them all." Owner of the internet cafe. Fairy Qing Yun and her disciple, Zhu Yu, looked at him in a daze. "Isn't he a super powerful grandmaster?" "Yeah." Mr. Fang pointed at the posters on the wall and said, "My job is keeping the shop, playing games, and hosting competitions when necessary." There were 2 posters on the wall. On one poster, the Slayers, Mages, Gunners, and other classes in Dungeon Fighter Online gestured in invitation with the words, "F1 World Championship, recruiting the strongest fighters." The other poster portrayed a battle scene among Terrans, Zerg, and Protoss. The words were, "Fighting for the title of the strongest war commander. Glory is waiting to you." Fairy Qing Yun was dumbfounded, and she thought, "You are looking for a commander and also recruiting the strongest fighters. You said that you can't help and don't want to get involved." "Who would believe that, sir? Didn't you say that you are only organizing 2 competitions?" Fairy Qing Yun's cold gaze landed on Fang Qi, and she had a strange smile on her face. After looking at the 2 posters, she seemed to have understood something. Although the shop owner didn't say much, his heart is tied to the cultivation world. He is using this method to unite the heroes and brave individuals of the spiritual state. And these awards, I don't know what they are, but I guess they are precious treasures since these brave figures of the spiritual state are eager to win them. Mr. Fang, I admire your heroic act. I'm on the same level as you. Fairy Qing Yun bowed her head slightly to him, saying, I wonder if you can let me participate in this esports competition. I know it's probably too late for me to participate, but if you have any use of me in the competition, I'm happy to help. Mr. Fang thought it was not polite to decline her offer. After a moment of consideration, he asked, can you sing? I can. She froze for a moment before answering. Do you want to sing during the opening ceremony? With opening cinematics and official songs, this competition would look very grand. Chapter 551. The Outlanders who were stupefied by the opening cinematics. The advanced civilization on this land had been destroyed many years ago. In the ancient war, immortals had died, and the continent was shattered. In the eyes of the people who regarded themselves as advanced existences, this barbaric civilization that was just emerging from waste was something beneath their notice. For them, these people were similar to a group of apes and primitive humans. Lady Jessica, respectfully, a maid stood beside a blonde woman who was lounging lazily on a big chair covered in fur pelts. Her crimson eyes oozed wickedness and a bloodthirsty aura. She stretched a bit as if she were not here to battle but to take a holiday. For her, a skirmish of this level couldn't be called a war. It was only an easy one-sided suppression, nothing more. The family actually sent me here for this task. I wonder if they have no regard for my abilities. She snorted and shook her head. Forget it, I'll just take it as a holiday. Let me see what antics and stupid things these ignorant natives are doing now. In these people's eyes, the people of the spiritual state were a group of ignorant bumpkins. She cast a spiritual spell leisurely, and a scene of Yuanyang City appeared before her. So many people. She froze for a moment because there hadn't been so many people in the city when she checked last time. All kinds of giant, horizontal posters were on the streets and in the alleys of Yuanyang City. All participants, warm welcome to Yuanyang City. The crowds almost blocked the streets. She even heard a girl shouting in the crowd, ah, new snow, you're gorgeous, look, that's Academy Master GU. Academy Master GU, show the Super Psionic Lightning Matrix again. Academy Master's Protoss is unrivaled. Look over there, Lu Ningyun, the Nanhua fairy. My goodness, she is even more beautiful than in the game. Over there, he's said to be the most talented young man. He looks so young, it's said that he's only 12 years old. Ha ha ha. The venue of the competition was the spiritual state. Since the teleportation array between Half City and Juhua City had been built, people of Half City could travel to the spiritual state from Juhua City. There was no issue for transportation. Jessica's jaw almost dropped as her mouth was wide open. What are they doing? With us at your door, can't you act frightened and create that atmosphere? Lady Jessica, here is your 1,000-year-old jade melon. The maid handed her a plate of neatly placed spiritual melon slices which looked like green jade. Okay, picking up a slice distractedly, she began to watch what was going on. The virtual esports competition venue in Qzone could accommodate about 40,000 people, which meant that all the players in the 3 shops after the expansions could enter and have seats. Master, how come there are so many people? Zhu Yu gaped at the scene before her with widened eyes. The circular audience stands surrounding the arena were crammed with people. Meanwhile, in Luyun Taoist Palace. In the central square, the disciples of Luyun Taoist Palace each carried a small futon and sat down. In the Nanhua faction of Morning Star Sea Realm. A huge screen created by a spiritual spell appeared in the sky above the square, and the disciples could see everything on it clearly. Senior brother, what's this? A young boy who had just entered the faction asked in a low voice. This is esports that only the senior brothers and sisters can get in touch with. Hush, don't make any noise. It's said that even the major factions in the spiritual state are watching it. Senior Sister Lu and the others are fighting for the glory for our faction. Awesome, the young boy looked eager. If I cultivate hard, can I enter this esports in the future, just like them? You must cultivate hard. Remember, all participants in the esports competition are powerful. Kevin was one of the leaders in this expedition. The family had sent them to clear this newly found land, which was lost in the ancient times, and they planned to use this place to develop new energy sources and store resources. At this moment, he came in with a copy of the plan, intending to discuss with the others about the preparations of this battle. Knock, knock, knock. The blond young man walked in and saw Jessica watching something intently with a slice of melon in her hands. "What are you watching?" Bewildered, Kevin watched the scene before Jessica. At this moment, the opening cinematics had begun playing in the virtual arena in Qzone. The other major broadcasting platforms were showing it on the livestream as well. Before Jessica was the Changshu Dao discussion field in Yuanyang City. The field was crammed with cultivators and warriors from all over the spiritual state. The lights dimmed. In the darkness, a clock ticked as the huge screen showed an ancient gear engraved with some ancient characters, Dungeon Fighter Online. It represented the dreams of millions of adventurers. Each adventurer who came here all had their own ambitious goals that were perhaps unattainable. Suddenly, a sword beam lit up in the darkness. Does swordsmanship have a limit? On the screen, this sentence showed when a blade master pulled out a longsword and awakened as a grandmaster. This simple sentence resonated with the hunger in the hearts of the warriors who used swords. This sentence voiced their lifelong pursuits, and they were excited by it. The dark night gives me dark eyes, but why do they emit such dazzling lights? Before them, the silent eye suppressed darkness with his jade-like sword beam. It was silent, but the words that were as radiant as the sword beam were louder than shouts. Zhongwu almost cussed when he saw this short sentence since it expressed the desire in the hearts of all Asura players. On the screen, the Hellbringer with blood-red eyes and blood-covered hands looked like a lunatic. "God, please forgive me." The priest on the screen turned into a demon, but the fire of revenge would never die down. One after another, the stunning figures appeared before the audience. The opening cinematics were divided into two parts. The first part was about Dungeon Fighter Online, and the other was about StarCraft. The Queen. Look, the Queen of Blades. Outside a huge fortress that appeared endless, groups of flying dragon-like creatures flew up like a black curtain in the sky. Under the fortress walls, cannons fired like blooming flowers, and the tank army of humans fired in huge waves, pushing dust into the air like a curtain. On the screen, a battlecruiser that was as huge as an ancient mountain crashed down from the sky, shattering the whole city. While the unimaginable, epic battle scenes appeared before them, the audience fell silent and stared at the screen with widened eyes. The melon in Jessica's hand already dropped to the ground. Holding his plans, Kevin froze on the spot in a daze. Damn it, what was the thing that teleported in the void? When did this grand war happen? How come we don't know about that? How come cultivators and warriors in this world have reached such high realms? They are even chasing after the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. They all turned ashen-faced. Chapter 552, Dazzling. Or just crazy. Carrying the heavy burden of their fates, all the players had experienced the stunning adventure in the continent of Dungeon Fighter Online as they walked toward their awakening step by step. I have nothing to lose. In Empyrean, that gunner who was wearing a dark purple windbreaker pressed on a bomb trigger and leapt down under the gazes of the enemies who had surrounded him. You must care for your weapon like it's your baby. When the music of Dungeon Fighter Online sounded, the words of blacksmith Uncle Linus in Elvengard resonated in their ears. While the scenes flashed before them, the music suddenly turned high and passionate. Awakening. One word appeared on the dark screen. Among the beams of flowing array light, countless demons floated in space. The scene where that horrifying Blachet dashed out of the death swamp flashed on the screen. Then, the crazy-looking demon hacked down his sword, shattering the ground. Lava and beams of fire instantly shot up into the sky. The scenes of earth-shaking battles flashed before the eyes of the audience. My goodness! Dong Qingli exclaimed when the screen paused at the scene when a champion, female striker's first awakening, killed an abyss demon with one kick. This is my champion. Sitting in Heaven Hiding Palace, Jessica and the others' jaws almost dropped as they watched this scene. What are you doing here? Lord Vanguard General is holding a meeting, and you guys. Some luxuriously dressed men and women walked in. At this moment, on the screen, golden battleships flew across the void in the starry sky, looking like everlasting fortresses in space. The huge golden battlecruisers spread out in space. The unrivaled golden battleship fleet of the Protoss ignited the audience. Screams and exclamations rose in waves. Sitting on futons cross-legged on their respective squares, the disciples and elders of the Luyun Taoist Palace and Cloud Ocean faction intently watched the opening cinematics with blood boiling in their veins. The disciples sitting in the back clenched their fists and thought, I must work hard. One day, I'll also become an esports player and attend this competition. Look, isn't that young man from the Nanhua faction? A disciple from the Heavenly Sword faction pointed at a swift master flashing on the big screen. He's now a core disciple now. His talent in gaming is much greater than ours. My goodness. The first disciple's face darkened. At this moment, the faces of Jessica and the other Outlanders were now all pale, and they thought, we are here to spend our holiday, and you natives present this stuff to us. Who are the barbarians? You or me? What on earth is this? Kevin yelled in alarm. Quickly call over Carl. Call them all here to watch this. Soon, all the Outlanders sat down in rows and watched the esports competition intently. They had totally forgotten about their claims to stun the people of the spiritual state. It seemed like they had come all the way here to watch the competition. When the opening cinematics came to an end, the high and passionate music of electric guitar came from below. Under the spotlights, a charming woman wearing a green, trailing long dress was holding a dark blue electric guitar. Her green jade-like eyes looked like the surface of a lake in the autumn with reflective lights. The audience was charmed by her smile and moves. With the passionate and echoing heavy metal music, the big screen behind her was filled with fire and smoke of a war between stars. Then, her clear and passionate singing sounded. What's she singing about? I don't understand one word of it. Sitting in a seat in the front row, Sia asked in her poor spiritual state language. It's said to be a Western language. She is singing a song named Nightwish, She Is My Sin, Luo Piaoling whispered to her. TL note. This song is the theme song for Counter-Strike 1.6, which was really popular in China. Why can't she sing in the language of the ultimate West realm? Although the audience couldn't understand the words, they were enchanted by the rhythm. At this moment, another voice joined in as the music switched, and it sounded light, ethereal, pure, and melodious. Two songs intertwined with each other as if a holy angel and a seductive demon joined their voices. In the end, a fairy-like woman wearing pure white clothes flew down from the sky. It is worth it to not play games today. Stunned by these visual effects, the audience erupted into cheers, and the atmosphere was hyped. Then, thunder seemed to be rumbling in the sky, and the big screen showed some fascinating scenes where players fought their way up from the low ranking to the high ranking to get into the competition. Some of them made it, and some of them didn't. An elemental bomber waved his magic staff, and the magic arrays on the ground exploded in flames. Meanwhile, the singers seemed to have begun to sing in the language of the spiritual state. The witch lifted her wand and left a frost flower on the windowsill. She seemed to remember that the prophecy told this story. He came from a snowstorm, freezing time that was anxious. A desperado, male ranger's first awakening, fought back in an impossible situation and claimed victory. A desperado player who had entered the competition had tears in his eyes when he saw this scene. It was a flashback of his last battle before he entered the top 64. Even watching it now, his heart raced, and he was a little scared. At this moment, even the Outlanders in the heaven-hiding palace were stupefied by what they saw. How can these people have such terrifying combat experience? Are they still humans? Of course, they didn't know that each participant in this esports competition had fought more than 4,000 matches, not including their battles with the Abyss demons. A golden transportation aircraft flew over, and Protoss High Templars dropped from the sky. Then, a psi storm swept across the whole battlefield. A horrifying sea of Zerg units was turned into ashes in one instant. Psionic Lightning Matrix. It's a play that consists of dropping psionic storms from the air. One player exclaimed, airdropping 10 Protoss High Templars. This is a super psionic lightning matrix. In the heaven-hiding palace, Jessica and the other Outlanders yelled, Holy God! What's this now? They seem to be yelling something like psionic lightning matrix. It's crazy. So powerful. What am I watching? These people are holding battles among such grandmasters. At this moment, the songs came to an end while the last few words resonating in their ears, dazzling or just crazy. With wide open eyes, the Outlanders exchanged a look while gaping. They had never been stunned and shocked like this before. Chapter 553, The Poison Milk Duo's Powerful Return. TL note. Poison milk is a Chinese slang where praying for someone makes that person perform worse. My goodness. Jessica covered her head with her arms and shrieked, how did these people develop? Their civilization already developed to such a high level. It was impossible to imagine how this could have happened for these people. Among other things, the transition, spatial warp, in StarCraft was beyond their understanding. It was way more advanced than traditional teleportation. What is transition? It originally refers to the transition in quantum physics, describing the drastic shift in quantum phases. Although it was different from the transition in StarCraft, it can be used to explain the instant teleportation method in the game. The transition technique of Terrans was something like the warp drive as shown in Star Wars. The Protoss used their unique technology of particle reform, and Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, created wormholes to teleport units to Mensk's home. Karl, the Vanguard General, had a cup of wine in his hand, and he was planning to enjoy wine while watching the competition. However, he spilled it on his pants instead. What did I say earlier? Fortunately, I didn't show my face earlier. His face turned pale. The others around him saw his wet pants. I spilled my wine. I spilled my wine. He hurried to explain. Lady Jessica, your melon. The maid picked up the slice of melon for Jessica. Forget it. Give me another slice. She continued watching the competition. Although the system provided the awards and venue for the competition, Mr. Fang, as the owner of the shop, had spent a lot of energy on this event as well. For example, he had arranged the hosts for the gala. Even now, he was still hurting for the money that he had paid from his own pocket. Wow, awesome, superb. Ning Bai, the demonic woman, praised her companion. This super cool and pure fairy with a beautiful singing voice beside me is a great figure. Taoist friend, you are exaggerating. I'm Qing Yun, an independent cultivator. I'm honored to stand here together with you. Fairy Qing Yun looked calm and elegant, but her beautiful eyes showed her excitement. She was thrilled that Mr. Fang had gathered so many grandmasters together to defend against the enemies from the Outland. Since she would go to her auction house when she was free, Ning Bai was very familiar with this role. First of all, let's welcome all the friends who came from distant places and friends who are watching through the livestream. I'm Ning Bai. Welcome, everyone. Fairy Qing Yun was more reserved. I'm Qing Yun. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. The audience outside the arena all screamed. Our Blade Master is awesome. Hellbringer is unrivaled. For the Zerg. Cheers for the Queen of Blades. Fairy Qing Yun is awesome. The atmosphere is so lively. Jessica ate her melon slice while watching the show. Gulp, gulp. Karl gulped down his wine and stared at the scene before him. Calmly, Ning Bai introduced, after the group draw, our contestants are ready. 64 players from all over the world will engage in fierce battles in 4 groups. Right, Fairy Qing Yun nodded and said, after the fierce battles in the groups, the 4 winners will battle for the first place. The StarCraft competition and Dungeon Fighter Online competition will be held separately, Ning Bai explained. Now, let's see who are in Group A of the Dungeon Fighter Online competition. She looked at the name list. It seems like Group A is the group of death. King of the Swift Masters, Wang Xie. This first participant is so powerful already. Who's Wang Xie? How come we don't know about him? The audience in the Heaven Hiding Palace looked puzzled. Jessica moved her spell and said, let's hear what the audience members are saying about him. He's the genius of the Wang family in the know. One genius in the Heavenly Academy. He won the first place in the Academy entrance exam of the Heavenly Academy. What was wind? Ordinary people would think that it was just a natural phenomenon. However, for the people in the ancient magic realm, wind was an important factor in deciding one's fate. The depths of the Storm Hill, where the gales swept around, was the place where Swift Masters studied the origin of wind. They were called Wind Chasers and Swift Masters. It's said that he is the first person who could deftly control each of the hurricanes that Swift Masters summon using Vortex Hurricane. Vortex Hurricane, the Outlanders exchanged a look, recalling the destructive storm in the opening cinematics. That horrifying wind storm could be called the origin of wind. How can one control it deftly? Fuck, they had the urge to cuss. Who are these weirdos? Since the virtual reality games were different from the original ones, the players did more than controlling the timing and trying to connect combos. In Dungeon Fighter Online, the players could control each move to the exact second. The godlike masters wouldn't hurt their teammates at all even if the latter stood in the attack range of a powerful skill that they learned after their first awakening. The next is Grand Master Zhu Yanshao. A warrior with short hair walked up to the arena with a cool expression. My goodness, the audience yelled in astonishment. Fuck, Zhu Yanshao, I can't believe that you haven't heard of him. He is rumored to be the #1 Blade Master. I don't know where he is from for sure, but it seems like he is a civilian warrior from the Juhua city shop. He's super powerful. A civilian warrior. Can he defeat the master warriors of the spiritual state? I didn't believe it either, but this guy's talent is too insane. Grand Master. The Outlanders froze. They had just seen a person who had mastered the origin of wind, and now here came a grandmaster. At this moment, two figures who were engulfed in black cloaks and sitting in the rear were whispering to each other. What's going on? Do we need to go up there and show ourselves on stage to participate in the competition? Will our backgrounds be exposed? After Ningbai introduced the contestants, she said, now, let's turn the camera to our casters. Hello, everyone, I'm caster Xiao Yulv. Although Xiao Yulv couldn't play games, Mr. Fang had to go against his own will and managed to get Xiao Yulv a position as a caster. I'm caster Mu Donglai. This time, the two of them sat in the special broadcasting hall in the Juhua city shop. Compared to their previous casting experience, where they sat on couches among the rest of the audience, this hall looked much grander. It's the first time that we have such a big audience watching a competition. Mu Donglai commented. You're right, Mu Donglai said. Gongzi Xiao, what do you think of the contestants in Group A? For example, this group has Swift Master Wang Xie, Mechanic Tang Yu, Grand Master Zhu Yanxiao who many civilian players favor, and the #1 Hellbringer from the half-city shop. Nanhua Fairy Lu Ningyun. Wow, it seems like the contestants in Group A are all in the group of death. Chapter 554, Unleash the Power. Xiao Yulv said, I think Mr. Mu knows more about this field than I do. From what I know, Mr. Mu has reached the master tier in the ladder ranking system of StarCraft and thus has unique understanding of strategies and tactics. Besides, he has just reached the supreme tier in Dungeon Fighter Online yesterday. Mr. Mu smiled in understanding and said, this. I'm sure that everyone knows the big contribution that Gongzi Xiao made with his game guides. As usual, they first complimented each other very well, inside the Heaven Hiding Palace. What are these two people doing here? They sound quite powerful. These Outlanders clearly knew nothing about the topic that these two men were discussing except the words, Master, and Supreme. I know that Mr. Mu had fought with many contestants, so I think your opinion is valuable, Xiao Yulv said. I want to ask who you think is stronger when you were fighting your way to the supreme tier. Who do you think is stronger or who do you think has the potential to be the champion? From what I know, this, Crazy Butcher, and Zhu Yanxiao, are the weakest in Group A. Not for any particular reason, when I encountered them while I fought my way up, that was how I felt. Only these two, Xiao Yulv asked. How about young Master Song Qingfang? He's in this group too. Young Master Song might have more competition experience than the others, Mu Donglai said calmly. Indeed, Gongzi Song has taken quite a few great rankings in previous competitions. Oh, Mu Donglai looked at the time and saw that the competition was about to begin. I'll tell you this, the most powerful contestant in the competition, on the warrior side, is old Duke Nolan who surpasses the others in both swordsmanship and sword Dao. Among the mages, Elder Xuanyuan Changqing of the Xuanyuan family is good. Also, Wang Xie is a young genius. How about Vice Academy Master Zhang of the Heavenly Academy and Ms. Shui Bai? They are both powerful masters, right? I'm sure that the champion will be one of them. Mu Donglai nodded and said, if Senior Ji Tingyan didn't choose to enter StarCraft, he would be a powerful candidate in the Dungeon Fighter Online competition as well. Xiao Yulv said, now, everyone, please remember the 5 people who Mr. Mu just mentioned. The champion will be one of them. Oh, one more. Mr. Mu patted his hand on his forehead when a thought struck him, and he said, Nolan Mingxie. This girl is quite powerful. Right, she won the championship title for several competitions. Then, we have 6 prime candidates in the competition. Mr. Fang was also watching the livestream while drinking Coke. When he saw this scene, he spewed out his Coke. Pooh, are these 6 people the most powerful ones among them? The Outlanders memorized these 6 names and ironed them into their memory. Now, the competition will officially begin. Xiao Yulv glanced at the time and announced, now, let's turn the camera to the contestants. The first match is between Bellatrix Lu Ningyun of the Nanhua faction in the Morning Star Sea Realm versus the young desperado genius of Half City, the King of Rangers. Meanwhile, in the audience stand in Q-Zone, Fairy Qing Yun continued to hum the song. The witch lifted her wand and left a frost flower on the windowsill. In her arms was a big bag of potato chips that Mr. Fang gave to her. Before she could eat, her little disciple Zhu Yu grabbed a big handful from the bag. Crunch, crunch. Zhu Yu ate more than half of the chips that she grabbed in a few seconds. Fairy Qing Yun glared at Zhu Yu with her beautiful eyes and said, what did I tell you before we came out? You must wash your hands before eating. And you must chew and eat slowly. One more thing, don't eat chips in secret without my permission. Do you remember, sitting near them, Mr. Fang's face twitched as he thought, I think she's really your daughter. It was the Outlanders' first time watching an esports competition. Jessica ate her melon, and Carl poured himself another cup of wine. The 6 powerful people that those two mentioned are not in the first match, right? Carl sipped his wine and said, although these natives' power goes beyond our imagination, some of them are not as strong as the others. While taking a bite from her melon, Jessica said, this girl looks no older than us. It seems that they are letting the ordinary masters in the younger generation battle first, and the more powerful ones will come out later. Kevin said, yeah, if my memory serves me right, Jessica, you are one of the best in your family, right? She isn't called the Shadow Spirit for nothing. Carl lifted his cup and chuckled. I wonder if I can defeat this woman. Jessica licked her red lips, looking very interested. She had wanted to beat all the people in this world senseless. But now, she had lowered her expectations and began to compare herself with the geniuses in the younger generation. Although the contestants all looked powerful, they represented more than half of the most powerful masters in this world. The Outlanders were sent here with a mission. Although they had been stunned by the opening cinematics, they must do their due diligence and investigate, and they would never do nothing and just go back. At least, they must investigate their enemy's strength first. To do the investigation, watching the competition was the first step. These Outlanders could only watch from the distance, but they were not stupid. If the contestants had poor combat techniques and battle experience and had disguised their poor performance with grand and dazzling explosive effects, they would have seen through it. However, from the previous opening cinematics, they could see that every move, technique, and spiritual spell that these people used followed certain laws of nature, and they could roughly understand them. They couldn't fake these techniques. Outsiders only watched for fun, but the experts could see the differences. Since these Outlanders were true masters, they could see the essence and great power of these techniques. In fact, after learning their awakening skills, many cultivators of the spiritual state didn't know how horrifying these skills were since they didn't have anything to compare them with. Perhaps only the few ancient families that had studied the ethereal celestial relics knew something about the true power of these skills. However, these Outlanders had the most direct experience. They could compare these skills with their own and understand which was stronger and by how much. This contestant is only a child who is about 12 years old. Carl shook his head and said, I think their younger generation is still no match for ours. The moment he said it, the scene before them suddenly changed. Lu Ningyun, who was holding a spear, suddenly emitted golden light like an imposing godly statue. As if she were defying gravity, her whole body floated up while horrifying magic powers surrounded her and condensed into armor and a huge battle spear. While emitting golden light, she looked like a goddess. A huge streak of magic power exploded, turning everything around her to dust. My goodness, Lu Ningyun successfully used the skill, Tiana Transformation. The King of Rangers is in danger. The two casters were shouting on top of their lungs. Tiana Transformation, aren't they just two young people? Seeing the horrifying presence sweeping across the space, and the golden blade chopping everything before it into two halves, Carl subconsciously dropped his wine cup. I spilled my wine again. I spilled it again. His pants were wet. My melon. With an exclamation, Jessica dropped it again. Chapter 555. The Quality of Supreme Tier Players. In the prehistoric times when the planet Terra was still intact, and magic was yet to be discovered, the advanced Terra science created 12 Tianas. Tianas glowed in gold, and they had saint-like wisdom and battle-god-like strength. All the people of Terra worshipped them, and these people's biggest dream was to become like them. This was why battle mages would transform into Tiana after awakening. Now, let's review their previous moves, Xiao Yulf said. They fought steadily, and then contestant Lu Ningyun grabbed an opportunity to use her killing technique. She seemed to use sky as salt and mist on purpose to trick her opponent into moving in a specific direction. Then, she sent him flying. While her opponent was airborne, she chanted spells to apply buffs to herself before transforming into a Tiana. Mu Donglai explained, this contestant is very decisive. If not for the magic protection that came with his reinforced equipment, the King of Ranger would have been killed. But we can see that the King of Rangers' HP isn't in a good situation now. He has been knocked up. Can he regain his balance and slow down the tempo of this battle? The King of Rangers tried his best to protect his vital parts, but we can see that he had been severely wounded. On the big screen, the dignified Tiana who looked like the martial god slashed out her saber, and the terrifying golden saber energy would turn everything before her into two halves. It wasn't a power that humans could block. The blade turned back and hacked down with vicious force. Finished, Xiao Yulv yelled, he will die if he is hit by this blade strike. Mu Donglai shook his head and said, the King of Rangers is too young after all. I encountered this contestant in the dojo and found that he is a hardworking and talented player. But on this arena, experience is very important. Right now, Jessica had no time to pick up melons. She almost stuck her head into the screen before her. What did she just see? This all originated from the man getting hit by the spear, which wasn't a hard strike. A few seconds later, the battle had entered a critical stage where one contestant was going to be killed. It's finished, Carl said. This Tiana obviously has god-level strength, and this cultivator using the weird spiritual artifact, a gun, is too weak. It seems that there are weak ones among them, Kevin said cheerfully. For example, this young man is one of the weak ones. I wonder why they allowed a weakling like him to enter the competition. The match is coming to an end. Let's congratulate. To survive in the chaotic and lawless zone. In Empyrean, the gunners must be able to draw out their guns and shoot very swiftly. In most cases, one mistake would mean death. Wang Luo, a survivor in the chaotic half-city, had never imagined that some people in another world would have lives so similar to his. Without great talents like other cultivators, guns were his best option as weapons. In the competition venue on the second floor of Yuanyang City, the young man wearing a virtual reality headset wasn't fearful or regretful that he would soon lose this match. At least, he had come to the competition with his beloved guns and shouldn't go back in disgrace. More importantly, he didn't want his desperado character who was wearing a purple windbreaker to lose without firing one bullet. At least, he still had one chance to fire. In the next moment, the Outlanders in the Heaven Hiding Palace widened their eyes while they watched the scene shown by the screen created by the spiritual spell. The contestant's body seemed to defy the law of physics while he lifted his hand and fired unexpectedly. Revenger. The King of Rangers used the recoil force of Revenger to dodge the attack. He could even dodge this attack. Who's this King of Rangers? He's too powerful. How come I've never heard of him before? All the cultivators and warriors in Q-Zone and before the various big screens of the livestream stood up without thinking. With a loud, earth-shaking sound, the ground of the arena cracked into two halves. For rangers who were constantly gripped by the fear of death, drawing and firing had become their second nature, and they could do it as easily as breathing. Even when they lost balance or consciousness, they could fire like a conditional reflex. Flying gun. In fact, any gunner who reached the supreme tier could use this technique, but now, the King of Rangers dodged another strike with the flying gun technique. He is pulling away from his opponent swiftly. Does he still have a chance? Moving shot, silver bullet, rising shot. Oh, they are useless. Mu Donglai yelled, the Bellatrix won't be sent flying by magic power. On the screen, the Desperado retreated under the attacks from the Bellatrix. My goodness, this King of Rangers is so calm. Xiao Yulv exclaimed, he's on the verge of dying, but he's still dodging attacks. We can see that the King of Rangers is using all kinds of weapons including Gatling gun, grenades, and rising bullets to interfere with his opponent's attacks. Although the effects are insignificant, he doesn't want to admit defeat. It looks like an ant's struggle before death. Carl shook his head and said, facing an opponent much stronger than him, he is seeking death if he doesn't give up. I have to say that contestant Lu Ningyun has chosen the perfect time to transform. Mu Donglai lamented, at this moment, even if the King of Rangers uses his awakening skill, it will be in vain. Have you guys noticed that the King of Rangers hasn't used headshot? Xiao Yulv suddenly said, headshot didn't only refer to shooting the opponent's head, it was a skill to shoot at the opponent's vital points. This technique consumed lots of energy and magic power. They could only see the Bellatrix's golden saber energies, which showed that this wasn't a battle between opponents of the same level. However, in the next moment, a bullet shot through the saber energies. The audience saw a weird skeleton flashing past. Sudden death. Mu Donglai yelled in shock, is this sudden death? The King of Rangers used sudden death in the match. At this moment, even Mr. Fang stood up. The passive skill, sudden death, of Desperados was an instinctive combat skill which was obtained through many battles. With this skill, the Desperados could sense their Opponents, vital points, but its accuracy is extremely low. He actually hit her. The moment that the weird skeleton appeared, the Bellatrix collapsed. What's this spiritual artifact? It can even kill gods. It was an instant kill. The people in the Heaven Hiding Palace yelled in shock. Grenade and then sliding tackle. Contestant Lu Ningyun was knocked back to her ordinary form by the hit. My goodness, the King of Rangers is fighting back. He is fighting back while he's on the verge of death. The two casters yelled hoarsely. At this moment, regardless if he wins or loses, this player has won our respect. His unyielding spirit is a quality that all of us, both warriors and cultivators, must have. Mu Donglai yelled, it's the spirit of our supreme tier players. He deserves the name of Desperado. At this moment, the audience all stood up with excitement, and the whole venue was engulfed by earth-shaking cheering. Chapter 556. We can dress as the people of Ultimate West Realm to watch on site. In the Heaven Hiding Palace, the Outlanders were also watching the match intently. How come this match had such a turn of events? It had been obvious that the girl who was a Bellatrix was winning, and her opponent was in no position to continue the match. They were about to announce the result. How come things changed so fast? With melon or wine in their hands, these people continued watching intently. It's usually hard to hit the target with sudden death. Mu Donglai said, that shot was amazing. Is he going to turn the tables? Xiao Yulv yelled in shock. Lu Ningyun can still use the skill, phase shift, where she will teleport to a nearby spot and leave behind a decoy. Will she use it? In this situation, she must use it. She's using it. We can see that Lu Ningyun is fighting with great caution. She has realized that the King of Rangers must have worked hard on sudden death. Now with her Tiana transformation was destroyed, she has consumed lots of her energy and can't transform again. However, the King of Rangers still has his awakening skill with him since he didn't use it yet. Will he use it now? We can see that Lu Ningyun is being forced into a corner by the King of Rangers. No, finished. The two casters were howling. I can't believe that he flipped the situation in such a match. Before them, the King of Rangers shot wildly with his revolver, and every shot followed a special rhythm. The bullets flew and formed a huge net. He is turning the tables. Mu Donglai yelled. The Outlanders in Heaven Hiding Palace were stunned. Amazing. I can't believe that he can turn the tables in such a situation. I can't believe that we can watch such a thrilling battle in this place. I've never watched such an exciting battle before. Carl sipped his wine elegantly while he watched the match with his peripheral vision. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. A long saber that was surrounded by a golden dragon stabbed out viciously. Dragon Strike. Lu Ningyun's Dragon Strike. Phew. Carl didn't spill his wine on his pants this time, he spewed it out. The casters were stunned as they sat on their seats. The King of Rangers. The tables turned against him. Xiao Yulv and Mu Donglai exchanged a look. Damn it, how can we cast this match properly? The two of them froze for a while, and so did the audience. Then, the two casters suddenly stood up and yelled, these two contestants showed the greatest competition spirit. Let's congratulate the winner. Although the King of Rangers lost, he is still an honorable player. Ha 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 ha. They had the urge of quitting their job. Inside the Heaven Hiding Palace. It was a great match. Jessica laughed and said, no one could have predicted the end result. It was so unexpected. Carl quickly wiped off the wine on his face. Quote. This esports competition is enthralling. Then, let's congratulate. Now, the next match is Grandmaster Nolan Hungwu vs. Now, the matches in Group B are happening right now. As time went on, melon rinds littered the floor. Several maids cleaned the floor again and again. Lady Jessica, it's time for your meal. Oh, get me 2 more melons. The maid said embarrassedly, we ran out of melons. Lady Jessica, you guys have watched that for a whole day now. The maid reminded her, how come I feel like it wasn't good enough to watch like this? I have the same feeling. This spiritual spell can't show the scenes clearly. I can't make the spell too obvious and powerful. Otherwise, these natives will discover it. Jessica stared at them and said, besides, I'm not someone whose job is to master this spell. We can go to the venue and watch it up close. Aren't you afraid that they will discover us? Didn't you notice that they are competing in another world? If they battled in this world, the shattering of space and summoning of demons would be too much for ordinary cultivators to see. You're right. But we look different from those natives. Will they recognize us? Kevin said with unease. Don't worry, Carl said, we can dress up as people of the ultimate West Realm. The Dungeon Fighter Online competition was held on the first day. On the spiritual state, besides the talented people of the 7 families, some grandmasters lived reclusive lives in the depths of mountains and devoted all their time on cultivation. Since these people lived outside the mortal world, they were not known to the people in the mortal world. The ancient families were aware of the existence of these reclusive cultivators, but these two groups seldom had dealings with each other since they were of different worlds. These hermits didn't venture into the relics such as Sky Relic and Fortune Golden Palace. If not for the imminent catastrophe of the spiritual state's cultivation world, no one would know about their existence. 7 Saint Mountain was such a place, it could be counted as an ancient reclusive inheritance. Different from other cultivators, these cultivators seldom set their foot in the mortal world and thus cultivated few spiritual spells used to fight with people. However, living as hermits in the mountains didn't mean that they knew nothing about the mortal world. Different from paying attention in the normal sense, they predicted the future of the spiritual state by observing the stars and constellations. Even though they had never set foot out a 7 Saint Mountain, they were not ignorant of the important issues in the world. Meanwhile, on 7 Saint Mountain. 7 Saint Mountain was a series of rolling hills and peaks covered by white snow. However, in the depths of the peaks was a valley that was as balmy as spring all year round. At this moment, a white-haired old man was sitting by a small lake cross-legged. Behind him was a forest of pine trees that were deep green. A gray-haired, middle-aged man sat down beside him with a mild expression, and he had a zither in his arms. A Taoist boy who was about 10 years and had his hair tied into 2 buns was heating a pot of spiritual herb tea. Meanwhile, a Taoist wearing a gray Taoist robe strolled toward them from the path beside the creek and sang, "White clouds, yellow cranes, a Taoist's home. 1 zither, 1 sword, and 1 cup of tea. Peace and inaction are my nature, understanding Tao without stains from the mortal world. What brings Taoist friend Wuchen Zi here?" the Taoist asked while sitting cross-legged by the lake and resting with eyes closed. "Ha ha ha ha, Suyu Taoist, has top-quality Longshu tea which matures once every 700 years. Now, it's time to enjoy the tea. I was curious as to why you are here. You are here to have free tea." The middle-aged man who carried a zither laughed. "Unfortunately, Taoist Qing Yun is out in the mortal world and doesn't have the fortune to enjoy the tea. I told her to go down the mountain later." A pretty woman who had silver hair and was wearing green clothes shook her head and said with a low snort, "That's what she gets for not listening to experienced people." Li. At this moment, a clear and high-pitched bird chirp resonated in the sky, and a red-crowned crane landed on the ground. Fairy Qing Yun sent a message. Fairy Qing Yun sent a message. The red-crowned crane croaked and delivered the message. These people looked baffled. "Message so soon? Fairy Qing Yun sent you many things." "Many things. What good stuff can the mortal world have?" the Taoist said with a snort. "Iced red tea. Delicious iced red tea," the red-crowned crane yelled, "and iPhone communication jade with QQ. You can watch esports competition on it." "What did you say?" They looked even more confused. Chapter 557, the audience sitting near Mr. Fang. Did Taoist friend Qing Yun get into trouble and send the crane back for help? "I don't think so," the old Taoist said. "Why did she send us these things?" "What are these?" They surrounded the red-crowned crane and watched as this bird dug out many things from a new LV storage bag. They were dazed by these things, and they thought, although we stayed in the depths of the mountains for a long time, we aren't bumpkins who know nothing. Don't try to fool us by getting these things that we never heard about. Wait, the white-haired Taoist moved his fingers and said, "Let me do some calculations and see what Taoist friend Qing Yun is up to." Suyu Taoist stroked his beard lightly and calculated with his fingers. How is it?" The others leaned over. Be patient, be patient. Let me do it again." He moved his fingers and calculated again. With widened eyes, he calculated again. "What's up?" Before they could finish, they saw the red-crowned crane playing with the communication jade. Soon, they heard earth-shaking cheers, and a mystical virtual screen already appeared above the communication jade. On a huge circular arena, Fairy Qing Yun in a white dress held a microphone in her hand and said, "Wow. Yesterday's battles were thrilling. This is Taoist friend Qing Yun, right? The battles were fierce from the very beginning. My heart was in my throat several times." Demonic woman Ning Bai patted her plump chest. At this moment, these Taoists each had a cup of tea in their hands, sipping it with great enjoyment. Little Crane, We don't have any tea left for you. We already divvied it up. Changzi laughed smugly with a cup of longshu tea in his hand. You're bullying me. Wow, it smells so good. Changzi sniffed the tea with intoxication written on his face. I'm furious. I'm furious. The red-crowned crane flapped its wings in fury. Then, it rolled its eyes and said, I can drink the iced red tea. After opening the cap, it poured the amber-colored liquid into a crystal cup. As a faint tea fragrance permeated the air, this white red-crowned crane put 3 ice cubes into the cup. The others deeply inhaled with great interest. What's this? Only immortals deserve to have this tea. 3 minutes later, they all watched the esports competition with a cup of iced red tea in each of their hands. Here, this way, Jessica walked before the others and enthusiastically waved at the people behind her. It was hot, but Carl was tightly engulfed in a big cloak like a zongzi. It seemed like he was afraid to be beaten if he were recognized. Stealthily, he walked up from behind with caution. Aren't you afraid that the commander of that golden battleship fleet will discover us? Hush. We're people of the ultimate West Realm. Mr. Fang was sitting in an inconspicuous seat while wearing sunglasses. He looked very low-profiled. He turned around and saw that several blonde-haired foreign-looking people suddenly took seats near him. One was a seductive woman with blonde curls and a big sword, and she was dressed in the style of the ultimate West Realm. Another was a blonde young man. The last one was a lean and tall young man covered by a cloak. He had long brown hair and seemed to have mixed racial features. Here, come here, there are many empty seats. This guy has low cultivation strength and won't discover our background. Jessica whispered to the others. New friends from the ultimate West Realm. Mr. Fang froze for a moment. It didn't occur to him that blonde people might not all come from the ultimate West Realm but rather from another world. Jessica and her companions froze for a moment as well. It's okay, he's just an ordinary person weaker than the pinnacle stage of low level. Jessica turned her head and said to her companions in a low voice. This spot is good, there's only ordinary people around us. Kevin nodded. Mr. Fang glanced at them curiously. What are you looking at? Immediately, the blonde woman glared at him fiercely. Low-level native, HMPH. Mr. Fang was puzzled. How come these people of the ultimate West Realm are so unfriendly? After all, the people of the ultimate West Realm had become friendly to Mr. Fang after losing to him despite their arrogance before others. However, Fang Chi didn't have time to deal with them now since the competition had begun. Today is very important since the champion will be decided on later. The camera had turned to Xiao Yul. As everyone knows, with his excellent experience, Mr. Mu had made a bold prediction and pointed out the 6 most promising candidates for the champion. Will one of them become the champion? The results will come out today. Hiss. Today, we will watch the 6 supreme masters in battle. Jessica exclaimed in a low voice. The blonde man Kevin said, Indeed. I carefully watched yesterday and found that those 6 people are indeed as powerful as these 2 claimed. Meanwhile, Carl didn't forget his wine cup and took it out. Somehow, Jessica took out an exquisite small golden plate with neatly placed melon cubes. She picked up a piece with a silver fork before putting it into her mouth elegantly. Kevin's hands were empty, and he looked at them with a dark expression. It's thrilling that the first match is between Wang Xie, one of the 6 supreme masters, and that person named Zhu Yanshao. Everyone had seen that Wang Xie had performed excellently in the previous matches. He can be called the wind god. The 2 casters began their discussion. Indeed, his minuscule control of winds and creative combat styles are bright spots in this competition. Also, every master knows that the Swift Master class is very hard to handle for low-level opponents who can't control it well. Mu Donglai said, skills like Headwind and Twister are very good initiation attacks which cover a large area and can easily make opponents lose balance. Now, we can see that the battle has begun. Wang Xia's combat style is very aggressive. Gusts howled on the big screen. Under Wang Xia's control, tornadoes and hurricanes danced like many fierce dragons. Contestant Zhu Yanshao is very cautious, but he can't continue this way. The 2 casters analyzed the match with great knowledge and experience. The audience near Mr. Fang watched intently. In the raucous cheers of, awesome, amazing, and unrivaled, Mr. Fang felt the people near him jump up to their feet. Use Vortex Hurricane. Use Vortex Hurricane. Wind Shadow Flash. This skill is good. Use this skill. Someone screamed. The screams hurt Mr. Fang's ears. Chapter 558, The Rise of Black Light Grandmaster and the Fall of Six Masters. Both parties are testing the waters on stage, and their attacks are not fierce. Xiao Yulf said as he sat at the caster's desk. But it is obvious that Zhu Yanxiao is at the disadvantage and is still looking for a chance to attack. It seems that Mr. Mu made precise predictions, Xiao Yulf continued. Everyone knows that Zhu Yanxiao is an ordinary player, and he is like a civilian compared to some high-level rich players. By now, the masters among the ordinary players, such as the King of Rangers, Crazy Butcher, and male fighter Fu Zhong, have done well in the matches, but the overall strength of these civilian players is still no match for that of the most powerful players. Now, Zhu Yanxiao is one of the last few civilian warriors left in this competition and represents the last hope of all ordinary players. But it is a pity that he encountered Wang Xie, a super powerful opponent. Xiao Yulf said, even though I hope that some ordinary players will stand out and obtain great rankings, we have to be practical. You are right, although to reach some balance, the competition has restricted the use of pink godly equipment over level 51, the gap still exists between the two groups. Zhu Yanxiao is obviously at the disadvantage in terms of equipment, Mu Donglai said with a nod. We can see that contestant Zhu Yanxiao has chosen this godly weapon, which is a lightsaber. It is a pitch-black lightsaber, which is what we call black light. We don't see any problem in his choice of equipment, but we heard that he had just acquired this black light not long ago, and he was still not too familiar with this new weapon in the previous matches. Xiao Yulf continued, well, this will have a great impact on his performance in the competition. Contestant Zhu Yanxiao is still looking for a chance to attack. He's moving around his opponent on the outer range. HMPH. This Grandmaster is not as strong as we expected. The Outlanders began to comment. Carl said with a wine cup in his hand, indeed, compared with the great performance of one of the Supreme Masters, who is being called Wind God, this guy named Zhu Yanxiao is weak. He's scrambling around on the arena like a mouse. When will he stop running? Kevin was getting a little impatient. Mr. Fang said casually as his face lightly twitched. Don't say anything if you don't understand, alright? After all, it's not only a competition of skills but a mental game as well. The Outlanders looked at him contemptuously, thinking, you're a low-level native, do you think you know more than us? At this moment, a yell came from the caster's desk. Although contestant Zhu Yanxiao has been evasive, contestant Wang Xie still caught up with him. A sense of displeasure appeared in Jessica's pale golden eyes, and she replied, shut up. We don't need your opinion. What's wrong with these people of the ultimate West Realm? Fang Qi thought to himself and toyed with the idea of finding their leaders and beating them so that they learn a lesson. As everyone knows, male mages can use teleport. It's puzzling that a male slayer is trying to run circles with a male mage. This strategy seems strange, Xiao Yulf commented. It's indeed not wise. Hearing the caster's words, Jessica added, did you hear that? This combat strategy is not wise. The moment Jessica said it, the two casters exclaimed, Phantom Slash. Contestant Zhu Yanxiao turned back and is going to fight. Head on. It's a suicidal attack. We can see that contestant Zhu Yanxiao chose to attack at the risk of his life. On the big screen, Zhu Yanxiao created a curtain of horrifying sword shadows as if his sword was a phantom. The whole screen was filled with purple sword shadows. He missed. Contestant Wang Xie used his agile movement and moved out of his attack range. Phantom Slash missed. Xiao Yulf yelled, this is a big mistake. Contestant Wang Xie will take this opportunity to give his opponent a heavy blow. Sure enough, Wang Xie had chanted the empowerment spells. The audience screamed, waiting for the thrilling moment. The Outlanders stood up again and shouted, Vortex Hurricane. Use Vortex Hurricane. They all shrieked. With a dark expression, Mr. Fang reminded them since he was feeling kind, if he uses Vortex Hurricane at this moment, his opponent will instantly use Ultimate Slay, Tempest, the awakening skill of Grand Masters. He wouldn't get any benefits from it. Besides, Zhu Yanxiao is about to fight back. Fight back? How can he fight back? Jessica said contemptuously, don't say things that you don't understand. Where's Zhu Yanxiao? What do we see? Aerial Chain Slash. They heard a yell. Zhu Yanxiao used Phantom Slash as a diversion to block his opponent's vision and sense of wind. Now that Aerial Chain Slash fell from the sky, it caught Wang Xie off guard. It hit Upward Slash, Secret Sword Art, and Gore Cross. Contestant Wang Xie is caught in a close-range battle with a Slayer. Xiao Yulf howled, Can contestant Wang Xie get away from him? Backstep cutter and then secret sword art. Contestant Zhu Yanxiao didn't want to knock his opponent into the air. Instead, he suppressed Wang Xie using combos with this method. My goodness, his attacks are so fast that contestant Wang Xie was suppressed on the ground. He can do nothing but dodge. He can't fight back. Contestant Wang Xie is in danger. His HP is dropping continuously. Wind Blaster. Contestant Wang Xie withstood one sword attack and took the opportunity to push away contestant Zhu Yanxiao with Wind Blaster by force. Headwind. He's fighting back. Contestant Wang Xie grabbed this chance and drew Zhu Yanxiao back toward him with great wind power. No, what's contestant Zhu Yanxiao doing? With an exclamation, the young man with the black lightsaber on the screen was drawn by the wind power and flew toward Wang Xie. At this moment, he stabbed his lightsaber forward with both hands on the handle. Fierce strike, but he's too far away to use this skill. Suddenly, the black lightsaber's aura expanded, and it broke open the gust and stabbed toward Wang Xie with vicious force. It's thrust. My goodness, how could he think of using thrust at this moment? After all, this skill wasn't very useful, and few people thought of learning it. Wang Xie's counterattack was interrupted. Another exclamation sounded. The audience was stunned as they watched the scene in this flash of sword energy. If not for this event called an esports competition, no one would witness such a thrilling performance. Charge crash. He wins. Contestant Zhu Yanxiao actually won. How is this possible? Wang Xie hasn't gotten the chance to use his best attack, Vortex Hurricane. How did he lose? Chapter 559. The Rise of Black Light Grandmaster and the Fall of Six Masters 2. Many people in the audience couldn't believe their eyes. After a moment of silence, louder cheers erupted. Sitting near Mr. Fang, the Outlanders exchanged a look and glanced at Mr. Fang as if he was an alien. Quote. It was a wild guess that got you the correct answer, right? Damn it, even the casters had been wrong about the result. How come this ordinary person with low-level cultivation strength got the right result? On Seven Saint Mountain, the several Taoists sat together cross-legged, intently staring at the screen that the new communication jade projected. It was a thrilling giant reversal of the situation. Even the old, peaceful Taoists were excited by the battle. It's a blessing for the cultivation world of the spiritual state to have so many talented cultivators. Many civilians who were exploring the long path of warriors and cultivators were so thrilled that they felt like roaring in exhilaration. Their blood was boiling. The young people watching the competition on the square in Nanhua faction couldn't close their mouths. Even civilian warriors are so powerful. It's true that no contestants in the esports competition are weak. Their senior brothers told them, put more effort in your cultivation. When you are strong enough, you can be like them. Yes, senior brother. They were excited. At this moment, all the cultivators and warriors watching from the stands stood up and yelled while gazing at the proud figure who was standing on the arena with the black lightsaber in his hand, Black Light Grand Master. Black Light Grand Master. Perhaps even after many years, the audience members who watched this competition wouldn't forget this place and this sword strike. After this match, the first of the 6 Supreme Masters fell at the beginning of today's competition. Wang Xie couldn't even get out of the group stage, let alone becoming the champion. The competition continued. After several matches, the second of the 6 Supreme Masters came out. He was Zhang Hao, the Vice Academy Master of the Heavenly Academy and Yu Bai's Master. Vice Academy Master Zhang's class is Radiant Lion, the first awakening of male Nen Masters. He can control the flow of air with the power of Nen. Mu Donglai said, right. He can use the extremely hard Nen Guard and indestructible energy shield. This class can attack like fire and defend like a mountain. Out of all classes that have various combat techniques, this class is equipped with the most comprehensive techniques. For the people in this world, they preferred to use the term combat techniques rather than skills. His opponent is Fu Zhong, a moderate ordinary player. His class is Dragon Fist, the first awakening of strikers. The match has begun. Hey, who do you think will win? The lofty Outlanders were unwilling to accept the loss since this ordinary person had guessed right last time when they got it wrong. Jessica asked Fang Qi beside her with provocation in her eyes. I choose Vice Academy Master Zhang Hao. On the screen, Fu Zhong seemed to be at the disadvantage. Besides, Zhang Hao was one of the 6 Supreme Masters, which convinced Jessica that he would certainly be the winner. Mr. Fang said, I think Fu Zhong is more likely to win. Stupid. Jessica was pleased as she thought, natives are just natives. Sitting in the audience stand, Mu Qing looked worried. To prepare for the Great War, Master had forced himself to learn the awakening skill and seemed to have encountered a problem in the process. I hope it won't affect him. Yu Bai said, I don't suppose it will. It's finished. Vice Academy Master Zhang seems out of form today. Contestant Fu Zhang is fighting back. Contestant Zhang Hao can't block him at all. Ah, contestant Fu Zhang actually won. The two casters were dazed. Even Vice Academy Master Zhang had just lost. Ah, a scream sounded beside Mr. Fang. Jessica was frustrated and thought, how come it ended like this? In the next match, we have the third candidate out of the 6 who has the highest potential to obtain the champion. Nolan Hungwu. Let's do it again. The Outlanders were not willing to accept defeat. We choose Nolan Hungwu. Who do you choose? Mr. Fang's face darkened. I'll choose the uncle-like male priest in black clothes on the other side. What is wrong with these people of the Ultimate West Realm? They had lost twice and still want to continue with this game. Lost again? How could it be? The Outlanders beside Fang Qi had the urge to kill someone. How can we be so unlucky today? Jessica stared at Mr. Fang and said, again. Let's do it again. Mr. Fang was impatient. You lost 3 times now. I don't want to do it anymore. I admit defeat. Okay. You win. Mr. Fang's face twitched as he thought, damn, this girl is unwilling to let it go. She's insistent. How about this? Jessica took out a beautiful golden rock from somewhere and said, I bet you've never seen such a rock before, right? Seeing the puzzlement on Mr. Fang's face, which showed that he had never seen it before, Jessica said smugly, this is a treasure that you, a little warrior, can't understand. I will just tell you that this rock is priceless in this world. If you bet against us and win, this treasure is yours. Mr. Fang looked at it and asked, how come you people of the Ultimate West Realm are all so wealthy? Previously, Sia deposited 2 million crystals in one go. Now, these people took out this priceless treasure. At this moment, Fang Qi heard a prompt from the system that had been silent lately, a huge and pure source of energy is detected. The host can choose to acquire it. Resigned, Mr. Fang agreed and said, okay. You said that it's a priceless treasure. Don't fool me, okay. I hope you're not lying. Of course. Do we look like those types of people? Carl said arrogantly on the side. The next match is Ms. Sprite versus Rosen Rain, a mistress. Ningbai was facing a female priest who was covered in a black cloak. Now, I choose this Ms. Sprite. Tell us, who do you choose? What choice do I have? Mr. Fang said in disdain. I choose Rosen Rain then. Smugly, Jessica turned her eyes to the match. How come this Rosen Rain is so powerful? Xiao Yulv yelled, I've never heard of this person before. I seem to remember that she is the person who made the first sky outfit set. Mu Donglai said, she's so powerful. Finished. Ah. Before the two casters could howl, Jessica cried out beside Mr. Fang, impossible. Can you give me that rock now? Mr. Fang reached out his hand, looking harmless. No, Jessica said, let's bet again. Mr. Fang's face twitched as he said, forget it if you don't want to honor the bet. Anyways, I don't know you and can't hold you to it. What? I would never be dishonorable. Jessica looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I said that let's bet again. She dug out a black cloak from somewhere and said, if you win, I'll give you the rock in this shadow cloak. If you lose, this rock is still mine. Jessica, maybe. It's time to stop. Carl, who was beside Jessica, was feeling unwell, and his face twitched. No, how can an honorable figure like me lose to this little figure? This time, I choose Xuanyuan Changqing. Again, she chose one of the 6 Supreme Masters. Ah, this is the last bet. Winner takes all. She took out a small, exquisite silver dagger. This time, I bet on Nolan Mingshui. She saw that Nolan Mingshui's opponent was just a loli who was about 12 years old. After all, how could a noblesse lose to a loli? You will bet on that little girl named Zhang Xiaoyu, how about that? Mr. Fang spread his hands and said, I don't have another option. It's settled then. Chapter 560, The Immortal has a successor. This, Xiao Yulv didn't know how to continue since 5 of the 6 Supreme Masters who Mr. Mu had picked had been defeated by this point. If they were defeated while fighting for the championship, it would be acceptable. However, they didn't even make it out of the group stage. Xiao Yulv glanced at Mr. Mu Wu was sitting beside him and saw that the latter wasn't feeling well. Now, Nolan Mingshe was the only one left in the 6 Supreme Masters. Now, we're watching the last match in the 4th group of the F1 World Championship in the number 1 Worldwide Martial Dao Conference. Nolan Mingshe vs Zhang Xiaoyu. Xiao Yulv said, Mr. Mu, do you have confidence in this contestant? Of course, I have. Mr. Mu forced himself to calm down and said, we had some accidents earlier, but I'm very confident in my judgment. Loud cheers sounded from the audience stands in Q-Zone venue and the main venue. Champion of 2 contests. Super genius. New Snow will win her 3rd championship. Hearing these types of cheers, Jessica, who sat beside Mr. Fang, finally felt a bit more confident, and she thought, it is a guaranteed win this time. Then, Xiao Yulv said, in fact, Xiaoyu is quite cute. However, they are both our old friends, and we must be objective. Right, Mr. Mu. Indeed, Mr. Mu said, contestant Nolan Mingshe is impeccable both in experience and mindset. Comparatively, Xiaoyu is young and still lacks in these areas despite her great strength. Mr. Mu, have you considered that Mr. Fang might have taught Xiaoyu some ultimate skills? Xiao Yulv shook his head and asked. Mu Donglai said, of course, I have considered that. However, Mr. Fang told us that he had never played the class of battle mage before, and he doesn't have to lie to us about this. Xiao Yulv said, what if? I mean, what if you're wrong again, Mr. Mu? Then, I'm the poisonous milk. Mu Donglai said firmly. Okay, let's return to the last match in the 4th group. The winner will advance to the next round to fight for the first 3 places. What's poisonous milk? Sitting near Mr. Fang, the Outlanders were bewildered. Hey, we asked you a question. Mr. Fang had no intention of talking to them. Jessica had to enlist help from other people around her. You don't know that, are you from some remote unknown place? Which tribe of the ultimate West Realm are you all from? Pooh, shame on you. The Outlanders were all at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the arena, Nolan Mingshe said, Xiaoyu, big sister is good to you, right? Can you go easy on me? Pooh. Zhang Xiaoyu stared at her and said angrily, boss told me not to believe a single word you say during the competition. Nolan Mingshui's face froze. Look at my skill. Zhang Xiaoyu dashed forward like a lightning bolt. The match already began. We can see that Zhang Xiaoyu moved and used Sky Assault first with decisiveness. She didn't give her opponent the chance to use Elemental Shift. Contestant Nolan Mingshe is fighting with nimble moves. Once she gets close, her Crescent and Arcane Sword Blast will make it hard for her opponent to attack. Sword energies swept across the big screen and would have totally suppressed an ordinary opponent, not even giving the latter a chance to breath. In fact, it's dangerous for Xiaoyu to transform now. If the Noblesse uses Spacetime Cutter, she can't escape with Phase Shift, Xiao Yulv explained, even a Tiana can't block the explosive force of Spacetime Cutter. But Nolan Mingshe must be careful with the use of Spacetime Cutter since it consumes lots of energy. If she misses, she will certainly lose to Tiana transformation. Let's see how Xiaoyu handles her opponent who uses a huge sword aggressively. Besides, her opponent's protective energy, super armor, is too tough and impossible to break, Xiao Yulv commented. This noblesse is really powerful. Jessica watched the battle while eating a melon. Right now, Zhang Xiaoyu was obviously at the disadvantage, she was getting suppressed by Nolan Mingshe. Mr. Fang glanced at Jessica without a word. What are you looking at? She cast a contemptuous glance at him and continued to enjoy her melon. Silently, Mr. Fang took out a bottle of iced red tea. He dropped a few ice cubes in it and shook the bottle. Then, he drank it heartily. Then, he took out a bag of potato chips from his storage space. He used to eat from Zhang Xiaoyu's bag. Today, he opened one bag himself while Zhang Xiaoyu was busy. Crunch, crunch. Sipping iced red tea and crunching on the chips while watching the match, he enjoyed himself very much. Eating 1,000-year-old spiritual melon and sipping spiritual wine on the side, Carl was at a loss for words. This native is so brazen as to eat this garbage in front of our spiritual delicacies. At this moment, one commentator yelled, Crescent hit its target. Tossing slash, my goodness, Xiaoyu is in danger. Phase shift. Phase shift was used. We can see Nolan Mingshe coming up with swift sword. Will she use Spacetime Cutter now? Xiaoyu is in mortal danger. Mu Donglai said, after the phase shift was lured out, Nolan Mingshe is about to win. Then, he laughed and said, I told you that Nolan Mingshe has the potential to win the championship, right? Xiao Yulv nodded and said, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Suddenly, gasps sounded from the audience stands. In the instant when Nolan Mingshe dashed up, she was thrown up into the air. Then, a big saber with dragon patterns on it shot up like a dragon flying out from an abyss. Stabbing wheel broke the swift sword. After all, swift sword was extremely fast. To break it, the opponent must be faster than it and have a superior reaction speed, let alone sharp judgment. Sky assault, magic missile, and followed by dragon strike. How can she fight back at this stage? Jessica felt like killing someone. Thinking that she would lose great treasures to the native sitting next to her, she had the urge to dash out and fight in person. How? Mu Donglai howled, don't do this to me. One of you must win and come out of the group stage. Finished. Nolan Mingshe was clearly careless. Ah, Nolan Mingshe is fighting back. It was just a careless mistake. Her strength is undoubtedly great. Flash that combined 3 strikes into one. Wave sword, her opponent got hit once. Nolan Mingshe charged without hesitation and used Ascent. Although her HP is low, Nolan Mingshe has found a good rhythm in her counterstrikes. We can see that Zhang Xiaoyu has lost the ability to fight back. Mr. Mu and Xiao Yulv yelled in excitement and almost hugged each other. She's going to win. She is winning this match. Zhang Xiaoyu's HP is very low now, but Nolan Mingshui's sword isn't stopping, forcing her opponent into a corner. Spacetime Cutter. She used Spacetime Cutter. She will win. Finally, one of the 6 Supreme Masters who Mr. Mu pointed out earlier gave them the hope of winning a match. Forgetting to eat her melon, Jessica exclaimed on the stop, I win. I win this time. Obviously, Zhang Xiaoyu would surely lose if she were touched by Spacetime Cutter. The horrifying strike shattered the space, leaving terrifying sword marks in the space of the arena one after another. Even the Outlanders gasped at this and thought, such a horrifying sword technique. Its horrifying power shattered the space. At this moment, another terrifying force just as powerful spread out. How come Xiaoyu is intact? My goodness. She used the tremendous magic power during Tiana transformation to block several sword strikes. When the space was shattered, the Tiana was severely wounded but didn't collapse. Arcane Sword Blast. Nolan Mingshe struck again. The Tiana transformation will be broken without a doubt. A huge, horrifying spiritual sword hacked down from the sky, turning into many sword energies before exploding and making a ton of noises. The Tiana who was severely injured got instantly enveloped by the overwhelming power. In the explosions of sword energies, a golden bolt of saber energy flashed by. When the dust settled, they both lay on the ground. Who won? Mr. Mu was impatient. Nolan Mingshe, you must win. I can't take the bad reputation of poisonous milk. Jessica almost jumped up from her seat. Let's watch the replay. Watch the replay, Xiao Yulv said immediately. In the slow replay, they saw that Xiaoyu's full swing hit Nolan Mingshe first. Then, after Nolan Mingshe fell to the ground, Arcane Sword Blast hit Zhang Xiaoyu on the second strike. Zhang Xiaoyu won the match by a very narrow margin. Ah, Jessica was about to go crazy. Obviously, they didn't understand the power of poisonous milk in an esports competition. It seems like Zudong Immortal has a great successor. Mr. Fang murmured to himself. TL note. Zudong Huang was a sports caster in China. He got famous in his early years of casting soccer matches, and he later casted esports matches such as League of Legends. He is famous for predicting a victor and the opposite team winning. From this day on, everyone remembered the 6 Supreme Tier Masters who were killed by poisonous milk in the esports competition. Chapter 561, The End of the F1 World Championship and the Contestant Interview. What are you mumbling about? Jessica glared at the ordinary guy who was still crunching potato chips calmly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. She was furious and thought, how come this native can remain calm at this moment? Do you really have no idea who is standing in front of you? The truth was that Mr. Fang didn't know. He had thought that they were people of the ultimate West Realm. Jessica was so angry that she had the urge to reveal her true identity to shock this damn native. Clearly, she suppressed this urge and didn't do that. What were you mumbling about? These outlanders stared at Mr. Fang suspiciously, and they even suspected that Mr. Fang might have played some tricks to win all the bets. How come we lost all the bets? It seems like a strange power is working against us. Did this kid manipulate the results? It doesn't seem likely since he is only an ordinary person. This, Mr. Fang explained. I say, you guys really don't know what esports poisonous milk is? I suppose you don't know who Zudong Immortal is. What is esports poisonous milk? Who is Zudong Immortal? They looked at Mr. Fang in bewilderment. Mr. Fang said, maybe I'll tell you the story about him. Then, he told them a story from the ancient Oriental world. When they heard the part of the story where Zudong Immortal said, how can he lose with so many mutalisks on his opponent's face? The Outlanders looked at Fang Qi incredulously with widened eyes. You mean the powerful 2D Ming Emperor led a huge army of flying dragon-like creatures to his enemy's base, but they got crushed because of a few words from this Zudong Immortal. TL note. On June 3, 2014, 2D Ming played against Alicia in Group F of WCS America RO32. In the third game, which was match point, Alicia made an early mistake and fell into a big disadvantage. During that time, Zudong Huang was casting, and he said that there was no way that 2D Ming was going to lose this. And then 2D Ming lost with the big advantage. This later turned into a meme in China. Of course, Mr. Fang imitated Zudong's words and said, damn it. I'm a professional caster, alright. How could a professional caster not understand this situation? Ha 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 ha. Jessica laughed so hard that she almost fell to the ground and hammered the floor with her fists. The others tried hard to suppress their laughter and said, this Zudong Immortal can be so hilarious at times. While listening to the secret story of the Immortal, they watched the StarCraft competition. Are they above the void? So powerful. These people can mass-produce such powerful battlecruisers and carriers. This is called airdrop psionic lightning matrix. They stared at the screen as a wave of horrifying lightning nets swept across the battlefield like a storm. The armies in neat formations from different races and different planets in the universe battled each other at full force under the fast and precise commands of contestants. Such epic-scale battles stunned the audience every time. After his failure in the prediction of the Dungeon Fighter Online competition, Mr. Mew was cautious with the StarCraft competition and made modest comments. He didn't repeat his mistake. Since the two people who had defeated Nolan Hongwu and Ning Bai respectively were in the same group, only one of them advanced to the next round. The first place of the first group was Grand Master Zhu Yanshao, and the first place of the fourth group was Zhang Xiaoyu. Surprisingly, the fourth contestant who made it out of groups was. In the half-city shop, a mass of black mist put down its virtual reality headset and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm unrivaled. This time, I'll win first place. On the screen, there was a berserker who held a slim long saber. My Hellbringer is unrivaled in the world. Unbelievable. The smirk face emoji wants to be the champion. Ning Bai, who had lost to an unknown female priest, looked at this mass of black mist in contempt. Get out of here, little demonic woman Shui Bai, you lost to an unknown player. Just watch how Granddaddy wins the first place. In the StarCraft competition, the players who made it out of groups included Old Academy Master Ji Yu Tingyun of the Heavenly Academy, the Shichi Spiritual Master of the Nanhua faction, Tang Family Master Tang Huan of the Spiritual State, and the fourth was Li Haoran, the only player from the younger generation. He had advanced to the next round with a narrow margin. After all, some senior masters didn't have a lot of time to spend playing the game. In StarCraft, the players acted as ordinary commanders whose strategies and tactics came almost entirely from the experience, intelligence, and adaptability of the players themselves. In this area, the more senior masters had obvious advantages. In the backstage of the arena, two figures covered by black cloaks were whispering to each other. Thank you for giving the opportunity to me. You must win first place. I will. The figure hidden in the black robe clenched her fists. Rosen Rain. The match is about to begin. Coming. She raced out. In this competition, the female priest Rosen Rain was a big black horse. In the first match of the elimination round, she and the smirk face emoji engaged in an astonishing battle. Both parties dazzled the audience with their great control of combat rhythm and details. Finally, Rosen Rain won the match with a narrow margin, and she would enter the final match with the Black Light Grand Master who had narrowly won against Zhang Xiaoyu. Soon, the match for the third place began. We can see that Demon God Almighty is in a poor form, but he still has some advantage over Xiaoyu. Is this Xiaoyu? She's so sly and cunning. So dirty. She's using magic missile and aiming for her opponent's weaknesses. In this match, Xiaoyu is very specific with her moves. This specific combat style of aiming for weakness looks like New Snow's tactics. She has studied her opponent very well. In the last match, Demon God Almighty exposed all of his trump cards. Besides, he's in a poor form. He's finished. He has understood her tactics and swiftly changed his methods, but it's too late. Xiaoyu wins. In the half-city shop, a mass of black mist slammed its fists on the desk quickly and repeatedly. Now, it was time for the final match. We can see that they have totally different combat methods. Obviously, Black Light Grand Master's sword techniques are very fitting for his class. Yeah, this contestant has achieved a big improvement. Mu Donglai said, I can tell that this contestant has grown a lot during the competition. However, Rosen Rain has perfect control of the details. Even though Black Light Grand Master doesn't want to compete with Rosen Rain in terms of details and has tried to fight with tactics, he is being forced to back off by his opponent. Even though the battle with Demon God Almighty consumed a lot of Rosen Rain's energy, we can see that she has no problem suppressing Black Light Grand Master in a steady fashion. Black Light Grand Master continues to consume his opponent with his unique and sly style, but Xiao Yulv exclaimed, it's useless. Obviously, Rosen Rain has seen through his strategy and remained steady in each attack. She is consuming his energy as well. Her mindset is really good and stable. Black Light Grand Master must do something at this point. Ultimate Slay. Tempest. My goodness. Black Light Grand Master found a gap in his opponent's movements and used Tempest. Scud the Wrathful Demon. Scythe Massacre. We can see that Rosen Rain has transformed into a demon and used the great demonic power to block Tempest. Xiao Yulv yelled, my goodness. She blocked it, but her HP is low. Can Black Light Grand Master use one more strike? Guillotine. It's finished. He's hooked by Rosen Rain's guillotine. He lost. Let's congratulate Rosen Rain, the biggest black horse of this competition. Congratulations. Loud, wave-like cheers erupted on the platform and the audience stands. The whole place turned into an ocean of cheers. The pair of eyes hidden under the cloak gazed at the magnificent sight on and off the stage as she thought, it's been so long since I saw such a gala. She was a little touched. Congratulations to our second-place contestant, Black Light Grand Master Zhu Yanxiao, and our third-place contestant, Zhang Xiaoyu. Now, please come up to the platform, and our two hosts will present the awards to the Super Kings. Then, let's ask our champion a question. Mu Donglai walked up before the ceremony began. On behalf of the shop owner, we risk being rude and want to ask Rosen Rain a question. What's on your mind right now? I'm elated. I didn't expect to encounter so many powerful opponents. I almost lost in some matches. Is it your first time entering such a competition, Rosen Rain? I attended similar competitions, held in the faction. This woman had a smug smile on her face. I won the first place back then, but the competition wasn't as big as this one. Do you miss that time? Maybe. It was so long ago. Okay, now, let's turn the microphone to contestant Zhu Yanxiao. Mu Donglai asked, Black Light Grand Master, did you ever imagine that you would come this far? This young warrior looked a bit dull, totally different from the nimble player in the game. No, before I came, I thought of only slashing down as many opponents as I could. Then, I slashed my way up to this place. Chapter 562, Threatening Mr. Fang. During the competition, we noticed a very interesting detail, and it's something Gongzi Xiao and I wished to ask while we were casting. Mu Donglai said, level 58. Our contestant Zhu Yanxiao hasn't reached the top level. In the system version, the top level was level 60. The higher levels weren't open to the players yet. I'm afraid that he's the only one who hasn't reached the top level among the contestants who entered the group stage. I didn't notice it. Mu Donglai asked, can you tell me why this is the case? Zhu Yanxiao said with a somewhat dull expression, I didn't have money to buy equipment back then. Besides, I had to move bricks and practice combat skills in the dojo every day. Therefore, I didn't have time to reach the top level. Although the competition doesn't allow the contestants to wear godly equipment above level 51, and thus not reaching the top level has little impact on your competition. But still, what's the top level? Carl, who sat beside Mr. Fang, asked in a low voice. Is it equivalent to the pinnacle stage in a certain level? Jessica exclaimed, does it mean that Zhu Yanxiao defeated opponents of higher levels? He's a respectable master, Kevin said. Then, what does moving bricks mean? Jessica asked in bafflement. TL note. Moving bricks is a Chinese internet slang for doing work. It comes from the fact that most workers in construction moved bricks. It means cultivation, Mr. Fang's face twitched. Then, let's congratulate these 3 contestants again. Mu Donglai turned around and said, please present the prizes to the top 3 players. Hey, why didn't you interview me? Zhang Xiaoyu stomped her foot in anger. After Ji Yu Tingyun won the champion in the StarCraft competition, the #1 worldwide Martial Dao conference finally came to an end. The Outlanders seemed reluctant to leave and were longing for more. The magnificent Star Wars, the exciting pinnacle battles. These people hadn't imagined that they would come here and witness such thrilling and exciting scenes and moments. They still remembered the unbelievable counterstrike of the King of Rangers, the astonishing slash of the Black Light Grand Master, the Black Horse Rosen Rain, and the stunning interstellar wars. These people had thought that these people were ignorant natives, but now. Jessica said, I somehow feel like something isn't right. Kevin replied, I have the same feeling. Carl questioned, are they really so strong? Their voices were restricted in a very small area and wouldn't be overheard by others. Jessica looked dubious. These battles were excellent, but we can't be fooled by them, right? Indeed, despite the fascination, her sharp intuition told her that many things were strange, and many places were doubtful. At this moment, they saw the ordinary person who was wearing sunglasses sipping iced red tea with enjoyment. A dangerous presence seemed to permeate the air. These Outlanders were not morons. Although they had been stunned by the opening cinematics and the battles in the competitions, they felt like something wasn't right as they watched more as time passed. We are brave warriors of the godly palace. A cold sneer appeared on Jessica's face. We won't be fooled like this. Carl snickered. At this moment, Mr. Fang heard a system prompt. New task. The path of esports completed. Task description. Hold an official esports competition. StarCraft and Dungeon Fighter Online will launch the ladder tournament and division mode, and the top 64 are eligible to enter this competition. Do you want to claim the rewards? Mr. Fang intently stared at the interface, wanting to see what he would get. Do you want to open Fortune competition gift box? Mr. Fang was really excited. Yes. You obtained Evil Sword Apophis. You got the right to summon Kala of Dark Flame. Plus 4% synchronization with game character Soul Reaper, First Awakening of Soul Bender. You got the right to summon Isaiah. Plus 3% synchronization with game character Soul Reaper. You got the right to summon Afterimage of Kiga. You got. Before Fang Chi could see the rest, he shivered subconsciously. Nearby, Jessica's face turned even colder. These natives. We must have been fooled by these natives. Carl's face turned cold as well, and the wine cup in his hand was shattered by his fingers. Damn it. Jessica was about to say something when she heard a voice sounding by her. Have you forgotten to give me the treasures for losing the bet? The 3 people instantly turned their cold eyes toward him. This guy even dared to ask for the treasures from the bets. Doesn't he know how to write the word, death? What, you guys want to slip away without honoring your bets? They were so furious that they were at a loss for words. Their faces almost became distorted under anger. Since you want them so much, come with me. With a snort, Jessica left the competition venue. HMPH. Carl left as well. What's going on? I've got to go with you to get what I won. Mr. Fang scratched his head and followed. Soon, the 3 people led Mr. Fang out of Yuanyang City. They came into a remote pine forest on a cliff outside Yuanyang City. Clearly, they were some distance away from the city, and they could do anything they wanted without attracting undue attention. Shall we? Carl made a gesture by crossing his finger on his neck. It's not necessary. Jessica smiled seductively. I laughed so hard today that I could barely stand. This hadn't happened in a long time. I'm in a good mood today, so this little native is lucky that I will let him live. We can bring him back and train him. Ha 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 ha. Kevin said, right, I think we can first let this damn low-level native know our true identity. After all, they had felt so humiliated pretending to be people of the ultimate West Realm. They had been despised by many people, and this ordinary king warrior even dared to ignore them. At this moment, Fang Chi felt baffled and was about to ask them. Then, as if they had finished discussing, the 3 people turned around, and a wicked smile appeared on Jessica's face. Then, 2 golden spiritual patterns appeared on her forehead, looking mystical and mysterious. Jessica's aura suddenly changed as well. If she was like a beauty of the ultimate West Realm before, she was now a blonde snake beauty. Her slim fingers caressed Fang Chi's face as she asked, do you know who we are? Ha ha ha. These 3 people's presences suddenly rose, it felt like a huge mountain was standing before Fang Qi. With dazzling golden patterns shining on their foreheads, the three stood before Fang Qi like three holy existences. Mr. Fang's face froze. How come you guys are so fucking powerful? Are you still the three natives of the ultimate West Realm who screamed at the matches beside me? Seeing Fang Qi's stunned expression, Jessica was very satisfied. Although I intend to let you live, we can't forgive you for making us feel so frustrated. We aren't planning to forgive you for your sins. You dared to fool us. Do you still dare to ask for the rewards of the bets? Jessica laughed hysterically with a small silver dagger in her hand. Should I call you ignorant or audacious? Do you know what's this in my hand? It's Kala, the blade of curses. Each slash. Before she could finish, Mr. Fang suddenly took out a huge dark purple evil-looking sword, Evil Sword Apophis. The three people looked at the sword that Fang Qi took out from thin air in astonishment. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote dot. Chapter 563, I'm the best. No, I'm even better. Evil Sword Apophis was a huge dark purple sword engulfed in blazing evil flames that looked like tentacles. The blade and handle added together was taller than one person, and it had a vertical evil eye in the sword body. This huge, sharp blade could shock people into submission with only its appearance. This sword was extremely dangerous since it possessed a human's awareness and could control humans and monsters' minds. In fact, it could even swallow the user's soul. The moment this sword came out, the Outlanders felt a gloomy gust sweeping toward their faces. This kid has hidden strength. The aura emitting from the sword grew stronger as if a seal was being slowly removed from a demon. Ha 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 ha, the Outlanders laughed hysterically while their auras grew higher. Does he think that he's the only one who has hidden strength? I'm afraid that this native still doesn't understand this situation, right? Carl snickered, although they had all pretended to be pigs that could eat tigers. The three Outlanders sneered in their minds and thought, this person doesn't know that we are actually prehistoric beasts who are acting weak. In contrast, this young man in front of us is at most a wolf who is pretending to be a pig. This is hilarious. The silver blade of curses in Jessica's hand shined with a decaying, gray color, as if everything it touched would wither due to its power. The moment the dagger-like short saber was unsheathed, a tremendous amount of decaying energy appeared. As the death energy spread in the area, all the plants withered. Moving so fast as if she was teleportating, Jessica appeared behind Fang Qi silently in the blink of an eye. While placing the blade on Fang Qi's neck, she said, "Little brother, don't move. Otherwise, you'll end up like the plants in the area if my hand shakes a little." Jessica didn't open her mouth, but her voice somehow appeared in Fang Qi's mind. She didn't speak using the language of the spiritual state, but strangely, Fang Qi could clearly understand her. Such a dangerous weapon, let me keep an eye on it for you. Hehehehe. With a series of wicked and arrogant giggles, a sickly pale and slim finger reached out and touched the evil sword's handle. At this moment, Jessica sensed that a tremendous amount of horrifying negative emotions swept toward her like surging waves. What's this? Jessica quickly pulled back her hand as if she got electrocuted. Meanwhile, the Outlanders widened their eyes and looked before them since the ordinary-looking young man had disappeared. In his place was a gloomy, black-clothed young man with the evil sword in hand, surrounded by chilly and gloomy demons. He was a soul reaper. Fang Qi waved his left hand, and endless black shadows rotated around him like hurricanes, afterimage of Kiga. Rebuild you soul and fight for me. Then, a skeleton hidden in the intense black mist spread out from behind Fang Qi like a huge black bone wing, Kala of dark flame. The thick black mist that seemed to come from hell engulfed Fang Qi while pitch-black hell flames slowly appeared on the huge dark purple evil sword. Fang Qi waved his hand, and a dark red demon shadow floated in the air. This streak of dark red energy continued to increase the demonic power in Fang Qi's body, Kazan. On the arid continent, some existences had more intelligence than humans and became gods. These creatures were called demons. According to legends, Kala had been a messenger of the death god, the most mysterious existence on Arid. Kala could summon the black hellfire on his body, and this fire could burn everything in the universe into nothingness. Later, it was summoned out by the great Zeeg in the name of the death god. As for Kazan, not much explanation was needed. The blood-colored demonic hand on all male slayers came from it. When the vague shadows of the demons were summoned out one after another, the horrifying presences overlapped, turning the whole mountain into a hellscape with gloomy winds and ghostly shadows appearing. Everywhere, The Outlanders were stunned as they looked at the horrifying scenes and demons, and they thought of something even more frightening. If one could control 2 demons, this person could open the seal and summon the legendary Ghost 7, Furious Blachet. That was the truly terrifying existence. If these Outlanders hadn't watched the esports competition, they wouldn't have known the horrifying power of the masters who had awakened. But now, they had watched the competition for 2 whole days. At this moment, the young man who had summoned the demons said, You guys have hidden your strengths as well. I thought I was the only one doing it." The Outlanders felt like their minds had turned blank. "Before, you were only an ordinary king warrior, and we were warriors of the distant Ultimate West realm. We were both like sheep and got along well. However, while we were halfway through showing our identity as wolves to shock this ordinary person, you are telling us that you have hidden your strength as well. What's more, you pulled off your sheep skin and showed that you are a prehistoric monster. Are you a soul reaper?" Carl yelled. He finally recognized this person. The ordinary person in front of them was a soul reaper who could summon horrifying demons. Impossible. Jessica thought that she was going crazy. To judge if a soul bender had awakened, the easiest way was to see if he were surrounded by a horrifying force, which was the passive skill, Fear of Darkness. Since these people felt the terrifying presence that existed around them, they knew that this man was indeed an awakened soul reaper instead of an ordinary soul bender. They screamed silently. Impossible. How can you be a soul reaper? These people felt like their worldview got flipped upside down. They had thought hard after finding things to be fishy and came to the conclusion that the masters in the esports competition were only powerful in a virtual world which looked extremely similar to the real world. That was why they were powerful. They thought that it was a small world in a relic from the ancient times. After all, the natives of this world couldn't have created such a thing. But now, the thing that they were certain was fake now stood in front of them. Also, this soul reaper was extremely powerful. These people even had this thought: are those other things that we deemed fake going to suddenly appear in front of us like this? We actually said that we want to show our identity in front of him and stun him, making him feel stupid. Damn, but now, we are the ones scared witless. Chapter 564, The New Janitors of the Shop, Should They Fight or Just Flee? These 3 Outlanders had never encountered such a situation before. They regretted their decision of trying to kidnap this young man. At this moment, Mr. Fang said, "Did you say something about identity? Tell me your identity so that I can see if it's really that shocking." While he spoke, Mr. Fang summoned Ice Saya and Hazy-Eyed Bremen, turning the whole space into a realm of ice. The ice sealed the ground and even froze the air. While the power of demons was summoned, 2 factors decided the strength of this power. One was the summoner's skill level, and the other was the empowerment coming from the equipment. For example, Evil Sword Apophis had great demonic power and could increase the strength of all the spiritual spells and sword techniques of a slayer by multiple folds. Besides, Alvin the Ancient Ring on Fang Chi's finger was a powerful magic item as well. Right now, Fang Chi's skills had reached the highest level that could be acquired through learning and training. Almost instantly, the Outlanders felt as if the whole world had been plunged into a hell of ice. Like ducks whose necks were clenched, they opened their mouths to scream but couldn't let out a sound. The scariest thing was that they felt as if something extremely horrifying was moving behind the space. Will he really summon Ghost 7, Furious Blachet? If they fought with their full force and gave everything that they got, Fang Chi probably couldn't defeat them without summoning Ghost 7, Furious Blachet. Since these 3 people were so afraid of Ghost 7, Furious Blachet, that they thought was hidden in the darkness, they were distracted and exposed many weaknesses. In the ghost array, hellfire shot up. 10 seconds later, the 3 people lay on the ground, completely scorched. Satisfied, Mr. Fang put away the evil sword and gazed at them. "I'm in a good mood today, so you 3 from the Ultimate West realm are lucky that I will let you live. From the looks of it, you guys are probably princes and princesses or sons and daughters of noble families. For the sake of Luo Piaoling and his people of the Ultimate West realm, I won't kill you. However," Fang Chi said after a moment of consideration, "I'll need to bring you back to train you properly for being bold enough to try to beat me." Jessica's face turned green and thought, "Aren't those my lines? Also, what do you mean by people of the Ultimate West realm?" Oh, right, we're people of the Ultimate West realm." With tears on their faces, they said nothing about Heaven Hiding Palace. Mr. Fang looked puzzled. I already know that you are from the ultimate West realm. Why are you emphasizing it again? Since he was too lazy to dwell on this thought, Mr. Fang brought these captives back to his shop. At this moment, most of the players had just come into the shop after watching the competition. The contestants had also come down from the designated competition venue on the second floor. At this moment, they saw Mr. Fang coming back with 3 flying swords following him. On each sword was a person who got completely tied up. Curious, the customers all walked up and watched either with bowls of instant noodles or bottles of Coke in their hands. The outlanders who were tied onto the swords were embarrassed, and their faces turned dark purple. Ah, how could he treat us like this? They shivered in rage. Beep. Detected potentially dangerous bewitching spiritual seals in the new employees. Do you choose to erase the seals? Upon entering the shop, Mr. Fang heard a prompt from the system. What are these things? Mr. Fang studied the captives with squinted eyes. In fact, he had noticed the unusualness and strangeness about these so-called people of the ultimate West realm, but he didn't point it out. But they actually have so-called spiritual seals inside their bodies. That doesn't sound like good things. Erase, Fang Chi said. With a series of screams, the 3 people dropped to the floor and went unconscious as if a lightning bolt had struck the depths of their minds. It's okay, nothing to see here, Mr. Fang said in a loud voice. These hooligans dared to try to beat me, the shop owner. To compensate for the emotional damages they caused me, they will be working here and will probably be in charge of cleaning. So, they are the new employees that the shop owner recruited. Janitors. On the morning of the next day, Jessica woke up and found herself sleeping on a strange bed. Her burned clothes were replaced by a white pajama robe. Of course, Lee Exener helped her with the changing. She felt dizzy as if someone had hit her on the back of her head. While rubbing her groggy eyes, she walked to the mirror. She felt like something was missing. The 2 golden patterns on her forehead had disappeared. My spiritual patterns. Her face paled. Where are my patterns lines that I got with hard cultivation? At this moment, a series of urgent knocking sounded from the door. It's late. Are you still sleeping? Get up and clean the shop. Jessica, here, clean this spot. What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to clean? Carl, you sweep this spot. The shop must not have a single dust particle. The 3 glared at Mr. Fang with murderous spirit in their eyes. At this moment, Mr. Fang took out a dark purple evil sword from somewhere. I'll sweep that spot. I'll clean the windows. Hey, wait for me. The 3 ran away to do the cleaning immediately. On this day, they began their new lives in the small shop in this place that they called the land of the natives. The janitor girl with long golden curls, wearing the employee uniform, and sweeping the floor with a broom was Jessica. The elegant, handsome, blonde young man cleaning the shop with a broom as well was janitor Kevin. I must escape. I'll escape tonight. The sullen young man who had mixed racial features and was cleaning was Carl. Of course, he didn't know that the shop closed during the night. He could never break open the door even if he tried for his entire life and the next. The sky above the heavenly abyss sea was as clear as sapphire stone after the cleansing of heavy rain. On the bright blue ocean, the wind pushed up the waves while dark lightning bolts occasionally flashed over them. That huge palace was still floating on the ocean surface all by itself. The huge crack had disappeared. This huge palace, that looked like an aircraft or a flying fortress, had completely come out of the crack. War Knight Legion is ready. Golden Mage Legion is ready. Mr. White Robe Missionary, a subordinate kneeled on one knee. In the palace, a middle-aged subordinate who was wearing a pure white robe and a square hat looked into the distance with bafflement. Strange. The lords went to watch the e-sports competition. I wonder why they haven't sent back a single message after being gone for so long. Chapter 565. Amazing Prizes. On the other hand, on the stage after the finals. After Mr. Fang left the venue, the event had come to the prize distribution time. The first 3 places of the Dungeon Fighter Online competition were Rosen Rain, Zhu Yanxiao, and Zhang Xiaoyu. The first 3 places of the StarCraft competition were Ji Yu Tingyan, Li Haoran, and the Shichi Spiritual Master. With a microphone in her hand, demonic woman Ning Bai said, "Guys, the thrilling moment is not over yet. Do you want to see what's inside the treasure chests that these top players have gotten? Quick, open them now." At this moment, the woman who was wearing a black cloak carried an exquisite chest and a delicate parchment scroll engulfed in a series of mystical magic energy fluctuations. She also had an exquisite golden trophy engraved with the words, Rose and Rain, the champion of the first F1 World Championship. She was quite excited, wondering what treasures were inside the treasure chest. Now, let's witness the opening of the treasure chests. How about that? Zhang Xiaoyu said eagerly, I'll open it. I'll open it. While glancing at her palm-sized small treasure chest and then at the big one in Rose and Rain's hands, she mumbled in displeasure, my chest is so small. When she opened the small treasure chest, a bag bigger than her head jumped out. Contestant Xiaoyu opened her treasure chest and got a bag of potato chips. Ning Bai declared, Yaa, Zhang Xiaoyu almost jumped up in rage. How come there is only a bag of potato chips? Let's congratulate contestant Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu felt like crying. She quickly dug her hand into the small chest, trying to see if there were anything else in it. Ah, there's one more thing. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed when she saw something glittering in the chest. It was a glittering card. Inheritance item trading token. You can use this token to trade for a real-life mimic of an inheritance-level game item in Dungeon Fighter Online. This token is attached to the owner and can't be transferred to another person. This token expires in 30 days. Congratulations to contestant Xiaoyu for getting an inheritance item trading token. Can it trade for a real item? A mimic? Can it trade for an inheritance weapon? The venue erupted in excitement. Zhang Xiaoyu examined the card happily and almost hugged it. She was so happy. Let's see what great treasures are in Zhu Yanxiao's treasure chest. Ning Bai handed the microphone to the dull-looking young warrior and asked, Zhu Yanxiao, do you have anything that you want to get? Well, the young warrior said, everyone calls me Black Light Grand Master. But the truth is that I'm not a Grand Master and don't have the Black Light. I borrowed the Black Light for the competition and will have to return it after using. Kind chuckles sounded from the audience. If possible, I hope to get a Black Light at the end of the day, even if it is only in the game, Zhu Yanxiao said. Okay, let's see what's in contestant Zhu Yanxiao's chest. The chest opened and revealed a small dark golden ring and a card. On it was a line of tiny words. A man's fury can defeat a great army. This ring's power is greater than you think. Congratulations to Zhu Yanxiao for getting a bone ring and an inheritance item trading token. A real bone ring. Awesome. A blade master equipped with a bone ring is unrivaled. The audience members who were watching this looked at him with envy in their eyes. While carrying the chest, the contestant looked very emotional. While holding an advancement contract, he looked at the cheering audience and said, a big thank you to the shop owner and everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. From this moment on, this previously unknown civilian warrior would embark on a path that he had never dared to imagine. Then, our champion Rose and Rain is next. Ning Bai said, we have seen that she is the most powerful contestant and well deserves the honorable title of the champion. Let's see what prizes she will get. The chest opened and revealed a strangely shaped but exquisite necklace. Soul Chaser. It's Soul Chaser. Ning Bai exclaimed, the most powerful epic level necklace. Soul Chaser can bring tremendous strength to the owner. And an inheritance item trading token that expires in 30 days. You can trade it for any item you want. Superb. Wonderful. In the black cloak, the woman was exhilarated with this treasure chest in her arms. With this necklace, my strength will increase by 20% without me doing anything. With her current strength, a tiny increase was terrifying to ordinary people, let alone 20%. Such a powerful spiritual artifact. This necklace only exists in the legends even in the game, right? I've never heard of it before even in the game. The whole venue erupted into exclamations. The lively atmosphere and the enthusiasm of the audience members deeply affected the cultivators who had just come to know the shop and in this competition. Sitting in the audience stand in a green robe and a bamboo hat, cultivator Han Yu clicked his tongue in exclamation, I've traveled around the continent for many years but have never seen such a great event. Master, why are your eyes red? Zhu Yu looked at her master, Fairy Qing Yun, and was confused. I'm thinking how fortunate our spiritual state is that we have a hermit master like Mr. Fang who stands out when the cultivation world is facing a catastrophe. Maybe the cultivation world of the spiritual state will survive this catastrophe. Everything is still in the air. Of course, she didn't know that a few outlanders would soon become janitors in Mr. Fang's shop. Now, let's cheer for the top 3 contestants in the StarCraft World Series. I'll first interview the Shichi spiritual master of the Nanhua faction about her thoughts at this moment. Ning Bai went over to the Shichi spiritual master. Chapter 566, Mr. Fang got the legend of the white snake. The Shichi spiritual master looked sulky since she didn't like this demonic woman. Since it wasn't polite to not answer the question, she reluctantly said with a small silver revolver in her hand, I didn't expect that I would become one of the top 3. I came here mainly to watch Yuner compete. I'm quite surprised. You are surprised that you got the great result of 3rd place, right? Ningbai asked, do you have anything that you want in particular? Of course, I want a carrier, Shichi spiritual master said, but I don't have high hopes for it. Let's see what's in the chest. Shichi spiritual master opened her chest. The audience suddenly gasped. A golden aircraft appeared in the stage. Its golden color and streamlined shape showed its uniqueness. It's a shuttle, a flying spiritual artifact for aerospace transport of the Protoss faction. I can't believe that I'm looking at a real Protoss spiritual artifact. Many people in the audience stood up and intently stared at this flying artifact, wishing that they could go up the stage and study it from close range. The Shichi spiritual master gazed at the object that came out of her chest dumbfoundedly. Although it wasn't a carrier. Master, you're awesome, what a fortune for our faction. Mo Xian and other girls almost rushed up onto the stage. They hugged each other and cried in elation. After quickly putting the aircraft into her spatial spiritual artifact, the Shichi spiritual master was so excited that her hands shivered. Now, let's see what's in the chest of the 2nd place. Impatient, Li Haoran opened the chest and saw a strangely shaped gun appearing before him. C-. It was one of the weapons used by Ghost Agent Nova in StarCraft. It was a deadly sniper rifle and could fire many special ammunitions. It could even fire lockdown grenades which would temporarily paralyze the machines within its fire range, including the spacecraft of the Protoss. Likewise, lockdown grenades could also paralyze the spiritual artifact and flying machines made by cultivators. I'm rich now. Now, only one person was left on the stage, and he was Ji Yutingyan, the champion of the StarCraft competition. Obviously, this old man was excited. In his shaking hands was a big exquisite treasure chest. I've never seen such treasures before. Ji Yutingyan said, if we can completely study and understand these treasures, I think the cultivation worlds including the spiritual state and other continents will undergo a huge advancement. He opened the chest and saw another golden spiritual artifact in front of him. Corsair. It's the Corsair fighter jet. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yutingyan laughed heartily. I can't believe that I got a Corsair fighter jet. Awesome. Vice Academy Master Zhang Hao's eyes widened. The other major families became green with envy. It's actually a Corsair fighter jet. It's also Protoss technology. This old guy is so lucky. They had the urge to rush onto the stage and grab this aircraft for themselves. Meanwhile, cheers erupted in the audience. Among the cheers and exclamations of many people, the competition finally came to an end, in Yuanyang City. It was the morning of another day filled with hope. Mr. Fang was in a good mood when he saw the new janitors working diligently with proper attitudes. In fact, the other 2 shops had enough employees. However, since Yuanyang City was new, its cleaning duties had been done by Li Exener and others who weren't in charge of it in the first place. But now, the Yuanyang City shop had a high-end janitor team, which was an advantage over the other shops. Different from the other employees in the shop, the members of the janitor team were forbidden to play games during working hours. As for their off time, the shop would be closed. Thus, they couldn't play games either. Therefore, they could do nothing but watch people play with brooms in their hands. Having just gotten online and started the game, Tang Yu sipped coke with enjoyment. When he glanced back, he saw 3 people of the Ultimate West Realm staring at his screen intently. Tang Yu didn't know what to say. He started the game while being speechless. I guessed right, these people are indeed playing in a strange world bordering between virtual reality and reality. The shop was quite clean to begin with. After the work was done, these outlanders whispered among themselves with brooms in their hands. Kevin said, let's watch some more. We might get more useful information. Standing behind Tang Yu, they watched as this mechanic fought the Abyss Demons. Abyss Demon, this monster is horrifying. These people can actually fight with Abyss Demons. On the screen, the sky was dark with gloomy clouds. Under the control of the demonic power of the demons, many horrifying thunderbolts crashed down from the sky. Meanwhile, Tang Yu set up a strange-looking machine. Suddenly, lightning bolts flashed and the spatial portal opened. Then, an extremely huge mechanical fist punched out from the spatial portal, instantly turning the Abyss Demon into ashes. This is Gaebold Punch. This young man can use this skill. Dazzling golden lights flashed on the screen, almost blinding the people who were staring at it. Ah, it flashed and I got it. Ha ha ha, Tang Yu yelled while slapping his hands on his thighs. What treasure did you get again? Let me have a look. Many people walked up to stand around him. The Tang family master walked up as well with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. Ah, why don't we get a flash? The two black-robed figures also looked toward Tang Yu's epic item enviously. With a token that could trade for any item that they wanted, they intended to trade it for a good epic spiritual artifact. We've killed abyss demons for a whole day, and nothing came out. What is going on? They were eager to trade the token for an item since the token would expire in 30 days. At this moment, a golden flash appeared on the screen. It flashed. I have a flash too. The woman in the black robe screamed, I got a flash as well. Let's see what treasure came out this time. The idling people standing behind Tang Yu quickly swarmed behind her. Suddenly, a message appeared on the game interface on the screen, the internet connection is cut off. Your game time is up. Ah, a series of tragic screams sounded from the shop. I haven't picked it up yet. The people in this shop all act in this way. The three Outlanders' faces twitched. We were defeated by such people. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang started counting his gains. He had seen evil sword Apophis and the rights to summon all kinds of demons. However, he hadn't had the time to see many other things in the chest. He pulled the list out again. Right to sell potato chips. TV series, Legend of the White Snake. Mr. Fang suddenly froze. TL note. The Legend of the White Snake, also known as Madam White Snake, is a Chinese legend. It has since been presented in a number of major Chinese operas, films, and television series. You can look up the plot by searching Legend of the White Snake in Wikipedia. Chapter 567. Do I look like someone who would bully Xiaoyu? Mr. Fang continued looking down the list. You got the weapon, cannon gun, plus 1% synchronization with game character wrecking ball, first awakening of launchers. You got a weapon, anti-tank cannon, plus 2% synchronization with game character wrecking ball. You got a weapon, charge laser rifle, plus 3% synchronization with game character wrecking ball. You got a weapon, ultimate armor penetration hand cannon. You got the weapon, Skywalker. Skywalker was a blue lightsaber with a shape similar to the lightsaber shown in Star Wars. It looked like a light beam instead of the sword blade of a traditional lightsaber in Dungeon Fighter Online. It must be noted that Fang Chi couldn't use evil sword Apophis while he wasn't in complete synchronization with the game character. Even though it didn't dare to mess around in the shop, it possessed so much demonic power and awareness that it wouldn't submit to any user weaker than itself. Synchronization time was very precious, and it needed a long time to recover after each usage. To consume less energy and extend the synchronization time, Fang Chi didn't summon Ghost 7, Furious Blachet. However, not much synchronization time was left to use at this moment. Therefore, Fang Chi wouldn't waste this precious resource. But now, with Skywalker and the hand cannon, Fang Chi had new weapon options when he wasn't under complete synchronization. Meanwhile, outside Yuanyang City. Usually, it was impossible for so many people to gather outside the city. However, it was different today. At this moment, two pale golden flying spiritual artifacts with faint blinking spiritual energy shields were hovering in the sky outside Yuanyang City. Wow, it's so fast. This looks like a spiritual flying ship, but how come it's so fast? Awesome! Exclamations sounded from the cockpit. The girls of the Nanhua faction were curiously looking around in the shuttle. The shuttle wasn't hard to operate. In terms of flying, it wasn't too different from an ordinary flying spiritual artifact. Since these people could fly fighter jets in Grand Theft Auto 5, this aircraft wasn't too difficult for them to control. Of course, it wasn't so easy to make the fancy moves with the shuttle, it was on another level. Trash Junior's sister, you've driven it for a long time now. It's my turn. No, I'm not done yet. It's my turn. My turn. The golden flight spiritual artifact began to spin in the air. Ah, we're going to crash. Screams sounded from the cockpit. On the other side, the family masters and elders of the ancient families were visiting the Corsair fighter jet under the lead of Ji Tingyan. Guys, look at the interior of this spiritual artifact. Ji Tingyan said proudly, still amazed that he had the opportunity to drive such a spiritual ship. Wow, the interior of this flight ship looks like this. The Qingqiu family master looked around and touched this and that curiously. How was this thing made? I wonder why such an exquisite spiritual artifact is called Corsair. The Xuanyuan family master stroked his beard and said, it should be called the Golden Light Godly Ship. TL note. Corsair's nickname is Chinese as pirate ship. I didn't know that there were such exquisite spiritual artifacts in the world. The Tang family master patted his thigh in regret. I should have put more time in playing StarCraft. It would be great to get a shuttle for transportation even if he couldn't get a Corsair fighter jet. It probably would take them a long time to only study the thrust mechanism in the Protoss shuttle. Of course, they would obtain unimaginable benefits from the study. Ms. Yu, come and look. The younger people of the Qingqiu family were also checking out the pirate ship. Different from spiritual artifacts, the cockpit of the Corsair was filled with rows of instruments. Ji Yu Tingyun was fiddling with these things. Above the cliff outside Yuanyang City, a pale blue light appeared in the middle of the golden aircraft. With a flash, a super powerful force pierced the mountainside. I can't believe that such a small spiritual ship can be so powerful. Hey, it's time for the families on board to get off. The Wang family master and the people of other families looked impatient. It's our turn to check out the spiritual boat. Master, do you think the imminent catastrophe of the spiritual state will really come? In the Yuanyang City shop, Fairy Qing Yun and her disciple Zhu Yu sat on the sofa. The former had a bowl of instant noodles in her hands while the latter was eating spicy sticks. Woo, slurp, it should be soon. Fairy Qing Yu was bewildered. She had been worried when she came down from Seven Saint Mountain, but now she was carefree enough to eat instant noodles in the shop. She said in confusion, it's strange. According to these cultivators, those existences claim that they will give us only 3 months. The time is almost up, how come nothing is happening yet? She had lowered her guard because of this. It was so calm. Jessica passed them in silence with a garbage bag in her hand. There were a few empty Coke bottles in the bag. Green veins bulged on her forehead when she heard the conversation. Damn it, how can anything happen while we are here dumping garbage? You bunch of natives are so carefree that you have the leisure to eat instant noodles. If not for our difficult situation, you would have been destroyed long ago. At this thought, Jessica stomped her feet in fury. Forget it. At this moment, a special fragrance floated to her nose. Kevin brought 2 bowls of instant noodles and handed one to her. Would you like one? Feeling like crying, Jessica took the bowl, regretting that she had come to this damn place. Slurp, slurp. The sounds of eating instant noodles appeared. Oblivious of the identity of the janitors in the shop, Fairy Qing Yun continued to worry about the future of the cultivation world at spiritual state. Meanwhile, Carl thought with ill intentions, sooner or later, we'll leave this damn place. Unfortunately, our spiritual patterns were erased by this damn shop owner. With greatly reduced strength, we can't even send a message to the godly palace of light. Then, he also heard the slurping noises. How come this iced red tea is so delicious? And the instant noodles, what was I thinking earlier? Right, we can't get in contact with the godly palace. Boss, at this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was about to go crazy. She had just dug out a bag of potato chips to eat with great smugness when she saw the words on the small blackboard. New item. Potato chips, 8 crystals bag. Boss, what is this? Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. She got a bag of potato chips as the prize for her hard-earned 3rd place and had to give half to Nolan Mingxie, who taught her how to defeat her opponent. But now, the shop began selling potato chips. She had the urge to bite the damn shop owner to death. This, as his face twitched a little, Mr. Fang patted Zhang Xiaoyu's small head and looked at her before saying sincerely, it's just a coincidence. Do you think I'm someone who would bully you? Then, Mr. Fang wrote something on the small blackboard with chalk. New TV series. Legend of the White Snake. We have a new TV series today. Mr. Fang changed the subject. I won't forgive you unless you let me watch for free. Zhang Xiaoyu snorted. Chapter 568. West Lake is so beautiful in March. Master. Why do you think people like Uncle Master Suyu and Uncle Master Wuchenzi refused to come here? Zhu Yu ate a spicy stick and then sipped some iced red tea with enjoyment before asking the question. They are not interested in the games and TV series featuring battles. After all, the games and TV series here are all about this, Fairy Qing Yun said. If one day, the cultivation world is in danger, they will come out and help. But in my opinion, the cultivators from either the spiritual state or other places are working diligently, there's no need for your uncle masters to come out. HMPH. They keep asking us to mail them iced red tea, Zug Yu mumbled, we should ask them to come here and grow vegetables. You must be respectful to your seniors. Fairy Ching Yun said solemnly. Don't talk about them, let's eat instant noodles first. Meanwhile, a group of players were standing around a strange machine, the disassembler. It had been solely used by Mr. Fang, but now he finally moved it out. While a group of cultivators and warriors studied the machine, they suddenly heard someone by the counter talk about the new TV series, and they all looked over with interest. At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan and the others walked into the shop. Having walked around and examined the Corsair fighter jet for a while, they discovered that they couldn't get anything out of it by studying only for a moment. Feeling helpless, they returned to the shop, wanting to first take full use of the 8 hours of online time today. Master, the shop has released a new TV series, Legend of the White Snake. Fairy Ching Yun frowned and thought, how come it has this name? Is it a story about a snake? She walked over curiously. The janitors also came up with bowls of instant noodles in their hands. Just like other TV series, the customers could pay to watch the first 4 episodes on the first day. After 8 p.m., 2 episodes would be live-streamed on the big screens. Since TV series such as Jade Dynasty and Wind and Cloud had ended, many cultivators were out of things to watch, especially the lazy and idle ones. Su Tianji was one of these cultivators. Fight abyss demons. Why would a lazy cultivator like her fight abyss demons? For the last while, the first thing that she did after entering the shop on the daily was glancing at the small blackboard to see if there was anything new on it. Today, there was indeed something new on it. Potato chips, Legend of the White Snake. Master, a new TV series. Her 2 disciples said cheerfully behind her. Let's go. I'll take you girls to watch the TV series. Su Tianji, who had looked spiritless, instantly perked up, intending to watch it regardless of what it was. At this moment, Sia and other people of the Ultimate West Realm walked in. Sia was in a fiery red dress, and she was still angry that she hadn't won a prize in the F1 World Championship. She spoke using the spiritual state language in her awkward accent. What are they talking about? Why is it so lively? They didn't watch Jade Dynasty and wasn't willing to watch Wind and Cloud. After all, if they started studying these things now, they would always lag behind others. Having just lost to cultivators of the spiritual state and deserted Sea Realm, these proud warriors wanted to find an area in which they could surpass others. After using up the fatigue points in Dungeon Fighter Online, they focused their energy on Final Fantasy and watched it time and time again to study the sword techniques in it. What's this strange thing? A few people of The Ultimate West Realm immediately looked over. Soon, they saw Jessica and other janitors who were standing by. Are you guys from the Ultimate West Realm too? Carl and others' faces twitched. Yeah, you speak the spiritual state language so well. We grew up in the spiritual state. Jessica's face darkened. Of course, it's not difficult for us to learn a language. Then, the real and fake people of the Ultimate West Realm began a friendly conversation. We people of Ultimate West Realm must stick together. Sia said kindly, do you want to watch the Legend of the White Snake with us? I'll pay for you. The Outlanders cried and thought, how come there is such a good person? You mean these guys, Mr. Fang looked over and said, they are not allowed to go online during work hours. Jessica and her companions were angry, and their faces all turned green. They stared at Mr. Fang with murderous spirit in their eyes. We can stand behind them and watch. Carl said in a low voice, we'll know what Legend of the White Snake is. Sia now had paid for the TV series. Activate the Legend of the White Snake for me. Then, she and the other people of Ultimate West Realm went online cheerfully. After opening Super Theater, she saw the logo of the Legend of the White Snake on the interface. Since the F1 World Championship had just ended, and the character in her main account had made a huge sword with Terra Stone, she wasn't impatient, entering the game as soon as possible. Instead, she could relax for a bit. Together with Luo Piaoling and other people of the Ultimate West Realm, they clicked open Legend of the White Snake to watch the TV series. Meanwhile, Su Tianji and her disciples had also opened the new TV series eagerly. Zhang Xiaoyu and Little Bell also hurried to the computers and began watching it. Jessica and other Outlanders rushed over eagerly to watch from behind, but they saw nothing but a poster on the screen. In the nation named Washa, where Fang had lived before traveling through space and time, there were many beautiful legends about flying on swords and sword immortals who dashed into the netherworld. There were also mythical tales about mountain spirits turning into human forms. TL note: Washa is another word for China. Different from other movies and TV series which began with grand scenes, this TV series started with a story in a past lifetime. Legend of the White Snake began mildly with a small story in which a young boy who took care of cows saved a white snake from an old snake hunter. Bai Sujin, the white snake, made an oath that she would forever remember this favor and her savior. Is this TV series a story about this small snake? Curious, Su Tianji stared at the small white snake and wondered, will it cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years and become a big snake? Soon, it was 1,700 years later. Ah, how come this snake has grown so big? In the Yuanyang city shop, little Belle was so startled that it almost fell from its chair. In the misty valley where thunderbolts flashed, a white demon snake bigger than a dragon winded through the mountains. She turned from a small demon to the human form, and she went down the mountain and entered the mortal world. Seeing the world from the perspective of a demon, the people in this world felt very curious. Yeah, guys, look, she tamed a green snake. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed. Many viewers saw the battle between the white snake and the green snake, and they watched intently. From this point on, the TV series went on the main track and got a lot more interesting. In the misty drizzle on the day of Qingming Festival, the white snake finally found the reincarnation of her savior from 1,700 years ago at the broken bridge on West Lake. Standing with an oil paper umbrella in her hand, Bai Sujin's white-clad figure stood in the misty drizzle on the bank of West Lake. With the beautiful scenery of West Lake as the background, this scene was permanently branded into the viewers' minds. At this moment, many cultivators and warriors wished that they could replace Shu Xian, the reincarnation of the young boy. When the players played games such as The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and Dungeon Fighter Online, they would hear lovely music. Besides being melodious, the music in The Legend of the Sword and Fairy could even refresh their minds and calm their souls. At this moment, they looked puzzled. The TV series also has music. Then, they heard the lyrics of the song, West Lake is so beautiful in March. Spring drizzle is as sweet as wine, and the willow trees with new spouts look like mist. What's this song? This episode ends here, Su Tianji exclaimed. Chapter 569. More than just the theme song in this TV series. At this moment, other cultivators and warriors who were watching The Legend of the White Snake had also finished the first episode. After watching it, the people of the Ultimate West Realm who had only intended to see what this new TV series was about found themselves drawn into a world full of unique wonders. How come this episode ended so soon? Then, they heard a series of tunes. While Su Tianji was worried that there were no more episodes, she suddenly saw short clips playing after the post-credits. They looked like the video clips shown at the opening cinematics of the esports competition. What are these? She quickly watched them intently. Zhu Yu was also watching The Legend of the White Snake with Fairy Qing Yun. I asked the shop owner about it. Fairy Qing Yun said. He said that the exciting video clips at the beginning of the e-sport competition were the highlight montages. I'm surprised that the TV series Legend of the White Snake has them too. The cultivators were already interested in this story that was told in the perspective of a big demon who had cultivated more than 1,700 years and would soon become an immortal. After watching the clips showing the resurrection, the chilly black and white impermanents, heavenly generals and soldiers, and immortals and monsters, they were even more enthralled. Zhu Yu widened her eyes and said, so powerful. TL note: black and white impermanents are two deities in Chinese folk religion in charge of escorting the spirits of the dead to the underworld. I wonder who wrote the lyrics, Fairy Qing Yun said in surprise. Spring drizzle is as sweet as wine, and the willow trees with new spouts look like mist. The words perfectly reflect the beautiful scenery at West Lake in March. The system had recreated all the scenes and spiritual spells in Legend of the White Snake while following the original and classical plot of the story. Fang was surprised that the system even included the ending theme song, and he found that it was quite good after hearing it. It wasn't awkward or cringy. After all, the lyrics and music were classics, and the system made them even more beautiful than the original versions since everything that the system made was top tier. Listening to the song and watching the clips, the viewers felt as if they were sitting in the boat that was floating on West Lake. In the boat, the brisk male singing voice and the soft female singing voice drifted above the lake in a light drizzle. They seemed to be standing on the bank of West Lake and were watching the honest and dull scholar and the white-clothed woman who was holding an oil paper umbrella and had a charming smile on her face. There's a song at the end. Su Tianji picked up a potato chip with her white and slender fingers, and she nibbled it very elegantly. She just bought one big bag. She continued watching the highlight montages. In fact, the old players were no strangers to these weird legends since they had encountered some in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. For example, in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 1, a mountain god told Zhao Linger the story about Nua patching up the sky. In this world, the memories and historical records about immortals and gods had been mostly lost in the long river of time. Only a few of them remained in the relics from the ancient times. It was why these warriors and cultivators were drawn toward things that existed in the legends. In these short video clips, they again encountered the fragments of legends that they had seen and heard in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. For some reason, they felt moved inside. Eagerly, Su Tianji, Nalan Hongwu, and the others began watching the second episode. Bai Suzhen's spiritual spells are so powerful. She can even see people's previous lives. The masters of the big families had just come down from the Corsair. Now, they all gathered together to watch the Legend of the White Snake. She can view what happened in a person's previous lifetimes. Her skills in spiritual spells are indeed great. This girl Little Qing likes to tease her big sister. She is even playing tricks on Xu Xian as well. So naughty. Zhang Xiaoyu was enjoying the TV series a lot as well. Little Qing, what do you think? Mu Qing was a little confused. Watching the story of a big demon who would soon become an immortal after cultivating for almost 2,000 years, the cultivators were curious about her life in the mortal world. How can she live among the mortals? The Tang family master, Ji Yu Tingyan, and the others looked astonished. A mortal married a big demon who had lived for almost 2,000 years. Such things can happen. At this moment, they wished that they could become a mortal who took care of cattle in the mountains. It wasn't unusual for the cultivators to have over 2,000 years of cultivation strength. After all, Han Yu, the low-profiled independent cultivator, had cultivated more than 2,000 years. However, comparisons between people induces anger and envy. The white snake in this story could soon become an immortal after cultivating for only about 2,000 years. For the cultivators and warriors in this world, there wasn't a clear definition and standard for immortals. In their mind, once a cultivator became an immortal, they could leave this world and ascend into another world. However, even though the high-level cultivators of the Shu Mountain faction in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy could travel to other realms, they were still not immortals. For example, Jing Tian in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 3 even traveled to the immortal realm, but he wasn't an immortal. For the cultivators, immortals were just people who had reached the high realm that ordinary cultivators could never attain. Likewise, the mortals also regarded cultivators as immortals. Even though this woman in Legend of the White Snake easily used the spiritual spells that could summon wind and rain and move mountains to fill oceans, she was still outside the gate of the world of immortals. Now, the cultivators began to have a deeper understanding of immortals. The spiritual spells and cultivation methods shown in the TV series in glimpses were quite beneficial to some of them. For example, the big white deer kept looking at the screen. In this scene, the white snake changed into her human form. Why doesn't it show the whole process to us? That's infuriating. They followed the white snake down the mountain and watched the many interesting incidents between Xu Xian, the scholar, and Bai Suzhen, the big snake who had lived for close to 2,000 years. The viewers were entertained. Soon, they came to the part in which Bai Suzhen told Little Qing to steal silver from Qiantang Vault so that Xu Xian could have enough funds to open a pharmacy. It's a piece of cake for a demon snake who has hundreds of years of cultivation strength to steal money from mortals. Despite the fun they had while watching this incident, Sia and some other people of the Ultimate West Realm thought that it was a task too easy for them. I suddenly feel like it isn't as interesting anymore. Nalan Hongwu also thought that the two big demons could easily get whatever they wanted in the mortal world. It looks too easy and relaxed. The Tang family master shook his head, losing interest when he saw Little Qing moving silver from the vault with some small ghosts. While they were hesitating if the TV series was worthy of their time, they saw Li Gongpu complain to the vault god in the picture that was hung on the window, "My lord, you must do something." Suddenly, the picture flew out and transformed into the vault god. With a golden whip in his hand, he blocked Little Qing with heavenly soldiers. "Oh, The people of the Ultimate West realm who had felt a bit bored almost jumped up. The Tang family master, who had been hesitating if he should continue watching, opened his mouth wide and gasped, "What's this?" These people in this world were shocked and all froze. At this moment, a brand new world unraveled before them like a grand picture, revealing the tip of an iceberg. In this world, there were immortals and demons, and the human world was governed by gods. Chapter 570. A young man who had lost his dreams. Seeing the strange and ingenious spiritual spells, gods, demons, and the fun incidents between humans and demons, many customers were drawn into this interesting TV series. Waiting for this for 1,000 years. Fairy Ching Yun hummed subconsciously and wondered, most of the games and TV series in the shop focus on battles of spiritual spells or wars. There is Arid, which is fraught with dangers, and StarCraft, full of wars and schemes. However, this TV series is very different from them. She watched 4 episodes in one sitting. Awesome. If the thrilling battles in the esports competition are like the spicy and sour instant noodles in the shop, then the Legend of the White Snake is as sweet, refreshing, and lingering as the red iced tea. Working as janitors in the shop, Jessica and her companions were eager to watch this TV series. What is this Legend of the White Snake? It seems like they are all enthralled by it. Having just finished the first 4 episodes, Sia put down the virtual reality headset and then sang poorly in a heavy accent, "West Lake is so beautiful in March. Spring drizzle is as sweet as wine, and the willow trees with new spouts look like mist." The Tang family master sitting near her continued where she left off. "If we are destined, we will meet even if we are 1,000 kilometers apart." Fairy Ching Yun sang with high spirits, thinking it was also fate that brought together the cultivators and warriors from different places. After all, they wouldn't have met each other all their lives if not for the shop, since they lived extremely far from each other. What's wrong with the people in this internet cafe? Hearing the singing in the shop, Jessica, Kevin, and Carl were bewildered with brooms in hand. What's wrong with these people? They were all watching the TV series, but now they are having a singing competition. Hearing their cheerful voices, the three's faces twitched as they thought, how come you are all so happy? Are you even worried about us, the invaders? No. The three realized that they were now janitors. Furious at their situation, Jessica grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into her mouth while cussing silently in resentment. I can handle 100 natives at the level of these people. No, without spiritual patterns, I can only handle about 10. At this moment, someone yelled, the garbage bins are almost full. Where are the janitors? I'm here, Jessica answered without thinking. Go, 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 hurry up. She was furious, wishing that she could kill the shop owner. At 8 p.m., the first 2 episodes of Legend of the White Snake were played on the big screens. In the Juhua City shop, the nearby civilians, rich and poor, had the habit of gathering in the shop to watch 2 free episodes of TV series each day on the livestream. The moon had just come up. Gongzi Xiao sat down on the couch and poured himself a cup of wine that he bought from Wind and Moon Pavilion, enjoying the new TV series. Meanwhile, the janitors in Yuanyang City shop each poured themselves a cup of iced red tea with tears on their faces. Finally, we can watch it. Finally, we can watch it. Oh, there are actually gods in this world. This Guanyin looks very powerful. A mortal can summon the vault god with a casual yell. How come there are so many gods and immortals in this world? 2 hours later. From the couch, Jessica sang, West Lake is so beautiful. The customers walking by looked at them with weird expressions. Master, will catastrophe strike our spiritual state or not? Zhu Yu asked as she sat on the couch and watched the Legend of the White Snake one more time. Of course, it will. Sitting nearby, Carl said with a snort. How do you know? The young girl looked at him in doubt. With his face twitching, Carl finally explained after a long pause, in the vast void, weak existences are always easy targets for predators, which is the cause of almost all wars. Before Fang Qi traveled through space and time, he had heard someone say, the universe is a dark forest, and each civilization is a hunter with guns. They walked in the forest stealthily like ghosts and lightly moved away the tree branches that blocked their way, trying their best not to make any sounds. The forest is full of hunters just like them. If they find another civilization, they will do only one thing, burn and destroy it. Mr. Fang came over and sat down. While scratching his head, he said, why have wars? Isn't it better to have an esports competition? The Outlanders' faces twitched, and they didn't feel like talking to Mr. Fang. If they could defeat this guy, they would bring him back and whip him 100 times with force. Having finally finished the task of esports competition and other chores in the shop, Mr. Fang had just come out of the game cultivation room. At this moment, Fang Chi dug out a pretty golden rock from his pocket. He finally remembered that this was one of the 3 things that he won from Jessica when they betted against each other. The other 2 objects that he had won were the shadow cloak and the blade of curse. Fang Chi remembered the system telling him that this rock contained tremendous energy when Jessica took it out. In fact, the system took most of the income of the shop so that it could have enough energy to produce and maintain the big world shown in the games and movies. It also needed energy to maintain the foundation of the lightning punishment system in the shop. In fact, to finish the tasks, Mr. Fang had spent lots of his money. Also, he used a lot of money when playing Dungeon Fighter Online. Right now, he found that he was a little poor. Should I sell this rock? The system is taking it in. Analyzing the energy. Hey, dumbfounded, Mr. Fang watched as the rock vanished just like the crystals that the shop had earned. How come it's gone? System, fuck, spit it out for me. You stole my treasure. Are you a dog? Fuck, if you don't spit it out right now, I'll stop working. The system replied, burp. Mr. Fang's face darkened. Damn you, I've never seen a system as shameless as you. At this moment, Fang Chi heard the system's voice again. The system energy is prepared. New privileges are being activated. Cross-plane teleportation is getting ready. The new task is activated. New task. Cross-plane internet. Task description, do you want to build a unique internet system? Young man, get up and move. Mr. Fang replied, no, I don't want to go anywhere. The young man had lost his dreams. The system was at a loss for words. Chapter 571, Is the world round or square? There had been heated discussion among the people in this world as to what lay beyond the starry sky, and if the world had an end, what would the end look like? When StarCraft was first released in the shop, the cultivators and warriors had argued about these topics. Just like what Mr. Fang had said, they were in fact living on the planets. Although Mr. Fang stated it as a fact with his life experience and knowledge that he obtained before he traveled through space and time, no one in this world believed him. This argument was paused since Mr. Fang was busy with the release of Dungeon Fighter Online and the organization of the esports competition. Now that these tasks were finished, the system's words reminded him of the previous debate. Mr. Fang scratched his head and wondered, right, what does this world look like? The group chat that people created in QQ to talk about if the world was round or square. At this moment, the group members had completely deviated from the original theme. And Huey said, screenshot today, I only got 2 epic equipment after spending a whole day killing abyss demons. They are both garbage, what an unlucky day. Nolan Hungwoo said, a screenshot of a dazzling golden lightsaber, ha 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 ha. Look at my light flame sword, blazing sun judgment +1/1. Xuanyuan Changqing, an elder of the Xuanyuan family replied, a screenshot of the champion of the F1 Dungeon Fighter Online competition losing her mind when she got an epic equipment but the internet connection was cut off. Taken by a communication jade, in the new year, I wish you to have your internet disconnected, fail in every equipment reinforcement, damage in all your equipment, have a lack of colorless small crystals, and hit your daily online time quickly. Elder Yu of the Heavenly Academy replied. Nolan Hungwoo's face darkened. Su Tianji said, have you guys watched The Legend of the White Snake today? Mr. Fang chimed in, can you guys talk about the theme topic? Su Tianji asked, what's the theme topic? Exasperated, Mr. Fang replied quickly, look at the name of the group. This is an official group for science and technology discussion. The members looked at the group name earnestly, is bean curd sweet or salty? Mr. Fang was speechless. Who changed the damn name? He immediately changed it back to, is the world round or square? The student who was on the work-study program, Li Lanruo, asked, sir, how come you came up with this question? Mr. Fang replied, are you not a bit curious about the mystery of the world? Zhong Wu replied, I haven't finished killing all the abyss demons yet. Su Tianji said, a screenshot of when the ending theme song of Legend of the White Snake played, sir, will you release 4 episodes tomorrow? Green veins bulged on Mr. Fang's forehead. You guys are too lazy. Don't you have any curiosity for knowledge? Su Tianji said, sir, after you find the answer, don't forget to tell us. They were indeed a group of lazy people who would do nothing but yell, "Awesome," and play online. Gu Tingyan suddenly said, "In my opinion, to find the answer to this question with our current level of spiritual spells and science knowledge, we must spend a long time to explore, or our answer will be superficial. Now that we have the Corsair of the Protoss, we might have a chance to try." Mr. Fang said, "Finally, we have a wise person among us." While stroking his beard, Gu Tingyan typed the word smugly. "The ancient scroll that we acquired from the sky relic says that all the people who ascended to heaven went in the direction of the Heavenly Abyss Sea." Heavenly Abyss Sea, Rosen Rain suddenly typed. Tang Yu chimed in, "Fuck. You drew out the champion." The three janitors who had been sneaking glances at Mr. Fang's screen from the behind exchanged a look. What are these natives up to? They had a feeling that these natives wanted to do something big. At this moment, Jessica suddenly saw the spiritual artifact attached to her belt blink. She immediately walked out the door. The Grand Heaven Hiding Palace was still hovering in the sky above Heavenly Abyss Sea. At this moment, the white-robed man was holding a strange crystal which showed the image outside the door of Origin's Internet Club. "My lords, I finally got in contact with you." The white-robed man looked pleased, and then he saw the janitor uniforms that they were wearing. "My lords, why are you wearing native clothes of these natives?" The three people's faces twitched at the question. Carl quickly said in a cold voice, "Stop babbling. Is it your place to think for us?" The white-robed man quickly bowed and replied, "I was worried in the past few days since you didn't send any messages to us." "We're fine," Blonde Kevin said, "we encountered a small problem and will soon solve it. Besides, these natives are not as weak as we thought, you must be careful." Jessica said, "We are gathering information about these natives. We've reached a critical stage, and you can't disturb us." "Yes, my lords." The white-robed man bowed even lower. "Another thing," Carl instructed, "in a few days, these natives might send a powerful team to the area that you are in. You guys should first hide and not show yourself. We found that there are some very powerful masters among these natives, and you might not be their match." "There are such powerful masters among the natives?" The white-robed man looked surprised as he said, "Even you can't handle them, my lords." After exchanging a look with the other two, Carl laughed and said, "How can they be our match?" Kevin said immediately, "He just escaped from us." At this moment, Gabriel and a few other people of the Ultimate West Realm walked out of the door, humming the song from Legend of the White Snake to themselves. "I just heard the shop owner call for you to dump the garbage, so I came to give you a heads up since I didn't see you in there. Go in now, otherwise, he will lose his temper." With that said, Gabriel and his companions walked toward their hotel. "We are from the same place, and we should look after each other. You don't need to thank me. Hurry, turn it off." Carl and the other two Outlanders scrambled to run into the shop without turning off the communication. The white-robed man in the Heaven Hiding Palace saw them run, and then the screen in front of him turned black. He exchanged a look with the servants around him. ... What had just happened? Meanwhile, Mr. Fang's technology discussion had come to an end. Mr. Fang's global travel plan was the first to be vetoed due to the inaccessibility of some extreme realm. Even if they could pass these areas, it would cost them lots of energy and time. Therefore, they came up with another plan, Spiritual Ship Ascendance Plan. They could use the great abilities of the Protoss Corsair to follow the ascendance path of the ancient times, just like the ships flying into space in the game. If they could fly into the starry sky, they certainly could see if the whole continent were round or square. They would find out if their living place was indeed a planet as Mr. Fang had claimed. Chapter 572, how come it looks like this? For some idle people, they would play any new games and watch any new TV series the moment they were released. Su Tianji was one of them. Fairy Qing Yun, who had become idle recently, was another. She had come here to do something for the cultivation world, but after waiting for a long time, nothing had happened. As for the brave fighters, Rosen Rain had launched her live shows, Zhu Yanxiao had established a studio for moving bricks, and as for Xiaoyu, Zhang Xiaoyu was eating her potato chips while hiding in a corner so that the despicable shop owner couldn't take them from her. The damn invaders are nowhere to be seen, and the fighters are getting idle. While feeling sad and helpless, Fairy Qing Yun began to watch the new TV series. She even suspected that she had made a mistake in her calculations and that the catastrophe wouldn't strike the spiritual state after all. "Are you guys coming or not?" Fairy Qing Yun murmured to herself while watching the TV series. We are here already, Jessica mumbled through her gritted teeth behind Fairy Qing Yun. This feeling was quite weird. For the researchers who were artifact master and mechanism masters of the grand factions, they would never stop their exploration of the unknown world regardless if the catastrophe struck the world or not. What were the secrets about the immortal Tao in the ancient times? Which of the worlds shown in the games and TV series were real or closer to their own world? Perhaps their world was just a simulation, just like the one shown in the Matrix. They had perceived more possible explanations for the world, and these new thoughts improved their way of thinking. People in this world said that no one could pass the Sky Mountain of the ultimate West Realm. What lay beyond the Sky Mountain? The ancient legend said that the people in pursuit of Tao all went to Heavenly Abyss Sea. What secrets were hidden in that forbidden area which was fraught with danger? Why couldn't they ascend to heaven from their own factions? Welcome to this episode of Approaching Science. I'm Lee Haoran. At this moment, the big screens in the shops were showing a weird-shaped golden battle jet flying toward the Heavenly Abyss Sea at great speed. On the bottom right corner was Lee Haoran's livestream studio. This is the livestream sent back by Mr. Fang. In this livestream, we'll explore the mysteries of the world in a scientific way. Now, let's ask Mr. Fang why he has a sudden interest in this question. Naturally, Mr. Fang wouldn't tell them that he had just gotten a task to open another branch shop, which was why he intended to explore another place. After all, as the shop owner, he couldn't spend all his time playing games like these lazy people. At this moment, Jessica, Carl, and Kevin were sitting on a couch. In one corner, two black-clothed figures were also solemnly watching Approaching Science, which was hosted by Mr. Fang. Heavenly Abyss Sea isn't a peaceful place. The two figures hiding in the corner whispered to each other. With these people piloting a Corsair battle jet, they will soon return in defeat after a few moments. Ah, how come this kid went to the Heavenly Abyss Sea? The godly swords hung at the entrance yelled. Seniors, do you know the secrets of Heavenly Abyss Sea? Some disciples of the Qingqiu family noticed that these swords seemed to know something about this sea, so they immediately cupped their hands and asked the swords. Little girls, you ask the right people. Seeing many people looking toward it, the godly sword named Qingming said. Arrogantly, weird winds sweep across Heavenly Abyss Sea frequently. In one moment the sky is clear, and in the next moment, vicious and huge waves might surge up toward you. In one moment, the ocean is peaceful, and in the next, a sea monster might leap out and attack you. They are so powerful that they can swallow a cultivator like you guys whole. The godly sword named Qingshuang said. Meanwhile, on the Heavenly Abyss Sea. Sir, a few servants kneeled before the white-robed man and reported, to hide our whereabouts, we've cleared all the nearby sea monsters, no stupid sea monsters will come to us during the concealment. Okay. Very good. Inside the shop. There's more. The black sword said, huge and pitch-black holes will appear at the bottom of the sea, sucking huge amounts of water inside as if huge dragons were sucking water at the sea bottom. If you get close to them, it's extremely dangerous. It's so dangerous. Then, the shop owner and others are in mortal danger, right? The girls looked pale. In the palace hovering in the sky above Heavenly Abyss Sea. Sir, we've resolved the issue of sea holes created by the spatial shards. They won't have any impact on us. Good, good. We must do the work that Carl and the other lords assigned to us. We can't allow those natives to notice our existence. Yes, then, why don't we leave this place to avoid these natives? Or we can go to the place where Jessica and the other lords are staying. As for that, the white-robed man said, the lords don't want us to go there, I'm sure they have good reasons for that. The godly swords continued, there are more dangers than those. Horrifying black lightning bolts strike that area constantly. Ordinary cultivator would be turned into ashes if they were struck. What lightning bolts are these? How come they are so powerful? It's said that the ancient cultivators passed their tribulations in that place, and these lightning bolts are called heavenly tribulation godly lightning. Ah, so powerful. More and more people gathered around the swords, and their faces paled as they yelled, hurry and tell the shop owner to come back. That place is too dangerous, in the sky above Heavenly Abyss Sea. Sir, the nearby sea area is peacefully under the control of our holy artifact Heaven Hiding Palace, and I'm sure that it wouldn't trigger any void tribulation lightning. But the space around the border of realms is still a bit vulnerable. According to the legends, that place is the origin of Heavenly Tao and the birthplace of Hunden. TL note. Hundan means primordial and central chaos in Chinese cosmogony. Actually, it is this amazing. Is it the legendary Holy Land? The people around the godly swords clucked their tongues in amazement. In the sky above heavenly abyss sea. Okay, now, no one will see that we're hiding here. The white-robed man waved his hand impatiently while mumbling to himself, I hope that the heavenly Tao of this world won't slack off and fall apart. What is going on? The energy stored in this holy artifact might run out. Sir, the crack that we traveled through to jump between. They are coming. Some people are coming. We have no time to repair it now. Keep hiding. At this moment, the super expedition team consisting of Mr. Fang, Ji Tingyan, Zhong Wu, and other cultivators and warriors of the spiritual state finally arrived at Heavenly Abyss Sea. Above the Heavenly Abyss Sea, the endless blue sky was dotted with white clouds. Occasionally, some white birds flew across the ocean. The blue ocean had gentle ripples on its surface. Please watch the visuals sent back by Mr. Fang. Li Haoran, the host of Approaching Science, said at this moment. The blue sky and cyan ocean are so pretty. Is this really the legendary Forbidden Zone? Oh, is this the so-called Heavenly Abyss Sea? The audience was surprised. The godly swords who had been busy describing the dangers in Heavenly Abyss Sea scratched their heads. How come it looks like this? Chapter 573, This isn't scientific. At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Sea was clear with a gentle breeze, which was totally different from the dire situation described by the godly swords. The people who were not playing online all sat in the lounge area to watch Mr. Fang's livestream named, Approaching Science. TL note. Approaching Science is a documentary film program of China's CCTV-10. It was first broadcast on June 1, 1998 and became a popular program of CCTV. The subjects of the program include biology, archaeology, psychology, etc. This ocean doesn't look any different from any other sea. Mu Qing murmured while gazing at the big screen in puzzlement. Little girl, don't let the peaceful appearance of the Heavenly Abyss Sea fool you. The two black-robed figures who seldomly spoke snorted. In a little while, black winds might come up and put all these people in danger. Really? Zhang Xiaoyu munched on potato chips while watching the livestream. After she finished half a bag of the potato chips, she asked, where are the black winds? They will come later. Then, she finished the remaining potato chips in the bag. Glancing at the peaceful ocean, Mr. Fang asked, you mean, the ancient immortals all ascended from this place? Ji Tingyan said, according to the records in the ancient scrolls, they seem to have all came here without exception. Mr. Fang looked out of the window in bewilderment and asked, shall we fly up and have a look? This Approaching Science is boring. The Heavenly Abyss Sea is just like an ordinary sea, Mu Qing said, but the legends make it sound so unusual and fascinating. Many years has passed, and many things can change in such a long time. Maybe the dangers have disappeared long ago. Instead of finding extreme dangers in the Heavenly Abyss Sea, they found that it was peaceful and quiet. With their anxiety gone, they were in a good mood. Academy Master Ji Yu, who sat in the cockpit, began to hum to himself. West Lake is so beautiful in March. Mr. Fang was still talking on the side. Guys, do you think we can fly to a planet if we keep going? Look, the mist is up, the wind is up, someone suddenly yelled in the shop. Sir, look at that. These natives. Where are they going? At this moment, Jessica and her companions, who had been drowsy while sitting on a couch, suddenly jumped up. These guys, they just flew out like this. In the mist, they seemed to see black lightning bolts piercing the void. They couldn't see the sun or the stars. It seemed like they traveled in a vortex tunnel. Where's this place? Pilot, where's Academy Master Ji Yu? I don't know where we are. Oh, the instruments all seem to have issues. An unknown magnetic field is detected. Are we beginning the tribulation? We're finished. Forcing to pass the tribulation without enough cultivation strength, I'll be burned by the lightning. The audience in the shop exclaimed in alarm as well. Bedlam broke out in the shop and in the jet. Jessica and her companions slammed their hands on their foreheads. The two black-robed figures exchanged a look. ... After traveling through a long tunnel, the jet passed through the dark void. Where is this place? The scene before them turned from an ocean to the sky above a giant, endless forest. It seemed that they had come to another world. This was a world totally different from their homeworld. Everyone stared at the scene before them dumbfoundedly. Then, they glanced at Mr. Fang. Dumbfounded, Mr. Fang pointed at the scene before him and yelled, "This is not scientific. Where is the starry sky? Where are the cosmos and the universe? No, I was doing a live stream. How come we are suddenly in this place after flying up? How can I continue this live stream? Is this the upper realm? The immortal realm?" Lee Haoran said, "Welcome to this episode of Approaching Science. As we can see, our Mr. Fang seems to have encountered a small problem and feels like this isn't scientific. I don't think it's scientific either." In the Juhua City shop, Su Tianji stuffed a potato chip into her mouth and joined the fun. "Does it mean that they passed the tribulation just like that?" Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in, "Isn't this show called Approaching Science?" Jessica and her companions still had their hands on their foreheads. The two black-robed figures exchanged a baffled look. Mr. Fang's live show Approaching Science continued. "Where are we now?" Ji Yu Tingyun looked back at Mr. Fang in bewilderment. Mr. Fang looked at him dazedly, thinking, "How can I know? This world of yours is different from the world that I lived in before I traveled through space and time. While flying with the sword control technique, I can't go up further after reaching a certain height. But in the sky above Heavenly Abyss Sea, we flew to this place after flying up for only a short while. Did I travel through space and time again? This time, I had traveled through space and time with people of another world and even the aircraft. This is really not scientific." Wishing to stop the livestream of Approaching Science, Mr. Fang tried to explain with embarrassment on his face, we might have touched some trigger and were sent to another place. My theory has a scientific foundation, there is no need to doubt me. According to, I think this might be. Mr. Fang froze as he said that, feeling like it was impossible to explain this situation. At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyun said, "I think this place might be a small world. In other words, we might have stumbled through a portal and came to this place by accident." Right. I think Academy Gu's theory makes sense. Mr. Fang agreed immediately. "In today's Approaching Science, we will take you to explore the secrets of this place." Jessica looked contemptuous. "Your native world is a small world, alright. How can you guys call our world a small world? How did they go over? It's said that their Corsair battle jet is very powerful and can even detect magnetic fields. I wonder, look at the sky," Sia exclaimed at this moment. Without thinking, Mr. Fang adjusted the camera angle so that everyone could see the world better. Sure enough, there were two suns in the sky. One was overhead while the other was setting. There are two solar systems. Mr. Fang was totally confused. This doesn't make sense. What is wrong with this world? Interesting. Luo Piaoling frowned. He turned around and saw Elder Andrew looking over as well. "What did you find?" Luo Piaoling nodded and said, "It looks like the picture engraved on the ancient holy item in our family. I thought it depicted a rare phenomenon in the sky." "How come, sir? The energy shield of the Corsair is losing lots of energy." On the other side, Ji Yu Tingyun reported to Fang Qi. Mr. Fang said after a moment of pause, "Today's Approaching Science ends here. See you all in the next episode." Chapter 574, The people of the upper realm can livestream too. After Mr. Fang bungled his livestream, people began to miss his nimble, sharp, and fancy shows in previous livestreams. This time, Mr. Fang was so lame and idle that he even bungled his livestream. People began to wonder what happened to the Mr. Fang that they had known. How come boss became so lame? Zhang Xiaoyu mumbled. In the past, Mr. Fang had been regarded as a grandmaster whose plays, talents, and martial arts awed everyone as he tried his best at everything. But now, he looked like everyone else who were unknowledgeable and could fail. He was no longer on a pedestal anymore, and the others didn't feel the need to look up at him all the time. "I think I like the lame version," Xiaoyu murmured to herself. At this moment, even Jessica thought that they could capture this lame shop owner and tie him down before taking him back to avenge themselves. However, when she thought about it, she shivered subconsciously. Damn it, we had made the mistake by mistaking him for a lame guy, trying to shock him. In the end, we ended up as his janitors. She began to suspect that this kid knew some things and just kept them a secret. It's natural to fail once or twice if you livestream constantly. Seeing the gazes from Ji Yu Tingyun and others, Mr. Fang remained cool as if it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Mr. Fang saw his communication jade which was attached on his belt blink. As for why Mr. Fang could still receive messages in this place, Since he could even livestream from here, it meant that Mr. Fang always had signal with him. As long as the other side also used the new communication jades, they could send messages to him through the network in the shop. Admit it, you knew our identities since long ago, right? Looking at the message from this strange ID, Mr. Fang hesitated and asked, Jessica. In the shop, Jessica felt as if she were struck, and her vision darkened. I knew it, she hadn't told him her name, but this kid had guessed that the message was from her. What are you up to? Jessica quickly sent a message to ask him. Mr. Fang answered, I'm just a shop owner, what do you think I can do? Maybe I can open a branch shop here so people can play games together. Pooh, Jessica almost spewed out blood. We are enemies. Enemies, aren't you afraid of being killed? Then, what's your mission? Fang Chi asked, I don't think our destruction will bring you anything good. Even if you want to take things from this place, you don't have to destroy everything. I can't tell you. Jessica's words oozed with the pride that was instilled in her bloodline. You natives of the lower plains would never understand. Colonization? Fang Chi asked in surprise, suppression or slavery? Or the pure urge to destroy people different from you? Jessica looked a bit surprised, finding that this native seemed to know more than she had imagined. Your way of thinking is very dangerous, Mr. Fang said earnestly. The powerful preys on the weak, it's the survival of the fittest. Besides, don't think that the fantasy worlds in your shop are so grand. In fact, we have had such things long ago. Jessica added, the true fantasy worlds can recreate the past relics and even planes which truly existed. They are like cultivation towers and wouldn't make people fall back in terms of cultivation, unlike the fantasy worlds here which are fake to awe people. Hearing her words, Fang Chi was a bit startled, and he thought, there are such awesome stuff in this world. Humph. Besides, your so-called livestream isn't something new, Jessica said. Many powerful fighters can cast visuals with spiritual spells when they enter these fantasy worlds. As for the battles among powerful fighters, hundreds of thousands of people can watch them through this spell. The weaker ones don't even have the right to watch. It's why we are so powerful. If she hadn't been so arrogant, this scummy shop owner would have begged for her mercy long ago. Mr. Fang widened his eyes. These people in this world can livestream too. How long have you been doing this? He asked immediately. Much longer than you guys, Jessica said with a snicker. It has a long history of development. After all, fantasy worlds were not something that people could create in a short time. But now, it's getting more popular by the day. While she said it, Jessica sat straighter subconsciously. After all, they were people from a higher plane, and these natives were inferior to them in every aspect. To make sure, Mr. Fang asked again, do you really have such fantasy words? And many people watch them. If I want to watch them, which direction should I go? Where are you now? Jessica was pleased with Mr. Fang's interest, hoping to stun and awe this damn native with powerful masters in the livestream industry which they took great pride in. No, their livestream was called Spiritual Spell Visual Projection. Spiritual spells and scientific technology were different, but they could achieve similar results in many areas. Through spiritual spells and spiritual artifacts, some grandmasters could create some special cultivation spaces. Even the cultivators of spiritual state could create fantasy worlds. The people in the upper realm who were in a more advanced civilization could certainly do better in this area. These fantasy worlds wouldn't trap people or do harm to anyone. Instead, they would bring great benefits to people. These people used the spiritual spell visual projection to achieve the effects of livestream, while some grandmasters combined forces to create large-scale fantasy worlds. This method was now very mature in this world. According to Jessica's introduction, this continent had a large number of spellcasters, which, in Fang Chi's mind, were like cultivators in the cultivation civilizations. There were many cultivators and warriors from the east and the west of the continent, and many grandmasters had been livestreaming. Mr. Fang thought, Chapter 575, Dumb Mr. Fang arrived at the new continent. Different from the spiritual state, this world had many languages, including the Oriental languages similar to the spiritual state language and the spirit energy communication method, as Jessica did with Fang Chi in the beginning. Of course, they also had a special basic language, which was called the Inspiration Spiritual Spell. After being tutored by Jessica from a distance and going through a series of processes, Fang Chi and his companions no longer needed to worry about the language barrier in this place. Hiss. This city is so prosperous and bustling. Achoo! Walking on the streets of the city, Fang sneezed and looked around with great interest. The people here mostly looked like the Westerners back on Earth, before he traveled through space and time, but there were also Oriental people with black hair and dark eyes walking swiftly on the street in cloaks. Fang was astonished to see that there were all kinds of non-humans, and some of them had human bodies and beast heads. This city was very grand and was even bigger than Yuanyang City. In the city were buildings with white walls and red tiles. Clean water sprayed out from the fountain in the huge round flower beds surrounded by the meticulously pruned green hedges. The pure white stone benches on both sides of the street were spotless. However, not everyone they saw was more powerful than the Grand Masters such as Ji Tingyan. On this vast continent, most cultivators had moderate cultivation strength. But walking on the street, Fang sensed several extremely powerful presences from the crowds that he passed. 2 rows of heavy cavalry wearing heavy silver armor passed them, emitting gloomy murderous spirit. Is this the much bigger land that Jessica mentioned? Fang remembered that the top-level currency in this continent was the golden rock containing tremendous energy. He had seen it when he betted with Jessica. This rock was called a golden dragon eye, which was never seen in spiritual state. Of course, the ordinary people traded with currencies similar to spiritual stones. This was a land fraught with endless natural treasures. The vastness of the land was unimaginable, and there was more than one plane hidden in the depth of the land. In a projected screen before him, Fang saw a battle between a human and a huge dragon. The huge dragon spat out streaks of flames, ice, and thunderbolts which could travel 1,000 meters without losing power. The man wearing fiery red spiritual robe chanted in a low voice, and the aura of the godly spell engulfed the whole space. Watching the scenes of the grand battle, people's exclamations erupted like a tsunami. The booming noises of the battle, the roars of the huge dragon, and the people's boisterous shouts combined and assaulted Fang ears. Ancient dragon, it's an ancient dragon. Like a yellow butterfly that was fluttering its wings, a withered leaf slowly landed on Fang shoulder. It was autumn. Autumn was a season that everything withered, and it was also the season where living beings died or went into rest and hibernation. This land didn't only have 2 suns but 2 moons as well. In a clear night, people could see 2 radiant moons, one red and one blue, up in the high sky. They looked wondrous and beautiful. High mountains rolled on the land, and many peaks reached as high as 10,000 meters. Dotted like stars in the cosmos, cities of various sizes were built on these peaks. In the distance, there was a huge mountain peak which shot up into the sky like a sharp sword. On the top of the high cliff, white ice and snow covered the land, and there was a huge white tower with a sharp tip in the center of this place. 6 golden light patterns with different shapes rotated around the tip of the tower, making the building look like a bright lighthouse. Her black hair was as thick and curly as surging ocean waves, draping over the throne that was covered by a snow-white fur and decorated by fiery red gems. This woman was wearing a pale golden silky dress which revealed a small portion of snow-white skin, and her goddess-like cold face looked as flawless as white jade. The slightly slanting ends of her eyebrows made her look even colder and haughtier. How is the expedition of the Judgment Godly Palace? The news of victory hadn't come yet, a dignified-looking, middle-aged man who was wearing silver armor replied. The Flame Inquisitor, whose nickname is Permanent Flame, the first place of the Godly Palace, has tamed the ancient dragon Alpha. He has shown it to the world with the spiritual spell visual projection, the middle-aged man said. Who do you think is stronger, me or the Flame Inquisitor of the Judgment Godly Palace? Of course, you're stronger, Princess Your Highness, the middle-aged man said with a bow. Princess Your Highness, did you challenge those ancient existences again? Arrogance appeared in her eyes as she said, it's a pity that I've never had a taste of failure. Then, her lips curled up and showed a disdainful sneer. Is there really no one who can defeat me? In any place of the world, autumn was always a bleak season signaling old age and decay. However, in this vast and beautiful land, flowers were still blooming everywhere. Different from other places, this huge space was full of vital energy. Strange golden lights blinked in the sky like nimble tadpoles, moving and flashing around. Their movements looked random, but they secretly followed the pattern of star movements without stopping day and night. Swine. An old man wearing a gray robe entered this ethereal space with a walking cane in his hand. In the sky, quick wind supported a man who had silver long hair and a cold, chiseled face like invisible wings. His eyes filled with vicissitude and the passage of time seemed to have came back from the endless void, shooting out godly lights that looked like lightning flashes. The gray-robed old man chuckled. So many years have passed, and you are the same way. You are still as rude as ever to your guests. I just came back from the state of epiphany after sensing something. The silver-haired man named Swine said mildly, "My friend, how are you doing?" The old man said meaningfully, "It's a great honor to be called, my friend, by the guardian of wind. I'm afraid that few people in this whole continent have this honor. I heard that you traveled to the distant east and had just returned." The old man laughed and said, "Those people kept fighting for the title of number one, and I gave them a good lesson. Ha ha ha, in the whole continent, I'm afraid that only you can defeat that holiness." "I can't say that, after all, there's always someone more powerful out there, right?" The old man said, "I don't want to show off in front of the guardian of wind. If you came out of this space one day, I'm sure that you will be an existence that everyone in the continent looks up to." "I'm not so sure," the silver-haired man said. "I seem to sense a very gloomy presence that is moving restlessly in a distant space. As if it is hiding in a swamp of death, its presence is well concealed. However, I can still sense the evil in it. Perhaps, it has come to the continent." Chapter 576. Sir, deposit more money. Naturally, Fang didn't want to see the regions where he had shops at engaging in a war against each other. After all, if people weren't living in a peaceful time, no one would have the leisure to play online games and watch TV series in his shops. He knew that it was only a matter of time that the force behind Jessica, Carl, and Kevin would find out about their sticky situation. From his conversation with Jessica, Fang sensed that this land was so vast that even the forces behind her hadn't been able to explore the whole continent. From the information that she revealed, Fang had the vague feeling that ancient existences like gods existed in this world. Although Jessica hadn't seen them with her own eyes, their existence was proved by many prophecies and miracles that happened in the past countless years. Also, the spiritual patterns between their eyebrows were distinct evidence since these patterns were condensed from godly power. With these patterns, they could borrow power from the gods and use godly spiritual spells. When two opponents of the same realm battled, with one being an ordinary cultivator or warrior who used ordinary spiritual essence and warrior chi and the other being someone who could activate such horrifying power, it was obvious who would win. It wasn't a battle between rivals of the same level. It was one of the reasons why they looked down on the cultivators of the spiritual state and dared to be arrogant. Fang had defeated them since he had the experience of countless battles. At least his game character had absorbed most of the power of the demons. After he achieved complete synchronization with the character, he could overpower his three opponents in terms of granular control of his energy. Combined with the great power of evil sword Apophis and other equipment that offered great strength, he could fight them 1 versus 3. If Mr. Fang had been a newbie soul bender, he would have been defeated without a doubt. Among these outlanders, Carl was the strongest, but he was only a vanguard general. Fang could imagine the great power of the Judgment Godly Palace, the force behind them. Fortunately, Mr. Fang was here to open a shop, and he wasn't an invader who would arrogantly claim to destroy this world. Therefore, he wasn't worried that someone would come to him and beat him senseless like what he did to the 3 outlanders. Burp. Jessica tossed down the broom and belched uncontrollably with a bottle of Coke in her hand. I drank a whole bottle already. Get me a bottle of iced red tea." Then, she took out a strange purple crystal and paid for it. "After I return, I'll capture this despicable shop owner and force him to make red iced tea for us each day," Jessica said with a snort. Her lips curved up when she imagined the scene in which Mr. Fang served her tea and massaged her back. Her mood lightened at the thought. "We must be cautious, there are many traps and mechanisms in the shop," Kevin said in a low voice. "While we are here, we can gather more information and see what powerful and mysterious force is behind this shop." Obviously, he remembered his failure to escape from the window and door after trying to break them for a whole night, and thus he was very cautious. On the other hand, they didn't want people to know about their humiliating experience, so they considered how to negotiate their release with Mr. Fang while gathering information about the shop. "We must prepare for the invasion of the Outlanders." Gu Tingyun looked grim. "Since we came to their world through the heavenly abyss sea, they can one day go to our spiritual state through the same portal. If that happens, the spiritual state will be in danger." Fang turned serious at this moment as well since he had lived in the deserted sea realm for a long time and could be considered as half a native. "We must get prepared." Fang Qi now clearly understood that the invaders came from the force called the Judgment Godly Palace. Although he didn't know the status of this force in the whole continent, he knew that it didn't represent all the forces on this land. Of course, there might be other forces coinciding with the Judgment Godly Palace in terms of missions and strategies, which was a factor that Fang Qi must put into consideration. I plan to return to the spiritual state today and begin the preparations. What's your plan, Mr. Fang? Yu Tingyan didn't plan to drag this on. I plan to find a peaceful spot to open a branch shop while experiencing the life and customs in this place. I'll keep you guys informed and message you when I detect something, Fang Qi said. Okay, sounds good. In fact, under the suppression of the powerful upper realm, the fates of the cultivators and warriors in places such as the spiritual state, deserted sea realm, and ultimate west realm didn't depend on Fang Qi but themselves. Fang Qi alone couldn't determine their fates. After all, Jessica was correct in one thing: the powerful preyed on the weak, and only the fittest would survive. One had to admit that some things could unite all people. Hatred and conflict of interests were nothing in front of such issues. The cultivators of Half City were not good friends with their counterparts in the big factions of the Morning Star Sea realm, but now they had to work together and be cooperative on the surface. Dajin and the Wu-Wei Taoist Alliance had been enemies with the Yundian Upper Realm and the two Saint factions respectively, but none of them had conflicts with the cultivators of Spiritual State. The two figures hidden in black robes were now sitting in a corner of the shop. Should we? Of course. The big man wearing a black cloak said bleakly while he gazed at the jade tablet engraved with two characters, Luo Tian, in his hand. Time flows by slowly, and the past feels like a dream. I hope your immortal souls will bless us and help us obtain victory this time. So many years have passed. Now, we are going to face the enemies that they had once faced. How is the demonic energy in your body? The black-robed man asked in a low voice. The woman frowned slightly and replied, I can hear the demon's whispers occasionally, just like how it is in that world, the world in the game. The power contained in this advancement contract is perfect. Now I have the strength of stigmata, and I'm not afraid of demons. Besides, I think I can condense a seed for demonic energy. With aid from that world, I think you can soon obtain your advancement as well. With this power, perhaps, awakening is no longer so far away from us. Then, let's go to that world and study it to obtain more inspirations. Let's use up the fatigue points and then join their discussions. Let's go. If I get a piece of good equipment, I'll treat you to Coke. Should we reinforce the equipment to level 14? I remember that the prize coupon doesn't have a restriction on the reinforcement levels. My goodness, you're right, we can't stop at 14. We must make it to 20. Sir, deposit more money in my card. Chapter 577, Resident Evil 2. Regardless of what you learn, whether it was martial arts or combat techniques, the fundamental skills were indispensable. The sword techniques that were powerful enough to hack open mountains and rivers originated from the most basic hacking movements. The grandmasters who were sweeping across the whole continent had gone through the same basic training when they were young. Only on a solid foundation can tall buildings stand still. Therefore, don't be surprised if you see someone knocking down a huge dragon with a rusty iron sword or someone easily battling a heavily armored fighter with bare fists. It was because these people were truly grandmasters. If you're confident in your strength, you can pick up a tree branch from the ground and make it the best weapon in the world. Regardless of where they were, what nation they were in, what kind of power they used, and how talented they were, cultivators and warriors must put great efforts in the training of basic skills. Even on this land that was rumored to have gods, people believed that basic skills were important. In fact, the people here put even more emphasis in basic skill training than anywhere else that Fang Qi had been to. Big and small nations dotted the land like dazzling stars in the sky or precious stones in a mine, making it look like that the continent was wearing a fancy robe. Among all the nations, the Morning Light Empire that had the surging Kanglan River and misty Yinyan Spring, which symbolized life, was the most beautiful pearl on this continent. This beautiful and rich nation enjoyed the reputation of the nation of skills. This nation put the greatest emphasis on fundamental skills. Although other nations valued fundamental skills as well, the people in this nation put much more time and energy in basic training than the warriors and mages of other nations. They had complete martial Dao mystical realms and spiritual spells mystical realms for not only junior warriors and mages but masters as well. The latter group came into these realms to do some special training with suppressed cultivation strengths. Perhaps before entering these mystical realms, many people had the misunderstanding that the basic cultivation mystic realms were only useful to beginners and could be discarded after one's cultivation strength grew higher. However, after entering these realms, the foreigners who came here to cultivate would soon change their minds. These realms welcomed warriors and mages from all places. If you were lucky, you might even encounter the legendary elves in this nation. These cultivation mystical realms were treasures of the city which was situated by Candlin River. People passing this area could hear groups of warriors in 2 or 3 discussing combat techniques. With these techniques, they battled with dangerous magical beasts, hunted for top-quality fur and higher-level magical beast crystals, which was the livelihood for many people. These realms were not open 24 hours per day. During the night, even the warriors and mages enthralled by these realms were reluctant to disturb the tranquil atmosphere of this city. On the gravel-paved streets of this ancient European-style city thronged crowds from all over the world. This was a perfect capture of the scenery of this city. These cultivation mystical realms all belonged to the Alchemist Union, and they had the highest travel flow. Several young men and women with blonde or brown hair had just finished cultivation. While wiping sweat off his foreheads, an innocent-looking young man with freckles was in high spirits. Did you know, earlier in the cultivation mystical realm, I defeated a gray wolf which was a level 2 magical beast alone. A level 2 magical beast. It seems that my scores this term will be beyond outstanding. I think I can adventure into the Sunset Forest, he said excitedly. It was clear that these young people were very interested in unknown and novel stuff. They were drawn toward it whenever they heard about mercenaries coming back from the Sunset Forest with bags full of magical beast furs, alchemical herbs, and rare minerals. Gray wolves appear in groups inside the Sunset Forest. I hope you won't wet your pants if you encounter them. A brown-haired young man teased him. Right, it's said that some senior students sneaked into the Sunset Forest and encountered dozens of gray wolves. If a group of mercenaries didn't pass by, they wouldn't have made it back. Is it really so horrid? Through the door of the shop, Fang could see a few Oriental people with black hair and dark eyes mingling in the crowds. It was said that they came from another nation in the distant east. Of course, Fang used these words to describe his own background as well. The small shop had a brand new and spotless outlook. With only about 100 computers, the shop was neat and quiet. Outside the shop was a round intersection connecting streets with bustling crowds. Through the door, Fang could see the huge traffic and the giant flower bed in the center of the intersection. On the giant flower bed was a huge statue of a tall man lifting a long sword. It was a busy area that was good for business. To Fang surprise, after he opened the shop, the prize he got was the game, Resident Evil 2. He thought it through after a moment of consideration. After all, most people in this world were ordinary, and the power of crowds couldn't be underestimated. To spread the internet all over the world, it wouldn't be wise if the shop only provided things that interested the few high-level warriors and grandmasters. He would have to nurture the young flowers with the very basic skills. Yes, nurture. Mr. Fang thought that this was a good word to describe what he would do. In the past, whenever he opened a new shop, there would be all the movies and TV series. But this time, the new shop had only one movie, Resident Evil 2. Together with the game, the shop offered only 2 items. Origins Internet Club, what a strange name. Look, there's a new shop here. When did it open? As usual, most people would show interest in a shop that they didn't know anything about. Driven by curiosity, these young people walked into the shop to see what business the shop was running. Having just come out of a cultivation mystical realm, these young people walked into the shop and found that the presence inside was mystical and totally different from other shops. Even though the plants and decorations inside the shop matched the city's style, the square-shaped objects that looked like magic items gave them a novel feeling. On the counter hung the certificate from the Alchemist Union and the business certificate. Everything showed that it was a legal and formal business. On the small blackboard was written, Resident Evil 2 Cultivation Mystical Realm, 10 magic crystals for activation. Resident Evil 2 Movie, 8 magic crystals for activation. Underneath were the prices of items such as iced red tea and Coke. Computer time is 2 magic crystals per hour. Resident Evil Cultivation Mystical Realm. They looked baffled. What kind of cultivation mystical realm is this? We've just come out from the Sunset Forest mystic realm of Alchemist Union after killing a gray wolf. Don't try to fool me. What is this thing? Chapter 578. How come there is such an Oriental man? Such an eyesore. Seeing the young people walking into the shop, the man standing beside the flower bed outside the shop said with displeasure. This man had short blonde hair that was neatly combed back, and he carried a big sword on his back while wearing a shiny suit of armor. What is it? Did someone mess with you, big sword Crete? Beside him, a lean and short man whistled as his fingers played with a small and delicate dagger. Mr. Fang had opened his shop in the busy section of the city. Nearby was the Mercenary Union, and Alchemist Union wasn't far away as well. The blonde warrior pointed at the shop and said in resentment, I mean that Oriental man who came from nowhere. Ah, the short man snickered and dragged on his voice as he said flippantly, an Oriental man. The one who went to the Alchemist Union this morning. Did he offend you? This guy doesn't know his limits. He set several new records in the low-level mystic realms. The blonde man carrying the big sword looked at the shop sulkily and said, I wonder which wealthy family he comes from. He dares to open a cultivation mystic realm in this place. His moves seem to be quite fancy, and I heard that, Fiery Rose, in the Union is fond of him. I remember that you had set some of the records he broke, right? Crete, he doesn't have any respect for his seniors, which is indeed infuriating. Humph, he is showing off his combat techniques blatantly since he isn't weak. Should we, the short one whispered, give this foreigner a lesson? A few customers went in. Let's frighten them out of the shop. Ruin his reputation. Good idea. Give him a taste of the power of our Golden Sunlight mercenary group. Meanwhile, in Fang Chi's shop. What is this Resident Evil 2 cultivation mystical realm? The brown-haired young man with freckles looked around the shop curiously and said, this shop looks strange. So expensive. The green-eyed girl beside him exclaimed when she saw the prices. 2 magic crystals for 1 hour. What were magic crystals? They were crystals condensed from the energy in magical beasts' bodies. Only level 2 magical beasts could have a low chance of producing the lowest level magic crystals, which made these crystals very valuable. With its pure energy, 1 magic crystal was equal to 10 unpurified magic ores. Obviously, this price was higher than that of ordinary cultivation mystical realms. In this nation which put great importance on combat techniques, cultivation mystical realms were available to most disciples. These mystic realms were low-leveled and easy to make as the technology matured. They were affordable to most disciples who intended to become warriors and mages. However, this new shop was even more expensive than the low-level cultivation mystical realm built by people such as the vice president of the Morning Light Empire branch of Alchemist Union. The latter had been in business in the city for many years. So expensive, they had wanted to try it, but they got indignant seeing the high prices. Let's go, the green-haired girl said, it's so expensive. I hope the shop owner lives his life with his magic crystals. With a pout, she went out of the shop before others. Is this cultivation mystical realm more powerful than the Sunset Forest? The freckled young man followed her out. When they looked around, they saw many people gathering before the shop. I heard that this shop offended the Golden Sunlight mercenary group. Some spellcasters wearing black cloaks stood outside the shop. He's new to the city, but he has a talent for offending people. He can mess with many people, but why did he choose them? He's just a little guy. Do you really want to play pranks on him? Behind the blonde man named Crete stood a woman who was wearing a black mage cloak, and she asked with a playful smile on her face. I just want to play with him. The blonde man also had a playful and teasing smile on his face. Okay then. A short dark red magic staff slid out of the woman's sleeve. With a light wave of the magic staff, the fountain that was shooting out water toward the flower bed dashed toward Fang Chi's shop. Surprisingly, the water from the fountain turned colorful like paints. In the blink of an eye, the snow-white walls of Fang Chi's shop were dyed in many colors, and the shopfront looked like a wet chicken that was just taken out of a bucket of paint. The warriors who were about to enter the shop to check it out paused their steps. Ha 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 ha. The crowd instantly laughed. However, in the next instant, the pedestrians on the street, including the blonde warrior Crete and that woman, stopped laughing. The place fell silent. They saw the paint slide down from the walls and turn fainter until it became thin streams of water. More surprising was that the water seemed to give a shower to the small building, turning the slightly yellowed walls pristine white. With the remaining dust washed off, the tiles on the ceiling looked spotless and translucent. Try again. Put more effort in it. I just don't believe it. When the water sprayed to the building, the audience widened their eyes. The water drops turned into white mist as if they were evaporated by some unknown heat source, engulfing the small shop in an ethereal white fog. This place looked like a shop of the immortals. Excellent. The young people who had just come out of the shop stood outside and exclaimed with hands covering their mouths, and disbelief appeared in their eyes. Not only the blonde man but the woman who cast the spell froze. What is going on, mister? Fang frowned and murmured, what's happening outside? He strode out of the door. He's coming out. Get ready. This time, we must humiliate him in front of everyone. Don't worry, I set up a small spiritual spell on the ground. It will be great to see so many people witness his humiliation. At this moment, the door of the shop opened, and a young man flew out stepping on a silver sword beam. With mist surrounding the shop, the figure flying out while stepping on the sword beam looked like an immortal to the people outside the door. Hello, everyone, Mr. Fang greeted them friendly. Ah, this oriental man is dashing. Cool. All the people of the upper realm who were standing on the street were stupefied by the sight. Joseph. The young people who had planned to leave due to the high prices said, CIA, shall we go back and try it? Ah, the shop owner is so cool. The girl with green hair and green eyes had stars in her eyes. Let's go and try the new mystic realm in the shop. Well, should we go in and have a look? The mages who were here to watch the drama at the door hesitated for a second before walking into the shop. Let's go as well. Some warriors carrying heavy weapons walked into the shop too. The blonde man carrying the big sword was silent. The short man stammered, The female mage didn't say anything. Silence fell on them. After a long while, they scratched their heads. Ha ha ha, hi hi hey. Chapter 579. New difficulty levels, new challenges. The white and transparent grand hall looked as if it were carved out of a giant piece of crystal. In one glance, it was clear but bottomless like a deep spring. Princess, your highness. The middle-aged guard kneeled on one knee. Is there anything interesting that happened? A woman sat on a tall throne made with crystals and precious stones. Her feet rested on the pedestal which was as high as the guard's head. This girl looked to be about 19 years old. The skin revealed by her sleeveless ice blue long dress was whiter than snow. With her hands in silk gloves and resting on her lap, she looked dignified and elegant like a statue of a goddess. With her youthful looks, it was hard to connect her to that legendary existence. Yes, her gaze lowered to him coldly. The guard immediately answered, the information from the Judgment Godly Palace shows that the vanguard general and army that they sent to attack that plane seemed to have been captured. Oh, hee. In a barbaric plane. At this moment, the existence sitting on the throne showed some interest. The Judgment Godly Palace seemed to have existed on this land for a long, long time. Their presences could be seen everywhere in this world. They spread their beliefs all over the world. In fact, they had members inside many nations. It was one of the largest powerhouses in the complicated power system on this continent. A man wore a milky white priest robe decorated with the pattern of a strange hexagonal flame. A huge dragon with crystal-like silver scales lay beside him. Sitting on the highest position in the grand hall, his head was on the same level of the huge dragon's head, looking down at the mortals like a god. The presence that he emitted was so hot that it could suffocate anyone who came close to him. In contrast, his eyes were as cold as ice. God said that flames will burn up all sins, he said slowly. According to the records in the Godly Palace, this man who looked to be about 30 years old with dazzling handsome facial features had once served the god. God said that anyone who betrays the glories of God will be judged and punished. Such an existence stood at the top of the continent. Carl and his two companions hadn't expected that Judgment Godly Palace would know about their capture so soon. After all, as the Flame Inquisitor, he had his own means and channels that were unknown to others. The Vanguard General and his two companions are elites of the Godly Palace. 2 rows of people stood neatly before the Flame Inquisitor. The people in one row wore silver armor while the people in the other row wore white priest robes. Only a handful of people standing in the very front wore red robes and red armor, a sharp contrast from the rest. Each of them emitted a horrifying presence. The further ahead they stood, the greater the presence they emitted. Their expressions were cold, but their eyes had heat in them. I'm sad that some of our people have discarded their godly patterns and betrayed the glory of God. Please release the holy flames and purge their sins. One white-robed priest bowed and said. They talked as if they could decide people's lives with one word. No, the white-robed man who looked as holy as a god said, I think they only submitted and behaved. Against the law due to suppression, they still have a chance for redemption. The people who dragged them down should be purged by the holy flame, the haughty, godlike man said. I'm willing to lead the godly punishment army to execute the godly punishment. This time, the man standing in the foremost opened his mouth and spoke. He wore bright red armor engraved with a golden hexagonal flame pattern, and in the center of the flame was a holy hammer. Only 6 people in the Grand Hall wore such armor. They were members of the Judgment Knight Legion. Each of them possessed great strength unimaginable to mortals. No, you shouldn't have to undertake such a trivial mission, the existence sitting on the high pedestal said calmly. It's only a small task to destroy a barbaric plane. A man wearing a golden robe walked up. I think the Thornflower family and Flame Bird family who serve our god are willing to do the job. Sitting on the extremely tall pedestal, the Flame Inquisitor nodded slightly. The people who lured God's children and made them fall should be punished most severely. Let that person of the Dark-Winged Knight Legion do the job. Achoo, Mr. Fang suddenly sneezed and thought, who's thinking of me? At this moment, he was managing the new shop. With all his attention focused on how to nurture the new flowers, he was oblivious to the hidden currents after having a new goal. He had no idea what was going on. Wow, the young people had gotten online, and they found that the computers in the shop were totally different from their experience in the traditional cultivation mystical realms. Are these magical items made by the Oriental spellcasters? The freckled young man was Joseph, and the green-haired and green-eyed girl was CIA. It was evident that they were amazed by these, Oriental-style, magic items. In fact, hand-to-hand combat techniques were not low-level skills. They were only weak when used by weak people. There were differences between techniques, large differences. However, the simplest fundamental techniques usually contained the greatest potential and variations. The monster systems in Resident Evil 2 was larger and more complicated than that in Resident Evil 1. Since the game simulated the real world, even soldiers of special forces couldn't battle with such monsters with their bodies if they didn't have powerful close-range combat techniques. The system remake of Resident Evil 2 was different from Resident Evil 1. It had 3 difficulty levels for players to choose, and each level required different levels of combat techniques. In the basic difficulty, the players could choose Leon and Claire. At this stage, Leon was only a new recruit in terms of combat techniques. Although Claire had learned some combat techniques and shooting skills from Chris, she was still a university student and not proficient with these skills. In the challenge difficulty, the players could choose Chris and Ada whose strengths didn't need more description. In the ultimate difficulty, the players were equipped with only 1 dagger and 3 herbs. If you passed this difficulty, you probably would know the true meaning of granular control. Chapter 580, Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to live for real? The new shop only offered Resident Evil 2 to the players, but it was released at the same time in the other shops, including the Juhua City shop, the Half City shop, and the Yuanyang City shop. Are you finally up, Mr. Fang has gone to the Outland. Oh, Su Tianji walked into the shop groggily. Recently, they had been discussing a spiritual spell named Super Railgun in the research group chant, and they talked late into the night. In fact, they had begun to think and tried to create this spiritual spell as early as when they first saw the Gauss guns. With the spiritual spell of transforming lightning into threads, they could study the coil guns. Of course, they did more than discussing it. For example, at this moment, Su Tianji sat on the couch with a bowl of instant noodles in one hand and a pink iPhone communication jade in the other. It still had the face of a cute cat printed on the back. Ding dong. Huh. The visual that the communication jade showed was a flat-chested girl humming a song, and the title was, A Certain Scientific Railgun. Master, what are you watching? It's a story about a girl firing the railgun. Since she could only purchase the framework of some spiritual spells in Qzone after watching this, she had to watch it and enjoy it. During breakfast, she watched 1 episode of this anime with her disciples. Perhaps only when they ate instant noodles in the shop could they enjoy a moment of peace. After all, they were threatened by the permanent existences from that unknown world. My job is to protect the continent. How can I be so lazy and idle here? Ah, the shop released a new game. What new game? Su Tianji immediately turned her head to the voice. Resident Evil 2. Su Tianji sat back down while pouting. Resident Evil 2, what is fun about that? It has a low power system. Anyway, I can't really go and try to develop the T-virus and toss it into the home of the Outlanders, right? Also, It is impossible to produce such a thing. I'm better off watching my Railgun Girl anime. While watching the anime on a couch, she sent a message to Mr. Fang on QQ. Sir, how come you released this new game? Husky's disdainful face. Mr. Fang replied, why don't you play it? Su Tianji asked, strange. Why should I? Sitting in the new shop, Mr. Fang chose a meme from the QQ meme collection and sent it to her. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to live for real? Under the question were two options. The first was yes and the second was okay. Su Tianji stared at the screen in a daze. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen, and she felt frustrated and wanted to beat up Mr. Fang. How can I choose from these two options? Do you want to hear a story? Mr. Fang asked. A story. It felt like an adult was trying to calm down a child. Su Tianji thought for a second and replied, a fairy, will give you face and listen to you. Then, Mr. Fang told her about a world named Terror Infinity. After watching The Matrix, Su Tianji didn't find the weird concept of Terror Infinity very hard to understand. Oh, hearing only part of it, Su Tianji jumped up and asked, do you mean that I can open the genetic lock if I play Resident Evil 2? You can only do it in the ultimate state, Mr. Fang added. Quickly turning off her communication jade, Su Tianji got up and murmured, we can practice ultimate movements and techniques in Resident Evil. I'm going to play it. She went online cheerfully. Mr. Fang froze. I was only telling a story. I didn't say that it was real. Hey, how come you're playing Resident Evil? In the group for chat for the Super Railgun, the members were puzzled when Su Tianji announced that she would try Resident Evil 2. This game couldn't meet the high demands of these grand cultivators and high-level warriors. It was for the low-level young people to play. Then, Su Tianji posted a meme in the group. Then, she told them about Terror Infinity. Such a thing exists. Me, I want to play it, too. Rolling on the floor laughing, a member with the profile picture of a big white deer had slipped into the group. The deer wanted to learn the Railgun spiritual spell, and it even wanted to open the genetic lock. It definitely lacked a good understanding of itself. I want to play it too. He. Smiling face with open hands, a loli joined the fun as well. Compared to the players in the old shops who lacked an understanding of themselves, the players in the new shop were much better. Not needing Mr. Fang to tell them a story about life's meaning, these people in this world just paid and entered the game. Oh, this cultivation mystical realm is so different. The brown-haired young man yelled, I've turned into another man. My name is Leon. The young girl with green hair also exclaimed, I'm Claire, I have matured. Can I drink a bit of wine now? The blonde man named Big Sword Crete who had caused trouble outside the shop entered the game as well. What good stuff can this small shop have? It must be a basic mystical realm of the lowest level. Watch me, I'll kill all the beasts in the realm and break all the records in the shop. After entering the game, the players saw a city engulfed in a weird atmosphere and darkness. The prosperous city with skyscrapers and shops didn't even have a single light on. It was really strange. Having just graduated from the police academy, Leon drove to the police office on his first day of work. This mystical realm looks weird. While watching the opening cinematics, the Outlanders put down their virtual reality headsets and exchanged a look. They all sensed the creepy atmosphere in the game. After putting virtual reality headsets back onto their heads, they seemed to hear staggering steps in the darkness. At this moment, they officially entered the game. Where's my chi? Where's my power? How come I turn into an ordinary person? The blonde mercenary Crete yelled when he saw humans with dirty blood on their pale faces staggering toward him. Fuck off, you damn wastrels. Crete quickly kicked the first zombie on the chest. However, he didn't notice that the corpse lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. During the interlude cinematics, Leon had stopped by this corpse to check it. It bit my leg. How can this person be biting other people? Meanwhile, screams sounded in the shop. How come this thing can't be killed? Blood was everywhere on the screen. After exiting the virtual reality mode, these people stared at the screen and watched as the bodies of their game characters were eaten by the zombies. This fear made their hair stand on end. On this day, these Outlanders were struck by the fear of being overwhelmed by zombies. Chapter 581, Tyrants and Lickers came out as small monsters. Even the veteran mercenaries of the Golden Sunlight Mercenary Group, which was claimed to be the most ferocious mercenary group, leapt up in fear. Without thinking, others were in even worse states. Even the female players were scared when they entered the bar as Claire, the main character, and saw the zombie, which looked similar to the first generation, eating a corpse. What's this mystical realm? This mystical realm is not for cultivation, it's used to scare people. The mercenaries complained loudly. After all, they had fought countless battles. If they were given a bit of their cultivation strength, they would be killing machines in the game. The mages shared this thought. If we can cast a spiritual spell in the game, even a small fireball will work. However, they couldn't use any of their strength. The mercenaries yelled, "It's despicable to increase the difficulty by suppressing our strength. Besides, the monsters in there can't be killed." Crete yelled, "After I shattered its chest with land shatter, the combat technique that he used to kick the zombie, it didn't die. It could still bite people as if nothing happened. How can such monsters exist in the world?" Different from Resident Evil 1, almost no one survived in the entire city. In Resident Evil 2, the zombies were everywhere. In Resident Evil 1, the players would only encounter one zombie at the beginning. I dare to bet that no one can last more than 1 minute with these monsters. Crete said as his face turned red in agitation. While he said that, he heard an exclamation, "Wow! Is this a magical firearm? Awesome!" The mercenaries looked back and saw the young people who had put down their virtual reality headsets in fear now gather around a girl named CIA. She controlled Claire, who was holding an object that looked like a magical firearm. Then, she quickly ran out. The mercenaries exchanged a look and wondered, this mystical realm can be like this. Confident in their own strengths, the mercenaries naturally had a hard time accepting the skills and knowledge in the game. Instead, they tried to kill zombies with their own combat techniques. Claire, the heroine, was soon rescued by Leon, who fired at the zombies with a gun, and it was natural for her to notice this weapon. After all, this series of games had always been nice to heroines. Although there were many zombies, and the process was extremely dangerous thrilling, she still managed to flee from the zombies as she screamed. Different from the original version, the system version had more than those set routes. The players could enter all the shops and houses in the small town to search for supplies. If they could dodge the zombies that were everywhere, they might find weapons and monsters that the original version didn't have. Although the ammunition was limited, they could use sabers, daggers, and other weapons that they picked up from the ground. After escaping from the siege of the zombies, these people explored the small town with pistols in their hands. Although the atmosphere was tense and suppressing, the players felt a pleasure after escaping from death. The thrilling sensation rushed out of their minds after experiencing the life and death situation. Oh, this is so cool. Despite the dangers around them, they had the urge and the impulse to keep exploring, trying to find out what had happened to this world, why the people had turned into monsters, and if there were more of such magical firearms. We can play it like this. Mercenary Crete, who had swore that no one could last more 1 minute, was frustrated, and his face turned dark. He turned his head and saw the female mage getting into the zone and enjoying herself. She was busy shooting zombies with her small pistol. Let's try it too. I remember that I have such a magical firearm too. If they broke out from the siege, they could use their physical strength as warriors to fight the lone zombies. Their combat strengths weren't low, and they could use melee weapons. At this moment, the health condition of Claire, who was under the control of the female mage, deteriorated. She found that somehow a claw scratch appeared on her arm. This wound had blackened, and something was wriggling in the wound. It was a terrifying scene. No, the monster's claws contain poison. Gradually, everything before her turned bloody red, and she somehow felt a strange urge to eat. Soon, the female mage was forced to exit from the virtual reality mode. Meanwhile, Claire had turned into a pale-faced zombie, lunging toward the screen viciously. Her hands shivered, and she was so frightened that she almost wetted her pants. A moment ago, this female mage was still Claire. She seemed to see herself in the other world, turning into a ghost-like creature. That's how these creatures came into being. If I get scratched by them, I'll turn into this type of creatures. Seeing zombie Claire loitering aimlessly on the street, the mercenaries, including Crete, felt chills run down their spines. In the original game, the players could be healed by eating the green herbs, but now, in the new version, any medicine could only heal wounds. If the players contracted the virus, they must find blood serum before they got turned into zombies. Otherwise, one scratch would turn them into zombies. Obviously, this new version was more difficult to play. Experiencing this situation in person, the mages and mercenaries on this new continent began to realize these creatures, terrifying features bit by bit. One light scratch could turn people into monsters just like them. This realization shocked the players like the continuous waves of the ocean. The players' hearts were in their throats whenever they fought with these monsters. Even if they remained intact through the battle, they were still worried that their companions might have been scratched by a zombie, and they would be bitten by their zombified companions while they were not looking. The players didn't even know when a zombie would appear since they were everywhere in the city. If this were real life, some faint-hearted people would collapse under this pressure. However, since it was a game, this dark and creepy world stimulated the people's desire to explore. Without thinking, the female mage started the game again and re-entered this strange world. Rolling up his sleeves, the mercenary Crete quickly entered the game again. In the virtual reality mode, Resident Evil 2 was much more difficult than Resident Evil 1. Therefore, the main characters who were only ordinary people faced even greater pressure compared to the previous game. For example, Leon came to the police station to report to duty, so he quickly entered the building to investigate. This was the same beginning for all male players. However, when Crete controlled Leon to explore the police station with great care, he suddenly heard a yell of alarm. He saw a bald man wearing a green military coat standing before him like a huge iron tower, a tyrant. On the other side, CIA and the female mage who were playing as Claire shrieked as well. The ceiling broke open, revealing a disgusting monster whose brains were exposed, Liquor. Yes, the bosses in the movie and game of Resident Evil 1 showed up soon after the beginning of Resident Evil 2. Chapter 582, Understanding of Ultimate Techniques. Not only the mercenaries and mages in the new shop, but the old players in the Juhua City shop, the Half City shop, and the Yuanyang City shop were stupefied as well. How can it be? With such a high difficulty level, how can we play it with enjoyment? What was more, this was the lowest difficulty level. Everyone knew that the Lickers were powerful. They had great hearing and could hear everything, including when one was walking, running, and even breathing. Lickers couldn't walk upright, but they could climb the walls and ceilings with their powerful limbs and claws. With their super powerful jumps and swift movement speed, they could even dodge strafing firearms. In the original version, the Lickers were not so powerful. After all, the players were not professional fighters. But now, the Lickers in the game were as powerful as those in Resident Evil 1. Tyrants were just as powerful if not more. The players were astonished that they encountered these extremely horrifying monsters soon after the game began. These powerful tyrants and Lickers were hard to handle even if the mercenaries and mages had their cultivation strengths with them. The mass-produced tyrants were much more powerful than the first-generation tyrants, and they wouldn't die even when they were plunged into melted iron. Unless Grandmasters moved, spiritual spells could only tickle them. They were like human-shaped weapons. But now, the players had to face such monsters as ordinary people. This tyrant obviously saw the main character controlled by the blonde mercenary Crete. What's this creature? It didn't look like a zombie, but its iron tower-like body, metallic skin, and cold inhuman eyes emanated a great suppressive aura onto the people when it looked at them. Obviously, the new players in the new shop didn't recognize the tyrant. This big bald guy looks strong, but I have a gun with me. At the same time, the female mage, Lilith, had a similar thought facing the Licker. Although the monster before me looks horrifying, I'm not afraid since I have a magical firearm that is more advanced than those firearms created by dwarfs. At this moment, Leon already fired at the monster under Crete's control. Bang! The guns fired. Crete's eyes opened wide as the bullet which could shatter a zombie's head bounced off from the tyrant's forehead. Then, the tyrant that had an iron tower-like body strode over while almost ignoring the bullets before punching down. The tyrant's huge body created a gust. Its huge body didn't look nimble, but its speed surpassed the limit for humans. More horrifying was that it had strong combat techniques. A big hole appeared on the ground as Leon's head was shattered like a watermelon. Being forced to exit the virtual reality mode, Crete gaped at the scene on the screen. He turned his head and saw Claire under the female mage Lilith's control being pierced by a long tongue before she could react. A thought struck these at the same time: can anyone defeat such monsters? Meanwhile, the young fighters had also exited the virtual reality mode. They stared at the screens in shock. What are these monsters? Isn't this mystical realm a basic one? Crete yelled. After all, only the basic mystical realms suppress the participants' strengths. But this one, the basic mystical realms built by mages with magical methods were usually used by beginners and thus wouldn't have monsters too powerful for their abilities. After all, even when masters entered such realms, they would try to show the beginners the combat techniques instead of escaping techniques. But such powerful monsters were impossible for people other than true masters and godly spellcasters to defeat. You even suppressed our strength and turned us into ordinary people. What is the meaning of this? What is the use of this game, mystical realm? We can't even escape properly. Are we just coming here to die? This is the mystical realm with the worst design that I've ever seen. After many failed attempts, Crete said with a snort. As Chris's sister, Claire had strong combat techniques. Leon, who had just graduated from the police academy, was a genius. Combat techniques were not only fighting skills, there were also techniques in exerting force and how to better control oneself. Not able to pass this stage, the young people glanced around and saw that the shop owner was also playing the game. After watching for a while, they pointed at Fang Chi's screen and said, "Why don't you try to dodge?" On Fang Chi's screen, he was also facing the tyrant. One wall in the corridor had been shattered by the tyrant with one punch. At the moment when the tyrant charged forward with a punch, Fang Chi took a couple of swift steps and kicked the wall in the corridor with perfect timing. Then, he stomped the wall, and the repulsion force sent him behind the tyrant. Then, he stood up and left, getting out of tyrant's attack range without a fuss. For ordinary people, after they died several times in the game that was too difficult for them, they would either change the game setting illegally, or clear the stage with other cheats, or just give it up. But for masters and lovers of games, they had different thoughts about the games. With greater difficulty and challenges, these players would get greater enjoyment from the game even though the journey was full of hardships. It was the same case with the true masters who walked step after step toward their goal with determination. They loved challenges and were not afraid of hardships, setbacks, and failures. Why can't you handle a more powerful opponent? What did you do when you encountered such a situation in real life? Fang Chi asked. But this is a mystical realm. Crete refuted loudly. Perhaps. But for me, it's just a game, Fang Chi said mildly while controlling Leon to dodge the tyrant's pursuit. Dodging its harsh attacks and finding its weaknesses before defeating it with any method you can is the wisdom of playing games. It was the fun of games to defeat seemingly invincible enemies with one's own wisdom. The others froze, looking as if they understood something. Meanwhile, the players in the old shops encountered the same problem. Nolan Hungwoo looked at his screen in frustration after several failed attempts, and he almost puked blood. After thinking for a few moments, he controlled Leon to move swiftly. As an ordinary person, it was extremely difficult to dodge such an attack. Therefore, it was extremely critical that he must control his strength with precision. Dodge, dodge. At the moment when the tyrant's fist smashed down, Nolan Hungwoo suddenly moved his feet and shifted for a few inches to the side in a flash. Then, with small and swift steps, he passed the tyrant with perfect timing. Past it, excitement and joy filled his heart in the next moment. Ha ha ha, old brother, awesome. Zhongwu looked at the screenshot that Nolan Hungwoo posted in the group and replied, "I think I was inspired by you." This was an understanding of an ultimate technique. Chapter 583, Pathetic Foils. Whenever Crete heard the shaking noises of the ground in the game, he was struck with fear. This monster is too terrifying. After all, these young people only practiced their skills on magical beasts and had never placed themselves before such invincible opponents. But now, tyrants and lickers had become the nightmare of these outlanders. Under suffocating suppression, they had to be on guard every second, and their nerves were under a lot of tension. However, after they escaped from their powerful enemy with a narrow margin, the sense of achievement was so great that they couldn't find words to describe it. When one was trapped under life and death pressure, a huge amount of potential would erupt from one's body. Wow, this Oriental lady is so beautiful. Obviously, Crete had encountered Ada at this moment. How come such a beautiful lady appeared in this place? Are you here for me? You smell so good, he flirted with her casually. His neck was instantly broken after he got close to her. Looking at the words, "Game over," he remembered the warning written on the small blackboard. Play the games in a civil way or bear the consequences. It was afternoon when people walked out of the shop. The clean and neat streets were lined with tall buttonwood trees. Although Fang preferred the misty scenery of Zhongyuan in Juhua City and the elegant antique building styles in Yuanyang City, this city had its own charms. Built beside a river and mountains, the city looked magnificent. There were fancy castles at the top of the mountains. Lower down were the business zones and residential areas for rich people. In the middle was a big street winding its way up to the mountain top. Horses and carriages could be frequently seen on the street. Occasionally, teams of city guards walked past people. In the distance was a huge mountain. The lower ranges were covered by green plants. Fewer plants could be seen higher up, and the top was covered by white snow. This city was a refreshing sight for Fang. It was so thrilling. The three young people were still savoring their experiences in the game. They were the two main characters in the game instead of themselves. If they got familiar with the combat techniques of the characters, they might be able to pass some of the levels. After all, they were only playing at the lowest difficulty. Huo, the blonde young man named Ron mimicked the combat techniques in the game. It's so cool. It seems like these moves are easier to learn than the level 1 battle techniques. These techniques can help me kill one zombie with ease. The girl added in excitement. Those magical firearms are awesome. Joseph mimicked the moves. Most importantly, they felt like it was easier to memorize the moves that they learned in this strange mystical realm. They were on their way to their academy. Wow, look over there. Elves. They're elves from the Silver Moon Forest. Why are they here? Although elves would come to the Morning Light Empire occasionally, most people never saw them paying a visit that was as formal as this. There were few elves in human nations. The elves worshipped their own gods and had their own nations and cities. They seldom had dealings with human nations, but the Morning Light Empire was one of the rare exceptions. There were a little more than 10 elves. The elf in the middle wore a pure white cloak while the others wore the same style of light armor and carried exquisite silver longswords. These longswords were different from the big swords that human warriors in this nation used. They were even slimmer than the longsword of the Oriental shop owner. They had thought that the shop owner's sword was the thinnest sword there was. These elves' bodies were slender, and their ears were a bit sharper and narrower than those of humans, but not that extreme. The differences weren't so obvious. If these elves covered their ears with their hair, it would be hard to tell them apart from humans. Maybe the only difference lay in the facial features. The elves' facial features were much more defined and exquisite compared to most humans. They seemed to be favored ones of nature. The young people watched as the elves elegantly rode down the big avenue in the center of the city on some elephant deer. Look who came to greet them. They heard a low chirp and saw griffins with golden feathers flying down the peak of the mountain in a neat wing-shaped formation. The Golden Griffin Night Legion. It must feel great to fly in the sky riding on a griffin. I hope that one day I can join this Night Legion. The young people looked up with envy. The Golden Griffin Night Legion was one of the most famous Night Legions in the Morning Light Empire. Joining such a Night Legion was every young person's brightest dream. Stop watching. Let's hurry back to the academy. CIA reminded them. We're finished. If we're late, we'll be in big trouble. Joseph's expression changed. In this nation which put great value in fundamental combat techniques, how were their academies? They placed great importance in real combat since all battle skills must be used in battles. The beginners, including both fighters and mages, were treated the same under this rule. On the meadow near the academy, many fighters and mages, who weren't even level 1 or just reached level 1 or level 2, were practicing each day with big wooden swords, magic staffs, or other weapons. They practiced either in groups or one-on-one. But today, it seemed a little different. The students stood together in a neat group. It seemed like there was more than one class. Several classes were gathered here. Before them was a middle-aged swordsman with an unshaved face. Beside him was a valiant-looking woman in armor. A badge in the shape of a golden griffin was pinned on her chest plate, and her blonde hair was tightly pulled up in a bun on the back of her head. When the several young people hurried over, many of the students snickered. The woman frowned slightly. They are late. People dare to be late even on such an occasion. They probably don't know about today's special occasion. A luxuriously clothed young man said in a low voice. His thin and long face looked proud, and he seemed to be quite popular among the students. The moment he said that, some others chimed in. They are just bumpkins from the countryside anyways, a silver-haired handsome young man said. At this moment, the instructor coughed slightly and said, now that everyone is here, we'll begin today's combat practice. As usual, you can practice in groups or one-to-one. The instructor is not going to punish us for being late. Joseph and his companions were baffled since this instructor was usually very strict. However, they had other things to worry about. It seemed like other students had paired off already, which left the three of them alone. "Hello, guys." At this moment, the luxuriously dressed young man with an arrogant expression walked over to them and said, "If you have no one to practice with, do you want to practice with us?" Joseph and his companions were startled since they had heard that these people came from unusual backgrounds even though they were not from the same class. Tolf, the luxuriously dressed young man, obviously had good talent, and it was said that his father was an aristocrat. They immediately found an open space. "Thank you," Joseph said in a hurry. They had thought that no one would like to practice with people like them. "Thank you." The silver-haired young man snickered and looked at them as if they were morons, and he said, "Idiots." The three young people froze slightly. "What do you mean? It's natural that people like you don't know about this." The luxuriously dressed young man walked up and patted Joseph on the shoulder while saying in a low voice, "We'll make good use of you foils to show off our strength." Foils? The three young people stared at them in bafflement. "She is a knight from the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, and she is here to choose talented fighters to train as candidate knights in the Legion. Now, do you know why we chose you guys?" He snickered and said, "You guys are perfect foils for us to show off our abilities to her." The expressions of Joseph and his two companions changed slightly. "What? We are late for such an occasion?" Looking at the people before them, their faces turned ashen. Today, they would probably become foils to send others to their peak and help them reach their dreams. "You're a few truly pathetic rats." Chapter 584, Nothing is True. Everything is Permitted. Assassin's Elegy. While mentioning rats, we must first talk about the despicable and lowly rats who were hiding in the darkness. The people here called this continent Laura, which held the meaning of the land lit with bright light. They called a distant plain Thad, which meant immortal relic. That place was also called the continent of immortal relic. In the land lit with bright light, there was no place for darkness. However, this world still had existences hiding in the depths of darkness, assassins. The assassin group named Underground Council trained and kept the most notorious assassins on the continent. It was born after the destruction of the Sunrise Empire, which was heard to be a nation full of sunshine. But now, it was reduced to gloomy and damp ruins. Like the rats scurrying across the broken streets that were filled with potholes, the assassins who hid underground did the darkest business for money, including assassinating officials of other nations and knights of legions. Besides, they did all kinds of dirty jobs that ranged from fraud to stealing. Most people looked at them with disdain. It was said that the high-level officials in this group had been royal members of this empire. Of course, other nations also had fighters who worked as assassins, but they were not as despised as those in this assassin group. By calling the three young people pathetic rats, Tolf put them into the same category as the lowly and despicable assassins on top of the already degrading superficial meaning. The moment he said that, more snickers sounded. It was infuriating to be compared with despicable rats. The woman from the Golden Griffin Knight Legion who was watching the combat frowned since this word reminded her of something that had happened lately. Seeing the reddened faces of the young people who had been humiliated in public, she shook her head and thought, "These young people are weaker to begin with, and their mindsets are disturbed by their opponents' words. I don't need to watch this battle anymore. Will you wastrels come together or one by one?" The luxuriously dressed young man named Tolf said with a disdainful snicker. The three young people exchanged a look, and they saw the frustration in each other's eyes. Their opponents came from big aristocratic families with powerful backgrounds. It was obvious that they were no match for them. Tolf and his companions chose the weakest opponents. The instructor frowned slightly and shouted with some displeasure, "Begin. What are you waiting for? What did I teach you? Don't lose your courage for battle even when you're faced with powerful opponents. Don't lose your courage for battle even when you're faced with powerful opponents. Dodging its harsh attacks and finding its weaknesses before defeating it with any method you can is the wisdom of playing games." These two sentences seemed to overlap each other while the three young people remembered their life and death experiences with tyrants and lickers, and the omnipresent zombies. Ron slightly tightened his fists and said, "Let me do it." Tolf's face darkened, surprised that these wastrels dared to fight with them. "You are asking for it." With a sulky expression, Tolf slashed out with his huge wooden sword. Obviously, his combat techniques were good, he moved very fast, and his strength was explosive. Soon, he already arrived before Ron. The woman nodded slightly, since the speed and the explosive force that Tolf exhibited were quite good among the people of his level and age. As for the blonde young man, he clearly had less talent and strength compared to his opponent. Although he was brave, it wasn't enough for him to deal with his opponent. While she was thinking that, the blonde young man sidestepped with lightning speed, and the attack missed him. He dodged it. The blonde young man moved 3 times and dodged 3 sword strikes. Then, he placed his hand on his opponent's wrist, anti-joint seizing technique. The audience watched the unexpected scene with astonished expressions. They could see that the blonde young man's battle style was totally different from that of Tolf. He didn't use any combat technique, and his moves were not destructive at all. According to the common battle style, the blonde young man should turn back with a sword slash after dodging to send his opponent flying. However, the blonde young man simply pulled and twisted his opponent's arm with little effort. With his arm twisted up behind him, Tolf howled in pain and didn't dare to fight back anymore. What combat technique is this? Impossible. Tolf's mind turned blank. He couldn't understand how his opponent had subdued him, but he was certain of one thing. I can't disgrace myself on this occasion. He quickly signaled the silver-haired young man with his eyes. Combat technique, wind strike. Ignoring the rules that they had agreed on, the silver-haired young man directly attacked with his sword. With the roars of gales, white air currents engulfed the blade of the big wooden sword. It was the condensation of gusts. This was a combat technique. Each combat technique, even the low-level ones, was powerful enough to inflict great damage. Quickly dodge, dodge. The silver-haired young man had a cold grin on his face. The advantage of the combat techniques was that they could only be blocked with other combat techniques. They were ultimate moves that could be used in offensive and defensive situations. How can he dodge it? The instructor's face darkened. Even though it was a wooden sword, it would break several ribs in the blonde young man's body. If he wasn't lucky, he probably would stay in bed for the rest of his life. While the instructor hesitated and was about to walk up to intervene, the woman beside him suddenly stopped him. Then, he saw that the young man had moved to the side right before the sword struck him. This young man dodged it like how he had dodged the tyrant's punch that had horrifying speed and force. Gales whistled past him. He dodged it, too. Together, 3 versus 3. In the next moment, Tolf and his 2 companions fell to the ground almost at the same time. The audience members gaped at the scene with wide-open mouths. These people. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang had just exited from the game in his shop. Suddenly, he saw that the system had released a new task. New task. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Task content. The sale of Resident Evil 2 reaches 800, and assassins come to play in the shop. Task reward, the release of the Assassin's Creed series. Chapter 585, Sir. Open the genetic lock. Mr. Fang looked baffled. Assassin's Creed. It frustrated him that he had to have assassin players in the shop in order to complete this task. Are you kidding me? Which self-respecting and busy assassin will come to the shop and play games? Mr. Fang wondered, are there such lazy assassins who can live long enough to come to play in my shop? Meanwhile, a woman walked toward the intersection outside the shop. She wore black leather armor, and the hem of her coat swayed in the wind, revealing her long and slender legs and long black boots. It seemed like no one noticed this figure on the busy street. But at a closer look, one would see that everyone seemed to unconsciously stay a few meters away from her. She reached up one hand to block the wind which blew at her flame-like long hair, revealing 5 white and tender fingers. Her exquisite face reminded others of the impeccable features of elves, and the silver earrings made her look vivacious. If not for the chilly light hidden in the depths of her eyes, many people would have thought that she was a female knight with a noble background. Subconsciously, she glanced at the weird name of the shop and thought, well, can this small shop really attract any customers? As an elite of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, Helen was surprised. She had seen some special occasions when fighters dodged level 2 combat techniques with side steps, but it shouldn't happen with teenagers who hadn't even mastered a single combat technique. What's up? She immediately pulled the 3 young people into the nearby small forest. Where did you learn these combat techniques? From Helen's perspective, she felt like there was no way that these combat techniques weren't inherited from their families. The young people's faces turned red while they looked at each other. This was their biggest secret. Should they tell her their secret? If they did, others would also learn these powerful skills. What could they do then? Don't worry, the instructor said, Ms. Helen will not force you to tell your secret. But if you want to join the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, you will have to tell the secret at that time. They hesitated and paused each time they began talking. Just as the instructor and Helen became frustrated with impatience, the young people said as one, we opened the genetic lock. Poochie. The Golden Griffin Knight Helen and the male instructor were astounded. What did you open? What is a genetic lock? I think we must have opened the genetic lock. When Fang Chi told Su Tianji the story, he didn't keep it a secret, so he didn't hide his chat history. The young people had been watching his screen with curiosity and thus saw the story. Remembering his previous fear and the eventual victory, the young man named Ron got excited and said with conviction, it's said that people can open their genetic lock under great pressure. We must have opened our genetic locks, which is why we defeated Tolf and his companions. Hearing his words, Helen and the male instructor felt like their brains had blanked out. After exchanging a look, they asked, what's a genetic lock? Explain it slowly. For example, an old lady can lift a car with one hand to pull her grandson from beneath the car wheels from an accident. It shows the great potential one can tap into when being placed in an extremely dangerous situation, the young people said with great conviction and logic. They explained that everyone had a unique strong suit which was the trigger to open the genetic lock. They gave some other examples. Hearing their theory, Helen and the male instructor exchanged another look. So deep and mysterious. So, Helen asked immediately, do you mean that you opened level 1 genetic lock under the tremendous pressure just now? Her face twitched as she thought, are you serious? I face the Legion commander, my boss, every day, and the pressure is insane. Yet, I didn't open any so-called genetic lock. And you kids opened it in one brawl. She stared at them with intense eyes. Then, who told you about this genetic lock? Mr. Fang. The girl named CIA raised her hand and answered. At this moment, Mr. Fang sneezed in the shop for some reason. Mr. Fang. Helen exchanged a look with the male instructor, and they got more baffled. Who's Mr. Fang? The owner of the Origins Internet Club in the city center. Joseph said immediately, he can fly while standing on a sword. Also, he can turn his shop into an ethereal realm with spiritual spells. Right, Mr. Fang is super powerful. The kids chattered. Mr. Fang must be a master who has opened his level 3 genetic lock. No, he probably has reached the legendary level 4. It was late, and there were few people in the shop. Fatigued with the gameplay, Mr. Fang dozed off at the counter, dreaming that the shop had activated the teleportation array, and he lured Xiaoyu over to play in the new shop. Then, he seemed to dream that he had opened level 4 genetic lock and mastered a new skill, instant synchronization. With this skill, he could get into complete synchronization for a second when attacking or defending, thus greatly reducing the consumption of synchronization time. Bang! A hand slammed on the counter, making the stone top shake a little. It instantly woke up Mr. Fang. Who is it? Mr. Fang looked up and saw a gorgeous girl who was wearing silver armor. She had taken off her helmet, revealing her golden hair that was coiled up in a bun behind her head. She demanded aggressively, open my genetic lock. Open your genetic lock. Rubbing his eyes groggily, Mr. Fang was still savoring his dream and getting a feeling for instant synchronization. 2 magic crystals per hour, and 10 magic crystals for activation. Helen's face twitched. So expensive. He even tried to trick kids with such exorbitant prices. I'll give this unconscientious shop owner a good lesson. Achoo. Rows of data flashed in Mr. Fang's groggly eyes. The synchronization time got consumed at great speed. Fuck. Realizing that he hadn't mastered the so-called instant synchronization, Mr. Fang woke up completely while he turned off complete synchronization. He looked at the empty counter and scratched his head. I seem to have seen a customer. Then, he saw a figure clinging to the door. While waving the crystals in her hand, she said unclearly, woo. Open my genetic lock. While taking the money from her hand, Mr. Fang pulled her off the door and asked, why did you glue yourself onto the door? Go and get online. Damn it, you just wait and see. Chapter 586. Everything will be settled. As for the issue regarding if the genetic lock really existed and could be open. In fact, after Mr. Fang got strengthened by the T-virus, he found that his physical strength and reaction speed had greatly improved. Even though these benefits were similar to those of the genetic lock, one couldn't say that genetic locks existed and could be opened. One could only say that these benefits came from the T-virus itself. Mr. Fang didn't know if the genetic lock could be opened or not, but he knew that he hadn't figured it out yet. However, regarding the question if people could unleash their potential during danger, there were many examples showing that people could indeed unleash great potential during dangerous situations and under great pressure. While Helen began playing Resident Evil 2, Mr. Fang suddenly remembered his dream. Instant synchronization perhaps was going to be something that only he could use. If he mastered it, he might be able to possess the defense ability of Dante's Royal Guard style when he was defending and the awakening skills of the Soul Bender and Grand Master when he was on the offense. He could save the precious synchronization time for the moments he wanted. Could a person's control of techniques and strength reach a granular level with ultimate precision? The answer was positive. If they kept working on their precision, they could achieve a realm that they wouldn't have imagined. The old players were talking in a group chat named Super Railgun. Su Tianji said, "I feel like I have opened my level 1 genetic lock. After playing Resident Evil 2, my reaction speed and control have improved greatly." Closing square bracket dot. Tang Yu said, "I think I'm going to open my level 1 lock after clearing this stage." Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in, "I think I have also opened my level 1 genetic lock." A big white deer added, "Ha ha ha. I think I'm going to open my genetic lock very soon." They all thought that they had opened or were going to open the genetic lock, and they even defined standards for different levels of genetic lock. Nolan Hungwu said, "I think I've reached level 3. Su Tianji replied, "Pooh." Zhang Xiaoyu added, "While reading the messages, Mr. Fang had the urge to crawl over through the cable and beat these people." Meanwhile, Helen had died in the game more than a dozen times, getting killed by either lickers or regular zombies in many ways. She gaped at the screen while her character dodged the lickers' attacks, which were impossible to dodge for humans since it was beyond the reaction speed of humans. While controlling the strength in the body with great proficiency, she started to wonder. Did I somehow open the genetic lock? How come I'm so powerful? Excited, she was eager to continue. When she was about to study the genetic lock some more, she heard a noise. The noise of a hand slamming the desk startled Helen so much that she almost fell from her computer chair. Then, an ordinary face leaned over with a harmless smile. "The shop is closing. Okay. She ran out. Revenge. It was blatant revenge. Ah." A figure waved her arms crazily only when she got outside the shop. Regardless if the players could open the genetic lock or not, they had obtained tremendous improvement in their skills. In the later part of the game, the players could play as Chris and Ada and would thus encounter monsters much more difficult to deal with. This game would leave them with many nightmares and countless excellent plays and operations. Perhaps these cultivators and warriors would still remember some of the highlights in the game many years later. Meanwhile, on the other side of this world, for the Flame Bird family and the Thorn Flower family, they were presented with a good opportunity to rise above the other families. It was midnight, but the lights were bright in the conference room. Sitting at the head of the conference table, the fat man with a big belly had more than 10 badges pinned on his pure white army suit. As the speaker of the Flame Bird family, his appearance didn't show his high standing. The sparse hair on his head made him look a little ridiculous, but his squinted eyes and the glints occasionally flashing in them showed that he was a cunning man. Sitting beside him was a middle-aged man wearing a formal black suit. His face was chiseled, and he looked like an elegant gentleman. His expression was always solemn and serious. A detailed map was spread out on the desk. Each detail in each area of the continent of immortal relics could be clearly seen on this map. It was so detailed that it even included the information of the influential figures in each area and each nation. "Any new intelligence?" the fat man asked. "This is the most that we can get for now, Lord Alex." The white-haired old man sitting beside him answered, "They have destroyed the portal. If we force our way in, they will discover us and intercept us." Alex, the fat, middle-aged man, frowned and said, "The fact that these natives could capture the Vanguard General and the others shows that those people are becoming more incompetent. On the other hand, it means that these natives have their own means, and we must be cautious with them. It's said that they have treasures left by the ancient immortals." The middle-aged man with the chiseled face was the Thorn Flower family master. His brown curly hair and thin facial features made him look quite competent. He drew a circle around the area of Heavenly Abyss see on the map with his finger and said, "We are on the offense, and they are on the defense. These damn natives will set a great trap here since this is the most vulnerable spot and thus their key defense spot. Damn it, I think we should give up on this place. Then, we'll be at the disadvantage, Lord Rain. But we have no choice. The elites of our Thornflower aren't a part of the suicide squad, they shouldn't be sent here to die, Rain said, we need nothing but a glorious victory. I can't imagine how they will look at us if other outcomes take place. Then, what's your plan, my lord? We will enter through this and this area. Rain pointed at the borders of the ultimate West Realm and the deserted Sea Realm. According to the intelligence that we gained, these two places are most vulnerable with the weakest strengths. We will catch them off guard by attacking these places. With minimal losses, we can establish a base in this damn barbaric world and then send more troops into this area to take. He pointed at the area around the Heavenly Abyss Sea. We'll take this place in one battle. When we descend onto this land, everything will be settled. Chapter 587, Super Su Tianji Cannon. Hey, did you hear that? Helen spent last night thinking about how to open her genetic lock and didn't sleep well. Coming to the headquarters of the Night Legion groggily, she heard people talking about things like war and the continent of immortal relics. It's said that those damn natives used despicable methods and captured the Vanguard General Carl, that genius named the Spear of Sunlight, of the Lyson family, and Shadow Spirit, Ms. Jessica. Oh, I can't imagine the torture and pain that our beautiful and smart Ms. Jessica must be enduring in that place. At this moment, Jessica was biting into a rind of melon while sitting on a couch in the Yuanyang City shop. Achoo. She was baffled. Who's talking about me? Achoo. Carl had a cup of wine, oh no, a cup of iced red tea in his hand. He sneezed as well as he said, ah, I spilled it again. My pants. I did it again. Kevin said, how come I'm fine? He continued to eat the melon that he took from Jessica while drinking iced red tea. While the others were busy playing games, they could do nothing but eat melons on the couch. They were suffering from the torture of not being able to get online and play games. Oh, they also captured the Shield of Light, whose name is Kevin. He's a master who reached level 9. In the meeting room of Kanglin City, a knight wearing a set of armor with golden patterns said, I hope that the armies of the Flame Bird family and Thornflower family can rescue them. Achoo. The moment that Kevin picked up a rind of melon, he sneezed as well, smashing his face into the fruit. He looked up and was at a loss for words. Of course, the Flame Bird family is more ancient than the Lyson family where Carl comes from. A middle-aged knight said with a smile. They are already creating momentum for this rescue mission. Oh, I'm so excited. Spiritual spell visual projection. I think we can watch this war when it begins. I'll ask the Legion commander for permission, so we can go and watch it together. A cheerful atmosphere permeated the entire Night Legion. Meanwhile, on the peak of the tallest winding mountain in the distance, bright lights were still on in the grand hall of the palace which shot up into the sky like a sharp sword. Princess, Your Highness. A white-robed old man bowed slightly and presented an invitation. The Honorable Street Hines has sent troops to destroy those insolent barbaric natives. Interestingly, the Star of Flames of the Flame Bird family and the Land of Thorns of the Thornflower family will appear in this war as well. Oh, the beautiful eyes of that female looked cold and indifferent. Also, the Inquisitor of the Darkwing Night Legion will deal with the person who caused the fall of the Vanguard General and Shadow Spirit. Street Hines plans to open the spiritual spell visual projection and is inviting Your Highness to watch it. Oh, the woman said mildly, I might watch it to add some fun in my stable and boring days. Basaic. Quote. The white-robed old man quickly bowed. Do you think that no one in the world can defeat me? The white-robed old man said solemnly, of course. If someone says that the glory of Princess Your Highness can be destroyed, it will sound as ridiculous as anyone saying that these barbaric natives can defeat the legions sent by Mr. Street Hines. Helen was disdainful of her lazy colleagues who weren't focusing on the main task at hand. After crazily playing the game for a while in the internet cafe, she had a feeling that she was going to open her genetic lock soon. It must be, otherwise, how come my strength and techniques have improved so much? After all, I had only played it for a very short time. In the game named Resident Evil 2, she had no strength in her, but she could dodge the tyrant's attacks in pursuit and even avoid Licker's super fast attacks with great intuition toward danger. If Mr. Fang knew about her thoughts, he would think, WTF. I have been strengthened by the T-virus for so long, and I didn't even unlock the level 1 genetic lock, if there even is such a thing. However, you guys are saying that you are opening level 1, level 2, and level 3 genetic locks. Damn. Anyway, the cultivators of the deserted sea realm, spiritual state, and ultimate west realm had obtained great improvements in their abilities. In the game, Nolan Hungwoo was controlling Leon, who had no firearm in his hands. Before him stood a huge monster wearing a researcher's coat that had been torn by the bulging muscles. This monster had one huge and distorted arm and a huge eye on his shoulder. It was William. Nolan Hungwoo had only a dagger in his hand. William Birkin was the creator of the G-virus. He had super talents and a fanatic passion for the research of viruses. In the end, he had injected G-virus into his own body and turned into a monster. G-virus William was a monster more horrifying than tyrants. Only cultivators on and above the true lake realm had the ability to kill it. If one got too close to it, they could be instantly killed by its horrifying speed and force. Now in the game, the players had bodies of ordinary people and learned combat skills. At most, they had the top strength that could be achieved by a mortal. It meant that it was a battle between an ordinary person and a monster with the strength of the true lake realm. According to the plot, this horrifying monster would be killed by a ton of high-level weapons. But now, the players had only a dagger. This was the ultimate training. With the reflexes of an ordinary person, he would die instantly if he couldn't control the strength in his body with great precision. Nolan Hungwoo controlled Leon to stand calmly before the monster. At this moment, G-virus William seemed to have moved slightly. Then, he shot forward like a cannonball with a roar. At the same time, Nolan Hungwoo tightened his grip on the dagger. It may seem like he had no strength in his body, but in this state, he could feel each tiny strand of muscle in his body, and it felt like this body was in his complete control. Just before the huge fist smashed onto him with whistling sounds of a cannonball, Leon suddenly swayed faster under Nolan Hungwoo's control, moving like a slippery fish. Z-shake, Song Qingfeng and the others who had been watching from behind exclaimed. Then, with lightning speed, the dagger slashed out with strength coming from his feet, waist, arms, and all the other places in the body. Blood gushed out from the eye on the shoulder of G-virus William, the most vulnerable spot in its body. After several attacks, William finally began to mutate. Its shoulders bulged while its face moved to its chest. It transformed into an even more horrid monster. Its fingers on the right hand turned into huge claws that were almost 1 meter long. Seeing the words "Game Over" on the screen, Nolan Hungwoo put down the virtual reality headset with a shake of his head. Awesome, awesome, he cleared the stage with a dagger. Meanwhile, Su Tianji was hovering in the sky above Luyun Taoist Palace. From the dark clouds covering the sky, a thunderbolt crashed down. The flashing lightning energy condensed into snakes that seemed to be able to tear open the sky, and they gathered in the space before Su Tianji. Then, miraculously, the horrifying heavenly lightning energy in the circle drawn by her finger turned into a coiled lightning snake. Super. Subconsciously, Su Tianji looked down at her chest. Seeing that she hadn't become flat-chested due to the growth of her strength, she heaved a sigh of relief and yelled, "Super Su Tianji Cannon." Chapter 588, Techniques Reaching Dao Achievement, Limited Time Offer, Movie, The Duel. Helen looked absent-minded lately. In the past, she had gone into mystic realms to increase her strength, doing the same things repeatedly day after day and year after year to increase her strength. She did things such as killing high-level magic beasts and completing large-scale battles, etc. She had set targets for herself each day and finished them mechanically without thinking. However, it was different now. In this world named Resident Evil, she would wonder if there were more powerful magic firearms or even simpler and condensed combat techniques. She even wondered about the ending to this weird story about Leon and Claire. In this strange world completely different from the realm world, what kind of schemes are hidden behind the scenes? What is the ending to this story? Every day, driven by strong curiosity, she went into the world of this story to explore. It was something that she wished to do as early as possible each day. She had kept track of how much strength she had gained each day before. But now, she didn't care about it as much compared to other things. She shook her head. In fact, she didn't have time to think about the game right now. She was working and on duty. The Golden Griffin Legion strolled with a small team of elves on the street not far from the White Pigeon Square. The warm afternoon sunshine fell on the pebble-paved street while the balmy wind brought them the fragrance of soil and flowers, scattering the tense atmosphere before the war. For the elf clan that loved peace, they disliked the word war. When the elves heard the Knights of Golden Griffin talk about the recent news about the war, they frowned in displeasure. Elves excelled in poems, literature, and music, but it didn't mean that they were not good at combat. In fact, they had inherited a set of ancient combat techniques from their ancestors and had the most famous sword masters and archery masters in the world. Mr. Lance. The leader of this team of knights was a middle-aged knight wearing golden armor. He was about 40 years old. Riding alongside him was a male elf with pale golden hair and exquisite and elegant facial features. He wore green tight-fitting leather armor engraved with beautiful and complicated patterns. As if sensing the mood of this male elf, the knight in the lead changed the subject. The knights of our nation value exquisite and advanced combat techniques. In this city, we have masters from all over the world. Mr. Lance, if you have time, you can visit the outstanding magic craftsmanship in our Candlin City. Really, I heard many people talk about Candlin City's magic craftsmanship and the Mystic Realm craft studios belonging to the Alchemist Union. Before Lance could speak, an elf girl who was about 16 years old said cheerfully behind them, "But our Silver Moon Forest's magic craftsmanship and combat techniques are also not bad." Of course, the Silver Moon Kingdom has the famous Moonlight Sword Saint, Master Pluto, and Master Sarah. The man in golden armor shook his head and said, "Mr. Lance is a sword master as well. There are so many masters in your kingdom." The girl stuck out her tongue and said, "I heard that the people who have the privilege to join the Golden Griffin Knight Legion are elites among elites." "Mr. Elvin, you are a level 7 master already and an influential figure." Their horses ambled along the bustling street. Legion Commander Elvin looked up. "Origins Internet Club, when did such a shop appear in our city?" "It only opened recently," a female knight said. "It's said to be a cultivation mystic realm. I heard someone mention it lately." "It's a good shop," the female knight added. We were just talking about these realms, and we ran into one." The middle-aged Legion commander said, "Mr. Lance, do you want to go in and have a look?" At this time, Mr. Fang had few customers. While he sat in boredom, 2 teams of knights stopped at his door and walked in. These people found the items in the shop quite weird, but they were less confused when they saw that the shop owner was a foreigner. "I think you, Ms. Sala, is an unusual genius. Few people of your age can join Mr. Lance's team." They continued to chat. "Mr. Elvin, your teacher is a famous master in this nation. We don't dare to compare ourselves to him. I remember that Mr. Lance is one of the youngest sword masters in the Silver Moon Kingdom. This should be a basic mystic realm of the lowest difficulty level." While talking about things like masters and sword saints, these people paid, got on computers, and started the game in less than 10 seconds. Game over. They suddenly stopped chatting. The place turned silent. Such lame players dared to say that they are masters and sword saints. Big Sword Crete swaggered past them with his peers and a bottle of Coke in his hand. He learned the slang from the shop owner and used it while glancing at the back of the heads in the tall computer chairs. Helen, who was about to start the game in excitement, heard this comment. "Pooh." Elvin stuck out his head from behind the computer chair while his face twitched. ... Lance stuck out his head from behind the computer chair as well. ... Different from the old shops, the new shop was harmonious without any trouble after Mr. Fang showed off his ability to fly on a sword and sent Helen flying with one sneeze. However, the cultivators and warriors in the old shops in the deserted sea realm and spiritual state had a different feeling now. In the desolate remote place north to the 3 saint factions, the sky suddenly turned dark with thunder, lightning bolts, and gloomy clouds appearing. Meanwhile, in the sky above the small nation of mortals in the Morning Star Sea realm where Fang Chi had visited once, black lightning bolts as thick as water streams destroyed buildings. In the deserted snowy land in the westernmost area of the spiritual state, gloomy clouds gathered with the same horrifying phenomenon. At this moment, Mr. Fang received a prompt from the system. Beep. With most players in the shops reaching the threshold for combat techniques, you have obtained the achievement, Basic Techniques. Activating the series of achievements tasks, Techniques Reaching Tao. Techniques Reaching Tao, Basic Techniques. The number of players who have mastered the basic techniques reaches 10,000. Completed. Achievement Reward. Limited time offer. Movie, The Duel obtained. TL Note. The Duel is a 2000 Hong Kong wuxia comedy film directed by Andrew Lau and starring Andy Lau, Ekin Cheng, Nick Chung, Christy Yong, Zhao Wei, and Patrick Tam. Techniques reaching Dao, 2 basic techniques. The number of players who have mastered the basic techniques reaches 50,000. Incomplete. Achievement reward. Limited time offer. Movie, Tai Chi Master. TL note. Tai Chi Master, also known as Tai Chi Master and Twin Warriors, is a 1993 Hong Kong martial arts film directed by Yuan Wu-ping, and produced by Jet Li, who also starred in the film. Chapter 589. Nothing is dazzling enough to be compared to it. In fact, in this world, at least many cultivators and warriors of the spiritual state in deserted sea realm didn't know what the ultimate realm for techniques was. Therefore, they usually focused on strength and chased after greater destructive power. When one's technique came to the peak stage, they could take a step forward and get in touch with Tao. This was the realm of techniques reaching Tao. Techniques were not auxiliary to strength. According to legends, there were 3,000 great Tao. Looking at the prompt on the system interface, Mr. Fang was puzzled. There's a time limit on this movie. Apart from the limit time, he also noticed other restrictions. 40 crystals, magic crystals, for activation, only available 3 times, and 1 viewing per person. Fuck. Mr. Fang was astonished. Besides being expensive, it even set a limit on viewing period and time. It must be noted that as the shop owner, Mr. Fang now had high privileges and authorities. For example, he had the right to set the release date of the movie for different shops. Mr. Fang postponed the release date of the movie in the new shop. He had reasons for this decision. The customers in the new shop wouldn't understand the concepts shown in the movie. It wasn't that they were not good at techniques, but they couldn't understand the oriental techniques and the Tao shown in the movie since they were still hacking and slashing with swords and sabers that were as big as doors. Therefore, they still needed time to get used to this. Right now, the players in the new shop could do nothing but play Resident Evil 2 or watch its movie version. Laymen only go for the fun while professionals could spot the essence. Reaching Tao with techniques had nothing to do with the cultivation strength. Only people who understood it could see the dazzling power of that sword technique. The duel. What's this thing? Lately, Su Tianji had come to the shop quite late due to her practice of the new spiritual spell. But today, she saw something new in the shop. Ha ha ha, she was excited. Since she had opened the genetic lock, which was a new concept, she had obtained great improvement in her control abilities and techniques, helping her break through the bottleneck in transforming lightning fire into threads. With her new abilities, she could finally practice that new spiritual spell. Today, she discovered a new thing. Limited time, we can only watch it once. Castellan Zhongwu had just arrived. The duel, a movie, in Mr. Fang's tour group in QQ, Su Tianji ed everyone. Do you guys want to watch the new movie? Get on board. Husky's grinning face. Zhang Xiaoyu asked, boss released a new movie. A big white deer said, I want to watch it. I'm on board. Nolan Mingxie typed, Mr. Fang, sir, are you coming? Mr. Fang replied, you guys can go ahead and watch it without me. Unamused. Song Qingfeng chimed in, unamused it won't feel the same without the shop owner. Tang Yu said, come on. Let's go. Lu Ningyun added, sir, get on board now. Don't waste time unamused. Mr. Fang said, don't fool around. This shop hasn't released it yet. Nolan Hungwu said, great thinking. Song Qingfeng posted a meme showing Mr. Fang clapping his hands fiercely. Mr. Fang almost spewed blood onto his screen. Ever since these people learned how to battle using memes, they created all kinds of new memes. Which one of you even learned how to use Photoshop? This software could be bought in Qzone. Song Qingfeng replied, Zhang Xiaoyu. Mr. Fang's face twitched as he thought, damn it. As your boss, I only took a few bags of potato chips from you. Zhang Xiaoyu said, then, we'll go and watch it without you. Hee hee. Husky's cute face. She tried to change the subject. This, Mr. Fang was feeling powerless. Meanwhile, the 3 people who could do nothing but watch others play gathered together. Jessica stared at the small blackboard and said, they have a new movie. Kevin suggested, now that the shop owner isn't here, should we? Carl replied, I tried it. When someone went to the bathroom. It's no use. At this moment, Gabriel said, can you guys help me throw the garbage? I'm busy watching the movie. The 3 people fell silent. Weren't they homies and good buddies? Feeling like crying, they went over to dump the garbage. At this moment, Su Tianji, Nalan Hongwu, and the players in other shops including Zhongwu and Jiyu Tingyan began to watch the new movie. Watching the movie together in Qzone, Nalan Hongwu and others found that the scene before them dimmed, and they couldn't see anything behind them as well. When they could see light again, the scene changed to a long street engulfed in a thin mist. It was a full moon night on the peak of the Forbidden City. The battle was scheduled on the 15th of August on the purple gold mountain of Moling, but Examen Kuishui insisted and postponed it to 1 month later and changed the venue to this place. In a narrow street, a shop just opened. While steam floated out of the pot of soy milk, the audience saw two men talking about the duel scheduled in 1 month's time. One of them was a man who had 4 eyebrows, Lu Zhaofeng. This man had a mustache, and which counted a pair of eyebrows in others' eyes. TL note: Lu Zhaofeng is the fictional protagonist of the wuxia novel series Lu Zhaofeng series by Ji Yulong, and this movie was a section of the series. Examen Kuishui, Nalan Hongwu murmured to himself curiously. Yi Gucheng, Zhongwu was also puzzled. Gradually, they understood that Examen Kuishui and Yi Gucheng were the most powerful sword masters in this world. How come I feel like the people in the movie don't have high strength? Zhongwu said in a low voice. I think so too. Su Tianji frowned. Nalan Hongwu also looked disappointed. Let's watch it for a while and see. Soon, they saw the figure that seemed to have descended into the mortal world like a flying immortal. The white-clothed girl walked downstairs with a basket of yellow chrysanthemum, scattering the bright flower petals on the stairs and turning it into a flower carpet. Then, a person slowly walked up, stepping on the flowers. In the next moment, the viewers felt like they were fortunate enough to see that sword strike. They couldn't find words to describe the radiance and glory of that slash or its speed. It felt like it wasn't a sword slash but the fury of the god of thunder. There's such a person and such a sword technique. The audience stared at this streak of sword beam without blinking, afraid to miss any detail. With a bitter smile, Nalan Hongwu realized that he wasn't seeing strength but an ultimate sword technique that was at the peak of all techniques. It reached the ultimate level in terms of force, speed, angle, and timing. This man's opponent didn't even have a chance to block it. Despite the Tang family's world-famous skills with hidden weapons, his opponent didn't have a chance to use it. At this moment, the audience had the feeling that it was the most dazzling thing that they could ever see in the world, and nothing could be compared to it. This movie. At this moment, most of them understood that what the movie intended to show wasn't strength but a new realm. How about Examen Kuishui? Nalan Hongwu couldn't wait to watch what realm Examen Kuishui, Yi Gucheng's opponent, had reached. Chapter 590. A sword came from west, flying immortal beyond the heavens. There were many powerful techniques shown in Wind and Cloud. For example, Sword 23 created by the Sword Saint on Sanfin Field emphasized on the unyielding spirit that warriors should have when facing nature and their fates. This spirit overshadowed everything else. This movie didn't contain frightening strength, but it showed the swordsman's tireless pursuit for the ultimate sword Dao despite the limit of their physical strength. It was a road of reaching Dao through techniques. The perfect sword technique was the resemblance of sword Dao. Without being overpowered by insane and brute strength, the sword Dao was clear and pure. As the movie went on, the audience followed the characters into the ancient and prosperous nation and the magnificent and luxurious Forbidden City which was the royal city. After passing Taihei Gate, they saw the grand palace covered in golden glazed tiles. Under the moonlight, it looked like a world made of gold. Look, is the duel about to begin? Standing before the royal city, Dong Qingli was excited as she stood in the crowd who were here to watch the duel. Senior sister, is this the royal city? Mu Qing looked around while grabbing Yu Bai's hand. Beside them, Zhang Xiaoyu also glanced around curiously standing with a big white deer. The bright moon shone on the boisterous crowds. Here he is, Nalan Hongwu, Zhong Wu, and other warriors were also standing before the grand palace, and they looked up over the eaves of the building. Is he Examen Kuishui? In the moonlight, they saw a figure flying over with his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Only after seeing him would people truly understand the feeling of the phrase, a type of people who are close to being gods. Just as he said, my sword is not for show. When you pierce your sword into their throats and see the blood flow or bloom out around your sword tip, you'll know that nothing in the world is as beautiful as the radiance of that moment. His sword techniques were for killing. These types of sword techniques couldn't contain any impurities including emotions and feelings. People crammed the space around the grand palace, including the audience from the shops in Yuanyang City, Juhua City, and Half City. They all craned their necks to watch the duel. The moon was overhead now. Standing on the ridge of the roof that looked to be made from gold and glass, the two men were all dressed in spotless white clothes. They looked so powerful. Zhang Xiaoyu watched with widened eyes. She glanced around and found that everyone around her was also watching with their eyes wide open. At this moment, standing on the roof of the Grand Palace, Examen Kuishui raised his sword expressionlessly and said, "This sword is one of the sharpest weapons in the world. The blade is 3 feet 7 inches long, and the total weight is 7.13 pounds. Yi Gucheng said, "Good sword." Then, Yi Gucheng lifted his sword as well and said, "This blade is the best out of all the chili swords from overseas. It will cut through hair if you blow on it. The blade is 3 feet 3 inches long, and it's extremely sharp with a total weight of 6.4 pounds. Both had lifted their swords but didn't unsheathe them. Drawing the sword was an integral part of sword techniques. Obviously, they wanted to compete in any area within the range of swordsmanship. So cool. Song Qingfeng wished that it was he who was standing on the roof, wondering how they could appear so dashing in a duel. Should we copy them after we finish watching the movie? Standing beside him, Lin Xiao suggested imitating this duel afterwards. Watching the mysterious incidents one after another, the audience began to understand the truth behind the postponing of the duel. The scheme of assassinating the emperor and trying to rebel helped the audience to better understand the characters who were both intelligent and complicated. Yi Gucheng, the Castellan of White Cloud City, seemed to be a lofty god. He was a proud and horrifying person. His sword technique, flying immortal beyond the heavens, was as impeccable and spotless as the white clouds in the blue sky. His mind was as unfathomable as the abyss in the ocean. The audience began to understand the unique magnificence of this world shown in the movie. If they had watched the duel right after Fang Qi's shops were opened, they wouldn't have been enthralled and wouldn't find these sword techniques exciting and grand. Before their swords connected, they moved their positions slowly but constantly, but the sword blades changed positions swiftly since the swords moved with their minds before using the techniques. Having a deep understanding of swordsmanship, only Nolan Hongwu could perceive the horrifying power of this realm. Regardless of how someone tried to dodge or duck, they would face an ultimate sword strike which was perfect in every way, including the spirit, essence, speed, force, position, and all other related elements. They showed a nearly perfect control of their swords. It seemed their sword moved with their minds, and people felt like there was no need for time to react. More horrifying was that no matter how their sword techniques, their positions, and their opponents' positions changed, Nolan Hongwu was sure that the sword techniques they used in the next moment would still be perfect. The audience had never imagined that such a combat method existed in the world. Now, the audience could only see the moving of the blades and the swordsmen, but neither of them used their techniques yet. But Nolan Hongwu understood the duel. He could even see the countless duels in the slightest move of their blades. With their nearly perfect control, when they spotted the tiniest opportunity, they would instantly turn the changes and variations that existed in the void into a solid and perfect sword strike. Without the disguise of great strength and the show of force, others could see the underlying principles better. Finally, the viewers saw the two use their sword techniques. At this moment, the stars and the moon dimmed. All the light in the world gathered on the two swords. They each used only one sword strike. At this moment, exclamations erupted all over the shop. They saw that Yi Gucheng's sword was like a gust beyond the white clouds. However, an invisible thread seemed to be tied to Examen Kuishui's sword, and it represented his wife, his families, and his emotions. There was the tiniest gap between them. Nolan Hongwu, Zhang Wu, and the cultivators including Ji Yu Tingyu all opened their mouths, trying to yell but couldn't, as if something strangled their throats. The whole place was silent. The moon and stars disappeared in the sunlight radiated from the morning sun from the east. However, the audience saw Yi Gucheng lie in a pool of blood, the man who had looked like an immortal in a white cloud in the blue sky. When all his schemes collapsed, he had decided to die under Examen Kuishui's sword, which was the last honor of a swordsman. Perhaps at this moment, two names were branded in the minds of the viewers. The names were as lofty as immortals and gods. This duel was printed into their minds as well. Like poetry, the saying goes, on the night of the full moon, on the peak of Forbidden City, a sword came from the west, flying immortal beyond the heavens. A long while later, they snapped back to reality. Ah, awesome. After watching the movie, Song Qingfeng almost roared. A sword came from the west, flying immortal beyond the heavens. Nolan Hongwu murmured these two sentences. Despite his great age and experience, his eyes turned red with deep feelings. Su Tianji took out her black snow godly sword and lifted it while saying, "This sword is one of the sharpest weapons in the world. The blade is 3 feet 7 inches long, and the total weight is 7.13 pounds. She felt very cool while saying it. Palace Master Shui Dalf saw this, and his face twitched. Damn it, it's black snow, not the sword in the movie. Then, Nolan Mingshe took out her snow-drinking saber and said coldly, "This blade is the best out of all the chilly swords from overseas. It will cut through hair if you blow on it. The blade is 3 feet 3 inches long, and it's extremely sharp with a total weight of 6.4 pounds. She felt great about herself. The others had tears on their faces. Damn it, this is a blatant show-off. Chapter 591, The War is about to begin. The viewers would always remember Yi Gucheng, who had won the duel but still chose to die at the hands of his opponent. They would also remember Examen Kuishui, who had transcended in the duel and became a sword god. The ultimate radiance shown in the duel dazzled everyone. Regardless if they were showing off or not, people gathered in the open space before the shops. Obviously, this movie inspired the players, and they didn't want to wait and waste this moment. The cultivators and warriors all ran out of the shops. Song Qingfeng said, "Please." Lin Xiao said with a straight face, "Not now." "Why not?" Song Qingfeng was so expressionless that the audience's faces twitched. "Because your mind is not at peace," Lin Xiao said with great dignity. "If your mind is troubled, your sword techniques will be disturbed, which will undoubtedly lead to your death." Trash. Watch my flying immortal beyond the heavens. Shu Luo couldn't watch it anymore. While some people acted out the scenes from the movie in a terrible manner, others were serious and savored their inspirations. Nolan Hongwu had indeed obtained many inspirations. He moved his black sword slowly as if he were imitating something. He seemed to have found a special rhythm. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu, Liang Haihu, and other warriors were also savoring the perfect sword strike in the movie. As for the cultivators, they were savoring the perfect control of swords, their own strength, essence, and everything that they could put in use. Regardless of how much they could understand, they had obtained tremendous growth. In the distant, primitive snow-covered land to the west of the spiritual state lived a group of strong and proud people. They kept company with huge dragons and living in ice and frost. They had built a nation in the chilly high mountains in the ancient times, and their descendants lived there until today. But today, they faced destruction when the black lightning bolts tore open the sky. The city built on the high snow mountain looked like it was made of ice. Right now, holes were everywhere, and there was only the scene of devastation. In the huge ice snow palace on the peak of the highest mountain stood a man with an imposing figure. At first glance, people would think that he was a giant. He was wearing red armor and was holding a huge dragon-headed saber that was almost as tall as himself. Standing on the huge platform, people could see the distant snow mountains. A dark blue stone palace engulfed in pale blue light patterns hovered in the sky, and strange stone array discs flew around it. Strange spiritual lights flowed around the huge and ancient round array discs while many spiritual patterns containing spiritual power blinked on them. When they blinked, holy light beams shot down from the sky and turned into destructive magic light, shattering the ground and destroying the cities. "Your Majesty," a middle-aged general who was covered in blood bowed to him. "We can't block them. Please evacuate this place now." The huge man didn't answer. This should be the liveliest moment of the day in this beautiful city built on ice, but it felt like the doomsday today. It seemed like the roars could shake the ground. In a distant mountain, a huge blood-red horned dragon let out a great roar. "This is the land that we've lived on for thousands of years." The man in red armor was once the strongest Grand Emperor warrior on the continent. After getting onto his blood dragon, he charged into the sky. Compared with the destructive shadow in the sky, the huge horned dragon looked very tiny. Perhaps today was really their doomsday. The ultimate West Realm wasn't the only place that was under siege. Meanwhile, like an immortal relic, a fiery red palace hovered in the high sky above the small human nation in the Morning Star Sea realm. Situated in the very depth of the continent, Xuanzhong Manor and Yushu Mountain had never imagined that disaster would strike them so harshly. Today, many flames crashed onto the mountains like meteors, destroying all the spiritual essence in the factions and turning their garden of abundant spiritual plants into scorched land. At this moment, the spiritual spell visual projection had begun. With its great force almost covering more than half of the nations on the continent, the Judgment Godly Palace even had churches and followers in the Morning Light Empire. Even some of the royal members of the Morning Light Empire believed in the gods of Judgment Godly Palace. Due to the great development of information technology in this world, all kinds of magic items entered people's everyday life. Even civilians in the city could gather on the central square of Candlin City to watch the spiritual spell visual projection cast by the priests of Judgment Godly Palace. In the center of the square, the light emitting from the magic crystal soon condensed into a screen. Ms. Sala, I understand that you dislike wars. Am I right? A knight of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion saw the short elf girl who had silver hair and was wearing green leather armor when he got here. Different from you, I'm here to see when the war will end, the elf girl said. Oh, I don't wish for the war to begin since it will cause many people to suffer. Almighty elf god, please end this war as soon as possible. Ms. Sala, you're a kind person. If they hand over Carl, Jessica, and Kevin, I think the war will end very soon, the knight said with a snort. Meanwhile, Jessica was eating melon on a couch in Yuanyang City shop, and she exclaimed, "What? They are here, Exener. Get me a bottle of iced red tea and a bag of potato chips." She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to have such delicacies after returning home. "Oh, coming," Carl said immediately, "get me a bottle of red tea too." Of course, the war wasn't waged just because of the three of them. But clearly, the flames of war continued to spread. In the spiritual spell visual projection, people saw a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old explaining the current situation in the war. This man had dark skin and short brown hair that was neatly combed to two sides, and he wore a black military uniform. As an ambassador from the Radiant Light Godly Nation, Luther was proficient with this work. He talked with ease while watching the war. Now, we are seeing the battlefield in that continent. As you can see, our three forces had gained footholds on this continent. These weak natives couldn't fight back at all. Let's first look at the battlefield in the west of the continent. We've captured the Blood Dragon Grand Emperor Warrior of the Ultimate West Realm. Yes, you heard it right. Oh, it's unbelievable. Is he really the ruler of this world? He's so weak. Of course, our fighters are the strongest. Chapter 592, Internet Café Army. Roll out, Princess, Your Highness. The old man wearing a white priest robe bowed, inviting the woman to sit down on the chair at the head of the table. This woman wore a luxurious, fiery red long dress and an exquisite silver crown, looking extremely beautiful from every angle. However, everyone knew that it was just her image projection. Princess Isabella, who had the most noble legendary bloodline, wouldn't come in person. Sitting beside her was the famous Street Hines. Besides these two powerful figures, other powerful figures from the Radiant Light Godly Nation and other godly nations sat in the palace. The image projection of the old man who had visited the Guardian of Wind also sat among them. Grand Emperor Warrior, one of these prestigious existences, frowned. Like ants, they don't know how big the world is and how weak they are. They also have no idea that there are always stronger people out there, which is why they gave themselves such lofty titles. The old man laughed heartily. It's you, Mr. Street Hemadan, the world mage, another existence said. Before them, the scene turned to another place under the control of the spiritual spell visual projection. These are the legendary three saint factions on this continent. Behind these grand palaces, we can see Yushu Mountain, one of the three saint factions. Oh, I can't believe it. I thought it would be a hard battle. How dare such a weak faction call themselves saints? It seems that I must agree with you, Mr. Street Hemadan, a figure engulfed in golden light said. It's a shame that such an existence dares to use the title of saint. The figure shook his head in disdain. Oh, what are we looking at? This human nation is so weak. Their king. Oh, my god, the strongest master of this nation is equivalent to a level 5 fighter here. Only level 5, it's unbelievable. I'm sorry for my outburst. What I wanted to say is that only uncivilized land can create such a nation. Then the scene turned to the deserted sea realm. Oh, it's unbelievable. At this moment, Joseph, CIA, and other young people were also watching the spiritual spell visual projection while sitting on a bench on the edge of the square. With disbelief in their eyes, they listened to Ambassador Luther's explanations and saw how deluded the people in that land were about their own abilities and importance. How can they think this way? Oh, it's hard to imagine how they can live in such a world. It's horrifying. I hope they will be saved so that we can see the redemption of this world. A young man with red-brown hair was busy playing Dungeon Fighter online. He was Gabriel. Suddenly, He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Fuck! Our home is being attacked." He actually spoke fluent spiritual state language. Then, more warriors of the ultimate West realm jumped up from their chairs. "Brothers, grab your weapons and go," Gabriel yelled. "Bring more colorless crystals. More colorless crystals. Fuck, where's the disassembler? Disassemble more of them. I'll get some more spiritual artifacts and toss them in." Meanwhile, Zhongwu was practicing sword techniques outside the shop. Dumbfounded, he watched the uproar among the warriors of Ultimate West Realm and wondered, what's going on? Bad news. Elder Yu ran into the internet cafe in alarm. "Everyone, the catastrophe is about to strike the spiritual state now." "What catastrophe?" "Last time they claimed that it would come in 3 months, but nothing has happened after such a long time had passed." Zhongwu shouted back, "What catastrophe are you talking about?" "Academy Master Ji Yu has foreseen a greater catastrophe coming our way. Those existences, they are coming for real," Elder Yu said in a loud voice. "How come nothing came from the Heavenly Abyss Sea? They attacked from the Ultimate West Realm. Right now, there were almost 10,000 players in the shop from all over the region. There were more who hadn't come into the shop yet." Groups of warriors and cultivators exited from the games and stood up while slamming the desk. Meanwhile, in the Juhua City shop, the street outside the shop was crammed with cultivators and warriors. There were more in the shop. The purple-robed Taoist of Xuanzhong Manor and the old man of Yushu Mountain stumbled out the shop with communication jades in their hands, almost spewing blood on the door. "No, those people are attacking from the direction of our factions." "What?" Ji Wu was practicing sword techniques outside the shop. He was the emperor, but maintaining his warrior strength was quite important, which was why he spent hours on cultivation and practice each day. "This time, we're in it together. We must unite and work in consolidation." The two faction masters felt like crying. "Why are the enemies attacking our factions first? And we are here in the internet cafe." They cussed silently in frustration. "Don't worry, faction master Wang." Lan Mo thought for a moment, knowing that it wasn't time to uphold personal grudges. And Hu Wei said, "Where is the Juhua army?" At this moment, Deputy Commander Gong He was still playing The Legend of Mir 2. In the game, a warrior was chasing after a wizard while holding a huge and heavy saber. "You dare to run? Run more." On the screen, a huge white spiritual sword crashed down viciously. "Watch my sky-opening strike. Ha 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 ha, you can't run now, huh? With my 40-meter long big saber, I can let you run for 39 meters. Then, this man put down the virtual reality headset and shouted, "Juhua army! Juhua army!" Standing beside Nalan Hongwu, Elder Fu cupped his hands. "My lord, okay." Nalan Hongwu stroked his snow-white beard and stood as he withdrew his sword. "It's time." Sitting at the counter, Zomo slightly closed his eyes and seemed to see a strange scene. He froze. "No, Sister Ruan Ning, they are here." "What do you mean they are here?" Mo Tianxing asked as he sat on the couch. "Aha, I calculated with my fingers." A mass of black mist floated down from the second floor. "You're all in danger." Ning Bai immediately stood up from her chair and gave it a hard look. Smirking face emoji, "You'll be the first to be sacrificed if we're in trouble." She frowned. "They are here. Where's my great internet cafe army?" "Here," the cultivators and warriors in the shop answered. Row after row of cultivators and warriors stood up from their seats. Tang Yuan said, "I'm tired of killing abyss demons 100 times a day. It's great for us to fight for real to change it up." Black Demon said, "Let's go. Come on, let's nail them." Mr. Fang sent a message in the group chat, "Some people are making trouble for us, homies." Ji Yutingyu added, "Internet Cafe Army. Roll out. Internet Cafe Army. Roll out." Messages instantly flooded the screen. Chapter 593, The Rumored Battling in Suits. TL note, battling in suits is a meme in China. In a TV show, a girl said that all DFO players were fat otaku, so all DFO players rallied up. A lot of DFO players and streamers dressed up in suits to play the game. At this moment, the forces of the two families divided into 3 groups and gained footholds on this continent. In their eyes, this would be a landslide victory. They had made a detailed war plan just to achieve a perfect victory. "Have you scouted out the routes?" As the commander, Alex directed this battle in person. Despite the weak strength of their enemies, he was well prepared. "Yes, we have." The guard presented him a map on which the red lines marked their direction of attack. Even the forces along the route and their strength had been figured out and reported. They could see that from the 3 saint factions toward Heavenly Abyss Sea, the strength of the forces dropped. These barbaric natives don't know that we can see them as clearly as if they are lights in the night. Meanwhile, outside the north border of Dajin, all kinds of huge spiritual ships were parked on the vast desert. By now, these spiritual ships had been improved many times after they exchanged spiritual ship production processes with the Gongshu family and the cultivators of spiritual state. These spiritual ships were much more powerful than the old version, in the Ultimate West Realm. It seemed like doomsday had come for these people of the Ultimate West Realm. The homeless people of the Ultimate West Realm were either captured or hiding in the bitter cold snow mountains, waiting for a chance to fight back. At this moment, almost all the prisons in the region were full of captives, and it wasn't enough. Many warriors of the Ultimate West Realm were forced to take off their armor. In tattered dirty clothes and chained, they kneeled on the snow-covered square of Snow Peak City, the biggest city in the Ultimate West Realm. With their cultivation strength sealed by that mysterious force, their bare feet and hands were frozen and turned purple. Even though these warriors had been born and raised in this bitter environment, it was hard for them to withstand this harsh cold without cultivation strength. The huge magical stone palace hovered in the sky, casting a huge shadow and almost engulfing the whole Snow Peak City. For the residents, this was the most terrifying nightmare that they had in the past thousands of years. It must be noted that Taihui, the title that Carl used in the beginning, was a translation for regime, after he had learned the spiritual state language with a spiritual spell. On this other land where people used the ancient godly language, this word meant God of radiant light judgment who controlled the rise and fall of the 2 suns and had the right to judge other gods. All the lofty members of the godly palace were proud of their radiant and esteemed image. Luther was especially attentive to his image. Before he appeared in a public place, he would spend 1 to 2 hours to groom himself. In a shadowy place outside the White Pigeon Square in Kanglan City, 2 figures stood while wearing dark gray cloaks. Obviously, they didn't like to be exposed in sunlight. Ambassador Luther of the Radiant Light Godly Nation is just a dog to the Judgment Godly Palace. Oh, he's just a clown. A complete clown. Look at his disgusting face while he shows off in the spiritual spell image projection. Damn it, I want to throw dog shit on his face and tear his dirty mouth into pieces. However, Luther didn't pay any attention to such insults because these people were as low as the mice and bugs living in the slums and sewers. However, if such words reached him, some people would be in big trouble. I remember that someone once asked me if lowly and corruptive existences still are around under the God's light. I thought that there was only one kind of such beings who hide in the filth in darkness, even the God can't save them. He continued after a pause, oh, I think you know whom I'm referring to. They wear filthy clothes, emit a stinky odor, and inhabit the dirtiest spots, such as in the sewers. Now, I think that the barbaric natives are as low as them. At this moment, the visual shown by the spiritual spell displayed a small nation in the Morning Star Sea realm. Look at this humble and pathetic nation. Even the strongest masters are only at level 5. Ho ho, but I still hope that the God's radiance will shine on this land as soon as possible. Oh, what do we see? At this moment, they had a glimpse of a line of black shadows in the distant horizon. The black shadows moved forward swiftly through the clouds beyond the northern snow mountains to the west of the spiritual state. The barbaric natives are coming to us. Even in the grand palace where powerful masters gathered with Saint Heinz, many of them looked surprised. Haha, they dare to attack. I thought that they would defend that sea area. At least by concentrating their forces, they might be able to struggle and fight back for a bit. Land of Thorns is personally guarding this godly palace, and 6 sky knights and 3 prophets of the Thorn Flower family are also here. They are all level 9 super masters. These natives dare to come to us. Get the destruction scale magic cannon ready. In the fancy central hall of that grand palace, a man who was wearing a luxurious black robe with golden patterns sat on his seat. Before him stood 9 people in 2 rows, emitting suffocating presences. They were the 6 sky knights and 3 prophets of the Thorn Flower family. It's time to give the ignorant natives a taste of our power. Born in the reclusive cultivator community in 7 Saint Mountain, Fairy Qing Yun was not good at fighting. However, not all cultivators who weren't great at combat were useless in war. Fairy Qing Yun excelled in making elixirs, spiritual treasures, supporting spiritual spells, and even calculation techniques. Although she had been idle lately, she watched The Legend of the White Snake every day. While she watched Bai Suzhen calculating and seeing people's previous lives and the future of Little Qing and others, Fairy Qing Yun obtained more inspiration, and her calculation technique improved. Now, she only needed to do a calculation with her fingers to know anyone's position and conditions and even the layout of forces in a certain area. Despite her lack of combat abilities, she was stationed on the flagship ship. She felt proud of herself. They are really getting close. Luther sounded disdainful. At this range, we can put the spiritual spell closer to them, so we can get a good look of these pathetic barbarians. On the square and in St. Heinz's Grand Palace, the spiritual spell image projection zoomed in. Soon, they had a clear view of the huge classy and beautiful spiritual ship in the center of the group. 9 people including Ji Yu Tingyan and the masters and elders of the ancient families were standing on the bow and looking at the distant sky. Their clothes were beautiful and grand, dignified yet not dull, haughty yet not rude. They looked like people from a mysterious and ancient nation with beautiful scenery. Standing at the bow with their white robes fluttered in the wind, these people looked like immortals descending into the mortal world. Wow, are they really barbaric natives? Exclamations rose in the White Pigeon Square. Didn't someone say that they are uncivilized and unruly people wearing filthy clothes like those despicable beings? CIA froze in amazement while covering her little mouth with her hand. Oh, almighty elf god. Beside them, Sala, the young elf girl, was also stupefied. I think, at this moment, they realized that these people who Luther described as uncivilized, dirty, and lowly barbaric natives were completely different from their imagination. Mr. Fang was walking past the White Pigeon Square after having lunch, and he saw this scene. Pu, Yi Gucheng, Examen Kuishui, damn it, Chapter 594, You Stole All the Thunder. Everyone in St. Heinz Grand Palace was slightly surprised. Of course, even though this scene was unexpected, they continued watching calmly. I think Wilson is preparing the main cannons in the Godly Palace, right? The voice came from the projected image of an old man who wore a pure white priest robe. Obviously, he was a high-level official of the Godly Palace. The moment he said it, 3 hexagonal stone gates opened in the ancient stone palace, revealing 3 black cannon muzzles. Even without firing, they emitted a horrifying suppression. At this moment, several figures flew out of the Grand Palace. The person in the middle was Wilson, the Land of Thorns. He was the powerful existence who had sat in the center of the Grand Palace in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns. The 6 knights were wearing armor of different colors, and the 3 prophets in black spiritual robes flanked him. They floated in midair as if gravity didn't apply to them. We should give you the most severe godly punishment for your previous sins, Land of Thorns, Wilson said. Our God is merciful and will give you a chance to redeem yourselves. As long as you hand over the hostages and accept our God's glory, I think the God will forgive you. They were surprised that these barbaric natives dared to come to them, and they would grab this opportunity to realize their goal. As mentioned before, they needed a glorious victory, and subduing the barbaric natives without bloodshed was a good way to achieve this goal. Oh, what do I see? Are these barbaric natives crazy? The image turned to another battlefield. At this moment, on the border of Dajin, the Internet Café army encountered the Godly Palace Legion, which had conquered the 3 saint factions and was marching towards the Heavenly Abyss Sea. No, these barbaric natives are crazy. I feel like the barbaric natives on the other battlefield are going to come to us as well. Luther suddenly changed his tone and said, do you think it looks like that they are here to surrender? It's hard to imagine. Instead of wearing armor, their warrior are wearing white clothes. Are they going to a wedding or a ball? His teasing words made the audience chuckle. However, it was quiet in St. Heinz's Grand Palace. The lofty existences were not a bit disturbed. They only watched and wondered if these barbaric natives were going to surrender. They were certain about the outcome of this war. After all, nothing but pathetic defeat awaits these barbaric natives. What other outcome can there be? Compared to the battlefield at the spiritual state, only one figure flew out of the Godly Palace. He wore fiery red armor and carried a huge sword on his back. While flying high up in the sky, he looked down and said with intense disdain, are you here to surrender? He's the famous Sky Knight, Mr. Hex, the Knight of Furious Flame. Luther introduced, he's a top-tier master only next to the Morning Star of Burning Flame. Mr. Hex probably thinks that these barbaric natives don't deserve the efforts of Mr. Austin, the Morning Star of Burning Flame. From what I know, There are few level 8 masters on this land, but Mr. Austin has reached level 9. I'm afraid that he can subdue all these barbaric natives all by himself. At this moment, Nolan Hungwu stood on the bow of the spiritual ship. While wearing pure white clothes, his white hair was tied behind his head, and the black longsword on his belt was sheathed. He said mildly, "You should not be here." Instead of using the spiritual state language, he spoke the language of the Outlanders. Besides eating melon and drinking red tea every day in the shop, Jessica and her companions had taught them some spiritual spells, including the language inspiration spell. This guy. At this moment, the young people, including CIA and Joseph, other warriors and mages, and some members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion who had been watching the spiritual spell image projection, were surprised. They could feel the lofty pride in the succinct words even through the spiritual spell image projection. Damn, this man sounds elegant and has depth. The people watching on the square froze. The elf girl named Sala blinked and wondered, are these natives? Really barbaric natives? I shouldn't be here. Hex, the Knight of Furious Flame, frowned slightly and suddenly snickered. I think it's you who shouldn't be here. If you're not here to surrender to us, then are you here to seek your death? You use swords. Nolan Hungwu glanced at the huge sword on Hex's back. Hex froze and then said after a long pause, are you blind? I carry a sword on my back. Of course, I use swords. Nolan Hungwu said mildly, do you know what the essence of swords is? These people's words are so. At this moment, Sala thought that these people of the continent of immortal relics were mysterious and elegant, instead of being ignorant, filthy, and low as Luther had described. At this moment, the lofty existences in St. Heinz' Grand Palace were also surprised. Why aren't these people afraid? Instead of being afraid, he even has time to ask about the essence of swords. I think Mr. Klaus, the Sword Saint, will be the best person to answer this question. The old man who was nicknamed the World Mage said. At this moment, Hex said, the sword in my hand was born to kill enemies of the Judgment Godly Palace. Only sincere people can reach the pinnacle stage of swordsmanship. Insincere people don't deserve to talk about swords. Nolan Hungwu looked at Hex and said, you're not sincere. Hiss. Sala touched her thin sword on her belt and thought, this old man's words make good sense. Even the knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion who were standing around Sala began to see the barbaric natives in a new light. They were surprised that he could speak so wisely. Damn, you stole all the thunder. Watching the scene behind the crowd, Mr. Fang was speechless. Ha. Hex drew out the huge fiery red sword on his back with a cold smile. If you think that you can talk us out of the war, dream on. Then, his face darkened as he thought, this native isn't even at level 8, and he dares to lecture me. Do you know what level 8 is? Hex said slowly, it's the pinnacle stage for humans. So many years passed, and even this little guy Hex has also reached level 8. In St. Heinz' Grand Palace, a projected image said, I guess he has reached it in recent years. He was baptized in godly power last year. If he borrows the godly power, he can reach level 8, a priest explained. Chapter 595, we might be watching the fake barbaric natives. Well, an inferior swordsman who isn't at level 8 dares to lecture me. Hex said lazily, try to take one of my sword strikes, and I'll see if you have the right to give me lectures. With a cold expression, his feet moved slightly in the air. In the next instant, he already appeared before Nolan Hungwu. He hacked down his huge fiery red blade with vicious force. Instant strike. This is Mr. Hex. Instant strike. Many knights exclaimed on White Pigeon Square. The instant strike that can chop a level 8 magical beast in half. My goodness. However, in the next moment, they saw Nolan Hungwu move his feet slightly, and his body swayed to one side a little bit. The huge blade missed him by a narrow margin. White-haired and white-clothed, Duke Nolan stood where he was with his hands clasped behind his back, looking as if he hadn't moved at all. What just happened? Gasps sounded from White Pigeon Square. CIA, Ron, and the other young people covered their mouths with their hands, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How did he manage that? Oh, that was amazing. Even the figures hiding in the dark corner of the square were stupefied at this scene. He dodged it. However, this sword strike wasn't over. With a twist of his waist, Hex slashed back his huge sword with horrifying force. However, Nolan Hungwu seemed to have anticipated his move. Almost at the same time when Hex slashed out, Nolan Hungwu began to turn his body. When the sword came, Nolan Hungwu dodged with perfect timing. Everyone on White Pigeon Square was shocked, and their mouths opened in a perfect O shape. Sala, I told you many times. When we're on a mission. Lance walked up with disapproval on his face. No, Captain, look. Sala pointed at the spiritual spell image projection but couldn't describe what she was seeing. Look where. It's nothing to look at. War. It is just a war. Lance turned his head but froze when he saw the spiritual spell image projection. What did he see? He saw that Hex, the Knight of Furious Flame, couldn't even touch an old man's clothes after using several sword techniques. Who is this guy? Which nation is this Grand Master from? Lance asked immediately. This is. Sala couldn't believe this, and she stared at the battle with widened eyes as she said, he's from another continent. The weak and helpless nation that the Judgment Godly Palace is invading. Lance looked at the projected visuals before him. What did I say? Weak and helpless. How can any weak force be like this? Who's this guy? Lance asked immediately. Is he the most powerful figure among them? In St. Heinz, Grand Palace, a priest murmured, is this barbaric native really at level 7? He yelled in his mind, as the Judgment Godly Palace that has all kinds of prophecies and miracles from gods, shouldn't it be our level 6 masters beating up your level 7 masters? But now, good, very good. Hex stopped his attacks at this moment and said, I thought that this was a boring expedition and didn't expect to meet anyone who could force me to use my true power. At this time, the miraculous golden pattern on Hex's forehead flashed with dazzling light. Engulfed in the dazzling light, his entire body turned radiant and flashy. A horrifying force spread from his forehead to all over his body. It wasn't a power that humans could have, it seemed to come from gods. Before such horrifying power, anyone would feel humble and tiny. Supported by that horrifying force, Hex hovered in the air, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. The air around him seemed to be distorted by that terrifying force. Do you see how big the gap between us is? Hex said with a smirk. I'll show you what is true speed. This man in fiery red armor moved his body and suddenly vanished before Nolan Hungwu. In the next moment, he turned into a series of blurry shadow around Nolan Hungwu, moving as fast as the wind. At this moment, Nolan Hungwu looked grim and serious. He could feel that his opponent's strength far surpassed his after that force joined in. This man's strength was so high that it was unclimbable. This gap of strength perhaps couldn't be bridged with skills and techniques. Suddenly, Nolan Hungwu's expression changed, and his body slightly shifted to one side. His opponent's blade drew over his chest, making a smooth cut in his chest. Then, red blood flowed out from the wound. So fast, the audience on White Pigeon Square exclaimed again. This speed was inhumane. Like a horrifying fiery red rain of sword energies and meteors, Hex attacked continuously. Could anyone block attacks that were at such high speed? Even grandmasters couldn't detect the movements of the sword, let alone the eyes of ordinary people. On top of that, it was impossible to match such a speed. However, at this moment, Nolan Hungwu's sword slashed out. His sword turned into a black light beam like a black lightning flash. It was fast, but it was no match for his opponent's horrifying speed. Besides, the gap in their strength was too bigger. Before the storm-like sword strikes of his opponent, Nolan Hungwu's black sword looked like a pure light beam. It was so impeccable and pure that it contained no variations in it. Perhaps it just didn't need any variations. When the sword slashed out, blood spewed into the air. At this moment, even some of the existences in St. Heinz, Grand Palace stood up subconsciously. The sword saint named Claus also stared at the sword strike intently. If it were said that Hex wasn't using the strength of humans, then this sword strike didn't belong to humans. It was like a sword strike that an immortal used. Although your strength has increased, it isn't your own strength, which means that you can't control it. You will only expose more weaknesses because of it. A sword came from the west, flying immortal beyond the heavens. Even if he couldn't fully understand it, any bit of inspiration was crucial. Nolan Hungwu might not have reached that realm, but he had seen it and obtained some inspirations from it. His sword had almost reached that perfect realm. Ah, these people of this mysterious and ancient nation are elegant and powerful, and their swordsmanship is philosophical and poetic. This was the impression that these barbaric natives left on the minds of the people of the Laura continent. Are we really looking at the barbaric natives? Chapter 596, Battle. The spiritual spell visual projection came from a crystal ball sitting on a base. With magic power flowing inside, The mist above the crystal ball revealed a huge screen with scenes in the battlefields on the continent of immortal relics. These were all provided by the godly palace in Candlin City. Sometimes, it would show some projected visuals of masters fighting in mystic realms. Did you see that sword technique clearly? With borrowed horrifying godly power, Hex created a curtain of sword shadows with blazing flames, but his attacks were shattered by one clear sword slash from his opponent. The knights, elves, warriors, mages, and young people of the Morning Light Empire on the White Pigeon Square were shocked. How come this is different from the battles that we watched before? With Hex's terrifying speed, strength, and flames that are empowered by godly power, he can easily fight 10,000 warriors alone. But you guys destroyed all that with a sword strike. Something is wrong. It didn't make sense. They were stupefied with shock and disbelief. This battle turned their understanding of battles upside down. This sword slash looked random and didn't make sense, but true masters knew its power and the outcome before it landed. They saw a horrifying control of strength after everything at that moment was known to Nolan Hungwu. He didn't need eyes to see and ears to hear to achieve this granular control. Seeing a tiny movement from his opponent, such as a shift of a foot or a wave of a sword, Nolan Hungwu would instantly know how to use the next sword strike. Regardless of how fast Hex moved around Nolan Hungwu and which angle he attacked from, Nolan Hungwu would use a perfect sword strike to counter. I'm surprised. The projected image of an old man who was emitting radiant light said, Mr. Street Hines, we might not be able to win the war as easily as we expected. Obviously, Hex lost this battle due to his opponent's superb combat skills. The old man who was nicknamed the World Mage said, but I'm not worried. After all, skills take hundreds of years to master but can't extend people's lifespan or strengthen their force. It takes everything backward. This old man has lived hundreds of years but only reached level 7. I'm afraid that he's in the last years of his life. Powerful strength could extend one's lifespan. With prolonged life, people could cultivate and reach higher realms. These people also practiced skills, but in their eyes, skills were just auxiliary abilities while one obtained more strength. After all, one couldn't block a destructive spiritual spell with only techniques. It was why these forces were called godly nations and godly palaces, while the Morning Light Empire, the nation of skills, was only an empire. Oh, Mr. Hex was so careless. At this moment, Luther hurried to explain. Believe me, it was just an accident. For laymen, it indeed looked like an accident. In the spiritual spell visual projection, Luther continued, I hope that others won't repeat the careless mistake that Mr. Hex made. Anyway, these barbaric natives are not good for nothing. Yes, that's what has happened. These barbaric natives are fearless. Maybe they think that their good luck will continue. Luther said viciously, I think we must teach them a lesson. Was it just an accident? Oh, no. Naive elf girl Sala began to worry again. Obviously, Mr. Hex was defeated too easily. A knight of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion said, I, too, think that it was just an accident. Don't you think so, Ms. Helen? Helen answered distractedly, maybe. Even if his victory had an element of luck, he is still very powerful since he could defeat the mighty Mr. Hex. CIA argued. At this moment, the audience on White Pigeon Square were divided into several groups with different opinions. The Knights of the Night Legion thought that the barbaric natives wouldn't be so lucky anymore. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rescue Ms. Jessica and the others. The group led by elf girl Sala thought that there might be an element of luck in the victory, but they believed that the battle was won with some high-level techniques. While these people argued, Luther changed the scene of the spiritual spell visual projection. They had set one end of the spiritual spell visual projection in each of the 3 battlefields, and Luther could choose any of them to show to the audience. Obviously, he had seen something he liked on another battlefield and immediately changed the scene. It was something that the Godly Palace wanted to show to the audience as well. Oh, look, Mr. Land of Thorns has ordered a full-scale charge on the barbaric natives who are determined to resist us. But this time, they won't be so lucky. They could see white godly light transform into destructive light beams while they crashed down from the sky. Pale blue lights lit up around the spiritual ships of spiritual state cultivators. When the white godly light beams crashed onto the pale blue spiritual lights around the spiritual ships, the ships shook violently under the huge force. Meanwhile, the spiritual state began to fight back. While artifact masters in Juhua City and Half City were busy preparing, the cultivators of the spiritual state hadn't been idle. At the end of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, Li Xiaoyao returned to Shu Mountain faction and studied many things from the ancient scrolls. With the artifact making and array planning methods that they learned from the game, the cultivators strengthened and improved the defensive and offensive arrays on their spiritual ships. Since the ancient families on the spiritual state were the most powerful forces on this continent, they were not at an obvious disadvantage in this battle. Meanwhile, many warriors riding all kinds of mounts flew out from the huge stone palace in the sky like locusts, dashing in all directions. Instantly, they almost filled the whole sky and blocked out most of the light. Behind the riders were rows of white-robed mages who were hovering in the sky. The most eye-catching were fire-spitting huge dragons which looked like the horned dragons that Gabriel and the others rode, but these beasts were fiercer than horned dragons. Of course, there were other rare beasts as well. One golden-armored knight was riding a magnificent lion with wings. This knight didn't attack. Instead, he watched the battle quietly from the high sky. At the order of the golden-armored knight, the locust-like legion of knights swept down from the sky like a huge gloomy cloud under the cover of many godly light beams. Chapter 597. The furious roars of 8 million fighters. Before them, the ice city had disappeared. Only their worst nightmare hovered high in the sky above the snowy ultimate West Realm. Hell-bringers of the Black Dragon family, do you dare to come with me and kill all of them? At this moment, a horned dragon soared up into the sky, and Gabriel raised his huge sword and roared. We Hell-bringers are unrivaled. Attack! Before the others could answer, a warrior of the spiritual state dashed out with red eyes. Although this war was waged in the ultimate West Realm, it wasn't directed only at this place. The people here were only the earliest victims of this war. If the ultimate West Realm was lost, the next would be the spiritual state or the entire continent of immortal relics. Attack! Furious roars could be heard despite the howling of violent gusts in the sky. The cultivators of the spiritual state had had little dealings with warriors of the ultimate West Realm, but seeing the devastation of the land and the ruined city, the brave character of the spiritual state burned with fury as their blood boiled. After all, they lived on the same continent, and they guarded another continent in a virtual world together. Instantly, at least 1,000 people charged into the enemies engulfed by raining light beams. Where are the Grand Masters? As a Grand Master player, Zhang Zan raised his fist and yelled. Where are the Silent Eyes? Zhang Wu roared, and all the Silent Eye players on the spiritual ships answered him. A sword may conquer the flesh, but only your heart may conquer the mind. My eyes are in deep sleep, and my heart is my new eye. Not only slayers but all other classes including noblesses, dragon fists, and swift masters joined the fight. Many figures swarmed out like a terrifying wave from the spiritual ships. Spacetime cutter shatters the world. Every creature is a tiny ant under the sword. Radiant gunfire. Rain of 3,000 bullets. Gales. Move at my order. Charge. Where are my 8 million fighters? For some time now, a legend about 8 million fighters in Dungeon Fighter Online had been circulating around the shops. TL note. This is a reference to DFO in China. At its peak, there were 8 million concurrent players on the servers. Although there were only tens of thousands of players, when Zhongwu flew across the sky and let out a furious roar, many resonant shouts answered him, and it sounded like a tsunami. The world shook as if everything in the world was terrified by this force. While the Night Legion of the Thornflower family from the Judgment Godly Palace swarmed down like dark clouds, the huge army of fighters of the spiritual state surged up like turbulent waves in the ocean. The fighters of the ultimate West Realm were the first to charge, but the demon clan of the Snow Nation, who moved later, overtook them. Crown Prince Zhang Zan pierced a knight of Judgment Godly Palace with his black patterned treasure sword. The spiritual spell visual projection of the Judgment Godly Palace zoomed out, and the audience could only see many people flying across the sky like ants. They could distinctly see that two groups of spiritual state fighters plunged into their enemies. These people aren't afraid of being killed. Luther was struck by fear while watching the battle through the spiritual spell visual projection. Surrounded by many enemies, Gabriel seemed to have forgotten about death, and his armor was covered in ugly wounds. In the grand palace that was hovering in the sky, a chained figure was pushed out on a cart, and this dying man was revealed to be their lord. Attack! At this moment, even the mild-tempered Luo Piaoling roared in fury. Zhong Wu slashed out his sword and shot out giant spiritual swords one after another, sending groups of knights flying. A series of roars sounded around him. Mountain-shattering strike, saber-drawing hack, fierce dragon sky strike. In the chaotic battle, Sword energies looked like lightning flashes while sword lights flashed in the sky. The fierce and violent techniques seemed to have triggered TNT and caused an explosion in the middle of people. In tattered armor and with a hole through his belly, Gabriel leapt down from his horned dragon. Then, he charged toward the direction of the Grand Palace without fear. This man, is he truly not afraid of death? Not only Luther, but many figures in St. Heinz, Grand Palace intently stared at this figure on the battlefield. Covered in blood and with a few gray mysterious crystals in hand, Gabriel leapt up and landed on the huge black dragon that was ridden by a knight who was wearing luxurious golden armor. Durith. Even from the distance, the audience could clearly see the blood-covered figure among the legion of knights of the Thornflower family. What are we seeing? This madman dashed to Durith, one of the most powerful elite members of the Thornflower family. Besides the 6 knights and the 3 people wearing black priest robes who were all standing motionlessly high in the sky, the man wearing golden armor was the most eye-catching figure here. You are asking for it. Durith's face darkened, surprised that this severely injured man dared to charge at him. I'll take your head then. Durith hacked out with his huge sword. Gabriel blocked it with his sword, but the huge momentum and the sword technique allowed his opponent's giant sword to almost chop off his shoulder. The huge sword was stuck in his bones. Now, Durith could only see the attacker's blood-red eyes. The crazy eyes looked like that of a demon. Then, he saw the madman taking a vicious step forward. Fury exploded. Violent and bloody presence exploded like a huge cannonball. Durith felt a violent force crashing onto his body like a huge mountain-shattering hammer. Instantly, he was engulfed by the horrifying blood-red fury energy. Impossible. Many people exchanged a look of horror after seeing this scene and that figure who was covered in blood. Like raindrops and locusts, people fell from the sky at every moment, but most of them were knights of the Thornflower family. In the close-range battles, the combat force of these people, who they saw as barbaric natives, far surpassed their imaginations. Seeing this scene, Luther was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, St. Heinz still looked indifferent and cold. At this moment, Luther received the order to change the screen to another spiritual spell visual projection. Meanwhile, the man who was called Land of Thorns and was wearing a luxurious black robe waved his hand and said, "Unleash the Dark Judgment Legion." A puff of black smoke appeared beside him and then condensed into a man who was hidden in black armor. Land of Thorns stared at the battlefield coldly and saw that no knights dared to get close to Zhongwu. He pointed at Zhongwu and made the cutthroat gesture. The man in black armor beside him instantly vanished. Chapter 598. With my real eyes gone, my mind's eye opens. At this moment, the spiritual spell visual projection that was shown to the general public had turned to another scene, but the people in St. Heinz, Grand Palace could watch whatever they liked and didn't need to follow the public. The spiritual spell visual projection before them still showed the battlefield in the ultimate West Realm. It seems that Mr. Heinz has underestimated them this time. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man wearing a luxurious fiery red robe and a tall hat sat across from Heinz. Anyway, this war isn't boring anymore. At this moment, even the princess sitting beside St. Heinz didn't look bored, but her tone was still lazy. But the Thornflower family must show one of their hidden cards now. Obviously, she knew about the hidden cards of the forces under the Judgment Godly Palace. The moment she said that, they saw the Land of Thorns sending out the Dark Judgment Legion. As mentioned before, there were professions similar to the assassins of the Underground Council. For example, some forces trained and kept scouts and killers. They used these forces to handle things that they wanted to keep secret. The Dark Judgment Legion was one of such forces. The Thornflower family had trained this force for a long time. The team consisted of 3 level 8 Dark Judgment Knight captains who acted as leaders and 12 level 7 Dark Judgment Knights. This time, the Thornflower family brought 2 Dark Judgment Knight captains and 6 level 7 Dark Judgment Knights to this war. It meant that the Thornflower family brought more than half of its military force to this war on the continent of immortal relics, showing their determination to win. Due to the blockage at the Heavenly Abyss Sea, they couldn't move some powerful weapons into this land, which was another reason why they brought such powerful legions with them. However, they were very confident in the abilities of their legions. On the battlefield where fierce fights went on, Zhongwu waved his sword which wasn't long but emitted bright lights, overpowering most of his enemies. Most people couldn't handle his strikes. However, at this moment, a streak of extremely strange presences floated into the sky above the battlefield. He looked around carefully but couldn't see anything unusual, as if he was having a hallucination. An old man wearing a white priest robe and a white hat said slowly, "Disguised in shadows, they judge and remove all sins." This barbaric native is not aware of the danger, which means that the Dark Judgment Knight Legion will take another soul. These barbaric natives don't know that they are as bright as lights in the Dark Knight to the Thornflower family, and they themselves are blind in the darkness. The moment he said it, they saw Zhang Wu, who was battling one knight, suddenly stop pursuing his opponent for some reason. Then, he moved to one side confidently. A pitch-black dagger slashed across the space before Zhang Wu's chest. Then, a figure appeared before him silently while the dagger slashed down extremely close to Zhang Wu's chest, cutting open the pure white robe near the location of his heart. If Zhang Wu had dodged a little bit slower, it was obvious what would have happened. Instantly, the old man who had spoken smugly in St. Heinz' Grand Palace was embarrassed, and his face turned red as if someone had slapped him. He dodged it. They all froze. In their eyes, this native warrior was at most in the pinnacle stage of level 7 and not level 8 yet. However, the assassin who went after him was a level 8 master. And level 8 master can't assassinate a level 7 master. Could it be? They immediately thought of Hex in the previous battle. Could it be that this barbaric native warrior has the same combat techniques as the barbaric native in the previous battle? However, Street, Heinz and Land of Thorns Wilson both looked cold and unmoved by this. Land of Thorns Wilson had sent over more than one Dark Judgment Knight. 2 level 8 knights, and 3 level 7 knights were here to deal with Zhang Wu. One of the 2 level 8 fighters must borrow godly power to reach this level, but the other had reached this realm with his own strength. In contrast, Zhang Wu was only at the pinnacle stage of level 7. The moment Zhang Wu dodged the attack, he suddenly felt a chilly presence coming at his neck. Without thinking, he took 2 steps back. Chilliness touched his neck, and a tiny line of blood appeared. If the dagger cut a little deeper, it would have slit open his throat. Cold sweat trickled down from Zhang Wu's forehead. At this moment, he felt tremendous pressure coming from the sneak attacks and the invisible enemies. There was more than one assassin. The moment Zhang Wu narrowly dodged the attack that was aiming for his throat, he felt an intense murderous spirit coming from behind. He quickly bent forward, and he ducked, dodging 2 pitch-black daggers which swept into the air just above his back. Before he could breathe, 2 deadly black blades shot toward his rib cage from the 2 sides. Zhang Wu didn't even feel the movement of air around him. In the spiritual spell visual projection, they saw Zhang Wu was attacked from all directions by the strikes from shadows. The pitch-black daggers flashed toward him silently. Despite his swift dodges, several wounds appeared on Zhang Wu's body. Blood dripped out drop by drop. It was a terrifying sight. Hehehehe. A series of laughter came from the void. It sounded like this person was mocking him. A man wearing black armor stood in the void not far from Zhang Wu, but no one could see him, including Zhang Wu. They hid in the shadows. They were killers in the darkness. Obviously, it seemed like Zhang Wu couldn't last much longer. The Dark Judgment Knights, the existences hiding in shadows, retreated. They didn't leave. Instead, they were preparing for the next wave of storm-like attacks to get the kill. It seemed like a desperate presence was born in the peace before the storm. Castellan Zhang, standing on the spiritual ship, Zhang Hao, the Vice Academy Master of Heavenly Academy, turned grim at the scene and was about to fly over and help. In the blink of an eye, a knight blocked him. This knight was one of the 6 knights who had been watching the battle outside the godly palace and didn't move before. "You are seeking death." The Tang family master had just dashed out when another knight flew down from the high sky and blocked his path. Obviously, no one could come to Zhang Wu's rescue. When the Dark Judgment Knights moved, they must return with their enemies' heads. Land of Thorns Wilson was playing with a ruby ring on his finger. He glanced this way at the battle with a sneer on his face. Obviously, he had expected the interference of these people and had been prepared. Even if you have insane techniques, you can't use them in such a situation. Seeing this scene, Hemadan, the world mage, nodded and said, "It's why I said that practicing techniques is attending to trifles and neglecting essentials." The moment he said it, they saw Zhang Wu taking out a black band. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in St. Heinz' Grand Palace, he covered his eyes with the band. What's he going to do? At this moment, only that Shadow Killer noticed the great difference in Zhang Wu, the barbaric native warrior who had been at their mercy. With my real eyes gone, My mind's eye opens. Suddenly, the Dark Judgment Knights sensed a powerful and solid murderous spirit sweeping toward and corroding their bodies like pervasive chilly air. Murderous Wave. Chapter 599. Sorry. I can't fight without being blind. What is he doing? Is he surrendering? Covering his eyes during the battle. No one had seen such a method before. By doing this, it felt like this man had delivered himself to his enemies with his hands and feet tied. In the high sky covered by gloomy clouds, cold winds swept across the snowy land of the ultimate West Realm. They saw the warrior who they regarded as a barbaric native holding a short saber emitting radiant spiritual light in his hand. With his eyes covered by the black band, he stood in the air quietly, letting the gusts flutter his robe against his body. Right now, he looked like a weak old man who had given up resistance. A weird presence floated past him. One must look very closely to see a trace of darkness with the same color as the gloomy sky floating in the air. Completely silent, they seemed like ghosts who were hiding in the dark night. A dangerous aura started to spread while 4 pitch-black daggers shot toward Zhongwu's vital parts from 4 directions. This time, the attacks were faster and more vicious. However, before their daggers came close, a strange white shadow rose behind Zhongwu. This attack appeared at the perfect moment, as if he had anticipated their attacks instead of being sneak attacked. These assassins didn't know that in Zhongwu's mind, their intense murderous spirit and energy waves hidden in the dark were as obvious as bright lights in darkness. In the dark world that existed in Zhongwu's senses, the energy waves behind him moved more violently. Asura, wave radiation. Before the explosion reached them, the existences hiding in the shadows felt like they were struck by turbulent waves. A huge force sent them flying forward as if a volcano had erupted. They found that they were shaken out of the shadows by the weird force, and they were completely exposed to the whole world. On top of that, they discovered that a powerful suction force drew them together. The attack didn't end there. This was only the beginning. While they were shaken out of their stealth and lost their balances, they saw that Zhongwu slashed out his short sword, which transformed into several surges of huge and invisible spiritual swords, leaving them no space to dodge. They were shocked. Under the influence of the Heavenly Academy, warriors of the spiritual state mostly focused on the cultivation of qi. Long-range attacks with sword energies such as Spirit Crescent were not difficult for them. They could use them without much practice since they had similar techniques before. Obviously, there were experts in different fields. Zhongwu was a master in this area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mastered these techniques so soon. Zhongwu slashed out his short sword, and a heated red flame shot out, following the trajectory of many ice blades. The ice and fire mingled, bursting into a wave of radiant sword energies in the sky. Spirit Crescent, Ice Wave Sword, Fire Wave Sword. The sword slashed out, and its great sword energies instantly condensed into a huge saber, followed by the ultimate combat techniques that Zhongwu mastered. Many surges of horrifying sword energies instantly engulfed the area where the assassins were. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Everyone watching the battle stared at the scene in astonishment. With his eyes covered and strange light runes rotating around him, this barbaric native warrior had transformed his murderous spirit into visible lights that were emitting from his body. He looked like an Asura who was standing high in the heavens. Instantly, 4 of the elite Dark Judgment Knights died. The Dark Judgment Knights who came to this war lost half of their forces. The remaining 4 knights found that they were each chased by a surge of sword energy. With great precision, each sword energy followed its target unerringly regardless of how they tried to dodge. The lofty audience in St. Heinz Grand Palace watched as the Dark Judgment Knights were being hunted down by the barbaric native whose eyes were covered in pitch-black light armor. They exposed nothing but their eyes to the air. With short swords or daggers in hand, they emitted chilly and deadly presence. With your eyes covered, how did you do this? The Shadow Killer stared at Zhongwu intently. He couldn't imagine how his opponent had blocked his killing strike. He was infuriated most by the fact that they had suppressed this man while his eyes were open, but they were now pressured by him while his eyes were covered. You mean this? While stroking his beard, Zhongwu thought for a moment and said, I've played as a blind man for such a long time that I don't know how to fight with my eyes open. Pooh. The Shadow Killer spewed out a mouthful of blood. The high-level officials of Judgment Godly Palace sitting in St. Heinz Grand Palace were at a loss for words. They were livid, and their faces almost turned green. This barbaric native, reckless, absolutely reckless. A white-robed priest yelled furiously. Street Heinz stared at the battlefield coldly. Obviously, the Thornflower family was more powerful than this. Only the Thornflower family master had more hidden cards than what these barbaric natives could imagine. Inhaling deeply, Heinz turned his eyes to another battlefield. He had waited for the Dark Judgment Knights of the Thornflower family to come up with better hidden cards. But now, he decided to ignore them to not feel agitated. In fact, some of the classes in Dungeon Fighter Online didn't have so many restrictions as they seemed to have. For example, Berserkers, a subclass of male slayers, looked normal on usual occasions. However, when they got furious, excited, or were experiencing a mental collapse, they would turn into crazy demons and obtain great power at the price of blood. At this moment, on another battlefield, Gabriel had almost dashed onto the Stone Palace all by himself. At the entrance in the center of the Stone Palace, Land of Thorns was only flanked by one knight and one black-robed prophet. Hee, look at this guy, he has reached his limit after sending Durith flying. But now, he is seeking death by coming to a Sky Knight. This black-armored knight was also riding a huge dragon which was much larger and fiercer than Gabriel's horned dragon. Chapter 600. How come we can't watch the battles? This man was brown-haired and about 50 years old. He said with intense disdain in his eyes, "Little guy, you shouldn't have come here." The moment he said it, Gabriel raised his blood-covered right hand before him and opened his fingers. While his fingers opened, a blood-colored vortex began to slowly take shape. The moment the blood-colored vortex was formed, the black-armored knight suddenly felt that the huge dragon beneath him was flying toward Gabriel against its will. Bloody Twister. The horrifying blood-colored vortex could immobilize anything and seal any force before it. If anything were sucked into it, there was no getting away. You are seeking death. As a lofty Sky Knight, this black-armored knight was furious that he was challenged by a young man who had barely reached level 7. He slashed out his sword viciously, and a huge sword energy flew out, intending to cut Gabriel into two halves. Light Shadow Strike. Another sword energy crashed down from the sky and smashed into the sword energy unleashed by the black-armored knight. Colorless crystal dust scattered in the wind, and the gray dust seemed to show the world what a powerful force it had unleashed. Sia and Luo Piaoling had battled their way to this place as well. The ripples of the surging sword energy spread out like a storm, and a bloody light struck down with vicious force as strong wind blew by. As a sad howl sounded, the skull of the huge dragon that the black-armored knight was riding on was shattered by the powerful strike, and blood sprayed everywhere. You are seeking your deaths. Looking extremely dignified with the huge sword in his hand, the black-armored knight activated the golden patterns between his eyebrows as he shouted, "You dare to challenge me, godly Punisher Odd? You'll be turned into ashes by the godly light." He was the best out of the 6 Sky Knights. If he borrowed godly power, he could reach level 9. The horrifying force spread out. Even the ground couldn't withstand this force and cracked open. Good. In the Grand Palace, the lofty existences nodded repeatedly and said, "This little guy has also reached level 9. They dare to come to this place. These barbaric natives will pay for their audacity." An old man wearing a priest robe said mildly, "I seem to foresee these ignorant barbaric natives being crushed like ants." However, the moment he said it, a middle-aged man in a bright blue robe floated over with a thick scroll in his hands. On the chest of his robe was an embroidered golden cross. He asked, "Godly power?" Although the Ultimate West Realm mainly produced warriors, it didn't mean that there weren't any cultivators among them. The cultivator chanted in a low voice, and faint lights began to emit from these warriors' weapons. Valor Blessing. Then, another light fell on Gabriel's head. Blessing of Dawn. This wasn't the end. Soon, they saw another light landing on Gabriel's head. Revenge of Light. Archangel's Blessing. Source of Life. Wind of Holy Healing. Lights flashed on Gabriel, Luo Piaoling, and Sia one after another. When the middle-aged man stopped chanting the blessings with a cross in his hands, the three gathered and emitted extremely powerful presences. May the holy light bless you. With a long chant, the middle-aged man in the bright blue robe finally finished casting spells. What's this? Everyone stared at the scene dumbfoundedly. Where did these barbaric natives get this stuff? Ha! With a furious roar, Gabriel closed his left hand, and the congealed blood slowly moved down his arm and condensed into a new sword in his hand. Heh! With an unintelligible roar, this fighter who was only at level 7 charged toward the knight who had reached level 9 with the help of godly power. With everything of the warriors of Ultimate West Realm, attack! Sia and Luo Piaoling roared and charged forward viciously. These people's battle roars seemed to ignite the fire on the whole battlefield. Let's turn to another battlefield that we haven't watched yet. Luther finally turned the spiritual spell visual projection to the battlefield in the Morning Star Sea realm, but they were astonished by what they saw. The cultivator army of the Morning Star Sea realm had begun fighting the Outland army in close range. A woman wearing a green dress strolled on the battlefield as if she was taking a walk, and before her was a level 8 golden armored knight. The moment the golden armored knight struck out his sword, the audience saw a white light flash by. Then, a destructive and demonic power erupted. Release plus devil trigger. In the blink of an eye, this woman withdrew the demonic power, and the level 8 knight looked as if a truck that weighed several tons had run over his body. He died instantly. Oh, this is impossible. The spiritual spell visual projection was instantly turned to another direction. A series of hysterical laughter resonated on the battlefield. A woman had transformed her murderous spirit into a sharp saber while demonic shadows danced behind her. The murderous spirit that only belonged to demons permeated the whole battlefield. Blood splashed into the air while the saber danced around. One knight fell to the ground after another like harvested wheat straws. The demonic power had been Shui Shanyan's nightmare, but it was now her greatest source of power. Meanwhile, not far from her, a figure in a black robe flew up into the air. Below him, blood gushed out, turning the ground into a pool of blood. The blood turned into tornadoes and sharp blades, even making this place into a horrifying bloody hell. Many terrifying techniques of blood, ice, and flames spread out on the battlefield like lotuses made of blood and fire. They looked demonic but extremely dazzling. Oh, no, this can't be real. Seeing this, Luther stammered and then immediately turned the spiritual spell visual projection to another battlefield. This time, he finally found something to his liking. In the spiritual spell visual projection, several civilian warriors of the Juhua city shop were at the disadvantage as they were surrounded by several powerful knights armed with excellent weapons. It seemed like they couldn't last long. Oh, look, there are indeed some grandmasters among the barbaric natives, but their overall strength is not great. While holding a cup of tea in his hand, Luther felt like his lips were so dry that they were about to crack. The moment he said it, a dark sword light flashed by. Sitting on White Pigeon Square, Sala, CIA, and the other saw a short-haired young man who was about 30 years old. This man was holding a strange sword with dazzling lights. A sword energy flashed, looking like a huge dragon's mouth. Raging dragon slash. The knights who had been attacking the civilian warriors were sent flying high into the sky. It seemed like they had been hit by a train. Black Light Grand Master. He's Black Light Grand Master. One of the civilian warriors yelled in pleasant surprise. The short-haired young man lifted the lightsaber and roared, "Friends, grab your weapons and kick out the invaders." Luther spat out his tea. Water splashed onto the spiritual spell visual projection. Then, it turned black. "Hey, elf girl!" Sala stood up and shouted, "How come you stopped the visual projection?" Ah, a few other elves also stood up. Even the two assassins hiding in the darkness were also frustrated. "We are enjoying it, how come it was turned off?" Chapter 601, Time to Counterattack. Damn it, oh, the damn thorn flower and flame bird. Why don't you use your hidden cards? What are you waiting for? Wiping the tea that he just spewed out on the desk with a paper towel, Luther tried to regain his composure, pacing in the room like an ant on a hot pan. How could he show these battles to the public? What are these people doing? Your opponents are only lowly barbaric natives. Luther cussed in his room. After calming down, he fixed his tie. Among the families believing in the god of radiant light judgment, the Thorn Flower family and the Flame Bird family were two elite families and had many unknown hidden cards. It was time for them to unleash their full force. In the spiritual spell visual projection, Luther saw, Land of Thorns, the black-robed man who was as steady as land, slowly standing up. At this moment, the level 9 black-armored knight Odd, the last knight guarding the palace, had unleashed his full force. With godly power, he had reached level 9, the pinnacle point of his strength. If they continued to hide their strengths, they would be disgraced after the war regardless if they won or not. At this moment, Luther finally saw something he liked. The fighter covered in blood finally fell to the ground, and his body was covered in shocking sword wounds. Obviously, even with the blessing of a paladin, he, a warrior who had just reached level 7, was no match for a level 9 knight who had supreme power. After breaking the neck of this maniac warrior, godly Punisher Odd exhaled a sigh of relief. His bright armor became ragged, and he had a few wounds on his body. These were all disgraces for him. He tossed away Gabriel's blood-covered corpse like a broken sack. Sorry, everyone, we had a small problem with the spiritual spell visual projection, but it's been fixed. Finally, Luther released the spiritual spell visual projection again after a while. Oh, look at the insolent barbaric native. His impulsive behavior only lead to the capture of his companions since they are facing Mr. Odd. Yes, this brave and fierce knight that you see in black dragon armor is Mr. Odd, the godly punisher. However, I think being captured might be a good fate for these natives. While was Luther babbling about the situation on the battlefield, many people on White Pigeon Square exclaimed, "Look! What's that?" Gabriel, who had been silent and seemed dead, suddenly got up from the ground in a weird way. Strengthened by dragon blood, he was more difficult to kill than ordinary people. Right now, his eyes were filled with crazy lights as if he couldn't feel any pain. When this man was on the verge of death, the endless potential hidden in his body cracked open. The faint light from it merged with the huge blood essence and turned into a source of life. Strangely, his deadly wounds were all healed. Resistance to death. For some fighters, they would challenge their enemies even if it meant death. They pursued explosive and fierce force by sacrificing everything they had. The closer to death they were, the greater strength they would have. The berserkers who constantly flirted with death would gradually gain an instinctive ability to resist death. The blood-red figure leapt up like a demonic god from hell and hacked down his huge sword with whistles of destructive force. With huge metal colliding noises, the super level 9 knight retreated a step. Odd felt like he was facing a vicious fierce beast instead of a human. "You are seeking death." Odd's face was wicked with fury. He was pressured into this state by a level 7 ant. They were now very close. Condensing warrior energy in his left hand, he stabbed his fingers sheathed in hard knight gauntlet forward with vicious force. Instantly, his fingers pierced his enemy's chest. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a blue robe behind Gabriel chanted something. Fountain of life. The dimmed eyes suddenly emitted lights of life again. This man can't be killed. Seeing this, everyone roared in their mind. Even Odd felt impatient. He was sure that the damages inflicted on his enemy were enough to kill 10 level 7 fighters who were like this ant. However, instead of being killed, his enemy launched fiercer attacks at him. Endless blood essence condensed behind Gabriel and transformed into half a blade. The blood shadow-like sword moved so fast that it transformed into a huge curtain of blood, almost swallowing Odd whole. Maniac. He's maniac. He will die. I'm sure he will die soon. Luther shivered uncontrollably. Then, he saw on another battlefield that the shadow killer took out a parchment scroll that emitted dark presence. You'll die without regrets since you forced me to use this godly spell scroll. This is. At this moment, even some people sitting in St. Heinz' Grand Palace looked amazed. This is darkness under the godly light. It's darkness under the godly light. Someone recognized it immediately. It seems like the Thornflower family is well prepared for the war. World Mage Hemadan said with a nod. With techniques, one can perceive the opponent's positions from the slight changes in sounds and winds. The masters can sense others' existences by sensing their energies. This barbaric native now meets his nemesis in the darkness under the godly light. Darkness under the godly light could deprive people's 5 senses. According to the rumors, this powerful spiritual spell could even rob people of their senses of magical and spiritual energy. Even super masters couldn't escape from it. Now, they were using it on an ant who hadn't even reached level 8. The strange golden patterns on the foreheads of the Dark Judgment Knights shined through the pitch-black armor. The gloomy, mud-like presence flew out from the ancient parchment scroll. This force was chillier than anything in the world, as if it were a soul-taking fierce ghost from hell. The force was stranger than anything in the world, and it was silent and invisible. Almost simultaneously, Zhongwu felt an extremely weird force striking him before he could react. The extremely chilly force dragged him into a dark abyss almost instantly. Around him, there were no light, sounds, or even wind. He felt like he was totally isolated from the outer world. This time, let's see how you dodge our attacks. This time, the knights only needed to deal with an ordinary person who had been dragged into a dark abyss. They emitted horrifying energies as if they were knights in the light instead of killers hidden in darkness. They didn't need to hide anymore since they had deprived their enemy of his senses. Only at this moment did Luther dare to turn the spiritual spell visual projection to this battle. With 4 Dark Judgment Knights dealing with a barbaric native warrior without his senses, Luther was sure of the outcome of the battle. However, the moment Luther showed this battle to the public, the audience sitting in White Pigeon Square including the Golden Griffin Knights and Sala saw horrifying sword energies condense and turn into wings of light behind Zhong Wu. He looked like Agni, who was proudly standing in the sky. TL note: Agni is a Sanskrit word meaning fire and connotes the Vedic fire god of Hinduism. Wave I. Although the players could instantly master techniques in the game, they must spend time to practice these combat techniques in the real world. Zhong Wu had only understood half of this techniques by now. After all, awakening skills were not so easy to master, even for Zhong Wu who had 1 foot in the Grand Emperor warrior realm. He had only mastered the Wave I. However, it was enough for him. The Dark Judgment Knights stayed in the sky, and they unleashed horrifying sword energies which erupted up like a volcano. It seemed as if many cracks appeared in the sky, and the chaotic energy from the void was spilling into this world. Zhong Wu slashed out his sword leisurely, and the sword energy swept out like a vortex. The scroll of godly skill was almost useless. All the Dark Judgment Knights were instantly swept into the vortex of sword energies. How come it has no effect at all? The people who knew the power of the scroll were truly astonished. Ah, the White Pigeon Square was engulfed in gasps and shouts. It seemed like everyone in the world was watching this scene in which the Asura stood proudly like a god in the sky with long wings spreading behind him. People of the spiritual state, it's time to counterattack. At this moment, the whole world was shocked. Counterattack? These people are really going to fight back. Chapter 602, War Weapons. The battles all over the huge battlefields were commanded through different communication methods. These cultivators had their own communication methods either in the real world or in the games. Inspired by StarCraft, they had improved their communication spiritual artifacts used in battlefields. Obviously, Dajan's army, the ancient families, major families, and independent cultivators of the spiritual state had made detailed plans for the battles. They were morons. Putting soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals was the most common way to battle. The 6 Sky Knights and 3 Prophets, the most powerful subordinates of Land of Thorns, had encountered their counterparts. Ji Yutingyu was never a rookie commander, neither in games or in reality. Despite some uncontrollable factors such as Gabriel and others attacking the godly palace in the sky, everything was in this old man's control. As a Grand Master, it wasn't difficult for him to spread his spiritual senses around the battlefields with the aid of spiritual artifacts. It wasn't a coincidence that Zhu Yanxiao went to the rescue of the civilian warriors in the battlefield outside Dajan. Therefore, it wasn't an impulsive decision when Zhong Wu said that it was time to counterattack. Sitting in the flagship, Fairy Qing Yun calculated the unknown elements of danger that might happen on the battlefields with her slim and tender fingers. She looked chill and idle, and that wasn't far from the truth. Oh, my spiritual essence is running low. She gulped down some iced red tea. After wiping the sweat off her forehead, she continued with her calculation. The people working behind the scenes didn't have time to fight on the battlefields like others. During the battles, Ji Yutingyu spread open scrolls of information about the enemies on the desk. Comparing the intelligence reports sent to him from all battlefields, he could see that the enemies were the strongest on the spiritual state battlefield. After all, the spiritual state had the most powerful cultivators and warriors across the whole continent. Counterattack. The Thorn Flower family and the Flame Bird family had never imagined that these barbaric natives would dare or have the ability to counterattacks. Land of Thorns was angered, and his expression was as chilly as ice. Indeed, it was time for them to unleash a greater level of force. With furious roars, lights flashed on the foreheads of the most powerful knights while a horrifyingly powerful force spread from their foreheads to all over their bodies. The 3 prophets rose from the battlefield and formed a triangle-shaped array with shiny golden lights. The sounds that they created seemed to come from the heavens. A hole suddenly appeared in the dense, gloomy clouds, and it seemed like the whole world was bathed in golden light. The godly light shone on the land, and the knights and mages from the Judgment Godly Palace bathed in the light and were dyed golden. The knights and mages had felt that their stamina and energy were running out. Now, they instantly felt that their strength was replenished and increased. They were even stronger than before. Godly spell. It was a godly spell of war. Godly power. This is indeed godly power. The knights of the Thorn Flower family who had been forced to back off stopped their steps. Some of them raised their huge swords and shouted, "Attack!" They charged forward fiercely. A knight wearing silver armor with golden patterns shot forward before the others with an extremely fierce presence. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu, stepping on a small sword, was about to charge forward with Yu Bai, Mu Qing, and Li Lanruo. How come they are charging toward us again? Their enemies looked even fiercer and stronger than before. Followed by several elite knights, the silver-armored knight charged toward the girls as if they were a flock of white sheep. He raised his huge sword and roared, "Judgment!" Besides the girls, other fighters also encountered similar situations. The knights and mages looked like a turbulent golden river, intending to burst through the armies of cultivators and warriors. As for the knights who were fighting, with Vice Academy Master Zhang Hao and the ancient family masters, they had also grown stronger with the aid from that force. "Oh, this is a great scene. Can anyone defeat such a legion?" Luther said with a calm smile. In the next moment, Li Lanruo yelled, and a huge round shield of essence appeared around them as protection. Meanwhile, Nen guards appeared all over the battlefield like blooming lotuses with thousands of petals. Like huge boulders, these Nen guards resisted against the golden currents and split them into many sections. Weapon of light, presence of wind, dragon tiger roar, lights flashed around these people one after another. The overbearing knight struck his sword onto the Nen guard. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu's spear and Yu Bai's sword emitted a wave of astonishing radiant light. Palm blast, light shadow strike. The girls unleashed explosive forces which were twice as powerful as before. The knights who just got close to attack were sent flying as if they were struck by huge hammers. The weapons in the hands of the cultivators and warriors of spiritual state had dazzling white light dancing on them. Fearless, they obtained footholds with the aid of Nen guards, tearing that streak of golden current apart. Meanwhile, the bugle signaling the counterattack sounded in the deserted sea realm as well. With sword energies flowing around her feet, Nolan Mingshe struck out with her snow-drinking saber. The chilly blade was like a flash of light, and the silver-armored knight before her fell with horror on his face. While laughing, Song Qingfeng swung out his flame-engulfed hot fist, sending a knight flying. With ice bullets pouring from her hands, Xu Zixin was fearless on the battlefield. A few years ago, they had been a group of innocent and clumsy young people. For most of them, today was their first time on a real battlefield. "They are charging toward the Grand Palace hovering in the sky," Nolan Mingshe said chillingly. "Should we battle our way to this Grand Palace as well?" Land of Thorn Wilson in the spiritual state battlefield, Morning Star of Flames Austin in the deserted Sea Realm battlefield, and Alex who was in charge of the Morning Star Sea Realm battlefield couldn't remain calm anymore. Their eyes turned cold. "Since this is the case, I won't show any mercy to these people." Buzz. With a series of deep rumbles, rows of strange characters lit up around the muzzles of the three giant cannons on the huge stone palace. These characters seemed to be in the language used by gods and followed some natural laws. A horrifying vortex of spiritual essence condensed at each black muzzle, and destructive magic light suddenly lit up inside the cannons. Such huge cannons were activated not only in the spiritual state battlefield but in the other two battlefields as well. Pitch-black muzzles aimed at Nolan Hongwu and the others who were charging forward as well as those cultivators of the Morning Star Sea Realm who were about to dash into the Grand Palace. They are really about to use these huge cannons. They are going to use the destroyers. Luther exclaimed, "Oh, these damn barbaric natives forced them to use these weapons. Obviously, they hadn't planned to use such super war weapons, but now. Damn ants, we'll show you the real difference in power between us." Chapter 603, Misfire. There were certain ways to control what to see with the spiritual spell visual projection. For example, at this moment, it had zoomed out so that the audience could only see one side being defeated but wouldn't see anything that was too hardcore and inappropriate to show. At this moment, Luther turned the spiritual spell visual projection to the battlefield near Dajin in the deserted Sea Realm, in the sky outside Dajin in the deserted Sea Realm. From the huge spiritual ships that were flying in the sky, cultivators rode on flying swords or demon beasts and shot out shiny sword energies and surges of essences. Meanwhile, the golden current continued to retreat. Morning Star of Flames Austin flew up high into the sky. At his order, the huge black cannon that was as dark as an abyss was activated. The huge cannon with a length of dozens of meters gave people a strong sense of suppression. Destructive light began to gather around the cannon, and the force was so huge that even 1/10 of its power gave people a sense of doom. While this force continued to gather, Nolan Hongwu, who was closer to it, could clearly see that space was being distorted by it. He even suspected that this weapon could turn everyone here into ashes. While the energy gathered at the muzzle, the cannon turned and aimed at the central area where the most elites were at. He must stop the activation of this horrifying weapon. The sword energy beneath Nolan Hongwu's feet flashed, and he turned into a beam of light as he dashed toward the huge cannon. Stop him! Many elite knights tried to block Nolan Hongwu's way. This huge cannon was heavily guarded. Besides, pure white lights flashed on the magic array discs around the Grand Palace, and several destructive white light beams crashed toward Nolan Hongwu. Stepping on his flying sword, Nolan Hongwu seemed to have shifted when the godly light beam struck down. With a slight shift, he had shot through the destructive white light beams that almost formed a curtain. He passed them intact. Waves of exclamations instantly rose behind him. In the blink of an eye, the white-clothed figure plunged into the Night Legion, and the elite knights engulfed in golden light were forced to retreat. Looking down from the high sky, the white-clothed figure cut through the huge army like a sharp saber. The audience in White Pigeon Square happened to see this scene as well. My goodness! The elf girl, Sala, watched the scene with widened eyes as she let out an exclamation. Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, the two figures hiding in the dark corner of White Pigeon Square never came out into the light, but it didn't stop them from watching the battle. With his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, the lean and short one seemed more excited than the audience members who were sitting in White Pigeon Square. Oh, it's time for these damn self-important guys to learn a lesson. The damn Flame Bird family and Thorn Flower family are receiving a pathetic defeat in the so-called barbaric natives' land. They are being defeated in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha, I want to laugh when I think of their expressions now. Okay, the war isn't over yet. As much as I want them to lose, we must be patient and wait until it ends, his companion said. Anyone who retreats will die. Morning Star of Flames, Austin, let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, the two level 9 knights entered the fray. Nolan Hongwu looked grim as if he were making calculations in his head. The huge cannon began to take aim and was about to fire. At this moment, Nolan Hongwu looked hesitant as if he knew that he couldn't stop it anyway. It's ready, Austin, the Morning Star of Flames, sneered at the barbaric native who had intended to stop the firing of the huge destructive cannons. You and your army will soon say goodbye to this world. Oh, these damn people, finally, we'll give them a lesson. Luther watched the scene excitedly. It was clear that the huge destructive cannon had finished gathering energy, and these damn barbaric natives would be turned into ashes in the next instant. After all, no one, not even themselves, could withstand such a strike. Fire! Austin stared at Nolan Hongwu with a cold smile. However, he saw Nolan Hongwu also giving him a cold smile. A loud noise sounded, but it wasn't from the huge destructive cannon. It was. If the StarCraft players were here, they would recognize the sound. It was the sound of a ghost using the lockdown ability. From a corner that no one noticed, a missile shot out with a sharp whistle. Austin froze in midair. He looked back subconsciously and saw that the area around the huge cannons was engulfed in a strange pale energy field. The destructive energy that had turned bright in the huge destructive cannons dimmed and then vanished. It misfired. Lockdown missiles could cut off energy from all machines within its area of effect, including the Protoss carriers. No, impossible. Luther almost howled. Except for the godly artifacts described in legends, he had never heard of anything that could stop the huge destructive cannons from firing. How can these barbaric natives have this stuff? Not far from the Grand Palace that was hovering in the air, some young people waved at the other fighters. Nolan Mingshe lifted her C-10 MK-V and placed it onto her shoulder with a smirk. At this moment, no one in St. Heinz, Grand Palace could remain calm anymore. What is this? A godly artifact? Morning Star of Flames. Austin's face became wicked and distorted. Is it something left here from the ancient war? Impossible. How can they have such a thing? Princess Isabella was also surprised. It seems that Mr. Heinz's side will lose this war. Even Street. Heinz looked livid. In the group chat named Internet Café Army Against Outlanders, Nolan Mingshe said, "Great teamwork." Nolan Hongwu replied, "These morons. They didn't even see that I was only distracting them with my attacks." Mr. Fang chimed in, "Awesome. Full score." Everyone added, "Full score. Full score." Chapter 604, Withdrawal. You are all seeking death. The Morning Star of Flames, Austin, a super master who had reached level 9 without the aid of any godly power, was extremely furious. Do you think that's all we have, and we don't have more hidden cards? At this moment, he nodded at the black-robed old man beside him, and the latter took out a pale golden scroll. Summon spatial storm, Luther exclaimed, they even brought out this scroll in this war. When the scroll was taken out, even Nolan Hungwu sensed the great danger. But when he tried to fight his way to the old man, Austin blocked his path in person. Austin lifted his huge sword, and a horrifying golden godly light beam shot up into the sky. All of you will be destroyed. On the other side, 3 level 9 knights and several level 8 knights surrounded the old man to ensure that no one could get to him. This time, they were determined not to repeat their mistake. Blocking Nolan Hungwu, Austin thought that he had gotten everything in control, and no threat was left. In the distant sky, a beautiful woman stood in midair with her dark hair and white skirt fluttering in the wind. She was surrounded by several knights of the flame bird family who had extremely powerful auras. Su Tianji's fingertips released dazzling lightning energy that shined all over the sky. A thunderbolt cracked, and lightning energy danced like snakes, and all the lightning energy in the area started to gather around her. Her chilly eyes stared at the black-robed mage who was holding the scroll. Horrifying lightning energy gathered like dancing dragons and snakes. No, another battlefield also has huge destructive cannons. Seeing that the huge cannons was locked down, Luther lost his composure and frantically turned the spiritual spell visual projection to another battlefield. In this battlefield, Alex and Rain of the Flame Bird family were commanding the war. They were aiming a huge cannon toward all the cultivators of the Morning Star Sea Realm. What's this thing? On the flagship, Duan Yu froze for a moment when he saw the cannon. Reincarnation King, one of the 4 kings of Half City, said, "It doesn't matter. Now that we're fighting back, we don't have to hide it anymore." Then, a strange-looking round mirror made of neither metal nor jade flew out from their spiritual ship on its own. Heavenly Mirror. Before the huge cannon could fire, the mirror released a beam of white light. Different from the mimic that they had made in a hurry to deal with a big demon, the white light beam released from this mirror was several times more powerful than last time. Made with all the resources in the Morning Star Sea Realm, this mimic of the Heavenly Mirror was almost perfect and could basically be considered a complete replica of the original. The moment that the white light beam shot down, the huge cannon and everyone around it was frozen. This can't be real. It can't be real. Then, Luther turned the spiritual spell visual projection to the battlefield in the spiritual state. At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan nodded and said, "Take out the new spiritual artifacts that we just made." In a white robe, Ji Yu Tingyan walked out onto the deck of the spiritual flagship. The Tang family master nodded. He was one of the main artifact masters who produced the 3 spiritual artifacts. Soon, the decks of the foremost giant ships opened, and 3 machines with a length of 10 meters and a height of 6 meters slowly rose from the central deck. Made with star-patterned godly iron, the machines had pale blue spiritual light flashing on the inside. At a closer look, one could see strange flowing patterns in the shape of an 8 trigram. A streak of strange runes spread out with flowing spiritual light to the body of the cannon, and the strange runes turned pale golden as rumbling thunder could be heard from the inside. The Tang family master yelled, "Put in the vital magnetic golden arrow." Immediately, someone brought out a pale golden arrow covered in dense and complicated runes. At this moment, everyone watching the war in White Pigeon Square were shocked, and their mouths opened wide, forming a perfect O shape. A lightning bolt flashed in the sky. At the same time, the 3 strange spiritual artifacts of the spiritual state lit up with lightning energy. As the rows of runes lit up, it could be clearly seen that an indigo lightning energy flowed in a circle, and the runes on both sides of the spiritual artifact lit up one after another, forming many lightning coils. More and more lightning energy came in. Crack, boom, a heavenly thunderbolt crashed down, turning everyone's face white. The thunder power squarely fell in the 8 trigram disc, which in turn emitted more dazzling spiritual light. Hiss! Many thick lightning snakes danced and jumped into the coils of lightning energy. Fairy Qing Yun moved her fingers and calculated as she said, "Move left to Yuji star position, move right to Yaoguang star position." The 3 magical and mysterious spiritual artifacts adjusted positions at her instructions. Both sides fired almost at the same time. 3 destructive light beams shot out of the huge stone palace with horrifying energy that intended to devour everything. While lightning bolts danced in the sky like snakes, 3 lightning beams shot through the sky like heavenly lightning punishments, looking like shooting stars. Then, they collided with the 3 horrifying beams of magic light in the sky. Horrendous energy exploded in the midair while the destructive force spread out and turned all the members of the Thornflower family in its range into ashes. As if it were hit with a huge earthquake, the stone palace began to shake violently. While being shined on by the powerful light, the ground beneath the 3 huge cannons suddenly collapsed. The horrendous momentum and energy spread out and squeezed the surrounding huge stones, which began to move like waves and ripples. Streaks of miraculous golden runes lit up in the godly palace as if they were trying to withstand this streak of power, and they emitted horrifying presence. Then, the golden runes cracked and collapsed. A huge dust cloud surged up, and loud explosions shook the sky. At this moment, everyone's mind turned blank. What is that? Is it a godly artifact? But where did these barbaric natives get such a godly artifact? In the Grand Palace, godly Punisher Odd was the only person guarding the palace, and he was disheveled with wounds all over his body. The Grand Palace shook violently as if it would collapse any moment. The ground cracked, and many boulders crashed down from the sky. Godly Palace, how can it be? While he was astonished by the scene, a flash of sword energy hacked toward him. Phantom Slash. With crazy roars, Gabriel hacked down his huge saber that was engulfed in blazing flames. Containing endless fury and blood presence, the violent power shot out from the sword and pierced Odd's body. Beneath them, the ground exploded wide open and shattered, turning into scalding lava. Move. The middle-aged man wearing the bright blue robe finally got the chance to rescue their king. Hee-haw. Gabriel's huge sword pressed down on the struggling Odd and pushed him into the surging lava, which soon swallowed the latter in whole. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside Dajan, a bright light beam shot across the high sky. It crashed onto the old man who was opening the scroll. It swallowed everything in the area in an instant. However, some of the horrifying power sealed inside the spiritual spell scroll leaked out. In the next moment, the whole space seemed to freeze. Then, a horrifying power suppressed the space. Everything in space stopped moving. It seemed like time had stopped. World-ending Sword 23. After spending lots of time to improve his control of the technique, Nolan Hungwoo had gradually mastered Sword 23. Almost instantly, the power from Sword 23 suppressed this leaked power. Everyone was stupefied at this moment. They had regarded these barbaric natives as ants, but these ants turned out to be giant prehistoric beasts. The lofty existences in St. Heinz Grand Palace had never been so astonished before. Withdraw. Tell them to withdraw. Street. Heinz issued the order with a livid face. No one had expected Street Heinz to issue the order of withdrawal. Chapter 605. All of you can stay. Oh, are these people the weak and stupid barbaric natives they told us about? For the audience in White Pigeon Square, the war was already over. The spiritual spell visual projection had been turned off since they couldn't show the frantic withdrawal of troops of 2 big families to the public. Oh, didn't they say that these people are filthy and despicable and live in an ignorant nation? Stupefied, the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion found that what they heard didn't match up with what they saw. They saw magnificent figures wearing white robes instead of armor on the distant and ancient land. The bloody, maniac-like figure dashing to the forefront of the battle, the miraculous godly mirror, the huge lightning cannons, and the white-clothed figure who forced tens of thousands of people to retreat with a sword. They saw that in another continent, the people lived differently and had their own glamour. Those people were definitely not a group of ignorant people living in misery and waiting to be rescued. Oh, these damn people are using such despicable tricks to fool the ignorant citizens and beautify their invasion again. But obviously, their lies backfired this time. In an alley behind White Pigeon Square, a figure wearing a cloak whispered to his peer. I praise those people. If our kingdom was half as strong as them, it wouldn't have. Another person said with envy and excitement, and he spoke louder and louder and attracted some attention. He quickly lowered his voice and added, "Oh, I'm sorry. I got a little too excited. Let's go, brothers. We'll soon enter the battlefield. That damn big mouth monster, Luther, even said that he is going to bring the godly light to the elves. This time, we must teach him a good lesson. They'll get a taste of the power of our underground council. I heard that our brothers of the council could have come here. Oh, I wish for the arrival of dawn. I hope we'll say goodbye to the smelly sewers and hard black bread soon. Ha ha ha, your dreams should be bigger, brother. Unlike you, I grew up in the slums." As they went away, their voices gradually disappeared in the alley. At this moment, Mr. Fang, who had been watching the war in White Pigeon Square, was long gone. For the cultivators of the spiritual state in deserted sea realm, the war wasn't over. They want to run. On the spiritual state battlefield, the space behind the almost ruined stone palace suddenly cracked open. After these outlanders opened the portals, they just hid them instead of taking the time to seal them. They didn't expect that their act to save energy now became their saving grace. The Legion of the Thornflower family deserted the huge palace and retreated to the dark void under the cover of the small stone arrays. However, they saw a small golden battleship flying to them. It was the Corsair. In the blink of an eye, that horrifying energy beam shot from the Corsair almost destroyed most of the magic stone arrays flying in the front. Meanwhile, the spiritual ships behind the Corsair turned bright with dazzling light of spiritual spells, swallowing the flying objects left behind. At this moment, the Outlanders found that even withdrawal was a luxury that they couldn't afford. Without protection, no one could pass that portal alive. At this moment, Land of Thorns Wilson turned into a colorful light beam. With his explosive godly power and extremely high speed, he got away from the many spiritual spells shot from the spiritual ships of the spiritual state and the attacks from the Corsair, flying toward the tunnel in the void. "Don't let him get away!" Furious yells sounded on the battlefield. The cultivators of the spiritual state would allow some ordinary knights and mages to escape, but they couldn't let the evil leader go. "Do you think that you can stop me if I want to leave?" Wilson's pale and slightly weathered face was vicious and distorted. "Do you want to fight with me to the death?" Unlike the others, he had reached level 9 without the aid of godly power. He was a true level 9 super master. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could kill him. If these barbaric natives tried to keep him here at any price, he could kill most of these damn people alone. He still had some treasures which could help him dodge those heavy cannons and land on his opponent's spiritual ships. At least, he could kill most of the elite fighters on this battlefield. Also, he was sure that these people had used up of all their hidden cards. He was also sure that not every one of these barbaric natives wanted to fight with him to the death. In fact, the Morning Star of Flames, Austin, had the same thoughts. With his great power, he could see that Nalan Hongwu and Su Tianji had used lots of energy in the previous powerful attacks. They might not have enough energy to deal with him. A gloomy sneer appeared on his face as he said, despite the order from Mr. Street Hines, "I think we are not in a hurry to withdraw." After being defeated, he hated these damn barbaric natives to the guts. Seeing that Nalan Hongwu and the other masters had used lots of their energy, he was eager to take this opportunity to kill more people to vent his anger. "I admit that you have enough strength to protect yourselves." Hovering in the high sky, Austin stared down with cold eyes. "You can freeze space and have a spiritual spell that has similar power to those huge destructive cannons. I must compliment you for your abilities, but you barbaric natives are still stupid." He snickered and said, "You used all your strength to protect those cannon fodders. As masters, you must protect yourselves. After all, you can be called a master only when you're alive," Austin said with a sneer, "you're nothing when you're dead." When he spoke, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. It began to drizzle even in the cold snowy mountains in the ultimate West Realm, which was the spiritual state battlefield since it was on the edge of the border. The rain was so chilly that Zhang Xiaoyu even sneezed. "How come it's so cold?" The gloomy clouds seemed to come from the dark abyss, and they condensed into two figures who were hidden in black robes. Others couldn't see their faces. "I think all of you can stay," the two figures said simultaneously. Right now, one of them was in the deserted sea realm, and the other was in the ultimate West Realm. Chapter 606. "You bunch of noobs, don't ever come again." Black wind surged up like turbulent waves. The Morning Star of Flames, Austin, turned his head and saw the big black robe that was fluttering in the crazy wind. With a huge sickle in his hand, this figure looked like the god of death from hell. Before Land of Thorns Wilson hovered a figure who seemed to be condensed from the falling raindrops. Different from the black-robed figure before Austin, this figure looked slimmer, and her sickle emitted a dark golden light. "What did you say?" Wilson looked as if he had heard a hilarious joke. His strength was even greater than Austin's. He was the strongest of the whole invasion army. But now, he heard a barbaric native claim that they would keep him here. Even in his own continent fraught with masters, no one dared to say these words to him, let alone a place like this. That is, at this moment, many spiritual state cultivators and warriors froze in puzzlement. It seems to be Rosen Rain, the person who won the championship in the F1 World Championship for Dungeon Fight Online. Fuck. The champion of the esports competition shows her hand. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Wilson stared at the figure hidden in the black cloak. The presence emitting from the person almost reached level 9. Meanwhile, Austin had also noticed that the big figure before him only had half a foot into the level 9 realm. Therefore, they were not slightly worried. I don't remember anyone lower than level 9 daring to speak so arrogantly to me. The moment he said it, Austin saw two beams of weird red light shooting out from the darkness below the hood of the cloak. The figure reached out his hand, and the huge palm gradually turned dark gray while his body expanded so much that his bulging muscles were about to burst out from his wide robe. He pulled up his hood, showing Austin a horrifying scene. Under the hood wasn't a human face, it was a scary demon's face with two huge demonic horns on the forehead and two crimson lantern-like eyes that could give people nightmares. His robe was burst open by the bulging muscles several times larger than that of humans, revealing steel-like dark gray skin. His fingers slowly turned into sharp claws, and he let out a roar. This roar sounded like it was going to tear apart everything in the world. Meanwhile, the tall and thin figure before Wilson also emitted a suffocating demonic presence. The curvy figure and the long slim tail made this person look like a non-human. They looked at the scene in horror. They had only borrowed godly power, but these two were real demons. The Avenger has awakened. The Mistress has awakened. The cultivators and warriors of the spiritual state and deserted sea realm were stupefied by this scene, let alone the people in St. Heinz's grand palace. What did you just say? The deep, heavy voice seemed to shake the world when this person just spoke. No, impossible. How can you barbaric natives? On the battlefield at the ultimate West Realm, before Wilson could finish his words, he saw a blood-red light flashing before him. Without seeing a movement from his opponent, he suddenly felt some pain in his lower body. He looked down and saw an ugly wound after a blade cut through his fancy armor. Even the tremendous godly power and the power of laws that he comprehended himself couldn't protect him. The laws of nature that lit up around him instantly dimmed at the next moment. Soon, someone posted a photo of this scene in the group chat. Fuck. First Awakening plus Scud the Wrathful Demon. It's a epic battle sickle. She really got it. No wonder she is the champion of the esports competition. She shattered a sickle when she tried to reinforce it to level 14 in the livestream. Where did she get this one? The champion's face twitched. She almost went broke to make this weapon. Street. Heinz suddenly stood up from his chair. An existence of the saint level. Even if this person isn't at the saint level isn't too far away from their reach. Also, she even has a powerful godly artifact. These barbaric natives. His squinted eyes had never looked so chilly before. Others in the palace also looked gloomy. It's a pity that she hasn't reached the saint level. With her wavy black hair reaching her waist, Princess Isabella's exquisite and elegant face looked disappointed while she gazed at the projected screen. Otherwise, she might have the ability to fight with me. In the Morning Star Sea Realm battlefield, Alex and Rain, who were weaker than the Land of Thorns and the Morning Star of Flames, had been surrounded by fighters led by Ningbai, who was a female slayer with a demonic bloodline. Meanwhile, the Morning Star of Flames, Austin, was at the disadvantage under the horrifying demon's attacks. Damn it! Damn it! Austin roared silently while the sharp claws left bloody wounds all over his body with moves too fast for him to detect. At this moment, Heinz couldn't bear it anymore. In the battle, Austin suddenly saw a dazzling golden light appearing in the sky. A white-robed old man with white hair and a long beard appeared in the holy light as if a true immortal had descended. The projected image of Mr. Doolin. Austin was shocked. Doolin was one of St. Heinz's most important assistants. Emitting holy presence, the old man suggested, "Shall we stop the war now? Let them go, and we'll repay you to your satisfaction." Everyone looked at this figure in the light. Even the demon, who was clutching Austin's neck with an arm that looked like a giant clamp, stopped moving. They heard the sound of a neck being broken. The old man's face instantly darkened. Seeing the scene, Heinz's face dropped as well. "Are you going to break everything and fight it out? Sir, you're shameless," Nolan Hungwu said with a chuckle. "Do you think that you can come and go at will? The Thorn Flower and Flame Bird are only two subordinate families." Doolin said in a cold voice, "Don't think that you are powerful. Just because you won this small war. The realm of the true masters is beyond your imagination." Nolan Hungwu, Lan Mo, Su Tianji, and the others looked at each other and laughed. "What are you laughing about?" The old man said chillily. "They are laughing at your ignorance. The demon had returned to his former self where he was covered in his black robe. Su Tianji said, I do nothing but watch TV series and grow vegetables every day. If you can't even defeat me, how can you brag about knowing masters? Do you have more powerful figures among you? The old man looked at them in surprise. More powerful figures, everyone in St. Heinz's grand palace was dumbfounded. Su Tianji took out her communication jade and said, Sir, say something to them. Mr. Fang had almost fallen asleep right now. He replied as he suddenly opened his eyes, What? I think I'm not needed here. Mr. Fang opened the chat box and sent a voice message, Damn it. You bunch of noobs, don't ever come again. Done. Su Tianji clicked on her iPhone communication jade and chose the option to play the voice message on speaker. This is his warning to you. Soon, Mr. Fang's voice message sounded from the communication jade. Damn it, you bunch of noobs, don't ever come again. Everyone in St. Heinz's grand palace fell silent. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Street. Heinz's face instantly darkened. World Mage Hemadan's face darkened. Quote. Sword Saint Claus. Princess Isabella. They all looked livid. Chapter 607. Announcement of a new game. The negotiation with the continent of immortal relics failed. With their people killed, there was no need to continue the peace talk. You bunch of noobs, don't ever come again. The people in St. Heinz's grand palace exchanged a look. For one instant, they had the urge to kill people. They could all see the shock and other complicated feelings in each other's eyes. This damn arrogant barbaric native. I've never seen such an arrogant and self-important man before. Who does he think he is? Damn it, who will teach him a lesson? Voices sounded in the grand palace, causing a mess. At this moment, even people like the world mage Hemadan, who enjoyed a lofty status among the saint-level masters, said, these people are indeed arrogant. But they don't know about Mr. Street Heinz or any of us in this palace. Therefore, I think their arrogance is understandable. Hearing his words, many people nodded in agreement. Well, the woman wearing the crown yawned and said lazily, despite the surprises, I do find this war waged by St. Heinz quite interesting. It would be boring to watch a war with a predictable result. You're right, Your Highness. Street Heinz obviously was suppressing his fury. It felt like he was never this furious before, but he hid it well. His face turned livid after all the projected images disappeared from the grand palace. He looked like a volcano that was on the verge of erupting after being dormant for 10,000 years. My lord, what should we do now? The white-robed old man asked him respectfully. The Thornflower family and Flame Bird family were arrogant and severely underestimated the enemies, causing the undesirable result of this war. They must be dealt with immediately. Street Heinz's cold voice resonated in the palace. How about Carl and the others? The old man asked again. Tell people that they have been rescued. From now on, don't mention it again. Put more efforts on the promotion of the new mystic realms. Yes, the old man knew what to do. He said to a servant beside him, Tell that Luther to keep a low profile for the time being. He believed that people would soon forget the whole thing. For elf girls like Sala, the Knights of Golden Griffin Knight Legion such as Helen and Elvin, and ordinary mercenaries like Big Sword Crete, a cross-continental war was something very distant from their daily lives. This war was something to talk about after eating but not a main event in their lives. I envy the people living on that continent. They can fly on swords and even grow wings made of swords. They even have the spiritual spell that can heal any injuries and wounds. It's a magical, romantic, and elegant place. Elf girl Sala sat on a bench on the square and looked up at the sky. Some white pigeons landed on the back of the bench while another flew into her arms. The sun was setting, and she was enjoying some rare break time. Do you think so, Ms. Helen? I think their words are very philosophical. Helen nodded and then copied the Nalan Hongwu's words with a straight face. Only sincere people can reach the pinnacle stage of swordsmanship. He's indeed a sword master. Sala exclaimed. He defeated an opponent who was one realm higher than him with only one sword strike. It's unimaginable. The people who dared to challenge godly Punisher Odd are so brave. Helen said in high spirits. Do you mean that maniac? It was so scary. Sala covered her mouth and said, for several times, I was worried that he would fail and die. I just can't believe it. Two people of Ultimate West Realm were slowly walking toward the Internet Café while carrying a specially made chair. The brave warrior who the two girls had mentioned, was now wrapped in white bandages with only his eyes exposed to the air. 3 janitors walked out of the shop with brooms in their hands. They yelled, "Only 3 seats are left. Hurry up." "Ah!" The man covered in bondage yelled, "Hurry! Hurry! There will be no seats for us if we don't hurry." The 2 people of the ultimate West realm began to run with the chair. The arms of this brave warrior bumped up and flipped around, dislocating themselves from their sockets again. Behind them, Ebley's face twitched. "No. The bones broke again. Can't we heal him with some spiritual spell? We tried it many times, it didn't work." Pathetic screams sounded in the area. When they walked into the shop, they saw a white-clothed fairy taking the last chair. Waiting for 1,000 years. While humming, she began to watch the TV series. Ah! More screams rose. For players in the Yuanyang City, Half City, and Juhua City, this war seemed to have little impact on their daily lives. They continued to cultivate and kill abyss demons, doing things that they had been doing before the war. Different from people in the old shops, the people in this new city regarded the game in the shop as an exquisitely made mystic realm. Every day, like the elves who had stumbled into the shop by accident, Joseph, CIA, and other young people who came in out of curiosity, and others with other intentions, many new players came into the shop. At this moment, they saw a message jump out in the game. In the group chat, they saw a link to the post bar. After clicking it open, they found that it was an announcement about a new game. Assassin's Creed. This game even had a cinematic trailer. But, assassins, subconsciously, many players frowned. Even the players in the old shops were baffled about this new game. Also, just release the game. Now with all these cinematics, we can't play. The worst part of this was that they still clicked on the cinematics to watch it. Chapter 608. Assassins are like this. In the most magnificent palace located in the center of the capital of the Radiant Light Godly Nation. Despite his fury towards the defeat of his 2 subordinate families in the war, Street Hines controlled himself and didn't do anything to disgrace himself. After all, they were lofty existences looking down on ordinary people, not some losers who stayed in the godly palace all day doing nothing but wishing for victory. In fact, it wasn't the first time that they were defeated by another continent since they couldn't send all the masters of the godly palace to the war. The Thorn Flower and Flame Bird were just 2 upper-level families who believed in the powerful god of radiant light judgment. Of course, it didn't mean that he would forget this defeat. Let these clowns enjoy their victory for a while longer. He inhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the map of the vast continent. This man's attention was on the whole continent instead of on a small setback. The result of one war couldn't have a large impact on his plans for the future. They had more important things to do. For example, they needed to bring godly light to places that it wasn't shining on, such as the peaceful Silver Moon Forest. For another instance, they were building a brand new cultivation mystical realm with great efforts. Yes, a cultivation mystical realm. On this continent, the Alchemist Union wasn't the only force that could make magic items for cultivation. Inside the Radiant Light Godly Nation existed an alchemist workshop named the Duelan Workshop, which belonged to the most powerful mage and alchemist under Street Hines, Street Duelan. He was also the person who had been sent to negotiate with the continent of immortal relics with his projected image. It was one of the most famous workshops for making cultivation mystical realms on the continent. Their cultivation mystical realms focused on realistic combat. Some of them had been derived from combat in the real world, which ranged from small ones such as hunting down magical beasts and scouting in war to big ones such as wars between nations or all over the continent. They usually promoted the new mystical realms by using geniuses of the younger generation such as Jessica, Carl, and Kevin, who looked bright and elegant. Although they always added propaganda content about the radiant light of their god in the cultivation mystical realms, these mystical realms were of high quality and were exquisitely made, and thus they were the most popular ones among fans of cultivation mystical realms despite their disapproval of certain contents. The radiant image of the Judgment Godly Palace had been gradually established in the public view this way. Even some people in the Morning Light Empire believed in the god of radiant light judgment. Different from the players in the old shops, for the players in the new shops such as Elf Girl Sala, the mentioning of assassins would conjure up the images of pathetic people who hid in the shadows while wearing filthy rags. They were fugitives, criminals, and despicable villains who sneak-attacked people. Of course, for elves such as Sala who had lived more than 100 years, they had never seen any assassins who were rumored to be as lowly as mice. In fact, Helen, who came from an aristocrat family and was a member of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, hadn't met any real assassins either. They only heard about these despicable people who did nothing but sneak attack people from the gossip of knights and other people. They harbored an instinctive dislike for assassins. That was why few people clicked open the cinematic trailer of Assassin's Creed even though there were many players in the new shop now. Only a few of them including Sala and Helen clicked it open due to curiosity. While these girls were watching the cinematic trailer of Assassin's Creed, a real assassination was taking place in the godly palace of Grey Eagle City, a neighboring city of Candlin City. Wearing a luxurious red fur coat, Luther strolled into the grand palace flanked by his envoy group. The priests around him bowed to him in respect. He looked so lofty that it seemed like he was a king inspecting his own kingdom. Mr. Luther, welcome. At this moment, these assassins had just sneaked into this palace. Why didn't they assassinate this man on his way here? The high-level officials of the godly palace traveled only through magic arrays or with magic flying items, which made it highly difficult to intercept them. As rumors claimed, these assassins were plainly dressed, and some of them were dressed like ordinary mercenaries. They were not as filthy as the rumors said, but they were not doing much better. Right now, they were hiding in the dark corners outside the godly palace. Can we really accomplish this feat? A young voice sounded a bit anxious. Oh, there are many traps here, we must be very careful. At this moment, Sala and Helen, who were watching the cinematic trailer suddenly covered their mouths while intently staring at their screens, they almost exclaimed. Before them was a vast land dotted with many buildings and eagles flying high in the sky. A white-robed figure stood on the edge of an extremely high bell tower, and the clean white robe made the figure radiate the grace of a scholar and the elegance of a priest. That figure was alone and proud like the eagles that were soaring high in the sky. The white pointy hood added a special mystery to the figure. He spread out his arms and leapt down from the high bell tower like a free eagle. We work in the dark to serve the light. The scene before them changed as the 9 words were left in the darkness. It was only a split-second video clip, but they were shocked. Is this guy an assassin? How can they assassinate their targets wearing white robes in the dark night? After all, assassins are people who sneak attack from behind. Why are they talking about the light? The 2 girls only clicked in here due to curiosity, but they were now hooked and continued watching subconsciously. The vast sky and land appeared before them again. That eagle freely flew through the snowy mountains and jungles and dashed into the prosperous city. The scene changed, and the freely flying eagles seemed to have transformed into assassins wearing white robes with pointy hoods. Like eagles, they moved above the city. Then, they jumped down from the high sky. When they lifted their heads, Sala and Helen didn't see darkness but the light of freedom in the eyes of the assassins. Yes, this was the light that the assassins believed in. They fought for freedom, and their firm gazes never wavered. Oh, my goodness, they couldn't believe that these people were assassins. Chapter 609, the release date is not set. While slowly walking toward the center of the palace, Luther talked with assurance. Do you know why I'm never worried about being assassinated? Mr. Luther, another old man in a priest robe said respectfully, this city has activated the highest level anti-spatial magic array. Even the nimble spirit of cat, the spell that mages use to increase their ability to leap, can't be used in the city. I'm sure that no assassins can enter this palace. Meanwhile, Sala and Helen were watching the assassins in the trailer climbing and jumping between tall towers and city walls like nimble cats. They look powerful, but are these moves useful? After all, true masters can fly. In the grand hall of the godly palace, the luxuriously dressed Luther held a tall glass of red wine. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Sir, your eyesight is too low. In this palace, there are many magic traps made by our highly skillful mages. Even mages can't find them with spiritual detection. I assure you that before those lowly people can see me, they will be. He made a gesture by opening his hands and said, bang. Do you understand, sir? At this moment, Sala and Helen saw this scene. The visions of the assassins turned pale gray. In the pale gray world, some figures and objects became bright and stood out. My goodness, what's that? Luther sipped his wine with enjoyment as if he had totally forgotten his previous displeasure. I heard that those damn lowly mice are promoting our defeat in the invasion. He snickered and then turned chilly. I think it's time to teach them a lesson. At this moment, a few assassins sneaked into the grand palace with great efforts. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. No, Ambush. One can only use godly spells and godly power in this palace. All other forms of energies are suppressed. Luther revealed a chilly smile. Catch them all. They can't get away. Meanwhile, Sala and Helen watched the assassins in the trailer silently fall from high places and hit their targets with precision. Then, they vanished into the crowds without a trace. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. The screens dimmed, and only 6 words remained before them. They were shocked. From these scenes and video clips, they saw assassins who were totally different. At least totally different from the ones in their mind. Are these people assassins? How are assassins like this? At this moment, their minds were filled with the assassins who wore white robes and flew freely like eagles. Their kills. No, those shouldn't be called kills since their smooth combat techniques looked as beautiful as a dance. They traveled through in the shadows in the darkness and resisted the Templars, who craved for the holy items, the pieces of Eden, and tried to control people's mind and freedom with these items. This felt very different compared to those assassins who slaughtered the innocent. The girls almost couldn't believe their eyes. Due to this short trailer, they had a totally different image of assassins in their minds. It seemed like the trailer didn't show them the assassins of this time but another group of people in another time and space. Eager, Sala walked to the counter and asked, "Sir, where is the entrance of the mystical realm named Assassin's Creed?" Mister. Fang glanced at the elf girl who had exquisite facial features and wore a set of pale green leather armor. "It's not released yet. When will it be released?" The cinematic trailer had piqued her interest, and she was eager to try, but the shop owner told her that it wasn't yet available. Mister. Fang explained, "The release date is not decided. If I have information about it." He pointed at the small blackboard behind him. "I'll write it on the board." "What? It's not released." Helen was also frustrated. Meanwhile, in the old shops, Su Tianji was lounging on a couch. "I just finished the new episodes of Legend of the White Snake. I'm bored and want to play new games." As an idle and lazy player, she mainly watched TV series and grew vegetables. In fact, there were more people like her in the shops. Fairy Qing Yun was one of them. Different from the addicted and moronic players such as Gabriel who came to the shop to deplete his fatigue points and use the horns to shout in the world channel even in bandages, they didn't care to focus all their attention on one game. For some people, they could obtain cultivation strength and combat experience by playing anything they wanted in the shop. They didn't think it was necessary to stick to one game. Master. Fenghua and Yuexin joined her on the couch. "Did you watch the trailer for Assassin's Creed?" "Of course." Hearing of mentioning of the new game, Su Tianji brightened up. She sat up and said solemnly, "According to my years of experience with games, I'm sure that we can learn that strange way of intuitively sensing things. With this skill, we'll be much safer when we enter an adventure in relics. After all, few spiritual spells or arrays could provide them with a sixth sense. I wonder what treasure the pieces of Eden are." Fenghua said, "It can even control people's mind, it's scary." As for that, Su Tianji picked up her communication jade. "Sir, when will you release this game?" She had been enthralled by the free leap of faith in the sky and the smooth assassination moves. As an elder of great talents, she had never assassinated people before. She was eager to try it. "Mr. Fang glanced at the progress of the task. "Damn it, the number of players in the new shop is still low, and there are still no assassins in the shop yet. The release date, it will be released this year." Pooh. She felt like killing someone. Chapter 610. The small shop that no one will visit. On this continent, no one liked assassins, they were instinctively repulsed by them. The kind and elegant elves who loved life and freedom had the same feelings about assassins. The assassins had no faith and wouldn't be blessed by gods. They were like the outcasts of the world. In the courtyard inside the Judgment Godly Palace in Grey Eagle City, the blood-colored setting sun shined on the figures who scrambled away with wounded bodies, putting an end to this failed assassination attempt. The next day, in Kandlin City, cute pigeons always gathered on White Pigeon Square. Fearless of strangers, they rested on the shoulders of people who sat around on the square. The people here were good to these birds and would bring some grains with them to feed these cute creatures. "Oh, I'm sorry, brothers." In an alley outside White Pigeon Square, a figure stood in the shadow habitually. He watched the bustling crowds on the square in a daze. His eyes looked helpless and sad. After praying to an unknown god silently, he hurried away. A red-haired woman sat on a long bench on the square with the balmy breeze brushing her pale face under the sun. She raised her hand to fix her hair that was being fluttered by the wind while the white pigeon flapped its wings and left her palm. Elves usually lived much longer than humans. That was why they seldom made friends with humans. Except for the true masters, their friendships were usually established with the old and dying human seniors. Elves had always hated wars and killing. However, they weren't brainless and didn't oppose it all the time. When it was necessary, they would pick up swords and protect themselves. Sala was calculating the days before her return. I wonder if this damn small shop will release Assassin's Creed before I go back, she thought resentfully. She had never seen a shop that showed things but wouldn't let customers buy it. Does the owner know how to make money or not? She stomped her foot in a huff, deciding that if the shop didn't release the game before she returned to Silver Moon Forest, she wouldn't give her money to this shop. Humph. The mercenaries of the Mercenary Union were a big group of ordinary people whose spending level wasn't too low. Therefore, they were probably the biggest group of customers of cultivation mystical realms. They also visited some little-known cultivation mystical realms for the lower prices, which was something that aristocrats wouldn't do. At this moment, a few mercenaries walked out of the tavern of their union. The news that a small shop was going to release a mystical realm featuring assassins had become a popular topic among them. Hey, did you hear that a small shop in the city will release a new mystical realm focusing on assassins? Assassins? Are you sure? Does the shop owner hope that assassins will enter his mystical realm for cultivation? A mercenary laughed. If any assassin dares to show up, I'm afraid that this person will be kicked out of the city before he can enter the shop, another person said with a smirk. By the way, I heard that the Dulin Workshop is going to release a new cultivation mystical realm soon. Are you sure? Of course. I went to the area near the Godly Palace yesterday and heard lots of news. Should we go and check it out? Sure, let's go now. In fact, not only mercenaries but the lofty knights of Golden Griffin Knight Legion were anticipating the new mystical realm that would soon be released by Dulin Workshop, even though they couldn't see the beautiful Ms. Jessica and the elegant Mr. Carl this time. After all, they had all become janitors in an unknown small shop. People had great expectations toward this new mystical realm. They came very early and waited in the grand hall of the Godly Palace. Oh, I admit that the cultivation mystical realm in Origins Internet Café is excellent, but the quality of the products of Dulin Workshop is always guaranteed. Legion Commander Elvin shrugged and said, we must come here and check it out. He seemed to be murmuring to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to Helen and the other knights of the Legion. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a priest robe was presenting something with great passion in the front of the hall. I think this is the best cultivation mystical realm that our Dulin Workshop has ever built. In the spiritual spell visual projection, a bright-looking young man was sitting cross-legged on a strange stone-arrayed disc which emitted pale blue light that followed complicated patterns. It seemed to be the inside of a tower, and there were stone steps leading up. While the array light flowed, the scene before the audience gradually became a vast forest as if they had been teleported to the forest. Beyond the forest, people could see the vague outer shapes of a big city and godly palaces. It looked extremely real. Of course, only big workshops such as Dulin Workshop could make such exquisite scenes. No other cultivation mystical realms could do the same. As you know, there are many excellent mystical realms in Kanglin City. Are you sure that the new mystical realm can stand out from the rest? A mage of Alchemist Union stood with the white-robed man. Of course, I believe that this mystical realm will create a new trend in the entire city. The middle-aged priest introduced the mystical realm with great passion. It's said that this new mystical realm has some contents on how to deal with assassins. Yes, the anti-assassination portion of the new mystical realm is taken from a classic anti-assassination battle. You're right, it comes from the attempted assassination of Mr. Street Dulin. I believe it will teach people who cultivate in this mystical realm how to handle the sneak attacks of those stealthy people. In this anti-assassination battle, can we choose to be a participating knight and even execute the whole anti-assassination plan? Of course, the middle-aged priest said naturally. We always strive to do the best. What do you think of the rumor that a shop in the city plans to release Assassin's Creed? Obviously, the news about the imminent mystical realm featuring assassins had spread to this high-level official of the Alchemist Union. Assassins, the middle-aged man in the priest robe said with a smile. Do you guys think anyone would want to become a filthy and pathetic person who can only sneak attack from dark corners? His words instantly made a lot of people laugh. I think the creator of that mystical realm is probably crazy, I don't think people will visit such a shop. Chapter 611, An Assassination in Daylight. When the morning sunlight shined through the glass door, Mr. Fang wrote down the second cinematic trailer of Assassin's Creed on the small blackboard, a mystical realm focusing on assassins. It made many people doubt the sanity of this creative alchemist. After all, making a mystical realm cost a big fortune. Even enough it was made by the system. A ton of the crystals that the shop earned was invested into this project. In fact, it wasn't unheard of that some big alchemist workshops went bankrupt when they couldn't earn back the great sum of money that they had put into the creation of mystical realms. Even the Dulin workshop, which was supported by the powerful Judgment Godly Palace, didn't dare to do anything outrageous except for adding some extra content about the Godly Palace. However, a new shop in the city planned to release Assassin's Creed. Almost everyone who heard the news felt baffled. They were sure that this alchemist was crazy. However, it seemed like the shop wasn't affected by all the rumors. Ms. Alina, did you hear that? In a tavern not far from White Pigeon Square, a middle-aged man with short hair and a short beard said in a low voice from a corner. If they listened carefully, they could hear some people in the tavern talking about something like Assassin's Creed. Assassin Mystical Realm, Creed. Alina was exasperated. What does these people know about assassins? They even came up with something like Assassin's Creed. How come I didn't know that we have a creed of some sort? However, she didn't have time to think about this. I'm afraid that the assassins in the Morning Light Empire won't recover for a long time. She signed as self-blame appeared in her bright eyes. Don't blame yourself, Ms. Alina. You're the Rose of Moon, and have a noble bloodline. You're here to lead the assassins to fight against the damn Judgment Godly Palace. If you lose confidence, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, I think all the assassins in this area would be doomed. Alina shook her head, feeling a bit lost. Her heart seemed to sink into the bottom of a dark abyss. Perhaps the assassins would never see light again. However, Big Sword Creed and Mage Lily, who had watched the first trailer of Assassin's Creed, had different thoughts about the game. Oh, this is awesome. I can't believe that assassins are like this. Hearing the gossip in the tavern, Creed said, I think it's time to show these ignorant people the assassins in the shop. Is the spiritual spell visual projection ready, Ms. Lily? In fact, I think the shop owner is crazy as well. In only a few days, the news that the shop would release an Assassin Mystical Realm had spread all over the city. As a player of this shop, Elvin, the commander of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, felt ashamed. Coming into Origin's internet cafe during the casual time in the evening, Elvin plunked down on a computer chair and sipped from his cup of milk tea. I admit that Resident Evil is awesome, and the milk tea is delicious, but it's true that no one would want to play as those damned assassins. There's no market for it. Oh, I can't even tell my peers that I visit this shop's cultivation mystical realm every day. The moment he said that, he saw a white-robed figure leaping down from a bell tower like a white eagle flying in the sky on Helen's screen. What is that? Some members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion immediately looked over. Is it another game? On the other side, Sala was talking to her elf friends. The shop released a new trailer for Assassin's Creed. Should we watch it? Meanwhile, in the tavern where Alina was sitting in, a spiritual spell visual projection appeared, showing the same scene as in the shop. They could vaguely see the screen of a computer. Obviously, the projection was aimed at a computer screen. Quote ? Assassin's Creed. Everyone froze. Eating spicy sticks, Helen was watching attentively. On Helen's screen, the assassin wearing a white robe with a pointy hood ambled through the crowd and walked up the execution platform. Seeing this scene and recognizing that this figure was an assassin, everyone thought that he was going to rescue the person who was about to be executed. No, is he really an assassin? Then why is he wearing a white robe and walking up in front of everyone? Shouldn't he sneak up from behind his enemies? Is this assassin here to seek his death? While people thought that this assassin was here to commit suicide, they saw the white-robed assassin using a longsword and hand crossbow, knocking down several soldiers around him. Then, he leapt into the air like a soaring eagle, shot down the last enemy with a hidden blade, and left without a trace. With great skills and clean, crisp movements, he ended the battle before the audience could understand what was happening. When the audience snapped back to their senses, the white figure had vanished into the crowd. Pooh, is he really an assassin? Shouldn't these assassins excel in stealth abilities and utilize their great skill in sneak attacks? How come this person just walked up under everyone's gazes and finished the mission with a few smooth movements? The audience saw a type of high-level skill in the trailer. At the same time, the people's blood-boiling passion and heroism were ignited by the assassin's ability to kill enemies with ease and vanishing without a trace. They didn't really understand what assassins were, but they had a strong urge to watch more of it. What's the creed that you mentioned before? Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. You must understand that we're executors of our own actions, and we must take the consequences of our acts, regardless if it brings us glory or a tragic ending. The figures getting ready for the mission flashed on the screen, and every viewer who saw this was stunned. These are the creeds passed down from our ancestors. 1. Stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. 2. Hide in plain sight. 3. Never compromise the brotherhood. Take these as your creed. You can follow it and obey it. If you break it, you must bear the consequences. The conversation accompanying the trailer talked about the creed of this ancient organization. They were strict but not rigid. They had their own codes of conduct. Chapter 612. The whole place is stunned. These assassins. Watching these scenes, Elvin had a vague feeling that they could accept assassins among them, just not the ones who were filthy and despicable as described in the rumors. They couldn't accept the unruly assassins who were always related to deaths and all kinds of filthy business. In the tavern, Alina suddenly covered her mouth as disbelief appeared in her eyes. She stared at the spiritual spell visual projection without blinking. Only real assassins could understand this feeling. Rise, assassins. The assassin on the screen was standing on a high mountain peak while looking into the distant snowy scenery. If you value life and freedom, then follow our call and battle in this chaotic age with us. The eagle flew to the distance, leaving behind a long and piercing roar that resonated in the high sky. At this moment, the assassins who happened to watch the trailer in the tavern stood up subconsciously with clenched fists. Oh, it's awesome. Even the elves looked stunned. After all, life and freedom were the things that they valued the most. At this moment, the music became loud and passionate. The white-robed assassins moved with leisurely elegance while their enemies fell one by one under their excellent combat techniques and killing skills. Never give up. Work together. The assassins on the screen all unsheathed their hidden blades. Everyone's equal before hidden blades. Oh, brothers, do you see this? Having grown up in a slum, the assassin called Harrison had also participated in the previous assassination. Clearly, they had failed miserably. For a while, Harrison felt like he was indeed as lowly and despicable as the mice that people described them as. He felt weak and powerless, yet he always dreamed about doing the impossible. Once, he had been lost in the darkness. But after watching this spiritual spell visual projection, he felt a fire beginning to burn inside him all of a sudden. He had never imagined that assassins could look so glorious. At this moment, they felt like shouting. Meanwhile, Elvin, the commander of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, wondered, oh, if every assassin was this self-disciplined, how much more trouble would we have? The freedom-loving elves looked as if they were in a daze. They had seen an emotion that they had never thought that an assassin could possess. It wasn't humbleness or lowliness but pride for being an assassin. They had never imagined that assassins could have such an emotion. Meanwhile, the freedom-loving elves couldn't help but feel proud for these assassins, especially when they saw the assassins leaping down tall buildings like birds. The things that these assassins pursued were the same things that the elves loved. Sala even had the urge to join these assassins. Unbelievable. After this assassin's creed is released, I must try it. She vowed silently with clenched hands. Where's this small shop? Long after the spiritual spell visual projection had ended, Alina snapped back to reality. In fact, she was worried that her interest in the game would expose her identity. At this moment, she found that almost all the mercenaries and mages in the tavern had stood up, and they asked, is this assassin's creed? Are these people assassins? This visual projection might be a prank, but they didn't care to find out who did it right now. In fact, most of them had never seen assassins before. In their mind, assassins were despicable. But now, this image changed drastically in their minds. In the past, assassins represented filthy mice in their minds. But now, the assassins were elegant, mysterious, and highly skillful with combat techniques. The assassins were like pure white eagles. I want to try Assassin's Creed. Tell me where I can try it. A short and lean mercenary said eagerly. In his team, he was a scout. He believed that this mystical realm would greatly benefit him. Please tell me too. A mage stood up. Then, he saw many people glancing at him, wondering why a mage wanted to try this mystical realm. Of course, I'm not an assassin. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I just want to know what these people are really like. Driven by curiosity and the interest of their peers, many people decided to follow the trend. Alina and the other assassins in the tavern were dumbfounded by the scene. It was a scene that they had never seen before. In the past, they would leave immediately when so many people stood up, since it only meant that they were in trouble. But now, to their astonishment, so many people were willing to learn about assassins. Mercenary Crete and his companions who started all this was shocked. They were surprised that the spiritual spell visual projection of the trailer of Assassin's Creed caused such an uproar. Oh, so many people, Crete suddenly exclaimed. Hurry back to the shop. Otherwise, there won't be seats left for us, inside Origin's Internet Café. Mr. Fang was playing Resident Evil on the computer that was close to the counter. The business was moderate in the shop. There were a few customers and not many. Suddenly, a large group of people swarmed in. Shop owner, where's the shop owner? Mr. Fang saw a red-haired girl rushing over with red eyes before slamming her hand on the counter. Tell me where the shop owner is. I'm here, I'm here. Mr. Fang exited the game and walked to the counter. You guys want to get online? I want to try that Assassin's Creed. I want to try Assassin's Creed too. So do I. At this moment, everyone was staring at Mr. Fang expectantly. Mr. Fang waved his hand and said, Assassin's Creed isn't released yet. When will it be released? Alina looked frantic as if she wanted to grab Mr. Fang and force him to release the game. Maybe this year. After all, Mr. Fang couldn't recognize the assassin even if they stood before him. This year, maybe. Their voices were louder than the next. At this moment, even the peace-loving elf girl Sala had the urge to rush over and strangle the shop owner. Chapter 613. Assassin's Creed. Seeing people swarming into the shop. Mr. Fang knew that it was probably time to expand the space inside the shop again. As for when to release the game, he glanced at the task list and found that the requirement for assassins visiting the shop had been met. Right now, many players who had come for Assassin's Creed began to play Resident Evil 2 while waiting for the release of the new game. Some of the visitors couldn't even squeeze into the door. Besides, many passers-by also tried to get in due to curiosity. From the looks of it, after the space was expanded tomorrow, the other part of the task requirement would be met. On the next day, even though the shop's capacity had been expanded to 1,000 computers, there were way more customers compared to the day before. Different from the old shops, the people here were only mildly surprised at the expansion of the space in the shop. They only thought that the shop owner had a powerful background and weren't shocked. In fact, the Alchemist Union had a similar setup. If necessary, the Judgment Godly Place could achieve this as well. As for the royal clan of the elves, they had their own independent small plane. Therefore, when Sala entered the shop, she didn't pay much attention to the space expansion. Smoothly, she bought a bowl of instant noodles and poured in hot water before adding a sausage in it. Then, she looked at the despicable shop owner and thought, will you release Assassin's Creed today? Harrison came into the shop early today. As an assassin who grew up in the slums, he never lacked the character of hard work. With short gray hair, this man looked to be about 50 years old. Dressed plainly, he looked like a simple farmer instead of an assassin if he didn't talk. In fact, everyone who escaped from the intricate traps in the Godly Palace after that failed assassination attempt were all excellent assassins. Comparatively, Alina, who was sitting across from him on a couch, looked quite different. She always sat straight and gracefully, giving people the impression that she would never do anything impolite in any occasion. Of course, no one knew that this red-haired woman who was busy eating spicy sticks was the famous Rose of Moon, who had successfully assassinated a high-rank priest. Ah! While she ate spicy sticks, she heard Sala's exclamation. Sala had just noticed the words Trailer 2 had been erased from yesterday's announcement of Assassin's Creed Trailer 2 on the small blackboard. They were replaced by the number 1 and the announcement now read Assassin's Creed 1. Ah! She yelled again as if she couldn't believe what she had seen. Assassin's Creed is released. What? Alina also exclaimed on the spot, almost dropping her spicy sticks. She had been sleepless last night with excitement after watching the trailer, wishing that she could sleep on the floor of the shop until Assassin's Creed was released. To her astonishment, the game was released today. Really? Many people looked over in disbelief. Meanwhile, The players in the old shops were also eagerly anticipating the release of Assassin's Creed since they hadn't had new single-player games for a long time. At the same time, they encountered trouble on the highest difficulty level of Resident Evil 2. Some of them could pass the ordinary difficulty level with a dagger, but not the high difficulty level. Trying to pass the highest difficulty level with only a dagger was too depressing. That was why Nolan Hungwoo was a bit idle these days. Song Qingfeng was even more so. As for Mo Xian and other people of the Nanhua faction, they were eager to be the first players of any new games. Hearing the news that the new game was released, they immediately jumped up from the couches and shouted, "Activate it for me! Activate it for me!" Zhang Xiaoyu also wanted to play the new game. "Boss, I want to play it too." The task for the Assassin's Creed series contained several points. After the game was unlocked, the system showed the requirements for unlocking the sequels after Assassin's Creed 1. At this moment, Fang Qi was looking at the information on the system interface. After finishing the first task, Mr. Fang found that he not only activated the right to publish Assassin's Creed 1, but he also got an assassin-shaped prototype badge. Prototype badge. When a game, a movie, or a TV series has other prototype characters, it can only be activated when all the prototype badges are collected. There was more information about prototype badges underneath. "What's this thing, Mr. Fang continued to read, trying to find out the function of this thing. Meanwhile, many people had entered the game. The first scene that they saw was an image consisting of many genetic sequences which finally formed a round logo. Ubisoft. As a legit researcher, Lee Haoran looked at it curiously. So many genetic sequences. Is this senior named Ubisoft an expert in unlocking the genetic locks? By now, the players were quite familiar with the words, genetic locks, even though none of them had truly unlocked it. Before them was a medieval city. They saw Altair was leaping down from a bell tower to kill his target. They had watched this scene in the trailer. However, this scene was more detailed compared to that in the trailer, showing how he assassinated the target, used visual illusions to deceive the pursuing soldiers, killed a soldier who was alone, and then vanished into the crowd. For Sala, who had no experience with assassinations, it didn't look extraordinary, but Alina's eyes lit up. In the system version, the soldiers were no different from their counterparts in the real world, completely unlike dull NPCs. It was not as easy to dodge as in the original version. With some simple steps, he had dodged everyone's eyes in a matter of seconds before finding a chance to leave without a fuss. If the assassins in the real world had possessed such skills, the Godly Palace wouldn't have caught any of them in Grey Eagle City even if they botched the mission. After this interlude, they entered the game. Instead of the city that they had seen a moment ago, their vision before them turned pale gray as if they had put on a pair of big goggles. For one moment, they found themselves in that medieval city. In the next moment, their vision turned pale gray again. They felt like they were in a dream. Then, they saw a huge lab. Hearing their conversation, the players were amazed. Can this object retrieve the ancestral memories stored in the bloodline? It's a projector which renders genetic memories in 3 dimensions. What if I told you the human body not only housed an individual's memories, but the memories of his ancestors as well? Genetic memory, if you will. Migration, hibernation, reproduction. How do animals know when and where to go? What to do? Zhang Xiaoyu froze. Can I display the memories of my ancestors? Lee Haoran was also astonished. I can't believe that this little game about assassins holds such a piece of cutting-edge black technology. After all, everyone in this world had powerful ancestors if they traced back far enough into the ancient times. The players in the new shop were at a loss for words. They felt puzzled as they couldn't understand what was going on, but they were awed at the same time. Chapter 614, Master Assassin Su Tianji's livestream. The players of the new shop had thought that this game was only a basic mystical realm for practicing combat techniques, just like the other mystical realms in the city. But after they started, they were astonished. Of course, for people like Sala and Elvin, they didn't think too much about the genetic memories. After all, no workshop would simulate things exactly as they were in the real world. They began playing Assassin's Creed cheerfully. However, for the scientific researchers such as Lee Haoran and Lan Mo and the Tang family's elders who were cultivators that excelled in making artifacts, they began to wonder, hiss. Wow, can we study this stuff? Och, don't cover my eyes. Let me have one more look of it. While others were playing games, these people tried to research, which was quite an oddity. In the lab, the elders of the Tang family who tried to study the machine were dragged to the platform and tied to it by the lab assistants. Then, the machine was activated and started the game. Animus, the machine that the players were using to access Altair's memories, was bright silver. When it was in operation, the user's head would be covered by a glass panel from the side. Different from the traditional virtual reality, this was a projected virtual reality in which the Animus could read the user's genetic memories and transcode them into a three-dimensional world. It was an almost complete three-dimensional world. The events and skills shown in the virtual reality would be reflected in the real world. It could be used to get information about the Brotherhood of Assassins and Pieces of Eden, and it could be used for virtual training as well. It meant that, we are playing a virtual reality game inside a virtual reality game. Su Tianji froze for a moment and then entered the world inside Animus. On the side, she clicked open QQ livestream and titled it New Game Review. Even in the old shops, many players were hesitating about playing the game. Elder Su is live streaming. New game review. Let me see. After all, she was a good gamer and had blown off the Godly Palace Army's super magic spell, Spatial Storm, with her railgun. Many people were eager to watch her livestream. Coming into the shop, people like Mo Xian and Lu Ningyun were about to have their breakfast of instant noodles when they noticed that someone was live streaming and reviewing the new game. Immediately, they turned on their new communication jade to watch on QQ livestream. The livestream had the tags such as Technology and Godly Player. She even changed her name to Master Assassin Elder Su, which sounded lofty and powerful. Even though she had been lazy and watching anime, she was doing it to study the super spiritual spell named Super Su Tianji Canon. It's Elder Su. How come the shop owner isn't live streaming today? Let's watch this first. Even the Shichi spiritual master joined them on the couch. I remember that Taoist friend Su is a very good game player. She even won second place in the Counter-Strike group competition. I must watch it. On the other side, the two black-robed figures who had fought the last two crucial battles with the Judgment Godly Palace were still low-profiled. They still sat in a corner and said, let's watch it and see if the new game is useful to us. At this moment in the new shop, the elf girl Sala and the assassin Alina had started their journey in the new game. While getting herself familiar with the gaming operations, Su Tianji glanced at her livestream room and found that the viewers were several times more than usual. Master Assassin Elder Su asked, how come there are so many people today? Today, I'll do an review of the new game for you guys. She entered a silver space which was not a complete virtual reality space. It was used to better synchronize the main character with the memory of his ancestors. For players, it was a tutorial of the basic operations. In the game, the players must abide by the code of conduct of the ancestors and not do anything against it. Otherwise, they would lose synchronization and exit from the virtual reality world created by the Animus using the main character's genetic memories. It was also what happens when the players were severely wounded or died. In the original game, the players must change to the first-person perspective and observe the faceless people around them. But in the system version, the players must focus their attention on these people's movements and minuscule changes in expressions. With proficiency, Su Tianji finished this step quickly. This is so easy. Su Tianji was more confident in herself. Until now, this game is quite friendly. Soon, bullet comments shot up on the screen. Song Qingfeng typed, well done. Nolan Mingshe sent her 3 goose eggs. Thank you, Mr. Fang, for the gift, Master Assassin Elder Su said. The shop owner is watching my livestream, too. Mr. Fang had played this game before, and he answered casually, of course. Surprised that the shop owner came to watch her livestream instead of focusing on his own business, Su Tianji was at a loss for words. Soon, the scene before her changed to bustling crowds. Beyond the crowds was a vague circle of genetic sequences which signified the end of the quest. In the original game, the players only needed to pass through the crowds without bumping them so much that the pots fell from their heads. However, in the real world, even a rookie assassin could achieve this with ease. In the original game, the players were ordinary people instead of real assassins, which was why this step was greatly simplified. Now, the system didn't need to simplify this step since the players were cultivators and warriors. How could a real assassin pass the bustling crowds? The researcher's voice came from outside the virtual reality. Please use the knowledge of your ancestor to go through the crowds and get to the gene sequences without being discovered. What? Not only Su Tianji, but but the viewers of the livestream were astonished as well. Even the assassin in the new shops were shocked. Before them was a bright and flat path without any place for hiding. How can we walk over without being discovered? Su Tianji was frustrated and wondered, are you kidding me? At this moment, an idea suddenly jumped out in her mind. If every position and step that I take is in everyone's blind spot, I can go through the crowds without being discovered. Chapter 615. Watch how I assassinate the target. These new assassins quickly used the skills from their memories. Combining that with their first step of learning concentrated observation skills, they started to monitor their surroundings more carefully, taking note of each person's movements, including their postures, blinking, and shifts of their attention. Of course, it was a tutorial for beginners and thus had lower standards. In this tutorial, it was acceptable if the passers-by only saw a flash of a white shadow and weren't disturbed. Obviously, this step was much more difficult than the previous one. However, Su Tianji was indeed smart and passed it after trying several times. Haha, I did it. At this moment, she heard the game prompt, basic profile, high, low profile. In the original game, using high profile would make it easy for the players to gain momentum but would also attract attention. In this profile, they might not be able to instantly kill their targets with their hidden blades and had to engage in hand-to-hand combat, exposing themselves in public and in danger. In contrast, the low profile was more secretive and would be less likely to be discovered. However, in the real world, would people only see a person when he walked in high profile and turn a blind eye to a person walking in a low profile? The answer was negative. As everyone knew, most veteran soldiers would acquire a sharp intuition to danger. The assassins lived in a chaotic time, which meant that people in this world had experienced many years of war and danger, and the bosses in the game wouldn't just stand there dumbly, waiting to be killed. Sometimes, they could even dodge an attack without using their eyes. Now that the players had synchronized with the basic skill of visual deception, they must synchronize the basic skill of sense deception and detection. At this moment, the players faced a soldier and were required to walk over directly and toss him into the gene sequences before them. They must show no murderous spirit or hostility. Standing on the edge of the soldier's vision, they must adjust their presence and other things to merge into the surroundings, giving the soldier the impression that they were only a harmless passersby, a stone, or a wall. Even grand cultivators and warriors wouldn't pay attention to such people and things, let alone an ordinary soldier. Soon, the audience watching the livestream saw that Su Tianji controlled the main character to walk up to the soldier, who looked like a blind person, and grab the ladder before tossing him into the gene sequences. The synchronization was finished. Fucking superb. Many people watched the scene with widened eyes. This visual effect stunned them. The high profile meant that one must use their strength perfectly and achieve 200% the effects with only 100% the strength. Of course, in the tutorial, the players only needed to outrun one soldier of similar physique and reach the circle of gene sequences to finish this step. By now, Su Tianji had come to the last step in synchronization. She needed to use the knowledge that she acquired and carry out a complete assassination. Of course, she only needed to assassinate an ordinary soldier and get away from the scene under another soldiers' pursuit. With these synchronized skills, even a beginner would find assassinating one soldier quite easy. Then, they encountered a scene similar to the one shown in the cinematic trailer of Assassin's Creed. A white-robed assassin ambled over, unsheathed his hidden blade, dodged the chase of the other soldiers, and vanished in the crowd. As an ordinary swordswoman, Sala was still trying to understand these skills. But the real assassins such as Alina and Harrison understood them immediately. How did they hide themselves normally? They would cast a spiritual spell that was like an energy cloak to stop others from seeing them and stop spiritual spells from detecting them. Yes, the assassins in this world knew spiritual spells but used them in different areas than mages. How did the Judgment Godly Palace block these assassination attempts? They used higher-level spiritual spells to spot the presence of the assassins by detecting the extra surges of energy. They also used spiritual spells to cancel out the assassins, stealth state and destroy the energy system. In turn, the assassins had to find and create more powerful spiritual spells to avoid detection. The disguise method used by the Shadow Killer when he fought with Zhong Wu was one of such spiritual spells. Then, how did the Judgment Godly Palace deal with this spell? They used godly spells. After all, there were few, if any, things that were even more powerful than godly spells. As for the assassins, they had to find spiritual spells that could conceal them before godly spells. However, human intelligence was no match for that of gods who had existed for countless years, which made it impossible for the assassins to win in this cycle of competition. But now, the assassins seemed to see a glimpse of hope. At this moment, Su Tianji continued to watch the cinematics of the game in which the main character Altair, who had great talent and became a master assassin in his 20s, botched a quest due to his arrogance. In the mission of retrieving the Piece of Eden from Solomon's temple, he violated 3 tenets of the Assassin's Creed, which were killing an innocent old man, exposing himself, and leading the Templar Knights to the headquarters of assassins, endangering the Brotherhood. At this moment, well, now, I'll demonstrate to you guys how a master assassin eliminates a target with a perfect assassination. Having finished the tutorial in a smooth assassination mission, Su Tianji was full of confidence. We must not repeat Altair's mistakes, Su Tianji said solemnly. Now, let me demonstrate what a true master assassin does. She looked quite professional. At this moment, Templar Knights had killed their way into the village. Watch carefully. This Templar Knight is dressed luxuriously and must be a high-ranking knight. Su Tianji found one Templar Knight. Now, we must adjust our position to the blind spot of his vision. The audience watched attentively. Let's walk toward him, Su Tianji said. Watch how I assassinate the target. This distance is good enough. Su Tianji walked forward directly. Then, she leapt up high like a huge eagle sweeping down from the sky, striking her hidden blade toward the vital organ of the Templar Knight. Ding! A sword light flashed. It parried and then turned in a twist. She was instantly killed by a parry strike. On her screen came the message, desynchronization. Seeing the black and white image on the screen, Su Tianji was at a loss for words. She was extremely frustrated. Master Assassin Elder Su. Instant kill with one sword strike. Unrivaled. Awesome. Awesome. No, how come the skills that I've learned are useless? Su Tianji yelled while slapping her hand on her thigh. Calmly, the Templar Knight withdrew his sword. You only passed the tutorial and want to show off your skills in front of me now. Thanks to Song Qingfang for 66 goose eggs, thanks to Mr. Fang for 99 goose eggs. Hehehehe. Su Tianji said, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. Oh, the mentor is calling us to make the leap of faith. Let's switch. Chapter 616. Seller's Show and Buyer's Show. TL note. The title is a meme in China. It refers to the difference between the images that online sellers show and the images that buyers took when they got the product. For elves, freedom was a highly romantic and graceful word. They valued freedom even more than their lives. For the assassins in the Morning Light Empire, they were drawn to the game by something indescribable which might be a spirit or a will. It was vague, but Alina was sure that she could find it here. For elves, the throbbing of freedom was something that drew them in. Whenever she saw assassins leaping down from the tall towers and castles like flying eagles, Sala was always struck by a sense of glory. It was a beautiful feeling. I can't believe that I'm going to make this leap of faith too. She clenched her hands, feeling a bit nervous. After the Templar Knights had followed Altair to the assassins' headquarters, the mentor arranged for him and the other assassins to leap down the high cliff with a leap of faith, so they could take a detour to the back of the Templar Knights and activate the pre-arranged traps and defense mechanisms. Many other players had come to this part at this moment, including Alina and Harrison, who were assassins in the real world. It's really a moment of glory. While lamenting, Alina climbed up the tower. In the old shop, Su Tianji had also climbed to the top of the tower. Standing on the extension plank on the top, she looked at the distant mountains and spread out her arms like a white bird that was flying. It was a beautiful and romantic scene in her mind. As a romantic and artistic clan, the elves understood this romantic feeling. They all recalled the cool and smooth moves of those white-robed assassins in the trailer who spread their arms toward the wind as if they were embracing the sky and the distant mountains. The ground below the tall cliff was covered by thick layers of hay. For real assassins with faith, they didn't even need any buffers or cushions. Standing on the plank, Sala felt the mountain wind brushing over her face with her eyes closed. It seemed like she could move forward by one step and enter a paradise. Everything turned silent. I won't take the step forward unless I'm crazy. Then, she suddenly plunged down. She screamed all the way down. On her screen, an assassin flailed his arms and legs while plunging down from the sky. She landed on the ground face first. One after another, the assassins stuck their heads out from the hay with straws all over their faces, and they looked around with confusion in their eyes. In Su Tianji's livestream room, the audience saw an assassin plunging into the pile of hay head first with 2 feet waving outside. Woo, let me out, where's the shop owner? Looking at her screen which had turned black and white again, Su Tianji was extremely frustrated. While looking around, it seemed like she was looking for weapons to grab. It was totally different from what they had seen in the trailer. How could the leap of faith look like that? They were deceived, completely deceived. In the livestream room. Cool, Master Assassin, landing on your face with a leap of faith. Unrivaled. Nolan Mingshay sent you 10 goose eggs. Mr. Fang sent you 20 goose eggs. Su Tianji had the urge to throw goose eggs at Mr. Fang's face. She even suspected that the trailer had only shown the first part of the leap of faith, and all the assassins had in fact fallen to the ground this way in the second half of the leap. Su Tianji rubbed her face. As a real assassin, even though the process was tough, Alina finally stumbled her way to the assassination, a real assassination mission. To punish Altair for breaking the tenets, botching the mission, even leading the Templar Knights to their headquarters, and causing death to many assassins, the mentor let him experience death. Of course, the mentor didn't kill the disciple who he had trained with care. Instead, he used this near-death experience to warn him. After taking away all his strength and equipment, the mentor sent him to kill the 9 leaders of the Templar Knights. As an assassin, Alina was confident in herself. Therefore, she set out. To avoid landing face first as she had done before, she didn't leap down from a high point. Instead, she sneaked into the place. There were many people in the market. Alina felt like she could copy the scenes shown in the trailer in which the white-robed assassin walked through the crowd, attacked with a longsword and the hidden blade at the same time to kill the target, and then vanished. The neat and smooth killing skills were very dashing. For real assassins, the feeling of easily killing targets was very enjoyable. She planned these moves in her mind. Then, she pushed through the crowd and walked up. Desynchronization. On the screen, the assassin was knocked down to the ground by a large group of people. 1 day later. 2 days later. Su Tianji slammed her hand on the table. Sir. All the players shouted, Sir. What is wrong with this assassin's creed? In the trailer, the leap of faith looked as free as a flying eagle. But when we did it, we fell like a moron with flailing limbs. Some of us even landed face first. In the trailer, the killing was done silently and instantly. But when we did the missions, we swaggered out from the blind spot of the people's vision, unsheathed the hidden blade, and were instantly killed. In the trailer, the assassin walked into the enemies alone and killed them smoothly with a hand crossbow and a hidden blade in their hands. In contrast, when we tried the missions, we were killed and lost synchronization when we pushed through the crowd and shot while attacking with both hands. Sir, you deceived us. We're not playing as assassins. Even Alina felt like she couldn't play as an assassin anymore, let alone cultivators like Su Tianji. Sir, Mr. Fang immediately received a protesting message from Su Tianji. Take my cannon strike. Then, she sent him a screenshot of when she used Super Su Tianji cannon in combat. Obviously, someone had taken this picture at the risk of their lives. This cultivation mystical realm of yours is a scam. Even Elf Sala protested. She had practiced the leap of faith for days now. Her face was now even swollen due to repeated falls. At this moment, Mr. Fang had just walked down from the 2nd floor while wiping the sweat off his face. Then, a group of people surrounded him. I can't possibly learn the so-called leap of faith in this cultivation mystical realm. Sala almost wept in fury. In the so-called assassination and the blind spot of vision. Who assassinates targets in public like this? Alina gritted her teeth. She had copied the cool moves shown in the trailer but was beaten senseless and killed within 10 seconds. She had the urge to drag the shop owner out and beat him to death. This, Mr. Fang looked exasperated. You're still newbies and noobs and can't expect to learn everything so soon. Which beginner can do high-level plays anyway? Newbies, noobs. Alina was furious. After all, she was a senior and elite assassin, but the shop owner just called her a newbie. Do you know whom I assassinated? Do you know my background? She was even more furious since she couldn't expose her identity. Those soldiers in the game each had acute senses and high-level parry skills. The players might be able to deal with them with cultivation strength. However, without any cultivation strength, the players could barely fight with one, let alone a group of them in each assassination mission. Show us if you can do it. Chapter 617. Don't assassinate, use Muso. Sir. At this moment, a loli's profile photo lit up on Mr. Fang's communication jade. He turned it on and read her message. How come Assassin's Creed is so difficult to play? Husky's fierce face. Despite the great power of the monsters, the players in Resident Evil had guns and RPGs and thus didn't find it too hard to handle those monsters who had no brains. The players could clear the stage as long as they didn't venture into the highest difficult level. However, in Assassin's Creed, there were people and soldiers everywhere. With one misstep, they would be surrounded without any guns or cannons at their disposal. While monsters who were infected by T-virus were without brains, the real soldiers were intelligent, which made the game quite difficult to play. Su Tianji said, "Hurry. Play it on the livestream, or I'll quit the game." Soon, he received another message. Nolan Mingshe said, Husky's disdainful face, "Did you add special effects in your trailer?" With poor experiences in her own livestream, Su Tianji forced Mr. Fang to put on a livestream with the threat of quitting the game. Damn it, she just couldn't continue her livestream anymore. Show us if you can do it. Alina was furious. In the new shop, many people stood around the counter. As the owner of the shop, Mr. Fang didn't want people to say that he had added many special effects in the trailer of the game. So, Fang Chi sat down before a computer and turned on the game in the big screen livestream, which was Mr. Fang's privilege. Hey, the shop owner turned on the livestream. In the old shops, Su Tianji, Zhang Xiaoyu, Song Qingfeng, and the others all sat on the couches in the lounge area. After all, Mr. Fang hadn't done a livestream for a long time. A real assassin, Alina bought a box of spicy sticks. Regardless if the games in the shop were good or not, she found that the spicy sticks were quite delicious. She watched the livestream while eating. Of course, she was just here to watch how the shop owner would fail since she didn't believe that anyone would have better assassination skills than her. Standing behind her, the elf girl Sala watched the show with a cup of milk tea in her hand. All the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion walked over with sulky expressions. Obviously, they had been tortured by Assassin's Creed so much that they couldn't even perform as knights, let alone assassins. They wished that they had gone to try Dueling Workshop's new Cultivation Mystic Realm instead. At this moment, Mr. Fang entered the game and got ready. Altair stood on a tall tower, looking down on the whole city like an eagle. Where's this place? Obviously, Mr. Fang's map was different. Most players had just come to the first assassination mission in which there were mostly low residential houses and no guards on the roofs. However, in Mr. Fang's map, they could see a huge harbor zone with Byzantine-style buildings. Also, many archers hid in concealed places on the roofs. On the main roads and ships stood many Templar knights. In previous missions, there were more ordinary people and fewer Templar knights. This mission was clearly different. Looking forward into the distance, people could see about 10 Templar knights surrounding several white-robed scholars and yelling at them. Exclamation mark question mark. How come there are so many of them? Sala was astonished. Where's this place? Alina exclaimed too while her hand was feeding spicy sticks into her mouth, and her eyes stared at the screen intently. When they played the game, they had seen bustling crowds and could hide themselves among the ordinary people. Besides, there were no secret guards on the roofs or so many Templar knights. Of course, Mr. Fang's game progress was much faster than others. By now, due to the repeated assassinations, the Templar knights began to suspect that the scholars were accomplices of assassins since they all wore white robes. From the distance, they could see a scholar being knocked down. How did the shop owner go there? Soon, they saw Mr. Fang coming to the pier. What assassin is he? Alina was enraged. The tutorial had told them how to get into their opponents' blind spots of vision. Even if they couldn't sneak up this way, they must keep themselves in concealment. But now, she saw Mr. Fang just walking up directly. Loud whistling sounds came. Obviously, the archers on the roof had shot out more than one hidden arrow at him. Meanwhile, a nearby Templar knight was charging at Mr. Fang with a saber. Do you know how to play an assassin? Alina demanded. She thought that he was a big moron. Mr. Fang looked impatient. On the screen, Altair turned his body and whipped out his hidden blade with the momentum of turning. Then, the Templar knight clutched his own neck while blood gushed out from his fingers. Two more Templar knights dashed up. On the screen, Fang Chi controlled Altair to move to the side, blocking them with his left hand while whipping out his right hand. The two soldiers fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Altair continued to walk toward his target without stopping. A Templar knight sneaked up to him silently and raised his sword with both hands. Altair turned and parried the attack. Following the momentum of the counterattack, he sent the sword into the knight's chest. Not only Sala and the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, but the assassins were frozen by the scene as well. The smooth killing skills and the elegant moves looked as easy as if he were strolling around. Is he moving exactly the same as the character in the trailer? While killing the knights, Mr. Fang said, "Don't assassinate, use Musou. There's not much time in life for you to achieve total synchronization. If you hate him, then kill him. Killing all the witnesses is the perfect assassination. Sneaking up is no use because you'll be discovered sooner or later. If someone sees you, just kill him, either with your sword or throwing knife if they are far away. The worst that will happen is losing synchronization, but losing synchronization is the norm while you play the game." TL note: this is a dig at Assassin's Creed since players feel like the game's stealth feature is lacking. Instead, it is a great fighting game like Dynasty Warrior. That is where the reference, Musou, comes from. Before he finished his monologue, the ground was covered by bodies. Meanwhile, more Templar knights swarmed towards him. Mr. Fang continued to hack and slash. How can you play an assassin this way? Alina almost went crazy. The second tenet of the creed for assassins is hiding yourself. You are breaking the creed and will certainly lose synchronization. Alina said loudly. After all, assassins would lose synchronization not only in death but also when they deviated from the character's code of conduct. But a moment later, when all the Templar knights were killed, she saw a prompt appearing on Mr. Fang's screen: "Mission accomplished." Alina gaped at the screen. "The mission is completed, can we do it this way?" The assassins felt like crying. Alina had the feeling that Mr. Fang had played the real Assassin's Creed while biting into a spicy stick, she thought that maybe she had been playing Assassin's Spicy Sticks. Some players hadn't gotten the chance to watch Mr. Fang's livestream. For example, Ningbai had just finished her gameplay and sent a message in the group chat for Assassin's Creed in QQ. "How come Assassin's Creed is so difficult to play? How did you guys do the assassinations?" Song Qingfeng posted a screenshot of Mr. Fang's livestream, showing Altair standing over dead bodies all over the ground. Perfect assassination. Chapter 618. The meaning of, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Mr. Fang glanced at the tasks for this series and found that the first few were comparatively simple, such as the ones for Assassin's Creed 2 and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Mr. Fang made some comparisons and found that the task for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was the easiest one to finish among others this series. It only required the number of players of Assassin's Creed to reach 2,000. The 2,000 players included those from the old shops. At this moment, there were hundreds of Assassin players in the new shop. As for the old shops, many players were still playing online games. After all, not everyone could have all the top-tier equipment such as Senior Nolan, only 1 out of 10,000 could do this. The total number of players for Assassin's Creed in the 3 old shops was only a little more than that of the new shop. Despite all this, the right to release Assassin's Creed Brotherhood would soon be unlocked. Alina was now extremely frustrated. She was certain that the shop owner was making excuses for his act, but she found it was hard to dispute with him. Should I play an assassin in this way too? She began to look at the word assassin in a new light. As a young peace-loving elf, Sala was obviously not misled by Mr. Fang. Still, she found Mr. Fang's battle method inspiring. It seems the game had anticipated the potential failure of sneaking up and prepared some methods to deal with it. They included the powerful battling skills that Fang Qi used when he killed his way into the crowd. Except for Fang Qi's own combat skills, parrying was a crucial skill that the game contained. Parrying was a counterattack skill where the player could block the opponent's sword and make the latter lose balance from the momentum before striking their vital points. This method was similar to Devil May Cry's release skill. However, few humans could have the fast reflex that release required. In the long time that Devil May Cry had been available, only Ningbai could use it in real battles. Even Mr. Fang didn't like to use this method in real battles when he wasn't completely synchronized with Dante, and Nolan Hungwoo hadn't mastered it, let alone others. This method could only be used by those non-humans whose physical attributes were much more superior than humans. If ordinary people used it, they would get killed most of the time. But parrying was different. Even ordinary people could learn this skill, which was a high-level method to transfer the incoming force to attack the opponent. When one parried with a sword, even if the move failed, they could still protect oneself by blocking the opponent's attack, which made the skill highly safe to use. Besides parrying, Altair, as a master assassin, had high-level combat skills, especially when he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with other people. Human life was fragile. With a sharp weapon, one could kill a master without using any force when their aim wasn't off. This master assassin excelled in all kinds of efficient killing skills. Whenever his opponents made a minor mistake, he could make a kill easily. These skills had merged into his genes. Elves were never a dogmatic race. Sala thought that these combat skills might be useful in the future. However, her top priority right now was the leap of faith. Regardless of how she jumped, even with the buffers such as grass and layers of hay, she almost fell to death after each leap. Although it didn't affect her game progress, it greatly dampened her enthusiasm for the game. Why can't I make a graceful leap of faith? Sala was frustrated. She had watched the shop owner jump almost the same way as the character in the trailer. Since the leap of faith wasn't fake, it only meant that she didn't do it right. Without the support of faith, the leap of faith meant death. As a smart elf, Sala finally thought about the leap with faith. Meanwhile, Alina, Harrison, and the other assassins had also made the connection while doing the leap of faith repeatedly. But they were still puzzled. After all, assassins didn't believe in gods. Then what was their faith? Another thing that puzzled her was that when Altair did the assassination missions in broad daylight, he exposed himself to the Templar Knights, which meant that he broke the second tenet. But why didn't he lose the synchronization? Controlling Altair, she assassinated again and again. But she still didn't understand what the assassin's faith was. Like Altair going to Solomon's temple with arrogance and conceit, Alina had gone through assassination missions with pride belonging to this world's assassins. After each successful assassination, Altair would have a mental conversation with the target. In the world of Assassin's Creed, assassins and Templar Knights fought with each other over the pieces of Eden. The Templar Knights wanted to use this advanced technology created by the first civilization to control the minds of humans and thus make an orderly world where people's spiritual world was the same. However, assassins thought free will was the thing that humans truly needed. In this era, there were many tenets and codes for assassins. Altair had broken the 3 basic tenets before. For Altair, he had only one creed: nothing is true, everything is permitted. When Altair eliminated the targets, who were Templar Knights one by one, their words before death made Altair reflect on the code of conduct, purpose, and meaning of being an assassin. He realized that the creed of nothing is true, everything is permitted was right, but it didn't mean that he could be arrogant. Altair finally shed his arrogance and conceit and grew into a clear-headed and wise assassin, embarking on the journey to a true master assassin. Of course, even though Mr. Fang killed all the witnesses and called it a perfect assassination, he didn't mean that everyone should assassinate this way. Instead, he tried to tell the players that they must use their own brains, instead of following others' paths. This was the meaning of nothing is true, everything is permitted. Alina had been very proud, but as Altair's reflections went deeper, she fell silent. Meanwhile, Sala and other elves, the Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, and the mercenaries in Candlin City fell silent as well. They suddenly realized that Assassin's Creed wasn't just a cultivation mystic realm teaching them assassination skills. It allowed them to experience a pearl of wisdom. Chapter 619, The Collective Building Jumping Incident in This World. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, wasn't an excuse for people to do anything they wanted. People learned the combat skills in Assassin's Creed not to become war machines who knew nothing but killing. When Altair killed the last Templar Knight, he found that his mentor was also a Templar Knight. The latter intended to use him to kill the other 9 Templar Knights and become the sole owner of the pieces of Eden. It took Alina a long time to reach the end of the plot. In the ordinary difficulty level, Altair had recovered all his strength by now, making the battles less difficult than she had imagined. After defeating his mentor, Altair said to the piece of Eden, "What do you bring to us? Faith or destruction?" When Sala saw this, an indescribable sadness spread in her heart. When other people's minds are blinded by the so-called truth, remember, nothing is true. When people's actions are limited by morality or law, remember, everything is permitted. This was the respect for free will. Only with it could human civilization make continuous progress. This was the assassins, faith and soul. Only with this faith could the assassins break free from the complicated tenets and rise again and again despite repeated corruption and falls. This was the inspiration that Altair, the first master assassin in this series, had obtained and passed down. He's a truly great master. Elf girl Sala hadn't cleared the stage yet, but her slow progress in the game didn't stop her from watching the final video after other players finished the game. From now on, she began to see these assassins in a new light. The faith needed in the leap of faith wasn't faith in any gods but rather in free will. Awesome. Sala had never expected that a cultivation mystic realm would give her such deep inspirations. She was eager to introduce it to her people in the Silver Moon Forest. Since they shared the same craving for freedom, Sala was sure that they could understand the meaning shown in the game. Having reached the end of the game, Alina froze for a long time while something dawned on her. She finally understood why these master assassins had never looked lost. Were they stronger than the Templar Knights? No, but their faith had always been firm. For the old players in the shops, they might not follow Assassin's Creed, and many of them just took it as a game, but it didn't stop them from admiring these white-robed assassins fighting for free will. At this moment, Alina stood at the assassins' headquarters of Masyaf in the game. The mountain was still grand and vast white clouds floated around it. Looking down, Alina could see gurgling creek below the high and steep cliff. At this moment, the stone platform which she had crashed down heavily onto so many times looked very tiny. It felt like anyone would be smashed into pieces if they made a misstep. Alina stood on the plank that was extending from the tower. She spread out her arms, and she leapt down like an eagle flying freely in the air. Meanwhile, Sala also stood on the top of a tall tower. Like an arrow, she leapt down decisively. Shirk. In the gust, they seemed to hear an eagle's clear shriek. They landed perfectly. I did it. Sala looked at herself in disbelief. Although the previous leaps didn't kill her, she had been smashed senseless by the crashes. But this time, she had landed perfectly. It's unbelievable. Assassin Alina watched her leap of faith in surprise. She did it. Awesome. In pleasant surprise, she covered her mouth in stupefaction, not daring to believe her eyes. Lance, the captain of the Elf Guardian team, was also standing at the bottom of the valley. He inhaled deeply after his perfect leap of faith. It's a wonderful feeling. Oh, I did it. The young men from the preparatory team of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion cheered. I want to try it in the real world. Sala said. Me too. It's so cool. Helen said in excitement. I want to try it now. At this moment, Commander Elvin was still trying his leap of faith in frustration. I nearly broke my legs again. It was comforting that he had made some progress. In the previous attempts, he had always lost synchronization after being paralyzed from the leap. He took off his virtual reality headset and glanced around. How come they're all gone? Wait for me. In the beautiful Kanglin city, which was located beside a river and a mountain, the castles in the middle were very eye-catching. It was the aristocratic zone of the city, and the city hall and other administrative offices were all located in these castle-like buildings. It was the highest point of the city. At this moment, on the top level of the huge bell tower of this castle stood a row of people. Like Altair, they leaned forward, stepping on the outmost stones. The gusts at this height flapped their robes and clothes against their bodies. They looked forward, and saw the screen-like mountains in the distance and the sparkling lights on the peaceful lake at the foot of the mountains. In the streets of the city were bustling crowds and horse-drawn carriages. Looking down, they could see the base of the bell tower that looked tiny from up high. On the ground were piles of golden layers of hay. Although assassins with firm faith didn't need any buffers, it was their first leap in the real world after all. The feeling of freely flying in the air without any restrictions from any forces was exhilarating. Sala closed her eyes subconsciously. In fact, Helen did the same. As an extremely artistic and romantic clan, the elves understood this romantic gesture. Captain Lance also closed his eyes and wanted to try it. They all closed their eyes, enjoying this feeling. Meanwhile, the people below them yelled, "What are they doing up there?" No idea. They seemed to be members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion and the elves who came to visit our city a while ago. What are they doing up there? Only a few people were around the bell tower. But soon, many people showed up. Elf girl Sala seemed to find the feeling and leapt down from the bell tower before the others. Then, the others fell like dumplings that were being dropped into a boiling pot. Ah, no. Commander Elvin is leading the members in his legion and the elves in a group suicide. The audience froze in fear. They were so scared that their minds turned blank. Chapter 620. You'll lose money if you do business this way. No, Commander Elvin is leading the members in his legion and the elves in a group suicide. The audience froze in fear when they saw the figures falling from the sky one after another. Sala opened her eyes subconsciously. How come there are so many people down there? There are even people yelling things like group suicide. These ignorant people know nothing. This is free will. It is the leap of. Then, she felt like something wasn't right. With legs and arms flailing, a large group of people fell from the sky. The whole place went quiet. A while later, heads began to poke out from the layers of hay, and they looked around in confusion. The audience in the area all fell silent. Despite their great strength, the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion and the elves still felt as if their butts had cracked after falling from such a great height. That sly shop owner. They felt like they were tricked again. What was more, looking around the audience, they thought to themselves, if this news gets passed back to Silver Moon Forest, my later years as an elf will. The elves were terrified just thinking about it. Sala and the other elves felt like dying. Frightened, Commander Elvin stepped back. Looking at the elves and members of the Knight Legion who had crashed onto the ground, he stood on the top of the bell tower, combed his wind-blown hair, and said calmly, "This is a new training method from my legion. Obviously, they haven't totally understood the skill. I'm sorry for the disturbance that we caused you. Go, hurry." Elvin's face turned livid. He had almost made a perfect leap in the cultivation mystic realm, but standing here, he felt like something was not right. "Sir." By now, Mr. Fang had cleared Assassin's Creed 1. Suddenly, he heard a yell from outside of the shop. Then, a group of people strode in with fierce expressions. The aristocrats and elves walked in, looking disheveled. Some of them even had straws on their head. What's wrong with this leap of faith? Sala felt like crying. She had planned to broadcast her lofty free will to the public but ended up crashing onto the ground again on her face. Commander Elvin was also furious. He had wanted to take this opportunity to show to the public the glorious image of his Golden Griffin Knight Legion. He had imagined the public's exclamation, "Look! The knights flying freely like eagles are perfect matches for the name of Golden Griffins." However, this incident almost ruined the image of the Legion. Frantically, Elvin hoped that his awkward explanation had saved him. Meanwhile, he was glad that he hadn't jumped with everyone else. Mr. Fang looked at them in confusion. "What's going on with you guys again? Your leap of faith. It has issues." Elf girl Sala pointed at the computer and said in a fury, "We just tried it, it didn't work." Mr. Fang swiveled to face them while sitting in his computer chair and asked them with a serious expression, "Who is the main character that you control in the game?" "Why do you ask this?" "It's Altair," Sala said with conviction. "How can you talk about the leap of faith without understanding the basic plot of this game?" Mr. Fang said, "The main character is Desmond, the modern-day main character who was forced to enter the Animus to receive his ancestors' memories, and you tell me it's Altair?" Everyone froze. Soon, Sala reacted and replied in anger, "Sly shop owner, don't distract us. It has nothing to do with the leap of faith." Fang Chi pointed at the character in the computer and said, "It means that you're Desmond in the game instead of Altair. Did you see Desmond make the leap of faith?" The members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion and the elves shook their heads. "That's it." Mr. Fang shrugged his shoulders. "Then, why did you think that you can make the leap of faith?" Blind self-confidence. Hey, even Sala and the other elves felt dizzy by the logic in the shop owner's words, let alone the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion. Thinking for a while, Sala asked dizzily, "You mean we can use the leap of faith after Desmond masters it?" "Then, when will Desmond master the leap of faith?" Commander Elvin asked immediately. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, the leap of faith wasn't a scam. Otherwise, he would think that his intelligence had been insulted if he were fooled. It was comforting to know that the leap of faith was at least a real thing. At this moment, Mr. Fang wrote on the small blackboard, "Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood will be released soon." Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, a true assassin. Alina walked up, and so did the other assassins. In fact, except for Sala who had paused here and there to enjoy the scenery and study the leap of faith, the others had all finished the game. After getting familiar with the game, the elves, as well as the knights who were born in the city famous for its combat techniques, had both the talent and skills to finish the game. "When will it be released?" Sala asked in disapproval. Having finished their errand, these elves should have returned home long ago. They had stayed here just to play Assassin's Creed. They had played it for over 10 days now. Now, they had to wait some more. If the release date is too late, we'll have to give it up. Sala said, "Right, Captain." Oblivious to the few straws clinging on the back of his head, the handsome and elegant elf captain raised 3 fingers crisply and said, "I think we'll wait 3. Looking at his fingers and then the eagerness in the eyes of the other elves, he added 2 more fingers. 5 days. If it's not released in 5 days. Sala calculated with her slim fingers and thought, should I beg the captain to wait another 5 days? Right, I think we'll wait for 5 days at the most. The elf captain vowed, oblivious to the calculations in the minds of his teammates. Besides, Sala asked, can you sell the cultivation mystic realm to us? I think our people in the Silver Moon Forest will like this mystic realm too. Sala wanted them to feel the wonderful sensation of the leap of faith. Mr. Fang said, I don't sell anything. If anyone wants to experience it, they must come here. What? Why? Sala wailed. After all, the dueling workshop had worked hard trying to introduce its cultivation mystic realm into the Silver Moon Forest, but this shop owner even refused her offer to promote for him. Do you know how to do business or not? Even Alina couldn't help but comment in disdain, you'll lose money if you do business this way. Chapter 621. I heard you found clues to the assassins who tried to assassinate Luther. Mr. Fang was unmoved by Alina's disdainful comments. In fact, even the mercenary Crete thought that the shop owner wasn't a good businessman. If he were the shop owner, he would have used this opportunity to get rich overnight. Humph. If the new game isn't released in a few days, we'll go and try the new mystical realm released by the Dueling Workshop. One knight of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion said with a snort. As an important city for foreign exchange and trade in the Morning Light Empire, Kanglan City was also a good example of the Empire's traditional value on combat techniques. The Golden Griffin Knight Legion was the city's highest level guardian force, and Commander Elvin was a powerful late-stage level 7 warrior. In the Legion, there were several high-level mages, and even the ordinary knights were on and above level 6. The Legion commander position of the Knight Legion was usually appointed by the Hymia family. The Hymia family attached great value to cultures and arts and had been promoting cultivation mystical realms, playing an important role in strengthening the warriors and mages with great combat techniques. As one of the few human forces which deserved to be called an empire on the continent, the Morning Light Empire had a powerful saint-level master as its emperor. However, even in this empire, not many people had reached level 8 or level 9. In this empire, it had its own ranking system for evaluating combat techniques. The evaluations were usually done jointly by the specific professional union and the alchemist union. This ranking and evaluation system had been started and promoted by the Hymia family. Master was a high rank. Below it, there were 4 ranks including high rank, middle rank, low rank, and apprentice. Those who were called masters had high-level comprehension of combat techniques. For example, this old man with short gray hair was one of them. Lately, that Elvin is getting more and more out of hand. The old man wearing black aristocratic clothes said in disapproval. What did he do? In a clean and tidy study room inside a grand castle, a dignified middle-aged man in black silk clothes sat on a chair before a desk piled with documents and files. His broad forehead and blazing eyes showed his unusual intelligence. In one glance, people would see that he was a man with great vision. His stupid training method. Jumping from the bell tower. The old aristocrat said with a snort, it is a disgrace. Instead of talking about this issue, the middle-aged man asked, the elves have finished their business here, right? Are they still in the city? Yes, my lord, the old man said, they are close to Ms. Helen. I wonder what this Elvin is up to. Even Ms. Helen joined this moronic. Okay. Hearing her name, a faint genial smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face while he looked at the sunshine that was pouring into the room through the windows. I got it, Mr. Basic. If that's all, I'll take some rest now. The old man said in reluctance, yes, my lord. After the old man was gone, the middle-aged man walked to the window and looked up at the sky while murmuring to himself, this world is bigger than we can imagine. Sometimes, we encounter things that are unexpected. The mercenary tavern was boisterous as usual with all kinds of people coming and going. They traded rumors in the city, information about magic beasts, and news about the mystical realms. At this moment, a few weirdly dressed people walked in. They all wore pure white robes. They all wore wide yellow leather belts on which hung 2 daggers and a leather-sheathed long sword. The white hoods concealed their heads, revealing only the lower half of their faces. They looked secretive, but the white robes gave them an elegant and pure look of scholars. While the white robes made them stand out from the crowd, the hoods kept their faces hidden. They looked mysterious and low-profiled. Wow! Is this the newest style this year? A young mercenary gaped at these newcomers. I've never seen people dressed like this before. What profession is this? Warriors. They look like mages, but why are they carrying so many melee weapons? Ku, a female mercenary dressed in sexy clothes asked, these cool guys are newcomers in the city. Instantly, everyone in the tavern looked toward them. The female mercenary dressed in sexy clothes walked up. Do you guys want to have a drink with me? The man in the middle pulled over his hood, revealing a thin face under blonde hair. He looked around in bafflement. Crete, the female mercenary spat out, Who? How come you're dressed like this? An acquaintance asked. From now on, please call me Master Assassin Crete. Crete said proudly. Assassin. The mercenaries froze and then burst into laughter. Are you serious? Assassin, do you mean those lowly and filthy people? A brown-haired man walked up and slapped his hand on Crete's chest while saying with a smirk. No, 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 I think you're mistaken, buddy. Crete looked at him in disdain and said, Brother, you've never heard of Assassin's Creed. Don't be so ignorant, you must come out and get to know the world. Now, even the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion are ordering this outfit. Golden Griffin Knight Legion, assassins, the brown-haired mercenary laughed. Brother, are you still sleeping? I think it's you who need to wake up. With a serious expression, Crete pointed out the door. Several mercenaries were standing on the top of the building across from the tavern. Regardless if they were wearing white robes, they all spread out their arms. A group building jumping event. What are they doing? At this moment, the mercenaries in the tavern froze in fear as they had no idea of what was going on. The group of people leapt down from the top of the building. It was easy for the mercenaries to jump down from a building that was only 3 stories. Seemingly unsatisfied, they got up again with crisp movements. This time, more people walked out from the crowd and joined the jumping group. Oh, what is wrong with these guys? They stared at the scene in shock. What the heck? It would be acceptable if it was one person's antics, but there were so many of them. More importantly, they found that these people indeed looked graceful when they leapt down from the sky as if they were flying. Are they practicing some new combat techniques? The most puzzling is that these guys are mumbling something about assassins and the leap of faith. What are those things? As an assassin, Alina usually pretended to be a mercenary and moved with them. But now, she suddenly saw so many fake assassins. A real assassin, haven't shown off yet, and you imposters are trying to show off now. Immediately, she climbed to the highest point and thought, I will show you what the real leap of faith looks like. That woman, so high, what's happening to this world? The audience was baffled as if they couldn't understand this world anymore. What combat techniques are they practicing? I remember it, the Golden Griffin Knight Legion have done this before. The Godly Palace had always been sensitive to assassins, especially after their attempt on assassinating Luther. These damn remaining evil doers. We must catch them and torture them. A man wearing the knight armor of the Judgment Godly Palace said gloomily. Mr. Glass, I heard that you've found clues about those escaped assassins. A man wearing a priest robe asked in a low voice. Yes, they are hiding in the mercenary union, the armored knight said in a cold voice. But, we're in Kanglan City. I'm afraid we can't. Another man in a priest robe said with worry in his voice. If we capture them and find evidence that they tried to assassinate Mr. Luther, even the Duke can't stop us. The armored knight hurried to the tavern and said, I heard that there are assassins here. I'm looking for assassins who tried to kill Mr. Luther. I hope you can help us. After all, I don't think you want these villains to hide among you. We only want to know who the assassins are. The man in armor asked coldly. I am. All the people on the roof looked down. We all are. Chapter 622. The Release of Assassin's Creed. Brotherhood. Seeing the team of Godly Palace Knights, Alina, who climbed to the highest point of the roof, shivered and almost fell to the ground. However, she froze when everyone around her fiercely shouted that they were all assassins. Knight Captain Glass, who was wearing the Godly Palace armor, also froze. How come there are so many assassins? Mr. Glass, What should we do now? One knight asked in a low voice. Damn it. While leaving the mercenary union, Glass looked gloomy. As the captain of the local godly palace knight legion, he was responsible for catching the escaped assassins. Despite the many privileges they enjoyed, the priests and missionaries who were here to spread their religion didn't have the right to ignore the local laws. The law of this empire didn't allow him to arrest anyone who lied and claimed to be assassins since it wasn't a crime. If there had been only a couple of imposters, Glass would have arrested them and beaten them senseless. But with so many people saying that they were assassins, it wasn't easy to handle. Damn it, he slammed his fist onto the wall. I should have arrested all those reckless people. If they didn't blur the situation and stall for time, I would have found those assassins. The senior level officials warned us to keep low for a while because the previous war has greatly damaged our reputation in different empires and nations. Behind him, a senior priest in a red robe walked up slowly. I think someone is working against us. Glass said in a cold voice, I will find him and catch him. I hope you won't do that, Mr. Glass. The red-robed senior priest said coldly, if it were 1 month ago, you might be able to do that. But now, it's impossible. Why? Glass said coldly, this man must be harboring the assassins and accomplices. You'd better go out and look around instead of sitting here and complaining, Mr. Glass. The red-robed priest said mildly, many aristocrats and even elves are cultivating in that shop. Mr. Luther will soon set out to Silver Moon Forest, which means that we must be on friendly terms with the elves. Don't do anything to disturb the plan. If you disturb that lord's plan, you wouldn't be able to make up for it even with 10 of your lives. The red-robed priest said with a sneer. Then, should we just sit and watch? Glass asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, these assassins are weak, the red-robed senior priest said indifferently, in the new mystical realm, we put special efforts in the promotion of anti-assassinations. We'll tell the world that the assassins are just a joke to us. I believe the aristocrats will make the right choice. Besides, Mr. Luther will bring along the new mystical realm made by the Dulin workshop when he visits the elf clan. We'll take this opportunity to promote it more. I think even the elves will be amazed by this mystical realm. Mr. Luther will let any elf try it out. They can even choose to play as assassins to check the effectiveness of this realm. He chuckled. If we're lucky, we might be able to apply for a precious spiritual spell visual projection and use it to promote. I can't wait to watch the elves' astonished faces. Glass sneered. When the morning sunlight shined into the shop, another day filled with hope began. At this moment, some elves had just entered Origin's Internet Café, hoping that Assassin's Creed Brotherhood would be released soon. I wonder when the shop owner will release Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. By now, even elf girl Sala had finished Assassin's Creed 1, let alone other masters. Of course, Sala's combat techniques were not bad, and her strength had reached level 6. Her progress in the game was faster than ordinary mercenaries. As for Commander Elvin and the elite assassins such as Alina and Harrison, they had begun playing the game for the second time with a higher difficulty level a few days ago. Then, she saw the words on the small blackboard, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Yeah, it's released. Elf girl Sala stared at the small blackboard in pleasant surprise. The sly shop owner has a conscience after all. As she did each day, she sat down on a chair close to the street. She liked the unique design of the shop. Pulling open the curtains, she looked to the left and could see the prosperous street through the glass wall. The unique layout inside the shop gave people the illusion that they had entered another world. But pulling open the curtains and looking outside, people could see the garden-like city of white walls and red tiles fraught with bustling mercenaries, carriages driven by aristocrats, and patrolling knights. She enjoyed the sight very much. Lounging on the wide leather computer chair, Sala sipped the delicious milk tea. Together with other elves, she paid with the remaining crystals deposited in her membership card and activated the new game, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Eagerly, she clicked on the icon to start the game and put on the virtual reality headset. As the first game in the series, Assassin's Creed 1 used the 1.28 version Animus, which had limited functions. It told a story about Master Assassin Altair, who went through all kinds of hardships and finally understood the true meaning of Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood told the story of another master assassin named Ezio during his prime. In this game, the players could do many more things such as training in virtual reality, playing online with other players, training junior assassins, and doing multiplayer missions. After the flashing logo of Ubisoft, Sala soon found herself back in the lab, still playing as that man named Desmond. The scene was gray, which showed that he was recalling something. I thought no one would wake up and find himself caught in the fight between two big secret organizations. I don't want this, but it still happened to me. As the narrator, Desmond gave a brief introduction of the story. In the 1930s, the modern-day Templar created a mysterious machine in Norway in the disguise of Germany's nuclear weapon program. With knowledge acquired from the Apple of Eden, this machine was created to retrieve memories of the ancestors of humans. Desmond had been a member of the modern Brotherhood of Assassins. A while ago, a Templar knight found him and forced him to enter Animus, trying to find the pieces of Eden from his ancestors' memories. Chapter 623. The beginning of Brotherhood in the New World, and the elves who are learning Muso. Fortunately, Desmond was rescued by Lucy, the researcher who had navigated Desmond into the Animus in Assassin's Creed 1. She was, in fact, a member of the Assassin Order. To counter the modern Templar Knights, he had to enter another Animus and find his path forward by tapping into the memories of another ancestor named Ezio. Through the bleeding effect, Desmond himself was gradually becoming a real assassin. Meanwhile, the game told the players that the modern Templar Knights had found out the assassins' hideout and forced them to move to another place. Animus 2.0 was the updated version developed by an assassin engineer named Rebecca Crane. With the fragmental blueprint delivered secretly to them by Lucy Stillman, who was an assassin spy in the Roman branch of the Templar Order, Rebecca made this new version in the hideout of the Brotherhood. This was a red machine looking like a portable recliner, and its functions were much more advanced than the previous version. "Wow, this magic item has been upgraded," Sala exclaimed. "It will make everything feel realer, just like the magic array made by Doolin Workshop. I'm sure that it's not real." A golden griffin knight sitting across from Sala assured her and picked up the bottle of iced red tea with his right hand. "I wish that I can come here every day," Sala said excitedly. "I like this plot. This cultivation mystic realm has a complete and thrilling story." She was eager to find out what would happen in this new story. After sipping her milk tea gracefully, Helen said, "But I like the environment of this shop more." The computers lined up against the windows in rows of two with thick leather chairs. With Helen sitting next to her, Sala had other elves sitting behind her and the golden griffin knights across from her. As for Alina and the other assassins, they sat at the long oval stone table close to the counter. These were the seats that the elves would pass by on their way to the counter. When they had time, the players would walk over and watch others play, cheering for the good plays when they saw them. In contrast, other cultivation mystical realms gave each of the users a private cultivation room. No one would see their excellent performances in battles if it wasn't broadcasted by spiritual spell visual projection. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood told the story about Ezio, who had gotten a piece of Eden and grown into a true master assassin. Thinking that the war was over, Ezio wasn't someone who possessed great ambition. Like Altair, he had also understood the true meaning of the Assassin's Creed. He would have returned to his peaceful life, but Cesare Borgia, a Templar knight and the son of the Pope, broke into Ezio and his uncle Mario's villa with troops. To ensure the townspeople's safe retreat, his uncle Mario was killed while Ezio escaped from the slaughter and traveled to Rome. As a person who would use every means to get what he wanted, Cesare Borgia not only craved for the pieces of Eden but was scheming to overthrow his father to gain power. To counter the Templar Knights led by the ambitious Cesare Borgia, Ezio had no choice but to reassemble the Brotherhood. Meanwhile, the modern-day plot continued in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. For example, their hideout was the villa left by Mario. The main character Desmond was trained in virtual reality as well. By now, Desmond had learned most of the assassin skills from his ancestors, including eagle vision and the leap of faith. At this moment, Alina had passed the introduction of the game. Before her was a silver-gray memory zone. Soon, she saw training options for different combat techniques such as counterattack, techniques with different weapons, hidden blade assassination, and combo kills. Combo kills was a newly added skill which required swift and smooth movements to kill each target. Any blocking or dodging from the target and missing the vital organs would be regarded as a failure. Meticulous attention to details was a great challenge in the use of combo kill. In fact, with combo kill, Ezio could slaughter a city alone in the original game. The system had recreated this skill, but to master it and use it smoothly without any warrior chi or spiritual essence required the players to have ultimate control of their body. As in Master Assassin, Ezio could do it. But the players, ah! With a shriek, Alina was knocked down by over 10 well-armed Templar knights. After passing Assassin's Creed 1, she could deal with 2 to 3 opponents, but it was impossible to kill more than 10 Templar knights, each with 1 strike. After all, these well-trained and well-armed knights were not morons. Even Alina, who was an assassin in real life, paled when she saw this inhuman training method. Is this training designed for humans? Forget it. After several failed attempts, she decided to check out the plot first and try to learn something by watching how Ezio reassembled the Brotherhood. After all, the assassins in the Morning Light Empire had almost collapsed. They were going to learn the combo kill later. Och! Failing again, elf girl Sala felt like crying while she stared at the gray screen. Why can't I master it? In fact, she found that this combat technique was quite cool. After all, she was lousy at stealthy movements and could only fight her way to her target. It emphasized the advantage of techniques. It would be so cool to murmur what Mr. Fang said before, which was, don't assassinate, use Musou, during the process. At the thought that she could return to Silver Moon Forest equipped with this high-level technique, she was a little thrilled. Glancing around, she found that her teammates were also practicing this technique. Oh, I must work harder on it. Thinking that she was going to return to Silver Moon Forest soon, she put more efforts in her training. Meanwhile, in the Godly Palace Church in Candlin City, Mr. Luther and the Masters of Dulin Workshop are about to set off, right? The red-robed senior priest looked toward the distance and said mildly, soon, the glorious light of God will shine into that tranquil and peaceful forest. It's time for those complacent elves to be amazed by the top-quality craftsmanship of our Judgment Godly Palace. Glass laughed coldly. Chapter 624, The Assassination at Castel Sant'Angelo. It must be noted that the eagle vision recreated by the system was a combination of intuitive senses and eyes. On the screen, the players could see that important objects were highlighted while the background turned gray. The players could use this skill to do many other things besides finding certain objects, including seeing through things, sharing visions, marking targets, and tracking, etc. Eagle vision could also locate targets, which had helped Altair in his final battle with his mentor Al-Mualim, who created many illusions of himself with a piece of Eden. With eagle vision, Altair had detected Al-Mualim's true self hidden in the crowd. It was why his mentor Al-Mualim lost to him even though the former had the powerful godly artifact. When Eagle Vision evolved to Eagle Sense, it could heighten all the user's senses, allowing them to foresee danger and see certain scenes in the past or in the future. For example, when Shay was ambushed by assassins, he would hear heavy panting and whispers if he didn't activate Eagle Vision. If he did, he could detect the exact spot of the danger. The plot of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood consisted of several sequences. After training in the real world, the main character would enter the first sequence. It was when Ezio first came to Rome. It was the desolate Rome under the ruling of Borgia. In the second sequence, he began to form an alliance with the thieves and mercenaries in Rome. After Ezio had gained his foothold, the game entered the next memory sequence in which Ezio began to reassemble the Brotherhood, recruiting novices, and acquiring weapons of war. The ancient world in Assassin's Creed wasn't like the traditional Renaissance era of Earth. Due to the existence of the pieces of Eden, there were some black technologies. The weapons used in this era were ancient versions of machine guns, gliders, tanks, and marine cannons created by Da Vinci with the knowledge derived from the pieces of Eden. Of course, they were all in the ancient style. Obviously, Ezio had a different personality from that of Altair. The latter was a clear-headed and wise master who was a pioneer in setting the new code of conduct for assassins. His grand life was mainly spent in the battle for the freedom and cause of assassins. However, Ezio was more multifaceted. In Florence, he was sentimental and romantic, looking more human compared to his ancestor Altair, who was a saint in the series of Assassin's Creed. In this sequence, when Ezio saw that Caterina was captured by the Borgia family at the bridge outside Castel Sant'Angelo, the first thing he did was entering the castle alone to rescue her. Across the sparkling wide river sat a wide arched bridge paved with white rocks and lined with 12 statues of angels. Beyond the bridge were a grand high tower and dense buildings protected by the high castle walls. Can anyone break into this castle alone with only techniques and no strength? Alina was excited. It's awesome. After all, when they tried to assassinate Luther, that godly palace wasn't as big as this castle. Breaking into a castle was obviously a huge challenge for one person. In the original game, the players could choose to sneak in or break in from the main gate with force, aka Musou. Of course, in the system version, breaking in with force would be extremely difficult. After all, there were firearms in this era instead of only arrows, as it was in Altair's time. At this moment, the other assassins were doing this mission too. What do you think? Harrison asked in excitement. The design is awesome, another assassin said. Sneaking into such a huge and heavily guarded castle without the aid of any stealth spiritual spells is thrilling. Let's begin. If we can make it a success, I think the anti-stealth spiritual spells and anti-air spiritual spells in the Godly Palace will be useless against us because we won't need any stealth spiritual spells at all. Alina chose the safest way and sneaked to the bottom of the castle from below the bridge outside Castel Sant'Angelo. As a qualified assassin, one must sneak up to the target. She thought. Ezio moved swiftly like a swallow flying low under the bridge close to the water. While dodging the guards on the watchtowers, he soon came to the outside of the castle wall. After climbing up the wall, he found two soldiers patrolling along the wall close to the flowerbed platform. There was another guard standing on the platform. Having just climbed onto the wall, Alina killed one of the patrolling guards with a smooth attack of her hidden blade. Assassin! Assassin! The other two guards began to yell in alarm. My goodness! Alina exclaimed, turning pale when she saw many soldiers swarming toward her. Are you guys in? I failed to sneak in. I'm using Musou now, Harrison yelled. I've killed about 4 soldiers. Another assassin shouted, I failed to sneak in, I'll try that again next time. Yaa. Drawing out her longsword, Alina yelled and charged at the soldiers. In a flash, she killed one with a counterattack. Wow, this counterattack is awesome. From behind her came elf girl Sala's exclamation. Oh, hearing this melodious praise, Alina perked up with confidence. Then, she lifted her left hand and shot one soldier dead. Next, she hacked and slashed with her sword at the soldiers. Aya, she used Musou, and battled. Surrounded by enemies, she swung her blade and killed them without even taking a better look. Several minutes later. On the screen, Ezio, whose white robe had turned red from blood, heaved a sigh of relief, and Alina said, I've killed about a dozen of them. No one sees me now, I can continue to sneak in. She was on the outer range of the castle, and the soldiers would come in groups of 4 or 5 instead of 10, which meant that she could take care of them and continue the game. Another assassin said, I lost synchronization. Assassin Harrison said, my HP is low, and I will soon lose synchronization. I'll recover first. No one knows where I am now, I'll sneak in. Wow, you killed more than 10 guards. Elf girl Sala exclaimed, awesome. Alina turned her head and saw that it came from an elf girl. Do you want to play together? Alina remembered that they could play the multiplayer mode in the later stage. Okay, happily, elf girl Sala added Alina as her friend. At this moment, the whole castle tightened its security with the discovery of intruders. Alina still thought that she, a qualified assassin, must do the assassination in a stealthy way. Before the next group of soldiers came, she leapt onto the roof of the castle to avoid them. While she moved on the roof, she witnessed Caesar's ambition and schemes. Are you practicing combo kills and preparing for Musou? Elf girl Sala asked curiously. No, Alina's pretty face twitched. As a real assassin, she must assassinate in a stealthy way. She said immediately, I'm doing an assassination. Then, she moved along the eaves silently. If I move stealthily, no one will discover me. As a real assassin, she certainly couldn't act in the same way as ordinary people. Alina decided to show the friendly elf girl her true strength. She controlled Ezio to stick out his head and glance around. Glancing at the patrolling guard on the roofs, he took out his hand crossbow silently. Look, I'll just shoot him with the hand crossbow, and he won't see me. Then, she shot out an arrow with her crossbow. He's here. Suddenly, Alina heard a yell. It came from a guard hidden in a spot dozens of meters away from the dead patrolling soldier. Aware that the elf girl was watching her play, Alina was furious that she was spotted by this sharp-eyed guard. Erupting into action, she dashed over and slashed her sword furiously. My goodness, I was spotted again. Beside her, Harrison yelled, were you guys spotted? No, I'm still sneaking in. With gritted teeth, Alina looked at the bodies lying all around her with a blush on her pretty face. Now, no one discovered me. She continued to move stealthily. Chapter 625. The Silver Moon Forest. After killing all the soldiers who had spotted her, Alina controlled Ezio to swiftly climb up to the huge round tower in the center of the castle. After dodging all the pursuing soldiers, she would be able to gather a lot of intelligence in this place. While soldiers were searching for Ezio in at least half of the castle, Alina controlled Ezio to stand outside of the window of the round tower and watched Cesare and his sister flirt and kiss, putting on a German incest show. Oh, my goodness, such a hot scene. Alina found the life of an assassin thrilling. Moving in stealth provided her with lots of fun. After putting down her virtual reality headset, she opened a bag of potato chips and began watching the hot scene while enjoying the chips. Standing behind her, Sala blushed and said, "Ah, why don't you shoot them?" Covering her face, Sala wished that she could burn this despicable couple to death. After watching the mature content, Ezio climbed to the cell which was situated on the top of the tower. Although the original game provided all kinds of handholds for players, the players in the new version had to make their own handholds and footholds by sticking daggers into the wall. It was a test of physical strength and climbing skills. As a skillful assassin who mastered all sorts of related techniques, Alina climbed all the way to the top. This time, she was even more cautious. Holding throwing knives with her left hand and a hand crossbow with her right hand at the same time, she silently killed a guard who was standing on the roof and a hidden guard in the distance. On the screen, a white figure flew down from the sky. Then, Alina controlled Ezio to jump kill a patrolling guard. Of course, as a professional assassin, she was talented in this area. "Sala, what are you watching?" A few other elves walked over. "Look at this lady, her assassination skills are awesome." Sala avidly watched Alina assassinate another patrolling guard. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, the players could fight in some places. But in other places, they must stay hidden and not be discovered. Otherwise, they would lose synchronization. Gripping two throwing knives, Alina walked along the corridor cautiously, listening for the slight sounds of steps coming from the walls and the ground. Then, she dashed out, throwing out the knives rapidly. "Wow!" The people watching behind her exclaimed when two soldiers dropped to the ground silently. Alina then entered the cell, which signaled the end of the first stage of sneaking in. On the screen, it showed that she had achieved 85% synchronization in the whole process. "You're superb." The elves who could only barge in had very low synchronization rates. "This lady's skills are awesome." After all, Mr. Fang only demonstrated the skills of fighting his way in. No one had ever shown such high-level stealth skills and sneaked into a place. "I can only barge in. How did you kill those guys with two throwing knives?" A golden griffin knight complimented her by asking. Obviously, he had never done any stealthy move with success. "Thank you." Alina froze for a second. In fact, she had never imagined that assassins and assassination skills would be praised by others. If it were before, she would have been cussed at and accused of being a despicable backstabber. However, today, the people watched and cheered for her excellent and glorious skills in stealthily moving in the dark. It was beyond Alina's wildest imagination. Despite a few stumbles which exposed her several times, she managed to regain synchronization each time and finally got the prisoner out. In a daze, the audience watched as Ezio let Caterina escape first on a horse while he blocked the pursuit of the soldiers who were swarming out of the castle. "My goodness, Och!" Alina exclaimed, and then her screen turned gray as she lost synchronization. I didn't pass this stage." With a dark expression, she went on to do virtual training. As an assassin, she could not be good at assassinations, but it was intolerable to have weak foundational skills. She immediately went to practice. Lately, the elves dashed to the shop as soon as they washed up each morning. "Sir, deposit 100 magic crystals in my card." On the next morning, Sala dumped a pile of magic crystals on Mr. Fang's counter. With the thought that she would return to the Silver Moon Forest soon, she didn't deposit too many crystals. However, she had been buying potato chips, spicy sticks, and milk tea, and she had spent all of the money on her card. While pinching her cheek, Sala felt like she became fat and wondered if she would become a fat elf before her return. But it wasn't time to worry about that. After entering the game, Sala sneaked into a military base with smooth moves. With a few slashes, she killed all the guards. On her screen, Ezio flew with a glider and threw bombs from the sky. On the other side, another elf drove a disc-shaped fortress. Boom, boom, boom. "Look," a golden griffin knight yelled, "Oh, I've recruited some beautiful blonde girls. Would you like to hear my tips?" On the screen, he was surrounded by a group of blonde girls in assassin cloaks. Alina, who was passing by, was almost blinded by the sight. Pooh, is this still a brotherhood? Even Mr. Fang's face twitched. The golden morning sunlight shined through the window into a room inside the group of castles on the top of the mountain and rested on an exquisite sleeping face. Long lashes fluttered, and Sala slowly opened her eyes. Hiya! With a yell, she almost jumped out from the bed, doing a counterattack move with her hands. She froze for a second and looked at the quilt that had slipped down the bed in her pure white pajamas, and she woke up completely. No, today, we are returning to Silver Moon Forest. They had come to this city to investigate something. Now that the work was done, they had postponed their journey back home long enough. It was time to return. On this vast continent, humans hadn't conquered every part of the land. Darkness still existed under the sunshine, and all kinds of magic beasts were concealed in the deep and dense forests. One of the reasons that elves seldom traveled to human nations was because the journey was long and difficult. At this moment, as the envoy from the Judgment Godly Palace, Luther had arrived at Silver Moon Forest with a large team of guards from the Judgment Godly Palace. This fat envoy sized up this land with glints flashing in his eyes. Silver Moon Forest was like a radiant jade inlaid in this bountiful and beautiful land. This clan with the natural gift of a longer lifespan than humans had been living on this land since ancient times. Chapter 626. The War of Faith. There had been conflicts on this land since ancient times, and some dark marks of those conflicts were still left in some places. This time, the envoys from the Judgment Godly Palace brought light with them. I pray to God that he will dispel the gloominess from this land. Luther chanted. It was his first time entering a land inhabited by non-humans. It wasn't spring, but the winds here were balmy with all kinds of flower fragrances. The cities were built on both sides of the rivers with all kinds of plants covering the buildings. Under the elves' meticulous care, the plants looked organized and beautiful. The path of gravel traveled through the forest with the group of buildings winding their way down the mountains without the restrictions of city walls. This was Auderle, one of the elf cities. Its name meant, a small creek with clear and white water ripples. Therefore, it was also called White Creek City. As time went by, the creek had turned into a wide river, but people still called it with the old name. The elf clan didn't have a large population. In Silver Moon Forest, one could count the number of cities of this scale with one hand. The elves living out of the cities mostly lived in their own groups. Obviously, few humans could enter this forest. If one day, a human nation could gain permission from the Elf Council of Elders and build magic teleportation arrays to connect this forest with the human world, it would be a major event that would shock the whole world. Street. Heinz sat in his grand and glorious godly palace with a chessboard before him. One half of the chessboard was white with lively sculptured pieces of knights and mages. In the middle stood a dignified-looking noble man holding a scepter. The other half was black, and the knight standing in the center raised a longsword. He placed a white chess piece on the black area opposite to him. It was obvious that the white chess pieces had the upper hand. Sitting across to him was a holy-looking old man wearing a snow-white priest robe. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Mr. Street. Heinz, your chess skill is as stunning as usual. I heard that the result of your research has even amazed many saints, Mr. Doolin." Street. Heinz said mildly. "Ha ha ha ha." The white-haired old man laughed and said, "They were arguing about a useless problem, and their eyes almost popped out when they saw my conclusion. In this area, I'm confident in my abilities." His smile oozed confidence. "By the way, Street," Doolin said, "the envoys are about to reach Silver Moon Forest, my lord." Street. Heinz said calmly, "They brought the best products of the Doolin workshop with them. They are the products of my disciples, I just gave them some tips." "They are nothing." Street. Doolin shook his head with a chuckle, giving the impression that he was looking down from the peak of the tallest mountain. Street. Heinz said with a smile, "I think the elves will feel fortunate to get advice from Saint Doolin." For elves, they treated every visitor as their guest, which was a tradition of this ancient and polite clan. They welcomed any visitor who showed no hostility. While welcoming this big team of visitors, a cheerful atmosphere permeated the streets in the entire city as if the elves were celebrating a grand festival. "Welcome, Mr. Luther." The elves were friendly to any visitor who had the permission to enter their cities. Cheers and elegant harp music floated in the clear sky. With squinted eyes, Luther looked around with his right hand behind his back in a loose fist as he walked forward with the sincerest smile he could muster. Elder Sewell. Luther dismounted from his winged lion and slightly bowed at the group of elves who were walking up to him. I'm pleased to see you, Mr. Luther. The leader was an elf woman whose age was indeterminable at first glance. With the spirit of a teenage girl, she had the calm presence and mature grace of a woman in her 30s. She had long blonde hair resting on her shoulders, and she wore a deep green body-fitting robe which accentuated her elegant and slim figure. Each move of hers looked extremely graceful and wise. Her tone was mild while she said, I'm surprised that Mr. Luther would make a journey to our place in person. But as you know, we don't welcome missionaries. Of course, Luther said, but I come to Silver Moon Forest as a merchant. I hope you don't have the wrong impression about the purpose of my trip, Elder. Oh, this female elf elder looked surprised. I didn't know that you've changed your profession, Mr. Luther. Since the elf clan wasn't self-sufficient with everything, they traded merchandise with humans while the relationship between the two races gradually eased in. It was true that they seldom mingled with humans, but this freedom-loving clan didn't impose many restrictions on the interchange of goods. However, foreign missionaries were not allowed to preach in Silver Moon Forest. Although there were no written rules forbidding it, this behavior was frowned upon as a blasphemy to the elves' own god. I brought a brand new cultivation mystical realm with me. It is so advanced that it will feel like it is from the next era. While they walked toward the Elder Council Hall in White Creek City, Luther announced in a loud voice, it's the newest product of the Doolin Workshop. I think everyone can appreciate a good product, including elves. We welcome you as our guest, but I think we have our own cultivation mystical realms and don't need one from outside. Elder Sewell obviously had no interest in the new stuff since the elf clan had bountiful inheritances and great skills in making this stuff. Luther seemed very eloquent with words. Maybe. You can just try it and see if our mystical realm is as good as yours. If possible, I think the wonderful people of your clan wouldn't mind having another option. Sewell's gaze wavered as if she were thinking of something. At this moment, another elf said mildly, although I don't think we need it, I think Mr. Luther is right, our people will make the choice for themselves. If it is truly an excellent product, we can't stop people from using it. Anyway, we are confident in our own crafts. The speaker was a male elf who appeared to be in his 30s. With a smile, he said the words as if he were making a statement. Ziz is right, obviously, many people agreed with this male elf. We are confident in our own crafts, right? Elder Sewell frowned slightly since she had sensed the meaning behind Luther's words. Proud and reserved, the elves had their own long-standing combat techniques and magic spells which enabled them to gain a high standing on the continent. They were proud of their own cultivation mystical realms and didn't think that they need to import such things. However, Luther claimed that he had brought a mystical realm as good as theirs. It was not only a sales tactic, it was also a concealed provocation. While the realization dawned on her, the situation seemed to begin to slide out of her control. At this moment, in the glorious Grand Hall in the Judgment Godly Palace, Street. Heinz put down another chess piece. The elves are indeed smart, but they are also overconfident and overly prideful, which makes them arrogant and conceited, Street. Doolin said with a smile, that elder is intelligent, but the other elves are not so smart. Besides, an indescribable smile appeared on his face as he said, this move is indeed excellent, my lord. But I think you have more plans for them, right, Street? Doolin continued, you saw through it, Street. Heinz said expressionlessly, if it's only a mission to bring the cultivation mystical realm to other races, it doesn't need me planning everything. This is the beginning of the War of Faith. He put down another chess piece lightly, but the move seemed to hold weight as it felt like thunder rumbled behind him. Street. Doolin froze for a moment. Then, he inhaled deeply with a solemn expression as if the whole chess game became grand and majestic because of this sentence. Chapter 627, The Chains of Faith. Meanwhile, in the Elder Council Hall in the center of White Creek City. Elder Sewell obviously couldn't find a good excuse to decline. After all, the most important reason the elves had was that they didn't think it was necessary to import any cultivation mystical realms since they believed that their ancient crafts were more advanced than that of humans. Elves could make the decision by themselves, and several elite elves supported this suggestion due to their pride. Since Mr. Luther has such great confidence in the product from the Doolin Workshop, I think we can't refuse the offer. Elder Sewell stood up and said, but are you sure that anyone from our clan, including elf guards and ordinary citizens, can try it out? Of course. Luther's puffy face smiled. We are well prepared and are highly confident in the product and in Saint Dulin. Sewell looked surprised. She knew that the Dulin Workshop was an organization under that famous Saint-level master, but everyone thought that he hadn't gotten involved in the business for years. I didn't know that it was a product created by that entity. Elder Sewell looked grim, but she was still confident in her clan's strength and craftsmanship. I'll give you 3 days, Mr. Luther. If you can prove that your cultivation mystical realm is as good as you claim, I don't think I will refuse your offer to bring this good item to our people. Thank you. Luther got up with a smile. You're a wise person. Elder Sewell instructed a male elf behind her, please bring Mr. Luther to the Spellcaster Square. Spellcaster Square was a place often visited by the elf mages. Only around this square could people see cultivation mystical realms. In the center of the huge square was a statue of a female elf who had a flower wreath on her head and a scepter lifted high in her hand. On the base of the sculpture was a huge flower bed, and several elf poets sat around it, playing harps. Of course, the most common visitors were elf rogues with longswords hanging at their belts and big bows on their backs, as well as elf mages with magic staves. Do you need a cultivation room? Elder Sewell asked. No, we don't, Luther said with a chuckle. Street Dulin gave it a new feature which enables us to launch it on the square. Soon, several godly palace knights set up the mystical realm on the rectangle-shaped tall platform on the east side of the square. Behind the white curtains was a fixed magic array disc engraved with complicated and beautiful pale golden array patterns. Luther asked smugly, do you guys want to try it? It's much more convenient than traditional cultivation mystical realms. Believe me, it's a product of the next era. Seeing the hesitation in the elves, Luther beckoned to a godly palace knight and said, please try it out for us. He took out a crystal from his storage space and put it on the stone table, which was especially set up to hold this crystal. The light emitting from the crystal soon turned into a curtain of thick mist through which a clear image gradually appeared. It seemed that the original space had been erased, and in its place was the clear scene from another world. Obviously, it was an advanced spiritual spell visual projection. At this moment, they saw that the knight had changed into ordinary leather armor on the screen, and there were 8 teleportation arrays in this misty fantasy world. Luther explained, each teleportation array can turn into a different mystical realm. This is a compound mystical realm designed by Saint Dulin from the assassination attempts that he experienced and the related conspiracies. In this mystical realm, we'll encounter several assassination attempts and some battles between small-scale legions. Of course, during your leisure time, you can practice your skills by hunting magic beasts in the forests. We even put in the extremely useful anti-assassination spiritual spells in the optimized casting methods. These spells include radiant light detection, energy resonance, darkness dispel, etc. While he talked, Luther was satisfied to see the surprise on Elder Sewell's face. If my memories are right, radiant light detection and energy resonance are the Godly Palace's secret spiritual spells, right? Elder Sewell asked. You're right, Luther said in a loud voice, but Street Dulin is generous. To remove all the despicable sneak attackers, he decided to share these spiritual spells with the public. Luther continued, but this mystical realm has more than advanced spiritual spells. It can decide what level of mystical realm to use according to the user, strength. At this moment, the knight entered a strange-looking secret chamber through a teleportation array. In the secret chamber, they could see a grand human city. The setting sun created a long shadow of the city. On the wide street in the center of the city, the knight acted as a guard in a team of officials from the Godly Palace. Looking at the high-resolution images, Elder Sewell was even more astonished. Look, he is a level 6 knight, so he is protecting a senior priest instead of Saint Dulin. After all, he chuckled and said, not every ordinary person can enter a battle involving Mr. Dulin. He continued, here, we can arrange the positions of the guards in the team. Of course, the current arrangement is quite good, but the mystical realm gives other options for you to choose. You can also choose to be assassins to check the effectiveness of our guards. Luther continued with great passion, regardless if you're a mercenary or an elf guard, it's necessary to learn how to protect a group of people and fight with attackers. The combat techniques learned from real combat are much more dependable than those in ordinary one-to-one training or solo training. He became even more smug when he saw Elder Sewell look more astonished each second. I think this is what a real cultivation mystical realm should look like. It looks very good. Elder Sewell hid her astonishment, not expecting the Dulin workshop to make such a great improvement in the production of cultivation mystical realms. But to see if a mystical realm is a good one or not, we don't look at its convenience. The most important feature is the design of battles. Some mystical realms look good but have battles too good to be true. Besides, assassinations are full of unexpected elements, and you never know what kind of enemies you will meet. Then, why don't you try it? Luther smiled with confidence. After the assassination attempt on him, the Dulin workshop had further strengthened the anti-assassination abilities in this mystical realm. I dare to say that no one understands this area more than we do. I'm sure that no assassins can break this cultivation mystical realm. Meanwhile, in St. Heinz Palace, when a white chess piece was put down on the black section of the chessboard, that place emitted a vague white light. Street, Heinz said mildly, only when they are convinced will they accept the beliefs. When they begin to believe, the faith will be slowly attached to them like chains on their necks. If some fanatic believers appear in this clan, even Street, Dulin had a thread of excitement in his voice. Chapter 628. Even master assassins can't pass this mystical realm. People couldn't preach their beliefs in the nation if they couldn't open the gates. Luther believed that the mystical realm was an excellent item that would help them move into the elf clan. After all, the elves had no reason to refuse it. This was the first and the most important step which would eventually give them the opportunity to obtain the treasures that they wanted in this rich and beautiful land which had never been exploited before. I'll amaze these ignorant elves with the great advancements that we have achieved on the continent. Luther squinted his small eyes and smiled. He seemed to foresee the scene in which this rich land gradually submitted to them in St. Heinz, subsequent plans, and the elves called for the god of radiant light judgment. This is our best training method for guards, and we've designed and optimized plans to handle all kinds of emergencies. Now, is there anyone who wants to try it? I'm sure you'll like it. At this moment, many elves had gathered on the square. In the past, they had seen humans coming here to sell their products, but none of them were this big in scale. Like favored treasures of nature, the elves were all exquisite and beautiful. These audience members created a gorgeous scene while they stood on the square and watched the show. By the way, Luther said, I'm sure that you don't know those dark spiritual spells, so we've prepared all kinds of stealth spiritual spell scrolls for the people who intend to play as assassins. As for the knights, we will only use the spiritual spells that you're familiar with, including the radiant light detection, energy resonance, and darkness dispel instead of godly spells to counter the stealth spells. To be fair, we can put the venue in the forest. Elder Sewell was a bit embarrassed, thinking that the conditions were too good to decline. Although assassins were at the disadvantage, things would be different when the battle venue was put in the forest. We'll try it. A small team of elves stood out. Please. Luther gestured gracefully. The cultivation mystical realm in that shop is truly interesting. A small team of elves was advancing slowly along the winding river toward the center of the city. Elf girl Sala still looked groggy since she hadn't slept well last night. She gave a very unladylike yawn. Noticing her teammates' baffled glances, the elf girl who always took care of herself to maintain a ladylike image instantly woke up. Yeah, I hope that we'll go and visit that shop again when we have time. The team captain looked at the blue sky reminiscently. I do miss the spicy sticks. They are an ultimate delicacy. He brought out a bottle of iced red tea and took a sip of it with great enjoyment. I heard that despicable Luther has come to our elf clan, Sala said in displeasure. This big liar did his best to belittle the people in another continent. Instead, I only saw courage, elegance, and power in those people. Why are they all running toward that direction? An elf young man beside Sala pointed forward and asked curiously, what's happening? Soon, they pushed their way into the inner circle of the crowd and heard a wave of exclamations before they could stand still. In the spiritual spell visual projection, the elves had been butchered by the team of knights wearing godly palace armor. With a huge sword in hand, one knight killed the last elf, and the blood sprayed all over the projection. Are they? The Elder Guard team? Sala yelled in alarm. So powerful. This is the third attempt. Do you want to have one more try? While looking at the result of the battle on the screen, Luther said with a laugh, you sent the Elder Guard team. This time, will you try it yourself, Elder? What is this despicable guy up to this time? The newly arrived elf team members frowned at the scene before them. Regardless of how you hide yourselves, you'll always leave behind a clue. On the screen, the knight walked under a big tree. Look, he can still detect a very tiny fluctuation of a spiritual spell. This one hid himself well, but he still was discovered by our knights, Luther explained, as if these elves, regardless of how they hid themselves, were just a joke to him. Then, they'll engage in upfront battle. Luther continued to explain from his experience, regardless of how the elves attack, the knights can immediately find the best formation and combat techniques to use to fight back. He said proudly, when he got to this point, I can say with pride that our mystical realm is absolutely the best in the whole world. At this moment, Street. Doolin activated a spiritual spell visual projection to show the scene sent back by Luther. How are things going with the elf clan, Street? Hines asked mildly. Ha ha ha. While watching the spiritual spell visual projection, Doolin laughed and said, from the looks of it, things are going very well for us. All the elves watching the mystical realm are stunned by our creation. Maybe the news has even spread to the elf royal palace by now. I wonder if the elf queen, Her Majesty, will be angry about this. Doolin laughed heartily. Meanwhile, a hearty laugh sounded on the square in White Creek City. I invite anyone here to check out our perfect defense system. I dare to say that even the most powerful assassin can't leave this mystical realm alive. Yes, the most powerful assassin will definitely become a corpse in this mystical realm. Do you guys want to train in this mystical realm? Nonsense. A furious voice came from the crowd. Sala pushed out from the crowd and said angrily with her hands on her waist, the method shown in this mystical realm can't block any real assassins. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a young elf girl. Isn't this the Snow Pigeon team? How come they're here? Luther's small eyes squinted. It's easy to bluff. Little girl, it's a pity that there are no real master assassins among us. Otherwise, I will show you how they are defeated in this mystical realm. Chapter 629. Elf Assassins Who Were Led to the Wrong Path by Mr. Fang. The knight captain on the side added, any assassination skills and stealth movements are only jokes in front of this mystical realm. Walking out of the crowd, Lance bowed at Elder Sewell and said, I think we can have a try. You. Elder Sewell obviously knew Lance. Elder, we'd like to have a try. Sala walked up as well. Didn't he say that anyone can check it out? Little Sala. Elder Sewell patted Sala's head. This young elf had grown up under her eyes, but she shook her head and said, it's not a game. Even the Elder Guard team failed. Please. Just let us try. Sala used her secret technique, which was begging and acting cute. Luther was displeased with this interruption since he was about to end this session with success. He asked casually, little girl, do you know this stuff? A little bit, Sala said. Before I returned, I met two masters named Altair and Ezio, and they taught me some basic skills. Watching the spiritual spell visual projection, Street. Doolin froze. There are such assassins. Elder Sewell frowned slightly, wondering how Sala managed to mingle with human assassins during her trip. After all, assassins had a bad reputation among humans. At this moment, a peaceful round lake was also projecting the scene happening in White Creek City. This lake was surrounded by beautiful and grand buildings that were a part of the elf royal palace, which seemed like they were built in ancient times. Altair, Ezio, when did the humans have these master assassins? Are they frauds? Luther laughed and said, okay. But I must tell you that I've never heard of their names before. I hope these two unknown people helped you and can make you last 1 minute in the mystical realm, cute girl. Soon, Sala entered the cultivation mystical realm. Elder Sewell looked at the young elf captain in bafflement as she asked, what are you guys waiting for? If we all enter, it's impossible to assassinate. The elves looked exasperated. Luther froze as well. While looking at the spiritual spell visual projection, he asked, she will enter alone. Right, the other elves said calmly. I wonder if the little girl came here to joke around. Behind Luther, the knight captain also grinned. Suddenly, exclamations rose in the square in White Creek City. The audience watched while the elf girl on the spiritual spell visual projection walked directly toward the dense forest with a sword in her hand. What is she doing? She doesn't even know how to hide herself. Go up and hide on a tree. Elves usually got up into the big trees and shot at their enemies with arrows. Protecting several red-robed priests, a team of about 20 knights in armor came along the forest path toward Sala. Elder Sewell's face darkened at this scene. Are you here to make more trouble for me? She glared at the other elves beside her and asked, what's happening? She's doing it to avoid her opponents. Spiritual spell detection, one young elf answered. Quote. Elder Sewell turned livid in fury, wondering how someone could dodge detection this way. With a smile, Luther watched the spiritual spell visual projection as if he were waiting to see this reckless elf girl humiliate herself. He was sure that the elf queen must be watching this battle in her royal palace as well. He wondered what expression she had at this moment. Mr. Luther, your tea. A knight brought Luther a cup of tea so that he could ease his thirst after talking for so long. She will just follow the others and humiliate herself. Luther chuckled and removed the cup lid while his eyes were glued on the screen. On the spiritual spell visual projection, the team of knights had obviously seen the girl walking toward them. The knight at the foremost of the team roared and hacked down his huge sword with a horrifying whistling sound. Wind roar hack. Sala raised her long sword. When she played Assassin's Creed, she couldn't use her essence, but it was different now. She wondered what would happen when she added her powerful strength to the excellent skills she learned from the game. While recalling the things that she had learned in the virtual reality training, Sala circulated the essence in her body. Speed up. Wind power. Sala took a swift stride forward, instantly getting close to that knight. Then, she pushed her slim sword against her opponent's sword handle with a slight force. The huge sword suddenly moved to one side and heavily crashed into the ground beside Sala. Under the strong momentum, the knight couldn't withdraw his sword, and he watched as Sala's sword stabbed into his chest in horror. Counterattack. Before the others could attack, her blade that was covered in blood instantly slit open another knight's throat. She moved slightly and stabbed her sword into the chest of a knight on her left. Remembering the extremely cool combo that the shop owner had demonstrated, she decided to copy them. Combo skill begin. The audience heard Sala murmur while she slashed and hacked, "Don't assassinate, use Muso." The sword in her hand looked like an instrument of great precision. Seeing Sala killing 5 knights, Luther froze with the teacup in his hand after having taken one mouthful of tea. A crisp noise sounded. Oops, my combo kills are not connected. I'm sorry. Her sword pierced forward again into the knight's chest. Elder Sewell's eyes almost popped out, and she thought, "You killed 5 of them with 1 strike each and feel sorry for being slightly on the defense. There's not enough time for you to move in stealth. Just fight and kill. Stealth is useless since you'll be discovered sooner or later." While Sala said those words, she had downed about 9 knights. Killing everyone who saw you is the perfect assassination, right? When she finished, no one was standing. What did I see? The elf audience on the square froze at the scene. In St. Heinz' palace, Doolin and Heinz exchanged a look of disbelief. What's happening? In the elf royal palace, a gaze that was as cold and proud as a goddess shot across the mirror-like lake surface and saw the scene. The gaze froze. Is this really our little elf? Luther exchanged a look with the knight captain beside him. Half a minute later, Sala came out from the cultivation mystical realm and said, "Mr. Luther, if we learn the things shown in this mystical realm, we can't even block one assassin." Pooh. Luther spewed tea over the knight captain's face. Chapter 630. Assassin's Creed is spreading in the elf clan. At this moment, the whole square in White Creek City fell silent. All the elves watched the scene in stupefaction. There's not enough time for you to move in stealth. Stealth is useless because you'll be discovered sooner or later. The people savored the words while feeling stunned. Street. Heinz and St. Doolin stared at each other in a daze. Elder Sewell snapped back to her senses and murmured, "What she said seems to be sensible." "Yeah, very sensible." The elves on the square nodded. "Besides, how can she play an assassin character with such magnificence? Don't people say that human assassins are a bunch of despicable sneak attackers? It doesn't seem true at all. How come this elf had only learned a few basic skills and can look so dashing?" The group of people had tears on their faces while they watched. Meanwhile, Luther's expression turned unreadable. Where did she come up with this? She just hacked her way from the outside to the center and killed them all. Then, you tell me that it was an assassination. No, it's not an assassination, Luther said loudly. Our mystical realm teaches skills against assassins. Why isn't it an assassination? Sala said with a snort. Mr. Luther, tell me who else in the mystical realm saw me killing these people. Luther's face darkened, and he felt a little dizzy. It seems like I can't come up with a rebuttal. No one alive had seen her kill those people, which means that it was indeed an assassination. The mystical realm that Mr. Luther brought indeed showed us the great craftsmanship that the Doolin workshop has regarding alchemy. With a smile, Elder Sewell changed the subject and said, but I think this mystical realm has big defects, as we all have seen. Our elf clan has never imported cultivation mystical realms before, Elder Sewell continued, so we must consider this issue carefully. I'll gather the opinions of the citizens in White Creek City and talk about it with other elders. I'm sure that we'll come up with a decision very soon. I think we'll be fair, but we only accept truly excellent products. I don't hold high hopes for the mystical realm that Mr. Luther brought. It has major defects. With the last sentence, she was obviously asking Luther to back off. In the past, the elf clan had formed friendships with other races but had been hurt many times, which was why they were cautious with each visitor. However, they would treat each friendly visitor with equal friendliness. Their caution came from the lessons that they had learned in the past. After all, not every race loved peace as much as they did. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Luther's face still darkened. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong. At this moment, Heinz had turned off the spiritual spell visual projection. He never expected that the simple mission of opening the gate of the elf clan would fail so miserably. With the first step being blocked, he couldn't launch any of his perfect subsequent plans. He clenched his fists, which seemed to emit golden lights of fury. Like a blazing golden fire, the whole palace seemed to shake under his anger. "My lord, what should we do now?" The white-haired old man, Doolin, asked in a deep voice. Heinz paused for a moment. His godlike and wholly pure face looked thoughtful. Now that this move failed, we must find out the reason behind this unexpected failure. Ask Luther to move his butt back here and investigate. He continued after a pause. Besides, I'll meditate in seclusion for a while. If I'm lucky, I might receive instructions from that ultimate supreme existence as for the next steps that we should take. I hope you'll obtain holy inspirations, Doolin said with a bow. I think we'll leave now. Luther's fat face looked so chilly that it seemed like ice could be scraped off of it. Won't you stay for a few days? No, thank you. Luther left in a huff. Seeing the overbearing godly palace knights leaving in dejection, Sala jumped and cheered. At this moment, Elder Sewell heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, when more and more elves began to gather on the square, she had found that the situation had gotten out of her control. However, she still had confidence in their own crafts before the test, but the subsequent tryouts shattered her confidence and hope. If Luther succeeded with his scheme, the elf clan's mystical realm industry would receive a huge blow. However, if she chose to kick them out by force at that stage, she couldn't go back on her words. It was something that didn't fit their personalities and culture. She had a vague feeling that the Judgment Godly Palace had a hidden agenda behind this trip, but now she was relieved that the issue was solved to her advantage even though she still didn't know what it was. The sensitive elves also seemed to feel that a wave of gloomy mist had evaporated. The grim atmosphere on the square was now replaced by the usual tranquil peacefulness. Beautiful harp music sounded on the square. We're fine now, guys. How did she do that? What's up, Elder Sewell? With her hands clasped behind her back, Sala looked at the beautiful woman before her curiously while the latter observed her up and down in bafflement. How come you seem quite different after your trip? Elder Sewell looked Sala up and down as if she was trying to confirm that this girl was indeed the one who had grown up under her eyes. Maybe I grew taller. Sala smirked. The two masters you mentioned, Master Altair and Master Ezio. Elder Sewell said, do humans really have such powerful master assassins? Elder Sewell looked surprised. Besides her, some other elves were also curious about these assassins. Also, Elder Sewell asked again, how did you push away the wind roar hack? Remembering how the knights stood there dumbly, basically waiting to be killed, she felt incredulous and couldn't believe her eyes. It's the counterattack. You have to use the right force at the right place in the right time. You learned it from those two masters as well. We're masters too, but how come we don't know this fancy skill? Obviously, although they were all called masters, they had different levels in different worlds. Can you tell us about them? It's a long story about faith in freedom. Sala said smugly. Elder Sewell, do you want to hear the story? Elder Sewell froze for a moment. I told stories to this girl when she was little. How come something seems a bit strange? Soon, Sala began to tell the story of Assassin's Creed starting from Altair. Chapter 631, The Imminent Arrival of the Elf Clan and the Tragedy for Assassins. Animus. And what? Pieces of Eden. Having never played the game, Elder Sewell was baffled as soon as she started listening. You mean, You entered another mystical realm inside a strange mystical realm. Yes, this series of mystical realms is very interesting. I've moved to the second mystical realm already, and I can drive tanks and fire machine guns. Things like the dwarf's magic guns, Sala told them as if she were listing her treasures. This mystical realm has so many things. As an elf elder who had done deep study on cultivation mystical realms, Elder Sewell knew that the more complicated the mystical realms were, the more difficult it was to make them look real. If someone wanted to achieve both, they must have extraordinary skills in this area. Obviously, although the elf clan had great skills in this area, from what she heard about Assassin's Creed from Sala, this mystical realm seemed even better than the products of the Dulin workshop. Of course, seeing Elder Sewell's astonishment, Sala was secretly pleased. Besides these things, the mystical realm also has a thing called eagle vision which is super useful. Oh, and there is also the leap of faith. After Sala's lengthy description, Elder Swell finally had a general idea about this mystical realm. You mean Master Altair used the eagle vision to see through the illusions created by his mentor with a piece of Eden, and he defeated his mentor and sealed that piece of Eden which contained extremely great power. This means that he couldn't use this power himself. Right, in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, I understood that this master didn't indulge in the power of being the leader of the Brotherhood. Instead, he went to other countries and helped the Brotherhoods in those countries free themselves and spread the meaning of the creed. Sala brought her hands together before her chest and said in excitement and admiration, "He's truly an admirable man." "He's indeed admirable." Elder Sewell nodded and asked in amazement, "What happened after that?" "The sequels haven't been released yet," Sala said in anger. "I could only hear somethings from the era that Master Ezio was in. I wish the shop owner would have released the other mystical realms as early as possible." Then, she turned sulky. "But it doesn't matter anyway since I have no time to visit Candlin City." She looked sullen. Looking at Sala's sulky face, Elder Sewell chuckled and said, "You just want me to give you more time to play in that human city, right?" Well, Sala's pretty face blushed when her little scheme was seen through. From Sala's descriptions, Elder Sewell realized that this weird mystical realm seemed to have no loopholes. After all, even the Dulin workshop and the biggest alchemist workshops on the continent had to admit to the public that their cultivation mystical realms couldn't avoid loopholes. Neither could the mystical realms made by the elf clan. The humans on the continent have achieved such a high level with their alchemy craftsmanship. Elder Sewell was surprised. She had thought that the mystical realms made by the Dulin workshop were a product of the next era, but it seemed that this Assassin's Creed was even better. Just the Dulin workshop had given her such a headache, let alone this Assassin's Creed. If these new cultivation mystical realms all swarmed into the elf clan one day, she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist them. Elder Sewell smiled bitterly and said, "It seems it's time to take the kids out and experience the world. Otherwise, we'll be left behind." Ah, hearing Sewell's words, Sala exclaimed, "Awesome. We can play the multiplayer mode then." Multiplayer mode, what's this thing? Then, Sala explained to Sewell how to play this multiplayer mode. It's simple. We can do multiplayer missions, which means that we can do assassinations together in a team. Soon, Elder Sewell got dizzy with all kinds of new words. Meanwhile, Fang Chi was reading the information on the system interface. He found that his privileges had been upgraded again. Now, his privilege level was level 8. Privilege level 8. You have the right to decide when to release movies and games, the right to livestream on the big screen, the right to decorate the inside of the shops. After reading through the privileges that he had gained before, Fang Chi saw a new one, level 1 right to unlock new items. Level 1 right to unlock items in the system store. Other than the items that Fang Chi had unlocked, he could only unlock 2 items with the new privilege right now. One was cappuccinos and the other was lattes. The items would consume 1 million and 1.2 million crystals respectively to activation. After activation, each cup would consume a few crystals to make. The prices were 20 crystals and 24 crystals per cup respectively. Of course, Fang Chi could also re-unlock Sprite, which the shop once sold with the same selling price. In the old shops, the system had accumulated about 50 million crystals, and it was the number after spending money on the expansion of the new shop and the production of new games and movies. With more customers visiting the new shop, the number of magic crystals that the shop had earned grew to the equivalent of over 1 million crystals. Fang Chi had noticed that the currency exchange rate between magic crystals and crystals was 1.8 for him. In fact, The value between the two was about 110. On this continent, there were minerals similar to crystals which had more impurities than ordinary magic crystals, and people had to spend some of its value on the refinery process to remove these impurities. In contrast, the system didn't have to worry about this issue. He could now unlock some items in the system store. At the current level 1, Fang Chi could only unlock things for his own use if he didn't want to invest large sums of money. At level 1, he could unlock only a few things, including the owner brand cigarettes that he had smoked before. However, Mr. Fang didn't have much money on him right now. Mr. Fang had used his own money to expand the size of the esports competition. Since he himself had been an active professional player before he traveled through space and time, he didn't mind spending money on this. After he came to this continent, he had bought a shop in the center of the city, which left him with little savings left. Therefore, Mr. Fang decided not to buy the items in the system store for the time being. However, he thought that he could unlock one of the new items for the shop. After all, it would use the system's funds. Of course, he couldn't use too much of the funds that the system had since the money was required to be transferred into energy to activate the defensive mechanisms inside the shops. So, he decided to release one item. I'll release cappuccino first, Mr. Fang murmured to himself. By now, Luther had returned from the territory of the elf clan. Sitting in the godly palace, his face was chilly. What happened? How did a handful of elves achieve that? Sir, please calm down. A knight captain said. Who's that Altair? Where did this assassin come from? How come I've never heard of him before? Luther knocked down the teacup on the table and shouted, go and find it out. By the way, Luther stopped the knight captain and said, bring the assassins who we captured last time from the cells. I'll interrogate them with torture. I believe that they will confess everything they know. Chapter 632, Elves moving out in a group. Street. Dulin, this is the information about the usage of the new cultivation mystical realm in different areas. A priest bowed and handed a document to Dulin. If it were before, Dulin wouldn't have read such documents since he was confident of the forefront position of the Dulin Workshop's cultivation mystical realms. But things had changed after he witnessed the failure of his new mystical realm in the elf clan. Reading the numbers on the document, he heaved a sigh of relief when he found that it seemed like this failure had no impact on the mystical realm of the Dulin Workshop. Obviously, word couldn't travel so fast since people had to spread them to one another. Dulin's face was still dark. He had participated in St. Hein's plans which had consumed them lots of time and energy. It was only natural for him to feel furious that their carefully made plans were disrupted by two unknown assassins. Perhaps he had to make changes and create new plans. Meanwhile, he issued the order, find out who botched everything. Wait, when the priest bowed and was about to leave, Dulin said, I've never heard of the two assassins before, but that elf girl didn't look like she was lying. The names might be fake names or nicknames for two assassins in the Underground Council. He waved his hand and said, go and find out the background of this Altair. Interrogate those assassins in the cells and see if you can find some clues. It was another sunny morning. Joseph, Ron, and their peers had just finished their training. Walking on the wide street in the city center, they suddenly exclaimed, how come the elves are here again? A large group of elves, at least dozens of them, came to Kanglan City. My goodness, so many elves. A passing mercenary gasped and was dumbfounded. On my ancestors, I've never seen so many elves before. A passing mage gaped at them. Okay, little Sala. It's just a shop that is operating a few cultivation mystical realms. Is it really as awesome as you say? Elder Sewell looked doubtful as the little elf babbled all the way into the city. She admitted that the shop had good stories and good mystical realms, but she felt like Sala was piling too many compliments on it. Sala boasted about spicy sticks being more delicious than the mystic taste fruit, iced red tea being better than the spring water brewed with the leaves of life, instant noodles being tastier than fruits from the earthly tree, and Coke which could instantly lift one's mood. After all, it is only a shop for mystical realms. It isn't a snack shop. Furthermore, even if it is a snack shop, its snacks can never compare with the green, natural delicacies in the elf clan. She is making it sound like these snacks are more tempting to elves than the spring of life. Elder Sewell didn't believe Sala and ignored all the non-important stuff. She was just here to see how far the cultivation mystical realms had progressed in the human world instead of eating snacks. The several elves in the Elder Guard team who came along also looked disdainful. One of them was an elf guard wearing elegant and exquisite light armor, and his long brown hair was tied behind his head, making him look elegant. He said, "Humans only pay attention to the taste instead of its value when cooking. In fact, I don't think their food is tasty at all. I once tried a delicacy cooked by a human master chef. I truly doubt that the salty and spicy food is edible," the elf said with a faint smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. Beside him, an elf took out a piece of green fruit and said, "Fortunately, I came prepared." He bit into it with enjoyment while a refreshing fragrance floated off from the crisp and juicy fruit. Laughter sounded among the elves. At this moment, Mr. Fang lazily stretched in the morning sunshine and finally opened the door. Alina and the other assassins entered the shop at this moment. Helen, Commander Elvin, and other members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion had the habit of having breakfast in the shop before going to their training. "Hi, good morning, sir." A girl wearing a black mage robe greeted him and entered the shop. "Good morning, Mr. Fang froze for a second. It seemed like he didn't know every customer and was only familiar with a few of them. It reminded him that the few elves who had visited the shop every day in the past while had been missing in the last couple of days. With this thought on his mind, Mr. Fang was about to return to his seat. Then, he rubbed his eyes, afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Sir." The elves who hadn't visited this shop for a few days came back with a large group of elves. It was a grand scene to see as a big group filed into the shop. "So many, how did you lure them here?" "Humph," Sala said smugly, "I brought my elders here. I'm good, Mr. Fang had never seen so many elves in his life. This was a big team of elves. Despite the turbulence and thoughts inside, Mr. Fang managed to remain calm and nod coolly. This shop owner can remain calm and cool. Elder Sewell nodded to herself and thought, he indeed looks like a master. Could it be that he is the master who created Assassin's Creed? Meanwhile, several people stood at the counter and asked, "Sir, what's this cappuccino thing?" In the old shops, some people stood around the counters as well. None of them had heard of such a weird name before. The names of the products in the shop were getting stranger and stranger. The shop owner released something new. Elf girl Sala immediately looked over. "It seems to be food," Helen answered, startled to see Sala coming back. When she turned around, she froze and thought, how come there are so many elves in the shop? Are the elves all moving around in large groups now? "Food." Sala's eyes lit up as she asked, "The shop now has a new delicacy." "Yes," Helen said, "I'm going to try it and see if it's as good as instant noodles. If it's as good as spicy sticks, I'm sure that I'll come and buy it every day." Alina got in the line. "Do you guys want to try it?" A few elves got in line as well and asked the other elves. "Forget it, I'd rather die than try these human delicacies." The elf who had criticized human food said, "When I traveled on the continent, I used to buy fruits on the roadside instead of buying such food that isn't edible. I have some fruits of the earthly tree." One elf took out his fruits and bit into one with enjoyment. "Mr. Gins, do you want one?" Then, he handed one to the elf in the Elder Guard team who said that he would rather die than eat human food. Chapter 633, Do you know who Altair is? While the elves talked among themselves, Commander Elvin, who stood first in line, paid and took out an exquisite coffee mug from the cabinet next to the counter. The rich milk fragrance mingled with coffee aroma permeated the air. Sniff. In the new shop in Candlin City, the elves sitting on the sofa sniffed forcefully. How come it smells so good? The elves sitting on the couches with disdain on their faces looked over. The elf who brought fruits with him also looked over in puzzlement, pausing in his act of biting into his fruit. Soon, they saw Sala and other elves walking over, each holding a mug of cappuccino. The members of Golden Griffin Knight Legion each had one mug of cappuccino as well. The rich aroma of milk and coffee filled the whole shop. The elf eating fruit inhaled deeply twice. The elf named Gins in the Elder Guard team was at a loss for words. Lance, the captain of Snow Pigeon team, also sat down with a mug of cappuccino and casually sipped with enjoyment. The soft milky flavor melted on their tongues, and the bitter taste of coffee turned into the rich and lingering aftertaste. They almost screamed at the great taste. How come it tastes so good? Seeing their intoxicated expressions, the other elves who hadn't drank it yet swallowed their saliva silently. Ha 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 ha, this smells so good, should we try it too? What's this? Cheese. How come there's a floral pattern on it? Elder Sewell's beautiful big eyes stared at Sala's coffee and saw the image of a small black cat on the top. Isn't it a beverage? How come it looks so cute? Immediately, they each bought one mug and began sipping with great enjoyment. Ah, it smells so good. While the elves, knights, and assassins enjoyed their beautiful morning, some people were not so lucky. At this moment, Luther sat in the underground prison in Grey Eagle City with a ferocious expression on his face. His face was distorted in a fury. These damn assassins! If not for these people, I wouldn't have been moved to this place. As an ambassador of the Radiant Light Godly Nation, I was actually sent to this desolate place to do the investigation, which will indefinitely postpone my own work. He couldn't bear it. Before him was the assassins who they had captured earlier. Covered in wounds, some of them seemed to have passed out. Mr. Luther, a knight hurried in. I've got some clues. Luther's small eyes rolled and turned to him as he asked, what clues? The knight quickly whispered something to him. We found that Altair seems to be these assassins, pioneer. They follow the creed of, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Soon, the knight told him every detail that had been found out. My men overheard these from the conversations among the assassins. I think most of the information is true. Luther nodded and then gestured to one guard. Wake him up. Nodding, the guard woke the prisoner up with a bucket of cold water. The assassin opened his eyes slowly and saw a fat guy leaning over to him and asking, who is Altair? I don't know. He shook his head repeatedly. He screamed when the whip lashed on him. I ask again, who is Altair? Luther's voice was colder. I don't know who Altair is. The assassin screamed when another lash landed on him viciously. You don't know. I will tell you the consequences of you not knowing. More screams rose. A long while later, Luther asked again coldly, do you know Altair? I do. Who is he? Pleased, Luther leaned over him immediately and asked. The assassin was stupefied. I really don't know about this. Whip him. You don't know the great mentor and pioneer of you assassins. Are you an assassin or not? Are you kidding me? Whip him harder. More shrill screams came from the cell. Do you know who Altair is? Luther looked even colder. I do. Who is he? He's the great mentor and pioneer of our assassins. The assassin yelled. Humph. It seems like you know him. Luther sneered. You dare to play tricks on me and play dumb. Now I ask you, do you know who Ezio is? I don't know. The assassin looked baffled. He screamed when another lash landed on him. You are telling me that you don't know the master assassin, the great eagle of Florence. Luther roared in fury. Whip him. Do you know who Ezio is? I do. The assassin howled immediately. Tell me, he's our master assassin and the great eagle of Florence. The assassin howled immediately as if he was scared of being slow. Then, tell me about their plans. This, I really don't know. Hit him. Beat him hard. I'll tell you everything. Altair is our great assassin mentor and the pioneer of assassins. He changed the code of conduct for assassins in every respect and understood the real assassin's creed. Ezio is the great eagle of Florence and a master assassin. It was him who reassembled the Brotherhood and understood the true meaning of, nothing is true, everything is permitted. He was fluent with his answer without being asked. Greatly satisfied, Luther nodded and said with a cold smile, see. You know everything. Now, tell me, these are the things that you told me, what else can I tell you? The assassin's face turned ashen, and he passed out. Mr. Luther, he passed out. If I continue beating him, would he? The knight was afraid that they couldn't get anything useful if they beat the prisoner to death. I'll interrogate that one. Luther pointed at another assassin. After waking him up with cold water, Luther glared at him with a distorted expression as he asked, do you know who Altair is? Chapter 634, The Shadow from Ancient Times. When you stare at the abyss is staring right back at you. On this continent, the relationship between the humans and other races wasn't so tense that they waged war against each other all year round. However, this world wasn't as peaceful as it looked either. Through the mirror-like lake in the center of the eternal-looking elf royal palace, one could see the entire beautiful silver moon forest. It was inlaid in the land like a piece of beautiful jade inlaid in a beautiful dress. However, a few impurities lurked in this jade, and unknown gloomy auras flowed in several areas. It embodied a huge catastrophe. Even if the remnant presence had been dispelled little by little, it stuck around on the land stubbornly. It would be a long time before it was completely erased. In the royal palace, several elf elders gathered. Some of them appeared to be of the same age as Elder Sewell, and some of them looked ancient. Among them was an extremely old man. With his long white beard touching the ground and his back bent, he still looked hale and high-spirited while wearing a spotless snow-white robe. At this moment, he stood before the Silver Moon Lake and stared at the reflection of the beautiful forest in the lake. At this moment, he asked, "The Snow Pigeon team has searched several cities in the Morning Light Empire and didn't find a single clue. I wonder, maybe we are too paranoid." Another elf elder shook his head, looking uncertain. "I hope so." The oldest elf looked grim at this moment. Meanwhile in the Godly Palace, Luther had interrogated all of the captured assassins. Although he couldn't find more information about Altair and Ezio, he got some clues about those assassins who had gotten away. "Perhaps they haven't left the Morning Light Empire yet," Luther said in a cold voice. "Find them for me. These damn assassins, I'll let them have a taste of my power." He roared with a chilly expression, "I'll let these bugs know that they can't afford to mess with us." In the human nations, one rarely saw elves, but it wasn't unusual to see other races in some cities. Black Iron Castle was such a place. It was a city to the north of Candlin City and was called the capital of craftsmen. It was a human city mostly inhabited by craftsmen and alchemists, but one could also see dwarf workshops here. Due to the mix of inhabitants, this city was one of the few gathering places for assassins in the nation. Other unknown things were also lurking in this place. Yes, unknown things. After all, even the huge organizations such as the Judgment Godly Palace didn't dare to claim that they knew everything about the world, let alone others. Under the gloomy sky stood the tallest steeple in the Black Iron Castle. It was said that this building had sealed an ancient and horrifying monster before the Morning Light Empire was established. It was a monster from ancient times, and it was heard that it had brought blazing hell to every place it had gone to and burned down most of the places on the continent. It was a horrid disaster. Of course, many people had just regarded this as a legend or even a rumor since they had heard many other similar tales from bards. After all, bards loved to gather and tell such tales that were unrealistic. Since no one had ever seen the things told in the tales, the people here had never blindly believed these stories. A huge shadow engulfed the castle silently like a dark curtain falling from the sky. A dark voice roared in an unknown space, "I've slumbered for thousands of years. Soon, very soon, I'll recover my strength. Then, I'll turn this nation into hell. I'll eat all the humans in this place. I'll show these damn humans the price that they have to pay for angering me." On the other side of the nation, Mr. Fang was leisurely standing in the corridor of the Internet Café with a mug of cappuccino in his hand, watching the elves play games. "Wow, Mr. Fang sipped the coffee and sighed, enjoying the rich and fragrant milk and coffee spreading on his tongue. At this moment, the elves had formed a team to play Assassin's Creed. "We finally come to this place." Before them was the Grand Pantheon. Crowds thronged on the square outside this temple. "Hey, I saw this scene in the cinematic trailer." Sala yelled in excitement. Right, this is the one." An assassin walked out of the crowd while soldiers and others back away from him. Another elf exclaimed, "It's so cool." Who is he?" Captain Lance's face twitched. "I don't know, I only know that he's the one wearing a red robe." At this moment, Elder Sewell was playing as Ezio while the others played as unknown assassins in the Brotherhood. "Come on, Elder, we'll bring you to do a perfect assassination. I promise you that it will be super cool." An elf in the Snow Pigeon team offered. "How do we assassinate?" As a new player, Elder Sewell was still confused. "Elder, you walk down other there." The elf directed. "We'll get up and set an ambush." Come on. Captain Lance said, "Here is how it goes. You walk out alone, and the people will back away in fear since they are afraid of you. He's the Eagle of Florence after all." Sala obviously understood it. Just as demonstrated in the trailer, the people will get scared and call for elite soldiers. Then, you give us a signal, and we will shoot arrows from the roof, killing all of them. The elf captain added. Obviously, he had watched and studied the trailer many times. Oh, Elder Sewell looked at the big group of elite Templar knights and the royal guards armed to their teeth around the core position. "I'll just walk up. They will back away in fear, because I'm Ezio, the Eagle of Florence." "That's it," Sala said with a nod. "Then, we'll swarm up after you send us the signal. We'll land from the sky." Having spent lots of time in the Internet Café, she had obviously picked up some slang. Chapter 635, The End of Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, Mr. Fang just stood behind the elves and watched them play. Obviously, these people had completed the script of the show. Now, get ready. Do you see that place? Sala pointed up. That spot is good, we'll go up there later. Controlling a female assassin, Sala got up to the roof and advanced to the direction of the Pantheon. Other elves followed her closely. Are you guys ready? Elder Sewell asked. In a minute. Elder, you can go out now. We'll find good shooting positions. The elves killed some Templar knights on the roof facing away from the street. These people were blocking their way. Professionally, they sneaked into the best positions they could find. All walk out now, Elder Sewell yelled. Okay. They worked together in a seamless and harmonious way. When the Pope's carriage team came, Elder Sewell controlled Ezio to stride out from the hiding place. Just as in the trailer, the crowds backed away from him. At this moment, the other elves had come to an empty residential house to dodge people's eyes. Hey, this door is locked, how do I open it? It seems that we need Assassin's special lock-picking tool. Let me try it. We'll open this door and set the ambush on the balcony. A lock-picking tool was stuck into the keyhole. Are you in position? Elder Sewell strode on while a large group of Templar knights surrounded her. Almost. Captain Lance had cold sweat on his face. Let me do it. Are you there or not? On the square, a big group of Templar knights ran after Ezio and hacked at him. Almost there. Almost. Sala said, get off. Let me do it. I know how to open it. Captain Lance moved away, and Sala tried her hand at the lock. It's stuck. Sala looked embarrassed. Forget it. Captain Lance walked up. Let me do it. They hacked at the door. Assassins. There are assassins here. My goodness. Run. As if they poked a hornet's nest, the elves ran wildly while a group of people chased after them. Can't outrun them. Fight. Are you in position or not? On the square, Elder Sewell ran while being chased by as many as 100 royal guards. Quote ? Where are you guys? Talk to me. The other elves were busy hacking and slashing. Och! Elder Sewell screamed. Quote. On the other side, the elves panted. We finally got rid of them. Can we continue sneaking up? Let's go. No one discovered us. How come it feels different from the scene in the trailer? Let's go and protect Elder Sewell. Where's Elder Sewell, Mr.? Fang was watching Elder Sewell putting down her virtual reality headset and standing up in confusion. On her screen, Ezio had been hacked to death on the square. Quote. Mr. Fang almost fell to the ground while laughing. With a mug of cappuccino in his hand, Mr. Fang rubbed his belly, which was still hurting due to his uncontrollable laughter. Then, he watched while the elves began another round of assassination. Meanwhile, the assassins born on this continent had gained great improvements in all kinds of skills. At this moment, the excellent assassins such as Alina and Harrison had come to the end of the game. How did they make this Apple of Eden? A few people exclaimed. On the screen was the battle freeing Rome. Ezio activated the golden apple, and everything around him seemed to move in slow motion. The sphere emitting golden light suddenly shot out golden lightning energy, knocking down all the soldiers who were charging at him from all sides. At this last moment, the game was less difficult to play. As a godly artifact left by the first civilization, the powerful Apple of Eden had the ability to foresee the future. Surrounded by the Assassin Brotherhood and its allies, Cesare was soon defeated and captured. Cesare had once gotten the golden apple and seemed to know that he wouldn't be chained or die in others' hands. Sure enough, Cesare escaped on the same day that he was captured. With the power from the Apple of Eden, Ezio found him and tossed him down a cliff, leaving his fate to the heavens. Obviously, the heavens decided to let the cruel tyrant die. Ezio's foe finally ended his life in this place. After that, this master assassin decided to retire. In this place, he did the most glorious and the greatest things in his life and brought freedom to the people. Without a backward glance, Ezio followed the path of his ancestor Altair to find the truth hidden in the Apple of Eden, and the Apple of Eden was sealed inside a secret chamber near the Roman amphitheater. When Assassin's Creed Brotherhood came to the end, Alina felt emotional. As real assassins who had been looked down on simply because of their identity, people like Alina had different feelings about the game. Just a moment ago, she had experienced the most glorious moment in this master assassin's life in another world. What she had obtained wasn't great power but a spiritual inheritance. Her deep understanding of, nothing is true, everything is permitted, and the powerful spirit shown in the game dispelled the darkness from her heart like a blazing torch. These assassins had been living in permanent darkness and couldn't reveal their true names and looks to people. Indeed, they were dark and despicable, and they could only sneak attack from darkness. Their lowly status in the world in turn darkened their mind and chilled their hearts. Although there were exaggerated parts in the negative rumors about assassins, not all of them were made-up stories. Since they had no faith or code of conduct to bind them, they were outlawed. But now, Alina thought of things differently. In the past, she didn't understand the true meaning of being an assassin, thinking that her job as an assassin was just taking missions and killing targets. But now, she realized that assassins could represent a spirit and a will, they could live gloriously like the assassin ancestors in the game. If they understood this and fought for their faith, they were still assassins even if they fought and killed their way to their targets using Musou. She thought that maybe this was what Assassin's Creed tried to express. It was time to close for the night. Mr. Fang walked to the door and was about to lock up the shop. Then, he saw a bunch of flowers neatly placed before the door. To the great assassin pioneer Master Altair, from an anonymous assassin. To the eternal eagle of Florence, Master Ezio, from an anonymous assassin. Chapter 636, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4. While wishing that the figures in another world could receive the admiration, Mr. Fang carefully picked up the flowers and locked the door. With the lights turned off, the shop merged into the darkness in the city. For the cultivators and warriors in the old shops, they had experienced many legends in the games. However, they were still moved and inspired by Assassin's Creed. On the Cloud Ocean Square outside Yuanyang City, cultivators came and went. Some young people including a few people of the Ultimate West Realm were standing on the edge of the square and looking down at the deep creek under the cliff. Ah, they leapt down. Then, they flew back up on sword energies and leapt down again. Strange. How come I can't master this leap of faith? Tang Yu stared at the wall intently while yelling, Eagle Vision. Eagle Vision, open. His eyes almost broke since he was staring so hard. What's wrong? Sia spoke the spiritual state language with an awkward accent, and she said, how come I can't master it? She looked frustrated. Meanwhile, lowly Zhang Xiaoyu was sitting on a couch in the shop with a mug of cappuccino in her hands. On the top of the coffee was the pattern of a pretty white rabbit. She also looked frustrated. On one hand, she was eager to sip the coffee as she was even drooling. But on the other hand, she just couldn't bear to eat this cute rabbit. Awoo. Beside her, the big white deer had gulped down the coffee and was almost done. For players of Dungeon Fighter Online, today was obviously another hopeful day. A man covered in bandages limped into the shop. Seeing the janitors doing the cleaning, he yelled, morning, homies. Damn it, who are your homies? The janitors had tears on their faces. I say, little guy, you didn't bring granddaddy to that war. Otherwise, we would have slaughtered them all. The godly swords began to babble again. Quote. Ignoring them, Gabriel chose a seat and entered the game, continuing his journey in the abyss. Items. Give me items. He instantly killed an abyss demon with a powerful skill, and his eyes became bloodshot. Nolan Hungwu used to practice sword techniques in the morning in his own place before coming to the shop. But lately, he had changed the practice venue to the open ground before the shop. Now, wearing a loose white robe, he stood in front of the shop with a sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Song Qingfeng was sitting on a couch in the shop. While eating instant noodles, he took out his new communication jade and recommended to Su Tianji sitting across from him, Sister Su, this anime is good. This Naruto is super cool. I highly recommend it. It is not that good, and you can only unlock one episode per week. Dong Qingli also took out her new communication jade and said, look at Pokemon. These Pokemons are super cute. I wonder when the shop will award people with Pokemons. She looked expectant. A black cloud held a mug of cappuccino in its arms. Wow. So good. It lounged on a computer chair with joy and pleasure. How can a smirk face emoji know what it tastes like? Ruan Ning, the girl from next door who had turned into a full-time shop clerk, looked down at it. Where did you get the money anyway? On its screen was a livestream room named, Almighty Demon God, Professional Technical Streamer. It had just won a match. Ha ha ha. Thanks to noob player White Hands 66 goose eggs. Thanks to new player Really Can't Plays 666 goose eggs. Ahahaha. Thanks to smirk face emoji not funny 6666 goose eggs. This name, it froze. Then, After checking its membership card, it was pleased that the money on his account had grown a bit. Get me another bottle of iced red tea. This works. The people watching from behind all froze. At this moment, Mr. Fang was dazedly staring at the system interface. You have a new task. Clearly, Mr. Fang had received a new task. New task. Online communication in this world. Task content. Host, please promote the harmonious relationship between the old shops and the new shop. Task privilege, the right to release the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4. Host can achieve the first step by introducing the customers in the new shop to another culture. Task reward, 1 system gift bag, and 3 days of access to the game cultivation room. Mr. Fang's face twitched. ... As the owner of an internet cafe, he knew which games were good, but he had never heard that an internet cafe owner had such an responsibility on his job description. System, this goes beyond the responsibilities of an internet cafe owner, right? Mr. Fang didn't know what to say. The system replied, as an outstanding cross-continental internet club, it must have a smooth working internet and a harmonious online atmosphere. Fortunately, he had chosen a remote place with cute peace-loving elves and bright-looking knights who were obviously not in the same category as the people of the Judgment Godly Palace. Otherwise, the task would be quite difficult to complete. With the current customers in the new shop, Mr. Fang was quite confident that he could complete the task. While congratulating himself for his great vision, he began to consider how to do the task. Mr. Luther. At this moment, Luther had returned to Grey Eagle City after his interrogation of the assassins. The next step was catching the assassins who were running free and finding clues to the 2 master assassins who had disrupted their big plans. Although the 2 failures had nothing to do with his competence, the Godly Palace still made him stay in Grey Eagle City to investigate, which meant that his status had become much lower compared to before. Damn it! Luther tightened his grip on the wineglass, shattering it instantly with the wine still in it. These damn assassins. According to our recent investigation, a place in Candlin City seems to be protecting assassins. We almost got them last time but were stopped by these people. Besides, the knight said while lowering his voice, we found that the 2 so-called master assassins you want to find seem to be related to this shop. Shop? What does this shop do? Luther asked with chilly eyes. It seems to be a shop of cultivation mystic realms. The knight said, those 2 master assassins are related to these mystic realms, but I still don't know who they really are. Cultivation mystic realms? Luther frowned. It would be easy for them to capture an ordinary person, but anyone who could run cultivation mystic realms wasn't ordinary. This shop seems to have a good reputation. The knight said, but I think that as a new workshop, its influence isn't as great as ours. If we stir up people against this shop, maybe, we don't need to lift a finger. Chapter 637, Mr. Fang's hometown. Across the ocean to the east of the vast continent was an ancient and mysterious continent, East Continent. According to the legend circulating around the 2 continents, there was a world rotating around the 2 continents like the sun, moon, and stars. Yes, many legends said that the sun, moon, and stars rotated around the land. Therefore, many people thought that it was the same with these magical worlds. Despite the lack of evidence to support this theory, most people believed it and took it as is. What kind of person do you think the shop owner is? On one leisurely morning, the elves sipped cappuccino and talked among themselves in low voices. Ah! The milky fragrance mingling with the pure herb scent. This is a delicious beverage made with pure natural ingredients. The elves looked intoxicated. It's said that it's a mixture of a bean powder and milk. I thought we knew all the plants in the world. They are called coffee beans, Sala told them. I wonder if it's a plant from the East Continent. I don't think so. The great assassin pioneer Altair doesn't look like a person from the East Continent. But we've never heard of places such as Rome or Florence on our continent, one elf said with a shrug. The humans here regarded the humans living in the East Continent almost in the same way as they regarded the elves and the dwarves who were other races. Living so far from them, the humans on the East Continent were even more mysterious than the rarely seen elves. After watching the war waged by the Judgment Godly Palace, they realized that the people from that continent were obviously of the same race as the people in the East Continent. After the war, they had a clearer impression of these people who were vague in their minds. They used mysterious and powerful, magic spells, and could fly while stepping on sword-shaped, magic artifacts. They had excellent combat techniques and powerful, magic weapons. They had dignified and elegant manners. For example, the white-clothed old man had discussed about the meaning of sword Dao before the battle. They proved with action that all the descriptions about them from the churches and rumors were all lies that could be easily shattered. Do you think the shop owner has a magic item that can fly as well? At this moment, Mr. Fang was having his morning tea all by himself on a couch, not realizing that these people were talking about him. Sir. While sipping her cappuccino, Sala ambled over and sat down next to Mr. Fang's lone figure before asking, do you have a mystic realm that features the specialities of your hometown? After spending so much time in the shop, they had become quite familiar with the shop owner, even though this unyielding man never gave frequent customers any discounts. At this moment, Alina said, you're from the East Continent, how come there is nothing with the style of the East Continent? Obviously, she was curious about this new stuff. By now, she had played Assassin's Creed and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood twice and was challenging a higher difficulty level. Elder Sewell said, we've been out for a long time now, it's time to go back to the Silver Moon Forest. Can't we stay here a bit longer? Sala exclaimed in alarm. Of course not, Elder Sewell said solemnly, I have things to do, and you have missions to finish. Oh, Elder. Sala looked sulky, feeling like she hadn't been here long enough yet. She wished that she could live here. Despite her badgering, Elder Sewell was unmoved. Discouraged, Sala changed the subject and asked, Sir, I asked you a question. Sitting next to her on the couch, Mr. Fang sipped his cappuccino and froze. My hometown. Do you have such mystic realms? Commander Elvin, who had been busy sipping tea, looked up subconsciously, curious about this distant and mysterious East Continent. Are you talking about the next new mystic realm? Do you really have one? Sala asked immediately, what does it look like? It's called the Legend of the Sword and Fairy. While his face twitched, Mr. Fang wondered how he could describe the game with words. You'll know what it looks like after you try it. Great. After playing 2 games of Assassin's Creed series and Resident Evil, Commander Elvin obviously had confidence in the quality of the cultivation mystic realms in this shop. People liked the mystic realms in this shop since they had complete stories which were deep and vivid enough to touch their hearts. Elder Sewell, can we have a look of the new mystic realm before we return? Please, Sala quickly begged. ... Elder Sewell looked frustrated, and she budged a little. Only one look, and then we'll leave. Can we play it for a while? No. Not sparing her a glance, Elder Sewell sounded very firm. Meanwhile, the news had spread to the players in the old shops. Everyone was talking about it in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy group chat in QQ. Su Tianji asked, The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. Nolan Hungwu chimed in, when will it be released? Tang Yu said, fuck. The 4th sequel of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy will be released. Sia shouted, buy, I'll buy it, I swear. Gabriel said, crying. I shattered several weapons while reinforcing them. I hope the new game is not too expensive. I'm poor. He posted a meme of himself sleeping on a pile of hay with the illustration, I wish I didn't reinforce the weapons to level 13. I'm starving for days now. Song Qingfeng said, who photoshopped this photo? Awesome. Luo Pialing said, when you want to photoshop a picture, go to Xiaoyu. Do you guys know when The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 will be released? Mr. Fang. Meanwhile, many people in the new shop were also badgering Mr. Fang with the same question. Still not released. Sala was a bit disappointed. Remembering the trailer before the release of Assassin's Creed, she asked immediately, does it have a trailer? She looked very hopeful. This one doesn't have a trailer. I think it will be released in 1 week, Mr. Fang said calmly. Hearing his words, people were instantly unhappy. The customers in the old shops were also displeased when they heard the news in the group chat, can't you release it today? I demand it to be released today. Sir, can't you tell us something about it? Only a little will do. Sala was impatient, wondering how she could wait a week for it. We're friends now, can't you do me a favor? She tried to play soft with Mr. Fang. Not today. Mr. Fang was unmoved. Well, this shop owner is stiff with his ways. Why? They felt like beating Mr. Fang. At this moment, even though the players in the old shops and the new shop hadn't met each other, they were now all glaring at Mr. Fang with furious eyes. Chapter 638. Lava Workshop. Since the players in the new shop hadn't had any previous experience with The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, and there was a big culture difference, Fang decided to let their anticipation build up for a while before releasing the game. East Continent. There were many followers of the Judgment Godly Palace in Kanglan City, and some of them were even aristocrats of the city. The knight captain named Glass had been resentful of the shop which operated an assassin mystical realm. Under its influence, many people faked being assassins, and the damn real assassins took the opportunity to slip from our grasp. Now, it even angered Mr. Luther. I think it's in big trouble now. The dueling workshop had large groups of customers in each city. It had an even bigger group of customers in Kanglan City, a big city with advanced cultivation mystical realms. Not only mages and warriors from different places, but half of the aristocrats in the city often visited these cultivation mystical realms. At this moment, they were gathered together. One aristocrat said disdainfully, "I heard that someone tried to release a mystical realm about assassins. Is this shop still in business? I heard that the owner of the shop is a foreigner. He doesn't understand the rules in the city and wants to release a mystical realm with the style of the East Continent. What a joke. We'll greatly promote the mystical realms of the dueling workshop." Obviously, they hadn't seen the performance of this mystical realm in the elf clan. As loyal fans of the dueling workshop, they would have found excuses for it even if they had seen the failure. It's just a small workshop, it's nothing compared with the dueling workshop. I wonder why those powerful people of the dueling workshop in Kanglan City suddenly mentioned this shop. I think it's because that small shop overestimated itself. Right after the dueling workshop released the anti-assassination content, that small shop released the so-called assassin mystical realm. Pooh. Meanwhile, the representative of the Lava Workshop, a world-famous alchemy workshop, entered the Godly Palace in Kanglan City. The Lava Workshop was an alchemy workshop that used dwarf alchemy crafts. The dwarf clan had their own alchemy system, but different from the elf clan who kept their mystical realms to themselves, the dwarf clan also spread their cultivation mystical realms to different nations. With the most dependable crafts in the whole world, the dwarf clan had established representative offices in each country to run the mystical realms for them. This tall and thin aristocrat dressed in a formal suit was the representative of the Lava Workshop in Kanglan City. He said coldly, "Mr. Glass, you called us here for this small issue. What does an insignificant foreigner know about cultivation mystical realms? East Continent style." It must be noted that the dwarves had once released a dwarf-style mystical realm that they made with their most advanced techniques, but it ended up in complete failure. Even the world-famous dwarves had failed with their techniques, let alone a foreigner from nowhere. He said with a snicker, "This kid will probably go broke one day and return home with heavy debt. Just hear the name, the Legend of the Sword and Fairy." He sneered and asked, "What kind of name is this? No one would want to visit such a mystical realm." "Unfortunately, Mr. Leo," Glass said solemnly, "this kid got lucky and drew some aristocrats to his shop. With quite a few civilians visiting his shop regularly, he earns enough to keep the business open even though he has much fewer customers than the big workshops. But I think the situation will change soon because of you, me, and everyone else in the room," Glass said. "I think we must let them know what the good mystical realms look like." The two, master assassins, might be related to the shop, but Glass still thought it was a coincidence that their mystical realm failed that day. The main reason was that the knights in the mystical realm were caught off guard by the unusual moves of the elf who had excellent combat techniques and talent. He thought that it was just a loophole in the mystical realm, and the elves had taken advantage of it. After all, the figures in the fantasy world were not real people, and it was natural to have some small loopholes since it wasn't yet comparable to the real world. That was the only explanation. He would never believe that the elves obtained the victory because of that damn mystical realm in that shop. It was even less believable than the high tales made up by the bards. "Mr. Leo, if I'm right, the Lava Workshop is about to release a new mystical realm. The Dueling Workshop released no more than one cultivation mystical realm each year, so Glass held no hopes that it would release another mystical realm after such a short time. However, other workshops were different. The Lava Workshop was an alchemy workshop as good as the Dueling Workshop and had a new mystical realm that was going to be released soon, which made it a perfect partner for Glass. I wonder what content this new mystical realm of the Lava Workshop has." Leo nodded and said proudly, "This new mystical realm doesn't only focus on cultivation, it also contains the dwarf clan's crafts in alchemy, blacksmithing, and manufacturing. It's a comprehensive mystical realm combining combat techniques and other skills." "Excellent," Glass exclaimed, I'm surprised that the dwarves are generous enough to put in the skills that they have such pride in. I think those people will be stunned by this new mystical realm. Leo said with a smirk, I guess my employers got frightened when they heard that the dueling workshop planned to build an unprecedented comprehensive mystical realm. It seems that their brains aren't all made of muscles. His words showed no respect for his employers. Do you want us to compete with that shop? Leo said in disdain. To be frank, if our cultivation mystical realm is released a few days earlier than theirs, I'm sure that no one will visit their cultivation mystical realm. Although Origin's Internet Club was not a small shop in Candlin City and even had customers from the Elf clan, its competitors were huge organizations that provided mystical realms to nations all over the world. Mr. Leo, you're the person responsible for all the businesses in Candlin City on behalf of the Lava Workshop. I believe in your abilities, Glass said with a smile. It has nothing to do with my abilities, Leo said while shaking his head. I'm just not interested in dealing with these minor beings. As if he had anticipated this situation, Glass clapped his hands, and a few knights soon carried out a chest of treasures. Then, Leo frowned and said with a smirk, I think we'll have a nice partnership. Meanwhile, Luther was playing with an exquisite wineglass in his hand. Hearing the news, he narrowed his eyes and murmured, now, we can eliminate both the assassins and the damn shop which dares to protect the assassins. Chapter 639. Azure Wave Sword Tune An Immortal Dream, the Primeval Chonghua's Appearance. At this moment, Fang Chi's shop finally released the first trailer. Sitting at the computers close to the counter, Alina and the other assassins who received no assassination missions lately had come into the shop early. Then, they clicked open the new trailer eagerly. The Godly Palace Knights were still searching for assassins on the streets all over the city. However, these bold assassins were still playing games and watching trailers in the shop like usual. At this moment, the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion had also come into the shop to have their morning tea. The mercenaries including Big Sword Crete all came up subconsciously when they saw that someone was watching the new trailer. How come there are many people standing there? Elder Sewell came early today. After all, she didn't have to handle the affairs of the elf clan all day long while she was taking the young elves on a field trip. Ah, my goodness, Sala exclaimed, is this the trailer for the new mystical realm? Right, at this moment, the blue sky and white clouds on the screen condensed into a blue and white logo. Seeing many people watching from behind, Alina turned on the speakers. On her screen, a pretty figure stood under a fiery red phoenix flower tree. Her black and thick hair was pulled up in a bun behind her head. When the music rose, the figure in the white and blue clothes lifted her jade-like hand, and a white butterfly rested on her fingertip. When the music continued and got louder, Fang Chi recognized it to be the Azure Wave Sword Tune. Under the dreamy fiery red phoenix flower tree, the elegant and pretty figure glanced back, fixing her wind-blown hair with her fingertips. Her jade-like and celestial look was stunning in this backward glance. Even the beauty-loving elves widened their eyes. Wow, Sala exclaimed. The camera zoomed out to the distance as if someone was in a dream. While the wave-like clouds floated in the air, celestial mountains emerged. The Kunlun Mountain was the tallest of all mountains in the area, and its peak penetrated the clouds. The tranquil and vast jade lake could be seen in the mountain, and a river winded at the foot of the mountain. It was a beautiful scene. My goodness, is it the place where immortals live? The audience was stunned. Even Elder Sewell was stupefied. This mystical realm, this. At this moment, words appeared on the screen. The magnificent, unparalleled, and celestial Kunlun Mountain is the most beautiful place between heaven and earth. The Chonghua faction has always excelled in sword creation. Their swords sweep across the mountains and rivers and eliminate demons and devils. The screen flashed, showing the scenes of ancient people making the Zaihei sword and the Wangshu sword, which stunned the heaven and earth and created phenomenons. In the grand palaces on the celestial mountains, celestial spiritual spells and demonic spells flashed at the same time. The magnificent temple of the sky stood at the peak of the mortal world and looked as if it were hovering in space and standing above the time-space continuum. The Wangshu sword and Zaihei sword swept up tremendous immortal force on the cloud platform, and the Orogan roared in the sky above Bujo Mountain, bringing lightning bolts and strong gusts. TL note: Orogan, also known as Zulong and Torch Dragon, was a giant red solar dragon and god in Chinese mythology. It supposedly had a human's face and snake's body, created day and night by opening and closing its eyes, and created seasonal winds by breathing. The music turned even more high-pitched and passionate. At this moment, everyone seemed to choke with turbulent emotions inside. They almost roared in their minds. Isn't it a cultivation mystical realm? How can a cultivation mystical realm be so stunning? They were dumbstruck. What's this? Seeing the Orogan dragon on the screen, Sala froze in fear. The other elves behind her were also stupefied when they saw the mountain-like head and the huge body hidden in the clouds. Don't be afraid, a golden griffin knight said with forced calmness, it's just a virtual image, not a real thing. It is made for you to watch, there's nothing to be afraid of. Right. While calming themselves and telling themselves not to be afraid, the elves continued to watch without blinking. At this moment, the passionate music slowed down while an ethereal music floated over from the misty white clouds until everything turned quiet. It felt like the previous scenes were not real and just a dream. With the melodious and haunting flute music, it felt like a permanent-looking ink painting was spread out quietly. At this moment, the elves and mercenaries didn't know if they were stunned or shocked. The elegant and beautiful music of immortal dreams rose while a green verdant forest appeared before them, bringing them back to that small wooden cottage in the mountains. The green stone steps winded up the mountainside while the waterfall crashed down with booming sounds, shooting pure waterdrops in all directions. The Arhu music floated up with faint sadness while the gurgling creek flowed into the distance and got covered by white clouds. Then, the screen dimmed. For some reason, an indescribable emotion rose in their minds. They hadn't played this game yet but could feel that it contained a magnificent yet sad and touching story. Through the short scenes and music, they seemed to have experienced the most miraculous and magnificent adventure in their lives, and it would linger in their mind forever. They probably realized at this moment that the legend of the sword and fairy was totally different from Assassin's Creed. The former expressed a faith and a belief to them, and the latter seemed like a grand but melodious and gentle poem. This is how the new mystical realm looks like. The grand and vast mountains, rivers, and land, the glimpse at the huge beast hidden in the clouds, and the poetic scenery as if it were an ink painting. What a miraculous world! The scenes in the trailer filled their minds. It's even grander than I imagined. Sala exclaimed. It's as magnificent as the great legends told in the books. This is the next mystical realm. Commander Elvin yelled, I think I need to calm down. Then, he took several deep breaths. I saw some people making 2 swords of different colors. Elf Captain Lance asked, are they making magic items? Is this mystical realm a comprehensive mystical realm containing forging and alchemy crafts? Something like that. It's called artifact making. Fang remembered that the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 had a complete forging system when he played it before he traveled through space and time. After all, the Changhua faction was a big faction famous for its abilities in creating swords. At this moment, exclamations also filled the old shops. My goodness, is this the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4? How come it doesn't look like Shu Mountain faction? Nolan Mingxie seemed to notice something and swiftly said in the chat group, it seems to be Changhua. Changhua, I know it's Changhua. Any problem with that? Song Qingfeng replied, didn't you read the documents in Shu Mountain faction? Nolan Mingxie said, Primeval Changhua, the faction that had disappeared for unknown reasons. My goodness, there's records about this faction. Fuck. Astonished face even Zhongwu emerged in the group chat with a curse. Ji Yu Tingyan emerged as well. The legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 is telling the story about a primeval faction. Chapter 640. Expectation. The elves and knights on the Nora continent hadn't experienced this stuff before. The celestial mountains in the clouds, the sword forging process, the huge mountains and wide rivers, all kinds of mountain spirits and demons, and the glimpse of Orogan left deep impressions on their minds. The grand mountains and rivers were even vaster and more miraculous than the dream-like fairy world that they had imagined. Still savoring the scenes shown in the trailer, Elder Sewell glanced at Mr. Fang, and then at the screen in confusion. After a long pause, she snapped back to reality. Looking calm and collected, she chuckled and said, he. This new mystical realm is indeed good. However, she had complicated feelings inside. If her emotions were all displayed, there would be excitement, thrill, and shock, etc. How come humans are so powerful now? It doesn't feel right. Besides, have the cultivation mystical realms in the East continent progressed to this high of a level? We can try this mystical realm immediately. No, the shop owner still hasn't set the release date yet. Should I recommend it to other elders when I go back? No, I must try it first here. No, I have to return to the Silver Moon Forest soon. But, I must try it before returning. Ah, so frustrating. With all kinds of thoughts flashing across her mind, she looked very uncertain and anxious. While Elder Sewell mulled over these thoughts, she glanced at the harmless-looking Mr. Fang suspiciously, wondering how this young shop owner had achieved such high-level alchemy skills. Is this shop a representative shop of the East Continent? Elder Sewell thought that it was quite possible. Many alchemy workshops put logos in their mystical realms. For example, the Dueling Workshop's mystical realms had an exquisite logo of sunlight and land upon entry, and the Lava Workshop had a logo of flames. She remembered that Ubisoft logo at the beginning of Assassin's Creed and wondered if the mystical realm were a product of the Ubisoft workshop. What a strange name. Obviously, the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 also had a logo. It was in the colors of blue and white. Hiss. It seems that one shop can represent more than one workshop in the East Continent. Elder Sewell was puzzled. The people in that continent do things this way. Since Elder Sewell wasn't too familiar with humans, she gave up on the thought. After all, she would try it and then return home. Sir, when will you release this new mystical realm? Elder Sewell went straight to the point. Right, when are you going to release it? Hearing the question, everyone turned to Mr. Fang, afraid to miss the newest information about this game. These people wished that they could play it. Oh, no, cultivate in this mystical realm right now. Yes, we are here to cultivate. Regardless if we were learning how to fight like a berserker or how to achieve stealth and move like the assassins in Assassin's Creed, we were doing legitimate training and cultivation. At this thought, they justified their eagerness for the new mystical realm. However, Mr. Fang thought, games, you need to understand them before getting to play them. Otherwise, how can you understand the culture that is totally different from the one that you grew up in? The second trailer will be released in a couple of days, Mr. Fang said. Not only the knights and mercenaries, but even the elves had the urge to beat Mr. Fang. What did he say? Even the second trailer will take a few days to release, let alone the game. I heard that the Lava Workshop will release its new mystical realm. When Mr. Fang still refused to give them a release date, Sala threatened in a huff, if you release it later than them, we'll go and try their mystical realm instead. Different from elves who were cold to most humans and were only friendly toward a few, the hardy and meticulous dwarves were on friendly terms with all other races despite their occasional disheveled looks. The Lava Workshop had a large representative shop in this city. I'll see if this shop owner is afraid of the competition. Sala thought angrily. Hearing her words, the others' eyes brightened as well. However, then they saw Mr. Fang finishing his cappuccino and sitting down leisurely on his leather sofa-style computer chair. Okay, everyone, this is all the content for today. Then, he entered Assassin's Creed. It was his third round of playing this game, and he intended to finish the whole process with 100% synchronization. He began to play proficiently. Instead of worrying about the competition, this guy is now playing the game as if nothing had happened. I can't bear it. Sala was beyond furious. She moved to Mr. Fang and then walked to the door intentionally. Sir, we're really going to Lave Workshop to experience its new mystical realm. At this moment, Mr. Fang had killed several Templar knights in stealth. Sir. Sala was now standing at the door while cussing silently. How come this despicable shop owner isn't asking me to stay? Then, she looked back and saw the sequence results appearing on Mr. Fang's screen. It was the perfect 100% synchronization. Poochie. The others couldn't help laughing when they saw this elf blushing. Ms. Sala is so cute. The shop owner is too stiff and stubborn in his ways. We've been here for so long, why can't he make an exception for us once in a while? Yeah, you guys are still laughing at me. Sala had the urge to run up to them and use Musou like a berserker. I really want to try it. Seeing the beautiful palaces in the clouds, the grand spiritual spells, and sword techniques, and the magnificent mountains and rivers, they were eager to enter this realm and play in it. Right now, they felt ticklish as if a kitten was scratching their minds. Mr. Fang said, you must be patient, there is a process. Otherwise, you'll feel befuddled when you play it. He looked solemn as if he were doing it for the sake of these lovely elves. However, the elves, knights, mercenaries, and assassins were unmoved, wishing that they could sleep in the shop until the despicable shop owner released this new game. Meanwhile, in the representative shop of the Lava Workshop, the tall and thin man named Leo had received the news. Mr. Leo, Glass said with a laugh, I believe that you've got a plan for this. It seems like this person is still oblivious of his imminent doom, he's still playing trailers. Leo chuckled and said, "Don't worry." He was sure that after his new mystical realm was released, this unknown small workshop would vanish from this market. Chapter 641. More fun in the game. In this prosperous city, people from different places thronged on the streets. One could always hear news about the neighboring nations while being here. "What's happening?" Seeing the godly palace knights all over the streets, one mercenary complained. "Didn't you hear that the Judgment Godly Palace is searching and arresting assassins all over the world?" Another mercenary whispered, "I wonder what the assassins did to them." Obviously, the assassins enraged the people of the Godly Palace. "I heard that they were humiliated by an assassin in the elf clan. I wonder if that's true." The mercenaries talked among themselves in low voices. "It might be true." Another person surmised, "It's no wonder that they are making a big deal of it. I remember the Dueling Workshop once boasting about bringing their new mystical realm into the elf clan, but they no longer talk about it anymore." Obviously, these mercenaries were not stupid and could figure out the rough edges of the whole situation from some clues. "But I think this is about it. They don't dare do anything outrageous here." A mercenary wearing dark brown leather armor glanced around and said, "Our Morning Light Empire is a free nation that allows people to believe anything they want, which is why we don't see anything outrageous here. You can go and have a look in the neighboring nation. It's a nation that believes in the God of Judgment, and the whole nation is helping them capture the assassins. There's no hiding place for assassins in that nation. I heard that they had captured many assassins and planned to execute them together. More, I heard that those assassins captured during the assassination attempt of Luther in Grey Eagle City will be executed too." At this moment, a few figures passed them, and they suddenly stopped. Harrison clenched his fists, and his shoulder shivered slightly. "Calm down. They want to lure us over." Another assassin tightly grabbed onto him. "I know," Harrison roared hoarsely, "but they are our peers. Our brothers and sisters. Does the Brotherhood know about it? They should fight for freedom instead of being hung on the Godly Palace's scaffold." The low-profiled, middle-aged assassin who had grown up in a slum lost his usual composure. "We should let more peers know about free will in the Master Assassins. I think they will like this place as we do," Harrison said. "We'll move in stealth and perform the leap of faith together. It doesn't matter even if we're discovered. During our free time, we can drink cappuccino and talk about the stories in Assassin's Creed." He described his ideal life in a mild voice. Then, this middle-aged man's voice broke into a sob. "I want them to know that we're not lowly and filthy mice. I want them to know that being an assassin is a great profession. Do you know, I have plans for them. They shouldn't be hung on the damn scaffold. How come this shop is closed?" While they talked, the mercenaries passed a shop selling alchemy items and found that it had been shut down. "Isn't this the Merlin Workshop's alchemy item shop? How come it's closed?" Obviously, this mercenary used to buy alchemy items from this shop. "What happened? I wonder how the people in this shop had dealings with assassins." At this moment, another group of people passed the shop, pointing at it while they talked. "I have no idea, but I heard that one assassin used a sword made by the Merlin Alchemy Workshop in an assassination attempt on some priests and even broke a priest's protective godly spell with this sword. The Rebel's Blade. The Rebel's Blade had once appeared in a rebellion in the Radiant Light Godly Nation, and this blade full of curses had once broken the godly spell barrier set up in the Anti-Major A. It seems similar, but it obviously isn't as powerful as that legendary sword," another person said. "But I heard that the owner of the shop hasn't been captured yet, so he probably escaped to another nation, which is why all the shops have been closed. It's a good shop though. Alas, let's move on." "Sir, is the trailer out today?" "Sir, it's still not released today." Almost every day, the elves came into the shop eagerly in anticipation. So did the mercenaries who lived in the city and the Knights of Golden Griffin Knight Legion. Obviously, today's trailer was more informative. In fact, Fang was watching it too. Since this trailer wasn't introducing the game's background, Fang knew those things too well. This trailer showed how to play the game and operate in the game. Obviously, the new version of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 not only increased the degree of freedom and openness but added extra content and details. For example, in The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 1, Li Xiaoyao was the only main character, and players could only choose him to play the game. In The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 3, there were two main characters, which were Jing Tian and Xu Changqing. The story was told from their respective perspectives in alternation. However, When the players played as Jing Tian, they didn't know what Xu Changqing was doing and couldn't choose to play Xu Changqing either. The same happened when they played Xu Changqing. The system remake of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 was different. In the trailer, everyone watched Murong Xiang practicing sword techniques in the Changhua faction and saw some scenes about his daily interaction with his nephew disciples. Those scenes happened before he met Yun Tianhe. The players could unlock the storyline of Murong Xiang and play the game from his perspective after playing as Yun Tianhe to a certain level. Besides, the trailer demonstrated how to play as Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha, whom could only be played by female players. Different from the original game in which the players could only choose one of the 4 characters to play, the trailer showed that in the new version, 4 players could enter multiplayer mode and control Yun Tianhe, Murong Xiang, Lu Mengli, and Han Lingsha respectively. However, in this mode, the players had to trigger different plots and interactions. In single-player mode, most of the events were triggered automatically and were as real as possible. Of course, if the 4 players controlled the 4 characters to go anywhere and do whatever they wanted, the plot of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 couldn't continue properly, which was why the system had improved the game mode while giving players a greater degree of freedom. It was a blessing to the players who liked to play the games together with their friends. Chapter 642. You will miss an opportunity to become rich. In the game, players could have flying sword races and matches between the disciples of the Changhua faction, and many other things were added. On the other hand, the system version recreated all the details in the forging and spirit injection of weapons. In other words, unlike Diablo 2, the players didn't have to spend lots of time to find the details and materials about the production of items and only start researching it after getting everything that they needed. Also, unlike Dungeon Fighter Online, they didn't have to toss their items into a machine and leave their fate to chance. This time, they could experience and control the whole process of making items. This was an artifact-making skill for cultivators, and it wouldn't be available to players until Murong Xiang joined the team. After all, only Murong Xiang knew this skill among the 4 teammates. In the castle sitting in the highest position of the city, a middle-aged man dressed in an elegant aristocratic tuxedo was silently sitting behind a desk. His black tuxedo was exquisitely tailored, and his square face was wrinkled. However, his gray mustache gave him a genial and graceful look. At this moment, a figure had just left in a huff, slamming the door behind him. Indifferent, the man stood up and tended to the potted plants on the windowsill as if these flowers and plants were the center of his world. These were not precious flowers but looked like the wild pale yellow flowers that were blooming everywhere in the city. Of course, it might be that these flowers were seen everywhere since they were his favorite. Then, a woman wearing knight armor and with her blonde hair pulled up in a pigtail walked in. "Oh, I don't remember that a junior knight can enter the city administrator's office at will," the middle-aged man said without turning his head. "I also don't remember those promises that a man said to mother before he forgot them the next second." Helen didn't look a bit meek. The middle-aged man's calm expression turned stiff before he said in a deep voice, "You should call me father." Helen turned her head sideways, and stubbornness appeared on her pretty face. After a long pause, the middle-aged man seemed to give in first. He said mildly, "The messenger of the Judgment Godly Palace came to me a moment ago. What did he want?" Seeming concerned, Helen turned her head back and asked the question. "Shut down," the middle-aged man said. "He asked me to shut down the shop with official force." Seeing Helen's intense gaze on him, he shook his head and said, "I refused." Seeming to sense her displeasure, he continued, "I didn't do it to help you. After all, our Morning Light Empire is a nation of free faith, and it's not right to allow the Judgment Godly Place to dominate others. This is not the Radiant Light Godly Nation, and they can't do whatever they want in this place. It's your decision. Don't expect gratitude from me." Helen opened the door and walked out. When one of her feet was outside the door, she added, "That damn shop owner seems powerful. I don't think he needs anyone's help." "Okay." Looking at Helen who was walking away, the middle-aged man shook his head and chuckled. "Damn it, he just married into power. He's just a stupid lowly ant. What is he without the Hymia family? What right does he have to refuse me?" A vicious roar sounded in the Godly Palace. It came from Glass. "We have other plans." At this moment, the red-robed senior priest walked over. "Anyway, we must deal with the assassins first. Without assassins, that shop's assassin mystical realm will have no reason to exist. Believe me, that shop owner is only an ignorant alchemist seeking his death. Anything is void before the force given by the Almighty God. He will end up like the alchemist named Merlin from the Stan Kingdom. At the mentioning those lofty existences, he sounded extremely reverent. Glass asked, when will the assassins be executed? 2 to 3 weeks later. So long? Glass asked in surprise. Be patient, the red-robed senior priest said, we set up a great trap for them under the direction of Saint Doolin. We'll give the assassins more time to come and rescue the prisoners. Of course. This way, we'll capture all these damn assassins. Glass sneered, they probably don't know. We must reserve many things and not show them to the public. For example, they didn't put every anti-assassination skill in their newly released mystical realm. The red-robed senior priest said in a chilly voice, if they think that those skills are all that we have, then they must pray to their great predecessor Altair to protect them in hell. Ha ha ha, of course, we'll have a real battle instead of a practice. Laughter sounded in the palace. Mr. Fang got up quite early this morning. It could be that the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 would be finally released today, or it could just be that it was a day with nice weather. Anyway, Mr. Fang walked downstairs before the opening time. Used to Mr. Fang's punctuality since he always opened the shop on time, no customers came to the shop at this hour. It was quiet in the shop. After opening the door, Mr. Fang sat down on a couch with his breakfast, a bowl of instant noodles and a sausage. At this moment, a handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s stopped at the door. He was wearing a white mage robe with blue edges and a pointy mage hat. Travel fatigued, he paused for a while outside the door before walking in. At first glance, this man looked very young, but his eyes appeared as deep as the starry night sky. Also, he moved with a maturity and confidence that didn't belong to a young man. Sir, you run Cultivation Mystical Realms? He looked around the shop in surprise. Waiting for the instant noodles to be ready, Mr. Fang drank a mouthful of Sprite and nodded casually. Your shop has little business. This young man smiled as if he was trying to decide on what to say. After a while, he continued, I think you need some help, maybe some guidance to success. A guidance to success, Mr. Fang looked at him in surprise. Yes, the young mage, who appeared to be in his 20s said, I think you're in luck, young man. With my help, your shop will be popular very soon. While being stunned, Fang Chi carefully studied the customer before him. Quote. While he was in a daze, the young man took out a magic staff from his inner pocket as if he intended to add to his credibility and demonstrate something to convince Fang Chi. He looked around and outside the door. After making sure that no one else was watching, he took out a stone and waved his magic staff, saying, Do you see this stone? I'll transform it into a magic crystal. After pausing for a while, Mr. Fang seemed to finally understand, and he said, I got it. Of course I am. While saying that, he thought, now you know that I'm a great alchemist. You're a scammer, right? Mr. Fang said. Pooh. This young man almost dropped to the ground. What? I'm Merlin, a lofty level 9 mage. And you, a young shop owner, dare to call me a scammer. Do I look like a scammer? You will miss an opportunity to become rich. Chapter 643. Major streamers began to broadcast the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4. Mr. Fang stood up and pulled the man to the door. While pushing 2 magic crystals into this man's hand, Fang Chi waved his hand and said, Go and find another shop. Mr. Fang looked frustrated at this moment. It was early morning, and a scammer insisted to show him how to transform a rock into a magic crystal. If he can do that, then I can transform a rock into a piece of gold. Damn it, I pushed 2 magic crystals into his hand, now he can go and perform in another shop. With 2 low-level magic crystals in his hand, the supreme level 9 mage and master alchemist found that the door closed in his face before he could understand the situation. This situation is strange. Seeing a grand alchemist who can turn rocks into magic crystals, the owner of this small shop with little business was not even a little tempted. With his great skills in alchemy and magic spells, he was welcomed in every nation as an VIP. He could make a pile of low-level cultivation mystical realms that were operated by a small shop like this one. Merlin stood at the door with a dark expression. Forget it, he had planned to help this shop grow popular, and he was sure that it would be full within 3 months and be known all over Candlin City in 1 year. With my alchemy and magic spell knowledge, this little shop owner will be terrified. During the process, he would have a hiding place for himself. But this shop owner just refused such a great opportunity. A gold mine. Do you know what you've missed? A big opportunity to get rich quickly. Even he felt anxious and pitiful for the shop owner. Just when he was about to leave, something flashed in his peripheral. He turned around and saw a big group of knights dressed in luxurious armor and riding on precious mounts while moving toward him slowly. So many knights. Looking at the golden griffin badges on their chests, he knew that they were high-level knights. Was my identity exposed? No. This nation protects people's freedom of religious beliefs. When did the Judgment Godly Palace obtain such great influence in this place? While he was hesitating if he should make a move, the knights made a turn and passed him. Then, they all stopped and dismounted from their precious mounts. All these knights swarmed into the shop behind him. Sir, is the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 released today? Sir, you promised that the new mystical realm would be released today. Is it released or not? While Merlin gaped at the knights and wondered what was going on, a big group of elves hurried toward the shop. Elder Sewell was determined to play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 today. She had waited so long. They wouldn't return to the Silver Moon Forest until they played it. In a daze, Merlin turned his head and looked at them. When did a human city have so many elves? There is even an elf elder among them. While he was wondering about the situation, a large group of mercenaries and mages swarmed over as well. My goodness, he felt incredulous. They seemed to be talking about a mystical realm. What? The mystical realm in this shop is so popular. This great alchemist who was also a mage was at a loss for words. Do you guys know what a truly great mystical realm looks like? You all swarmed into this small shop and left me, a lofty existence and a great alchemist master, outside. Suddenly, a thought dawned on him. Is this shop owner so sure of his own alchemy skills that my skills are beneath his level, and he doesn't want to bother with me? If the shop owner were just an ignorant ordinary person, he would just laugh it off. But now, he found that the situation was too outrageous to be ignored. He strode back into the shop and shouted, "Sir, let me try that mystical realm too." After waiting in line for a while, Merlin finally got to activate the mystical realm named the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4. Is this cultivation mystical realm any different from all the others that I have played? Doubting its quality, he found a seat and entered the game. At this moment, the players in the old shops had eagerly entered the game. In the new shop, the most popular game was still Assassin's Creed, and almost every customer played it. Even though the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 was released today, many people continued playing Assassin's Creed while they waited to see the effects of the new game. But in the old shops, the situation was different. The Assassin's Creed series was indeed good and had many fans, but the Legend of the Sword and Fairy series was among the hottest games. Its huge group of fans instantly ignited the atmosphere in the shops. Some players couldn't come to the shops every day due to their busy schedules. After all, the shops were here and wouldn't move away. But today, even the ancient family masters in the spiritual state put aside their daily business and came to the shop. After all, the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 was released today, and they must show their support. By now, the old shops had been divided into many zones with space-folding technology, but they were still crammed with customers today. The Juhua City shop was even busier. Many civilian players who didn't have membership cards almost broke the counter. Calm down, everyone. While waving his folding fan, Xiao Yulv sweated profusely as he said, I promise you that everyone can play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 today. Those who are waiting can go to the lounge area to take a break and watch the live streams, which will help you play the game better when it's your turn, right? In a while, the big streamers will play the game in their livestream rooms. Right now, the Juhua City shop was being managed by two senior clerks, Xiao Yulv and Yu Jue. Yu Jue also yelled, anyone who doesn't have a seat can go and watch the live streams first. Our popular streamer, New Snow, will give us a live stream. I wonder what amazing plays New Snow will show us today. Everyone, please go and support her. I heard that the big streamers of Dungeon Fighter Online such as Rosen Rain and Zhu Yanxiao will stream the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 too. Xiao Yulv said, I'm sure that their live streams will be excellent. Don't miss these shows. By the way, our sister Su Tianji, will put the whole process on the live stream too. So many people doing live streams. Rosen Rain hasn't done live streams for a long time, right? I want to watch New Snow's live stream. Let's go and watch Elder Sus live stream. Maybe we can see her land on her face when using the leap of faith again. Sitting near the counter, Su Tianji put down her virtual reality headset and looked back. She seemed to hear some strange words about her. Seeing that there were no seats available, many people went to watch the livestream. Of course, some people just watched while standing behind the computers. For example, Su Tianji and Nolan Mingshe now each had a large group of people standing behind them. Chapter 644, Elder Su is being mocked again. In the past, Mr. Fang had to try the game first to show everyone. Otherwise the customers wouldn't know how to play. Now that the shop had released trailers showing the background of the game and the proper controls, Mr. Fang had much less work to do when the game was formally released. By now, many players had clicked on the logo on the desktop and entered the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4. The melodious flute tune together with the faint Arhu notes felt like light floating clouds, and they brought the players to an ancient-looking square mirror. The mist and cloud in the mirror seemed to draw them into a dream-like fantasy world. My goodness! Upon entering the game, Merlin had the feeling that this was a grand production. While scratching his head, he wondered, when did the cultivation mystic realms of this city advance to this high of a level? If a small workshop in this city can reach this high of a level, then I, a level 9 alchemist, probably can only be a little clerk in such a shop to survive. How can it be? Astonished, he began the new game. The elves and members of the Night Legion had also entered the game. However, the assassins including Alina and Harrison didn't have time to play this game yet since they put all their time on practicing the assassination skills in Assassin's Creed. However, they were still curious about this new game. Right now, they stood behind the elves and watched them play with bowls of instant noodles in their hands. Oh, is this the Immortal Realm? Commander Elvin had just clicked on New Beginning when he was driven into the ancient mirror by a powerful force. The mirror fluttered like the surface of a lake, and he found that he was inside the world in the ancient mirror. The music is so good. The art-loving elves found the melodious flute tune and the low and sad Arhu notes harmonious and beautiful like flowing water and breezes in nature, even though they didn't know the names of the instruments. Are they the musical instruments from the East Continent? One of them sounds like a fipple flute. Obviously, Elder Sewell was a music lover. She could play beautiful music with a leaf from the Silver Moon Forest. I wonder what instrument this is. I want to try it. Everything looks so real. While flying through the ocean of clouds into the immortal world behind the white clouds, Merlin was stunned to his core. As a supreme level mage, he had experienced all the things in the world that most people could never experience. However, he had never heard about any other cultivation mystic realm that could be this real. As a master alchemist, he knew how difficult it was to achieve this level of realness. Perhaps the East Continent had achieved a great breakthrough only in this one area. He thought as he continued the game. Grand and beautiful buildings and palaces stood in the immortal mountains. When the players looked down, they saw many disciples wearing blue and white Taoist robes and standing on a platform that was surrounded by faint mist and guarded by auspicious beasts. From the distance, the disciples looked like troops that were in compact formations. A huge lotus-shaped platform made of green and white jade hovered in the sky. Two ethereal voices came from the platform while two immortal swords, Wangshu and Zaihei, emitted bright immortal light. With spiritual essence flowing inside, the two immortal swords were engulfed by orange-red flame-like light and icy blue frost-like light respectively. This is the scene shown in the trailer. Seeing this familiar scene, the elves almost leapt up in excitement. I see this too. Sitting across from them, Mercenary Crete yelled in elation as well. The two swords came together, and a tremendous streak of spiritual essence traveled through the center of the cloud platform into the array pattern in the center of the stone platform surrounded by lotus flowers. Immediately, two dazzling sword beams shot up into the sky. The whole sky seemed to be pierced open, revealing a magical, dream-like world. Are they mages of the East Continent? Obviously, there were many things that the players didn't understand. However, this gave them a sense of mystery and didn't hinder the gaming experience. Subconsciously, they yelled in excitement, "Oh, Elf God Almighty!" Elder Sewell was also stunned by this scene. What am I looking at? Don't be afraid, it's just a mystic realm. A fantasy world for us too. Watch, a few golden griffin knights who were less sensitive hurried to explain. At this moment, Zhu Yanshao started his livestream in the old shop. While recovering from his shock, he stroked his short hair and said, "As you can see, this game is really awesome. Considering the high quality of the 2 previous games of this series, I suggest you guys try it if you're still hesitating. At this moment, Nolan Mingxie was obviously calmer than the others in her livestream. That's why I call the Legend of Sword and Fairy series the most anticipated work. They are exciting at the very beginning. I have to take a break and eat some potato chips to calm down. Ow. Then, she stuffed some potato chips into her mouth. Gongzi Xiao. At this moment, Mu Donglai was sitting on a couch, not able to find a seat since he was late. I heard that you're very familiar with these livestreams. Can you recommend one to me? Of course. Obviously, Xiao Yulv was well informed in this area. According to my observation of their daily livestreams, I divide them into several big categories. If you want to watch excellent details, granular control, and ultimate plays, you can watch the livestreams hosted by Rosen Rain, Lord Nolan, Almighty Demonic God, and Ms. Sprite. As everyone know, Almighty Demonic God is also called Almighty Smirking Face Emoji, and Rosen Rain usually works together with a dark-faced man in her livestreams. However, they are all ultimate professionals and have great technical foundation. It is not useful to low-level players since ordinary people can't copy their plays, Xiao Yulv said with great knowledge, so, I usually watch Zhu Yanxiao and Nu Snow's livestreams since those players are easy to copy. Xiao Yu has a very cute style and good skills. You can watch her livestream if you like, but she doesn't livestream often. The livestream of hardworking Fairy Lu is quite interesting too. These are streamers who I watch quite often, Xiao Yulv said. Besides, there are streamers such as the King of Rangers and Mad Butcher. They have good skills, but I don't watch them often. Mu Donglai said curiously, how come you didn't mention Elder Su, Gongzi Xiao? She's a idol-style streamer, Xiao Yulv whispered, don't tell anyone I said that. Mu Donglai's face twitched as he thought, is it really proper to mock Elder Su this way? Chapter 645. Kui Jiao materialized in Rock Creek Cave. At this moment, many huge demon beasts flew down from the world that appeared in the sky. In legend, tapirs were rare beasts that swallowed dreams. The dream tapirs from the fantasy netherworld was obviously fiercer and more elegant than those in legends. With lean and long bodies, fox-like heads, long tails, rainbow-colored feathers, and mountain-like size, they landed among the disciples of the Changhua faction, causing a bloody catastrophe. Paws slashed out with blood spraying in all directions, and swords whistled, mixing with the roars of wild beasts. The ethereal figures on the mountaintop among the clouds moved, and the sharp sword beams and chilly and alluring demonic spells formed a grand battle between immortals and demons. The elves and mercenaries gaped at the scene with shock and awe on their faces. The knights who were used to seeing many similar battles found that even a story in the game could be so grand and majestic. Although they didn't understand it yet, the players felt awestruck. That's all. While they were enjoying it, the scene suddenly dimmed before them. That's the end. Who won the battle anyway? They had seen the moment when Chan Yu faked defeat and then sneak attacked the Taiching Spiritual Master. TL note. Taiching Spiritual Master is also known as the Grand Pure One. What's happening? Damn it. The scum shop owner did it again. We are left hanging again. Mr. Fang told them that it wasn't his fault, and he thought, the game is created Softstar, why are you blaming it on me? He looked sulky. After the opening cinematics, the game started. Oh, this person who looks to be a faction chief was killed by the demon. In her livestream room, Su Tianji finished watching the cinematics while eating potato chips. She explained the scenes while watching it, looking quite professional. Then, a crude wooden house appeared in everyone's eyes. Young Tianqing's memorial tablet was placed on the table in the house, and smoke floated from the sandalwood incense sticks. Beside the table was a small boar that had been tied up for sacrifice. How come this person looks like a savage? On the screen was a good-looking young man with messy hair. With animal fur draped on his shoulders, the young man was wearing crude cotton clothes, and he kneeled before the memorial tablet with a dull expression. Dad, I know I'm in the wrong. Last night, the boar's loud screams kept me up for most of the night, which is why I'm late for burning the incense sticks for you this morning. Spring passed already, so I don't know why it's screaming so much. The small boar that was tied on the side honked. Dad told me to burn 3 incense sticks for him in the morning and night. It seemed like he was talking to the boar. You don't know how terrifying he looked when he got angry. Is he the main character? Su Tianji ate another potato chip and said, how come he looks so dull? After all, The main characters in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1 and 3 are all clever, but this guy. Su Tianji touched her head and thought, how come he looks as dull as a cattle? Meanwhile, in the new shop, Mage Merlin was also puzzled. How come this mystical realm is different from all the others that I had seen? The elves, knights, and mercenaries had also come to this part. Then, they heard low roars of a boar outside the door. Obviously, the young man drew out the big boar after catching the small one. Great, I captured a boar, and another came for free. Pleased, Yun Tianhe ran out the door. Now, it was time for the players to control the main character. Can we use both the bow and sword? Seeing Yun Tianhe taking out his bow, the elves who were archery masters were eager to try. In the room, there was also a rusty thin sword. It looked old, and wasn't well maintained. Can we use these two weapons? Alina and the other assassins who were watching from behind looked eager. After all, bows and swords were common weapons used in Assassin's Creed. I wonder how it feels to use these weapons. I saw this scene in the trailer. The player's spawn place was on Green Bird Peak, which was covered by giant ancient trees that looked like screens. Behind the wooden house was a huge waterfall with a stone bridge connecting the banks of the river beneath the waterfall. Before the house was an ancient path made of green stones. Further away, there was a tall cliff. Looking over, there was the misty and beautiful scenery. All the grass and trees in this place looked natural. For the elves, this place had a type of beauty different from the kind that they were used to seeing. Oh, I thought Moonlight Lake in Silver Moon Forest was the most beautiful place that I've seen. Sala's pretty eyes looked at the picturesque Green Bird Peak in pleasant surprise. So beautiful. For elves who loved art and nature, they would never miss such an opportunity to enjoy the rare natural beauty of this place. As for the task and plot, they would think about them later. Yes, they were the legendary fans of beautiful scenery. They must enjoy the natural beauty first. The female boar had run into the Rock Creek cave in which Yun Tianhe's father's tomb was located, but these elves ignored it and just ran around Green Bird Peak, wishing to take screenshots of each place they went. As for the Golden Griffin Knights and Mage Merlin, they liked the scenery as well, but they weren't as crazy over it as the elves. Is this just a low-level mystical realm used to practice skills? Merlin was puzzled. According to the previous grand battle they had just watched, this mystical realm should be a high-level one. How come the strange savage that I'm controlling only has a little bit of strength in his body? Were those prior images just a bluff? Helen had come to this part too. In her eyes, the main character was totally different from the characters in other games, and he was extremely funny. Ha ha ha. This guy. How did he mistake a girl for a big wild boar? He thinks that she's a demon boar, so hilarious. In the cave that appeared to be covered by ice crystals and ebony jade, Helen watched the conversation between this young man and a girl, and she almost spewed out iced red tea with laughter. Hiss. What's this? At this moment, in Rock Creek Cave, an inhuman voice sounded. Summoning storms and thunder with a whisper. Reaching heaven and earth and entering the netherworld. Changing at will into anything I like. She looked over and saw a faint white shadow appearing before her. It had a body but no feet, looking like a spirit or a ghost with white flames burning around its body. Is it a ghost? She looked shocked. As an aristocrat knight born and raised in Kanglan City, she had never seen such things before. I'm Kui Zhao. I'm guarding this place at my master's order, and I will kill any trespassers. My goodness. Look, what's this thing? Helen's alarming shout drew the eyes of all the people around her. Soon, they saw the white talisman spirit which looked like an immortal. Helen's sword techniques were good, but when she struck her sword at this thing, she found that her blade went through the body of the talisman spirit. This is an alchemy creature. Merlin froze and then yelled, this must be an alchemy creature, a high-level one too. It is a high-level alchemy creature immune to damage. Isn't this a basic mystical realm? How come it has such things? Besides, is this the alchemy of the East Continent? Their skills have advanced to such a high level.